This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Lin Yu, wake up! Wake up! We're about to assemble. A series of urgent shouts and shaking pulled Lin Yu from the endless darkness. He opened his eyes abruptly, and a familiar yet unfamiliar young face came into view, filled with anxiety. What are you daydreaming about, Lin Yu? Today is the final assessment. Being late will disqualify you. His deskmate, the chubby Wang Hao, seeing his bewildered expression, gave him another push. Final assessment? A sharp pain shot through Lin Yu's head, and countless fragments of memories that weren't his flooded his mind. Shouldn't he have been on his way to the company in the pouring rain, being run over by an out-of-control heavy truck? The pain of shattered bones and fading consciousness was still so vivid. Now, he was sitting in a brightly lit classroom. His name is Lin Yu, that's right. But in this world, Lin Yu is a high school senior struggling at the bottom of society. Decades ago, the rift descended, bringing monsters, zombies, insect plagues, all sorts of apocalyptic scenes that invaded this world through unstable spatial rifts. In the face of this crisis, a mysterious system called Rift Hub forcibly bound all healthy humans aged 18 to 55 worldwide. People gained attribute panels, 3 chances to resurrect, and a very few lucky individuals could even awaken powerful professions or superpowers at age 18. However, everyone who met the age requirement had to enter the dungeon 5 times. Only after 5 attempts can they avoid being forcibly conscripted by the Realm Hub. And today is the day all the senior students in their high school, now 18, participate in the officially organized college entrance examination. The day they are forced to enter the fragments of the apocalypse for their first survival challenge. The original owner, or rather, another Lin Yu, because his mother suffered from a serious illness and needed a large sum of money for medical treatment, worked several odd jobs year-round, accumulating health problems, and ultimately died suddenly at his desk before this fateful day. Sigh. Lin Yu let out a long sigh in his heart, both for the poor person with the same name and for his own bizarre fate. He inherited everything from the original owner, including that heavy memory and the worry for his seriously ill mother. He had to live, and live well, to earn money to treat his mother's illness. Let's go, let's go! Wang Hao saw Lin Yu finally come to his senses and pulled him outside. The playground was bustling with noise. Thousands of students, just turned 18 like Lin Yu, stood neatly arranged by class. Their faces were a mixture of excitement, fear, confusion, and anticipation. On the platform, the principal was giving a passionate pre-battle speech. Students, today is a turning point in your lives. It's the beginning of your transformation from hothouse flowers into capable warriors. The rift has descended, a crisis, but also an opportunity. Some have soared to great heights in this dungeon, becoming the envy of all. Others have perished, but the rift has given us 3 chances. Don't be afraid of failure. Remember our motto, search, attack, retreat, come back alive, and you will be heroes. Lin Yu stood in the crowd, silently processing everything. He subconsciously focused his mind, and a pale blue light screen, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Yu. Level, 1/0/100. Occupation, none. Special ability, none. Strength, 8. Agility, 8. Stamina, 8. Resurrection count, 3. Health status, sub-healthy, long-term malnutrition, excessive fatigue. His stats were very ordinary, even weak. A normal healthy adult's 3 attributes are all 10 points, but his attributes, due to the original owner's overwork, were only 8 points, and he also had a sub-healthy negative status. Worse still, at the crucial age of 18, when he awakened, he gained nothing. No powerful combat soldier class, no rare medic soldier, not even the most basic strength, speed, or stamina abilities. He was just a pure, ordinary person. And according to the rules of the Realm Hub, the first entry into the instance would involve forced random matching. The official organization grouped students from the same school together to increase the probability of matching with acquaintances and improve the survival rate of newcomers. Now, let's begin the final assessment. The Boundary Hub system will randomly match you with teammates, forming teams of 3 to 5 people. As the principal finished speaking, scrolling matching information began to appear on the retinal screens of all students. Lin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. Teammates, in the fragments of the apocalypse, are a crucial factor in determining life and death. A good team can greatly increase the survival rate. For an ordinary person like him, without a profession or special abilities, being matched with powerful teammates would undoubtedly be a godsend. The information on the screen began to lock onto the screen one by one. Match successful. Your team members are as follows. Su Qingxiu LV1, Occupation, Medic. Zhang Hao LV1, Occupation, Scout. Wang Chong LV1, Ability, Speed Awakening. Li Bin LV1, Ability, Speed Awakening. Seeing these names, Lin Yu's heart sank. Su Qingxiu. This name held an extremely special place in the original owner's memories. They were childhood sweethearts, and their families were old friends. But since Lin Yu's family fell on hard times, and his father, that once powerful combat soldier, sacrificed himself during a high-level alien world exploration, the two families severed ties. Su Qingxiu seemed to have become a different person, ignoring him, becoming a high and mighty school beauty, a favored daughter of heaven. And she had actually awakened the extremely rare medic class. That's a top-tier support class capable of reviving the dead and healing teammates. Lin Yu recognized Zhang Hao, the scout, and the two speed-type awakeners, Wang Chong and Li Bin. They were Su Qingxiu's most loyal supporters, or rather, her lackeys. A medic, a scout, and two speed-type fighters. This setup was practically a perfect newbie raiding team. And herself. Just an ordinary person holding everyone back. Sure enough, not far away, Su Qingxiu's four-person team had already assembled. They had obviously also seen the matchmaking information, their gazes sweeping towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu could clearly see the undisguised contempt and disgust in Zhang Hao and the other two's eyes. Su Qingxiu's gaze was the most complex. She merely glanced at Lin Yu coldly, her eyes devoid of mockery, yet carrying something far more hurtful. Utter indifference and alienation, as if looking at an insignificant stranger. Yes, under the live stream camera, they couldn't openly mock him, but this silent exclusion spoke volumes. Lin Yu silently walked over and stood at the edge of the line. Teleporting? The cold system notification sounded in everyone's mind. The next second, an irresistible pulling sensation came, and Lin Yu felt dizzy. The playground, the crowd, and the sky before him instantly transformed into distorted light and shadow. Chapter 2. The blinding sunlight, mixed with an indescribable stench of decay, was Lin Yu's first sensation upon regaining consciousness. He found himself standing on a cracked, abandoned city street. Tall buildings stood all around, yet the atmosphere was deathly still. The walls were covered in dark red stains, and climbing vines, shattered windows, like empty eye sockets, silently stared at this desolate place. Abandoned cars, scattered garbage, and distorted, long-dried human silhouettes were everywhere. This was the world of apocalyptic fragments. A city ravaged by zombies. Lin Yu's retinal screen automatically popped up. Welcome to Apocalypse Fragments, E137, Zombie City. Mission objective, survive. Instance evacuation countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Zombie horde outbreak countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Evacuation point coordinates will be announced in 12 hours. Current number of survivors in the instance, 1,000. Number of viewers in my live stream, 17,000 people. It seems that quite a few students from various schools were teleported to the same fragment world for this newbie assessment. Everyone check your equipment and stay alert. Zhang Hao's voice came from not far away. He had already assumed the role of a scout, his expression serious as he surveyed his surroundings. Humph, a burden. Speed Awakener Wang Chong glanced at Lin Yu and muttered softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent street. Another Speed Awakener, Li Bin, chimed in, Brother Hao, Qingxiu, we need to hurry. Carrying an ordinary person definitely won't make us fast. Su Qingxiu didn't speak, but simply took a gleaming silver scalpel from a small pouch at her waist and gripped it in her hand. Her movements were practiced, clearly the result of specialized training. Her pristine white school uniform stood out starkly against the ruins, yet possessed a unique sense of purity. She had awakened her medic profession. Her physical abilities were 1.5 times that of an average person, and even with lower initial strength and agility stats, she far surpassed Lin Yu. Alright, enough talk, Zhang Hao spoke up. As a reconnaissance soldier and nominally the team leader, he was impatient. Lin Yu, you stay behind us. Be careful, don't hold us back. His tone was impatient, as if speaking to Lin Yu was a waste of time. Lin Yu nodded silently. He knew very well that he was currently a liability to the team. Arguing or refuting was pointless, and would only invite more humiliation. Let's go, there's a convenience store over there. Let's go get some food and water first, Zhang Hao said, pointing to a shop on the street corner whose sign was still relatively intact. Wang Chong and Li Bin, both Speed Awakeners, immediately dashed over like arrows. Their speed was indeed far beyond that of ordinary people, almost 1.25 times the speed of an average person running at full speed. They nimbly bypassed the obstacles and arrived at the convenience store first, cautiously observing the interior. Zhang Hao followed closely behind, while Su Qingxue trailed leisurely in the middle. Lin Yu watched their deliberately quickened pace, understanding perfectly. They had no intention of waiting for him. He clenched his fist, feeling the cold touch of the hilt of the rusty machete he had been given as an initial item by the system. This was standard equipment for a scavenger, better than nothing. He started walking towards the convenience store. However, his stamina was only 8 points, still in a sub-healthy state. He felt breathless after only walking a few dozen meters. When he reached the convenience store, Wang Chong and Li Bin were already out carrying several bulging plastic bags. "Can't you hurry up? You're like a snail." Wang Chong glared at him impatiently. "Forget him," Zhang Hao said. "Let's go check out the commercial building up ahead. They definitely have more supplies there. Time is precious. We can't waste it on people like this." With that, the four of them, with perfect understanding, quickly left along the other end of the street. They didn't even look back at Lin Yu, as if he were just a roadside stone, a pile of trash. Abandoned. As expected, Lin Yu stood there, watching their figures quickly disappear around the street corner, and felt a sense of relief. Rather than endure their scorn and be a burden that could be used as bait at any moment, it's better to act alone. Though dangerous, at least there's freedom, and all the spoils will be his own. Alone it is then, Lin Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew this wasn't the time for self-pity. He had to act immediately, to find the means to survive. In the convenience store, the shelves were overturned. Most of the food and water had been looted, clearly the work of Su Qingxue and her group. They took only the quick energy boosters, chocolate, energy bars, and bottled water. What remained were some scattered, poorly packaged cookies, and a few bottles of drinks that didn't look very clean. Lin Yu didn't hesitate, stuffing everything into his worn-out backpack. Better than nothing. He glanced at his livestream room. 17 viewers, probably classmates or bored passers-by who had come to watch the spectacle. Haha, this unlucky guy got abandoned right at the start. No profession, no special abilities, only 8 stamina points, practically in poor health. Isn't this guy just asking to die? Matched with the school beauty, but didn't even get a word in, lol. Probably won't survive the first world due to malice. The chat was filled with mockery and disdain. Lin Yu ignored it. He wasn't in the mood to argue with these gloating people. He needed to find something more valuable. Weapons, medicine, or anything that could get him out of this predicament. He turned his gaze to a rather upscale-looking jewelry store next to the convenience store. Chapter 3. The glass door of the jewelry store was shattered, revealing a dark entrance. Lin Yu gripped his machete tightly and cautiously peered inside. The store was a mess. Jewelry counters were smashed, and various boxes and shards of glass were scattered on the floor. But fortunately, some glittering gold items still caught his eye in the dim light. Gold jewelry. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He thought of his mother in the real world, lying in a hospital bed, needing a large sum of money to stay alive every day. If he could take this gold out, even just a small portion, it would be enough to pay a large sum for medical expenses. This thought, like a flame, instantly ignited his desire. Without hesitation, he strode into the jewelry store and began frantically searching the floor for gold necklaces, bracelets, and rings. These things, useless in the apocalypse, represented his mother's life in his eyes. He stuffed all the gold he found into his pockets and backpack, the heavy feeling giving him a fleeting sense of security. What's this newbie doing? Picking up gold? Hilarious. Didn't anyone tell him that these precious metals from the real world are worthless in the Realm Hub settlement system? Only special materials, equipment, technology blueprints, and source energy cores produced from dungeons can be taken out for exchange. This trash will be directly annihilated during teleportation. Another idiot trying to get rich this way. There are a few every year. Just waiting for him to work for nothing, and then get eaten by zombies. The comments in the live stream, like the cruel reality, poured a bucket of cold water over Lin Yu's head. He froze, stopping his looting. Couldn't take it out? He glanced instinctively at the light screen. Sure enough, in an inconspicuous corner, there was a line of small print explaining the rules. Only extraordinary items originating from the fragments of the apocalypse and resources recognized by the Realm Hub can be taken out of the instance. Regular items will be purified. So, that's how it is. Lin Yu deflated, pulling the heavy gold from his pocket and throwing it on the ground. Those things that had once shone with hope in his eyes now seemed incredibly irritating. A huge sense of loss welled up inside him. He had not only wasted his energy, but also precious time for survival. Ha, ha. Just then, a sickening sound, like the straining of an old bellows, came from the street. Lin Yu was startled and immediately crouched down, peering through the broken shop window. He saw that the several withered human figures that had been motionless like statues on the street were now slowly, stiffly, beginning to move. Their target was none other than his own location. Zombies! Warning, initial dimensional repulsion, world malice, has been triggered. You will continuously attract some infected individuals within a 50-meter radius for 30 seconds. The cold system notification confirmed his guess. Every so often, the player would act like a signal transmitter, attracting nearby zombies. This was a rule set by the Nexus, forcing players to constantly move and fight, increasing the difficulty of survival. Damn it! Lin Yu cursed, immediately lowering his body and hiding behind the broken counter, not daring to even breathe. 3 zombies were attracted. They wore tattered clothes, their skin a ghastly gray, moved slowly, and emitted unconscious growls as they wandered aimlessly around the jewelry store entrance. Lin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. He only had a broken woodcutter's knife. He might have a fighting chance against 1 zombie, but facing 3 at once, in his current weakened state, was certain death. He gripped the hilt tightly, his palms drenched in cold sweat. Time ticked by, those 30 seconds of attraction feeling like an eternity. Fortunately, the 3 zombies seemed to have weak senses. They were only attracted to this area and didn't directly detect Lin Yu hiding behind the counter. After wandering for a while, as the attraction wore off, they gradually resumed their aimless wandering and slowly walked away. Only after confirming the zombies were far away did Lin Yu dare to let out a long sigh of relief. His back was soaked with cold sweat. That was too close. This experience served as a wake-up call for him. He had to be more cautious. Calm down, Lin Yu, calm down. He told himself, you still have a chance. He forced himself to forget the disappointment and fear he had just felt, and re-examined his situation. Without strong teammates, without formidable strength, his only advantage was that he possessed a soul from another world, giving him stronger logical thinking and adaptability. He had to find something truly valuable. But what was truly valuable? Weapons? Medicine? Or the source energy crystal core mentioned in the comments? But where could he find these things? Searching aimlessly in such a vast city was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Just as Lin Yu felt a wave of confusion and helplessness, a slight throbbing pain suddenly shot through his head, as if something was trying to emerge from the depths of his consciousness. Chapter 4. The sudden, sharp pain jolted Lin Yu awake. This wasn't physical pain, but a disturbance originating from the mental realm. Immediately afterward, he felt a sliver of his mental energy being drawn away by an invisible force, gathering at his brow. The next second, the pale blue screen before him underwent a strange change. Next to the original attribute panel and mission information, a completely new interface slowly unfolded with a soft beep. It was a circular radar interface centered on him, radiating pale green scanning ripples outward. Survival radar system bound. Access level, level 1. Detection range, radius 5 kilometers. Detection target, non-biological resource points. Energy consumption, continuously consumes a small amount of mental energy while active. Concentrated scanning will accelerate the consumption. Lin Yu was stunned. A cheat system? Is this the essential perk for transmigrators? It appeared when he was in despair and helplessness. The survival radar system. Lin Yu's heart pounded uncontrollably. He suppressed his inner elation and carefully studied the suddenly appearing new function. Level 1 radar, range of 5 kilometers, can only detect non-biological resources. This meant he couldn't see zombies or other players. However, he could see supplies. On the radar interface, within a circle centered on him, numerous points of light appeared. These points of light varied in color, the vast majority being a dull white, occasionally interspersed with a few faint green dots. According to the system's brief explanation, white represented low-value items, including food, water, and basic melee weapons. Green represents medical supplies. Information. In this perilous, information-isolated fragment of a post-apocalyptic world, this is undoubtedly a divine skill. While others wander aimlessly like headless flies, relying on luck to scavenge, he possesses a treasure map. Who? Lin Yu exhaled a long breath, his clenched fist trembling slightly with excitement. He immediately focused his attention on the nearest white dot on the radar. The dot was located on the second floor of an apartment building across the street. Without hesitation, he gripped his machete, confirmed again that there were no zombies roaming the street, and quickly left the jewelry store, making his way towards the apartment building. The stairwell was filled with dust and a musty smell, and dried bloodstains were visible on the walls. Lin Yu held his breath, tiptoed, and climbed the stairs step by step. The white dot on the radar was in a room at the end of the second-floor corridor. The door was ajar. Lin Yu cautiously pushed it open a crack and peered inside. The room was messy, but there were no zombies. In the corner, next to a fallen wardrobe, lay a sturdy-looking metal baseball bat. The bat emitted a faint white glow, invisible to the naked eye but clearly visible on the radar. Found it! Lin Yu was delighted. This baseball bat, in terms of length, weight, and sturdiness, was far superior to his rusty machete. He quickly entered the room, picked up the bat, and weighed it in his hand. It was substantial, and swinging it made a powerful sound. With it, his chances of defeating a lone zombie would undoubtedly be much greater. Having changed his weapon, Lin Yu felt much safer. He didn't rush to find his next target but leaned against the wall, sensing the energy drain from activating the radar. Indeed, as the instructions stated, simply maintaining its activation consumed negligible amounts of mental energy, like a small program running in the background. But when he tried to concentrate and zoom in on the details of a particular area on the radar, he could clearly feel a wave of fatigue rising from the depths of his mind. With his current mental strength, he probably couldn't perform a detailed scan for an extended period. I must use it sparingly, Lin Yu told himself. He looked at the radar again, locking onto a green dot nearby, also located in the same building. Medical supplies were also the most urgently needed item at this stage. Chapter 5. The green light was located on the 4th floor. Lin Yu, baseball bat in hand, climbed upwards step by step. The higher he went, the stronger the stench of blood seemed to grow in the stairwell. At the top of the stairs on the 3rd floor, a rotting, blackened corpse lay sprawled. Judging by its clothing, it was likely a resident of the building. Lin Yu expressionlessly walked around it. The 4th floor corridor was cleaner than the lower floors. The green light originated from the 3rd room on the left side of the corridor. The door was tightly shut. Lin Yu didn't rashly try to turn the doorknob. No one knew whether behind the door lay treasure or a man-eating monster. He pressed his ear against the cold door, listening intently. There was no sound from inside, only deathly silence. He hesitated for a moment, then decided not to take the risk. He took 2 steps back, raised his foot, and with all his might, kicked the lock. Bang! The old wooden door made a loud crash, the lock shattered, and the door sprang open. Lin Yu immediately gripped his baseball bat, assumed a defensive stance, and warily watched the room from inside. The room remained deathly silent. After waiting a few seconds to confirm there was no danger, he cautiously entered. It was a very ordinary family home. A thick layer of dust covered the sofa in the living room. The green dot on his radar originated from a first aid kit in the corner of the living room. Lin Yu quickly walked over and opened the first aid kit. Inside, neatly arranged were bandages, gauze, rubbing alcohol, antibiotics, and several small bottles of painkillers. At the very bottom of the kit, he also found an unopened first aid kit. Name: Home First Aid Kit. Level: White. Description: contains basic medical supplies and can treat some minor injuries. Although it was only a white level kit, for Lin Yu at this moment, it was undoubtedly a lifesaver. In a post-apocalyptic world where injury is a constant threat, these medicines are like a second life. He unceremoniously hoisted the entire first aid kit onto his back. With weapons and medicine, the next crucial element was food and water. He retreated downstairs and activated the radar again. Within a vast circular area with a 5-kilometer radius centered on him, hundreds of white dots were densely packed. Too many. I can't possibly search them all, Lin Yu frowned. He had to prioritize, choosing the most efficient route. He carefully observed the distribution of the dots on the radar, and discovered that the density of white dots was highest in a large supermarket across the street. While crowded areas might be more dangerous, they also meant more concentrated supplies. Lin Yu decided to go there and check it out. Carrying the first aid kit and wielding a baseball bat, he returned to the empty street. This time, he felt much more confident. On his way to the supermarket, he consciously avoided areas where zombies might roam. Although the radar couldn't see the enemy, he could plan a relatively safe route by observing the environment, such as bloodstains on the ground and obstructions from abandoned vehicles. 10 minutes later, he successfully arrived at the entrance of the large supermarket called Hualien. The supermarket's glass doors were shattered, and the entrance was a mess. Shelves were overturned, and goods were scattered everywhere. Lin Yu took a deep breath and went inside. The supermarket interior was even more chaotic than he had imagined. The air was filled with a sour stench of rotting food, making him nauseous. He suppressed his discomfort and, following the radar's guidance, bypassed the looted shelves and headed straight for the supermarket's warehouse area. Sure enough, most of the supplies that hadn't yet been put on the shelves were piled up here. Crates of bottled water, sealed compressed biscuits, and a large quantity of canned food. Name: canned beef. Grade: white. Description: high in calories, tastes alright. A rare delicacy in the apocalypse. Name: purified water. Grade: white. Description: source of life, extremely thirst-quenching. Looking at the mountain of supplies before him, Lin Yu's breathing became rapid. He's struck it rich. He's really struck it rich. This food and water is enough to last him for a long time. However, a new problem arose. His backpack had limited capacity and couldn't hold all this stuff. He couldn't just carry a case of water around a city full of zombies. He needed to mark this location so he could replenish supplies later. Just as he activated the radar, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of an extremely faint, barely visible golden dot flashing by at the very edge of the radar screen. Chapter 6. Golden? Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, thinking he was seeing things. He immediately focused his mind, pouring all his consciousness into the survival radar system. Instantly, a fatigue several times stronger than before surged into his brain, and the radar's scanning patterns became even clearer. He stared intently at the direction where the golden dot had flashed, the northeast corner of the city, the very edge of the radar's detection range. There, an extremely tiny, yet dazzlingly brilliant, noble golden dot was silently suspended on the radar map. It was worlds apart from the white dots representing low value, and the green dots representing medical supplies. It was a color that seemed to pierce through all darkness, a symbol of supreme value. Lin Yu's breath caught in his throat. He had never heard of, nor seen in any information that besides white, green, blue, weapons, and purple attribute points skill books, there were also gold resource points. What did this mean? It meant its value might surpass that of a purple-level skill book. This was absolutely a unique, top-level treasure in this beginner dungeon. Calm down, you must calm down. Lin Yu desperately told himself. Great temptations are often accompanied by equally great dangers. That place was definitely not simple. But could he give it up? The answer was no. He was now penniless, abandoned by his powerful teammates, just a scavenger barely surviving in the apocalypse. To survive, to change his fate, to earn money for his mother's medical treatment, he had to seize every possible opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. Once the thought took hold, it was impossible to suppress. He glanced at the distance displayed on the radar. The golden dot was extremely far away, almost at the limit of his 5-kilometer detection range. Walking there would take at least an hour, crossing most of the city, a perilous journey. He had to set off immediately. He abandoned the readily available food and water. Compared to that golden opportunity, these white-grade supplies could be collected again at any time. He only took a few bottles of water and 2 compressed biscuits from the warehouse and stuffed them into his backpack as supplies for the journey. Then, he resolutely turned and left the supermarket. The sky outside seemed a little darker than before. Lin Yu determined his direction and began walking towards the location of the golden dot on the radar. This time, his actions were much more cautious. He no longer walked on wide streets, but chose to weave through narrow alleys and between buildings. Although these places had complex terrain, they also allowed him to better utilize the terrain to avoid potential dangers. His eyes were constantly alert to his surroundings, while his consciousness was largely focused on the radar, constantly confirming the location of the golden dot and adjusting his route. His mental energy was being depleted faster than he had anticipated. Focusing on the distant target for an extended period caused his brain to throb slightly, and his vision to blur. He had to stop, lean against a wall, drink some water, and rest briefly to alleviate his mental fatigue. Ha, ha. Just as he was catching his breath, a familiar roar came from the alleyway entrance. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately gripped his baseball bat tightly. A zombie. A lone zombie staggered in from the alleyway. Half of its face was rotting, revealing stark white bone, its empty eye sockets fixedly staring at Lin Yu, the only living being. It had spotted him. Lin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. This was the first time he had truly faced such a monster alone. There was no turning back. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fear. He thought of his ailing mother, and of that distant, dazzling golden light. He had to win. Roar! The zombie let out a low growl, taking stiff steps as it charged towards Lin Yu. It wasn't fast, but its terrifying, predatory appearance still exerted immense psychological pressure. Lin Yu didn't choose to confront it head-on. He glanced at the pile of debris beside him, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. He retreated, guiding the zombie towards a pile of discarded paint buckets. The zombie, utterly devoid of intelligence, blindly chased after it. Just as it was about to pounce, Lin Yu suddenly dodged to the side. Bang! The zombie tripped over the paint buckets and crashed heavily to the ground. Now! A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He gripped the baseball bat tightly with both hands and, with all his might, slammed it down on the back of the zombie's head. Thud! The dull thud echoed sharply in the quiet alley. Chapter 7. A successful strike. Lin Yu could even feel the skull cracking against the baseball bat. The zombie struggled twice, then lay still. A foul-smelling black liquid flowed from the back of its head. Dead? Lin Yu gasped for breath, his chest heaving. His hands were still trembling slightly, partly from tension, and partly from the force of his blows. He had succeeded. He had killed a zombie all by himself. Although the process was somewhat dangerous, and he had even used the terrain to his advantage, it was undoubtedly a huge breakthrough. It proved that as long as one is calm and brave enough, even an ordinary person like him has the means to survive in this world. After a short rest, Lin Yu continued towards the golden target. An hour later, when he had almost exhausted all his mental energy and his head was throbbing with pain, he finally arrived at his destination. The sight before him made him gasp. This was an abandoned branch of a large bank. The bank's doors, made of heavy alloy, were torn apart from the outside by a terrifying force. The massive metal doors twisted and deformed, stuck to the frame like crumpled paper. Inside the bank's lobby, several mangled corpses lay scattered about. They didn't look like ordinary zombies, but rather some kind of mutant, or the bodies of other scavengers. And the golden dot on the radar was clearly located at the deepest part of the bank building, in the underground vault. It's definitely not that simple, Lin Yu's heart sank. Such an obvious location must have been visited countless times already. But the golden dot was still there, meaning either no one had discovered it, or someone had found it but couldn't take it. He preferred the latter. He didn't enter through the main entrance, it was too dangerous. He circled the bank building, trying to find another entrance. Finally, on the side of the bank, beneath a wall collapsed by the explosion, he found a ventilation duct leading to the basement. The duct opening was narrow, but with his slightly thin frame, he could barely squeeze in. Without hesitation, he unloaded his first aid kit and backpack, hiding them in the nearby rubble, and, carrying only a baseball bat and a small knife, crawled into the dark duct. The duct reeked of rust and dust, and the cramped space felt oppressive. He could only rely on the radar for guidance, crawling laboriously through the darkness. After what seemed like an eternity, a sliver of light finally appeared ahead. He reached the end of the duct, an exit sealed off by a metal fence. Through the fence, he could see the scene below. This appeared to be the outer security area of the vault. A few emergency lights were still flashing, providing dim illumination. In the center of the area, the large circular door, forged from several meters thick alloy, leading to the final vault, was now ajar. The door was covered in jagged claw marks and terrifying corrosion. Clearly, some powerful entity had forcibly breached it. Lin Yu's heart began to race. He pried open the gate and nimbly jumped down, making no sound. He walked step by step towards the ajar circular door. The closer he got, the more brilliant the golden light on his radar became. He finally entered the vault. The vault was empty. All the safes had been opened, and their contents had been looted. But in the very center of the vault, on a pedestal made of a special alloy, where the most important items should have been stored, littered something quietly. It was a palm-sized, jet-black, antique-style cloth bag. Completely unremarkable. But this very bag was radiating a dazzling golden light on the radar, a light that made Lin Yu's soul tremble. He stepped forward and picked up the bag. It felt warm and smooth to the touch. He couldn't tell what material it was made of. Name: Spatial Backpack Small. Rank: Gold. Description: woven from dimensional silk, containing a small space, approximately 1 cubic meter. Can be used after mental imprinting. A spatial backpack. Lin Yu's eyes widened instantly, his breathing becoming rapid. It was the legendary spatial equipment. In the outside world, this was a strategic resource that only top-tier teams and large corporations could possess. Any one of these items would be enough to cause a frenzy of competition. And now, a golden spatial backpack lay quietly in his hands. He was rich. No, this was beyond just being rich. It was an earth-shattering encounter that could change his entire life. Beside the backpack was a small metal box. Lin Yu suppressed his elation and opened the box. Inside the box were 3 syringes containing different colored liquids: red, green, and blue. Name: Basic Strength Enhancement Potion X1. Level: Blue. Description: Permanently increases strength attribute by 1 point. Name: Basic Agility Enhancement Potion X1. Level: Blue. Description: Permanently increases agility attribute by 1 point. Name: Basic Stamina Enhancement Potion X1. Level: Blue. Description: Permanently increases stamina attribute by 1 point. It's a potion that permanently increases 3-dimensional attributes. Lin Yu's mind went blank. This gamble had paid off. Without hesitation, he picked up the blue stamina-enhancing potion, aimed it at his arm, and injected it directly. A gentle warmth instantly spread from his arm throughout his body. He could clearly feel his body, weakened by long-term fatigue and malnutrition, being nourished and repaired by a mysterious energy. The fatigue vanished, replaced by unprecedented vitality. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Stamina, 10. Health status, healthy. Stamina. His sub-health condition had been cured. Furthermore, his stamina attribute, after returning to the normal standard of 10 points, had increased by an additional point. Overjoyed, he injected the other 2 potions as well. Strength, 11. Agility, 11. Feeling the power surging within him, more than a level stronger than before, Lin Yu was so excited he almost wanted to roar to the heavens. Although he was still unemployed and without superpowers, his physical abilities alone were already comparable to those of the most basic awakened superpowers. After the initial euphoria came extreme caution. Lin Yu knew the saying, possessing a treasure invites trouble. He immediately opened his live stream interface and, without hesitation, chose to close the stream. From this moment on, all his actions would be kept secret. However, just as he closed the stream and sealed the golden spatial backpack with his blood, a line of scarlet warning suddenly exploded on the screen before his eyes. Chapter 8. Warning: You have picked up the most valuable item in this Doomsday Fragment world. Space Backpack. Negative status triggered. Curse of the Treasure. Effect: Your location coordinates will be forcibly broadcast to all participants in this Doomsday Fragment world every hour. First coordinate broadcast countdown. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The scarlet text, like a brand, was deeply etched onto Lin Yu's retina. The surging elation was instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water. Coordinates, broadcast? To all participants? Lin Yu's mind went blank. He subconsciously glanced at the upper right corner of the screen. Current number of survivors in the instance, 987. This meant that in 1 hour, the remaining 987 participants would receive his precise location coordinates. Like a navigation system, he would become everyone's prey. Damn it! Lin Yu's face instantly turned incredibly ugly. He finally understood why the golden item had remained there. It wasn't that no one had noticed, rather, taking it was like installing an unstoppable GPS tracker, making him a sitting duck for the entire instance world. This was the curse of the treasure. Anyone who could enter this vault and take the spatial backpack would inevitably be entangled in this curse. Next, he would face endless pursuit. Unless he could hold out until the extraction point appeared and successfully escape. Lin Yu's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He glanced at the countdown timer. Nearly 10 hours remained until the evacuation point appeared. His location would be exposed for the first time in an hour. He had to leave immediately. This bank vault had transformed from a treasure trove into a death trap. Once the coordinates were broadcast, this place would inevitably become the eye of the storm. Lin Yu dared not delay. He immediately stored the 3 empty syringes and the metal box into his spatial backpack, leaving no trace. This small 1 cubic meter space was extremely convenient to use. A single thought was enough to store or retrieve items. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. Crisis was also an opportunity. The exposure of his coordinates meant he would become a target. But conversely, he also possessed an advantage no one else could match: his spatial backpack. He could use the convenience of his spatial backpack to frantically plunder supplies for the next hour. Food, water, medicine, tools. Anything of value visible on the radar could be taken. By the time the others arrived, panting, based on the coordinates, he had already used the hour-long gap to loot the surrounding resources and make his escape. All they would get was an empty bank and the prospect of the next coordinate broadcast. Thinking this, Lin Yu's eyes hardened again. Want to catch me? Let's see if you have the ability. Without further hesitation, he turned and quickly left the vault, retracing his steps and climbing out through the ventilation duct. He retrieved his first aid kit and backpack from the ruins, stuffing everything inside, including the baseball bat, into his spatial backpack. Instantly, he felt incredibly light, carrying no weight except for the clothes he was wearing. This was the immense advantage of the spatial backpack. He could travel light, move at top speed, and still carry a massive amount of supplies. He activated his radar, looking at the dense clusters of white and green dots on the map, a cold smile playing on his lips. Well, before the first game of hide-and-seek begins, let's collect some interest. He locked his gaze on a large hospital near the bank. That was the area with the highest concentration of green dots. Time was running out. Less than 50 minutes remained until the first coordinate broadcast. Lin Yu pushed his speed to the limit. With his base agility increased to 11 points, his running speed and reaction time had significantly improved, making navigating the ruins effortless. Soon, he arrived at the abandoned municipal hospital. At the hospital entrance, several ambulances lay overturned, and the building reeked of a strange stench, a mixture of disinfectant and blood. This was a rich source of green resources, but it was also likely one of the most densely populated areas of zombies. Lin Yu showed no fear. His attributes had greatly increased, and with his spatial backpack as a backup, he was at his most daring. He charged straight into the emergency room on the first floor. Radar activated. His mental energy was rapidly depleting, but Lin Yu couldn't care less. On his radar map, the entire hospital building lit up, countless green dots, like fireflies in the night, scattered across each floor. First floor, the pharmacy. Lin Yu's target was crystal clear. He kicked open the tightly locked pharmacy door, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the rows of shelves inside. Painkillers, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, adrenaline, morphine. Name: military-grade high-potency painkiller. Level: green. Description: quickly relieves severe pain, allowing you to maintain your fighting ability even when seriously injured. Name: broad-spectrum antibiotic, special edition. Level: green. Description: effective against most bacterial infections, and even has some inhibitory effect on certain low-level viruses. These were all valuable commodities. Whether used in the dungeon or sold to others, they were a huge fortune. Lin Yu didn't hold back. With both hands moving simultaneously, like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, he emptied all the medicines marked with green dots from the shelves, storing them all in his spatial inventory. In just 2 minutes, he had looted the entire pharmacy. Next, second floor, operating room and lab. Lin Yu rushed to the second floor without stopping. In the operating room, he found many more specialized medical instruments and medicines. Scalpels, sutures, high-concentration anesthetics. He might not use these himself, but if he took them out, powerful organizations and professional medical personnel would definitely buy them at high prices. Search! 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 He was like a highly efficient porter. Wherever he went, all the medical supplies that showed as valuable on the radar disappeared. His 1 cubic meter space backpack was quickly filled to nearly half. Just as he was happily looting, an unusual change on the radar map alerted him. Below him, in the hospital's first floor lobby area, a previously stationary white dot suddenly disappeared. Lin Yu's movements abruptly stopped. The white dot represented basic supplies. It couldn't have vanished into thin air. The only explanation is that someone else came in and took the item. Although his radar couldn't directly detect living things, he could indirectly deduce the location and movements of others by observing changes in resource points. Chapter 9. This is the overwhelming advantage brought by information asymmetry. Is someone coming? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. He wasn't panicked. Instead, he became even calmer. He immediately stopped looting, silently retreating to a secluded room, completely concealing his presence. He wanted to see who had gotten here so quickly. He hid behind the curtains, secretly observing the activity downstairs through the crack in the window. Soon, 3 figures cautiously entered through the hospital's main entrance. They carried makeshift weapons, warily surveying their surroundings while rummaging through the ransacked emergency room lobby, seemingly hoping to find something. They were other scavengers. Lin Yu watched them, feeling nothing. He had no intention of attacking. It was better to avoid trouble. He only needed to wait for them to leave, or avoid them. He glanced at the radar again. The 3 scavengers were searching the first floor, while on the second floor where he was, several valuable green resource points remained untouched. Once they finished searching the first floor and came up, they would definitely find the ransacked pharmacy. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly, a plan quietly formed in his mind. He stopped hiding and deliberately made slight noises upstairs, such as knocking over a metal tray. There's movement upstairs. The scavengers downstairs were indeed alerted. The 3 immediately huddled together warily, looking up at the ceiling. Could it be zombies? Let's go check it out. Fortune favors the bold. After a brief discussion, the three ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the high-value supplies and, mustering their courage, crept up the stairs. As they went upstairs, Lin Yu silently slipped down the other side of the stairs to the first floor. A perfect timing. He even managed to sneak past them and collect the last unnoticed green dot on the first floor, a first aid kit hidden in the nurse's station drawer, into his spatial backpack. By the time the three scavengers rushed up to the second floor and saw the ransacked apartments, letting out a frustrated curse, Lin Yu had already left the hospital and disappeared into the city shadow. Toying with them. This feeling is really good. Lin Yu had tasted success. He found that this radar, unable to detect enemies, was sometimes more interesting and tested his wisdom and judgment than a radar that could directly see the enemy. He glanced at the countdown timer. First coordinate broadcast countdown, 19 minutes and 47 seconds, less than 20 minutes left. He had to seize the last moments to prepare more trump cards for himself. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yu didn't stop. He moved like a ghost through the abandoned city. Guided by radar, he always found the most efficient and safest routes. His next target was an outdoor equipment store. In the post-apocalyptic survival, besides medicine and food, practical tools are equally crucial. Name: multifunctional entrenching shovel. Grade: white. Description: can be used for digging, chopping, and sawing. Very practical. Can also be used as a weapon in emergencies. Name: high-strength climbing rope. Grade: white. Description: very sturdy. A great aid for vertical movement. Name: fire starter, water filter, compass. Lin Yu collected all the tools that caught his eye. His spatial backpack was filling up at a visible rate. The satisfaction from this frantic hoarding of supplies was almost addictive. Just as he finished looting the outdoor gear store and was about to leave, he encountered his first unavoidable battle. Not one, but two zombies, blocking the alley's exit. After injecting himself with the three-dimensional enhancement potion, Lin Yu's confidence soared. He didn't choose to run away, but instead took the initiative to meet them. He instantly pulled out the heavy metal baseball bat from his spatial backpack. The zombie on the left roared and lunged first, bringing a foul stench. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, his body slightly lowered, and using the advantage of his agility, he slid to the right, deftly dodging the zombie's attack. At the same time, the baseball bat in his hand drew a sharp arc, and using the power of his waist twist, he struck the zombie hard on the knee. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The zombie's knee was broken, causing it to lose its balance and fall forward to the ground. Lin Yu gave it no chance, stepping forward, gripping the bat with both hands, and with all his might, delivered a powerful home run, striking the zombie precisely on the back of the head. Bang! A mixture of red, white, and black splattered everywhere. Kill infected X1 instant kill. The other zombie had only just reached him. Lin Yu used the same tactic, dodging the attack again with a sidestep, his baseball bat whistling through the air as he swept it horizontally, striking the zombie heavily on the temple. Bang! Another fatal blow. Kill infected X1. The entire battle was fluid and seamless, lasting no more than 10 seconds. Lin Yu stood beside the two corpses, slightly panting, feeling the power surging within him. So, I'm this strong now? He was somewhat surprised himself. His strength and agility, combined with his calm mind and combat instincts, allowed him to easily crush two ordinary zombies. This strength gave him even greater confidence to face the impending siege from all the players. He glanced at the countdown timer. First coordinate broadcast countdown, 1 minute and 15 seconds, only a little over a minute left. He had to find a favorable position immediately to prepare for the first wave of attack. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on a 6-story residential building not far away. The rooftop of the building offered a wide view, was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and had only one staircase leading up. It was an excellent ambush and observation point. Without hesitation, he rushed into the building and quickly ran to the rooftop. Standing on the edge of the roof, the cold wind instantly calmed his feverish mind. He looked down at the desolate city below, like a hunter waiting for its prey. 10, 9, 8. Lin Yu silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 10. All-channel broadcast. Highest value item holders coordinates. 1733.481.892. The cold system notification sound, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirred up a monstrous wave in the deathly silent zombie city of E137. At this moment, over 900 newbies scattered throughout the city, struggling to survive, whether scavenging canned goods in convenience stores or hiding from zombies in residences, all stopped what they were doing. On their retinal screens, the line of scarlet coordinates, like a lighthouse in the night, was incredibly clear and filled with a deadly allure. The most valuable item? A golden legendary item? Holy crap! Less than 2 hours into the game, someone's already got something like this? The coordinates are even out. The system's encouraging us to go and steal it. Don't be naive. Whoever got this must be a superhuman with awakened powerful abilities or a special skill. For ordinary people like us, going there is just suicide. What's there to be afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. The Realm Hub gave us 3 chances. What's one death? What if we manage to get it? After a brief moment of shock, greed overwhelmed reason. Countless eyes instantly turned bloodshot. They simultaneously opened the system's built-in simplified map and began locating the coordinates that were making their hearts race. In an instant, countless shadows began to surge through the city. The scavengers who had been cautiously trying to survive were now like sharks smelling blood, frantically converging from all directions towards the same building, the 6-story apartment building where Lin Yu was. At this moment, Lin Yu, at the center of the storm, was quietly lying on the edge of the 6th-floor rooftop, wearing a black baseball cap and a gray mask covering her face, revealing only a pair of cold and sharp eyes. He was like a patient cheetah, surveying the street below, which was gradually becoming more lively. A cold wind blew, ruffling the hem of his coat. He felt no panic, only the calm of a chess player after making a move. From the moment he picked up his spatial backpack, this game of hide-and-seek affecting everyone had begun. And he was the sole ghost. Time ticked by, and about 15 minutes later, the first group of hunters arrived. There were 2 teams of 3, appearing almost simultaneously from opposite ends of the street. Their movements and equipment were clearly different from those of the aimless scavengers. The team on the left wore matching dark combat uniforms, which, although somewhat new, were obviously specially prepared. The leader was a tall man, carrying a fire axe, his step steady, his eyes wary. The other 2, one wielding a crowbar, and the other carrying a bow and arrow, moved with practiced ease, clearly well-equipped students from a wealthy family at some school who had prepared in advance. This equipment was only recognized by the Realm Nexus and could be brought into the dungeon. Such equipment usually required a high amount of credits. The team on the right looked even more formidable. Leading them was a short-haired girl whose speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. She leaped between abandoned cars, landing silently, clearly a speed awakener. Behind her were 2 boys, not as extraordinarily fast as her, but still comparable to Lin Yu's enhanced 11 agility. The 2 teams met downstairs, facing each other, their eyes filled with wariness and hostility. Pretty quick. The man with the fire axe sneered, weighing the axe in his hand. Likewise. The short-haired girl replied succinctly, her gaze quickly sweeping across the entire apartment building before finally settling on the rooftop. The item is up there, and the person should be there too. We go in first, you can do as you please. With that, she was about to lead her group into the stairwell. Wait! The man with the fire axe stopped her. Friend, that guy upstairs dared to take the gold item. He's definitely not a pushover. If our 2 teams fight to the death here, he only benefit in the end. How about we team up and take him down first, then we can decide how to divide the loot, how about that? The short-haired girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay. You guys guard the back door, we attack from the front. To prevent him from escaping. Their conversation wasn't loud, but in the deathly silence, it was clearly audible to Lin Yu on the rooftop. Lin Yu's eyes remained unmoved. He knew that a direct confrontation would be certain death. Even if there were only 1 team, let alone 2, with his current strength, he had no chance of winning in a head-on clash. His pistol was his trump card, but ammunition was limited. If he were surrounded, he would surely die. His gaze swept past the 6 people below and landed on the street further away. There, a few wandering zombies were slowly gathering, drawn by the presence of living people. But their numbers were too small to pose any threat to the 2 elite teams below. He needed to create greater chaos. A daring plan instantly formed in Lin Yu's mind. He silently retreated from the edge of the rooftop and hid behind a water tank. With a thought, a can of beef he scavenged from a supermarket warehouse appeared in his hand. High in calories and substantial in weight, it was an excellent projectile. He calculated the wind direction and force, his gaze locking onto a red sedan overturned at the end of the street diagonally opposite. It was about 70 or 80 meters away, enough to cause a commotion without immediately arousing suspicion. He took a deep breath, his 11 points of strength attribute instantly tensed all his muscles. He twisted his waist sharply, swung his arm, channeling all his strength into his fingertips. Whoosh! The can of beef traced a perfect parabola through the air, whistling through the wind, and hurtled precisely towards its target. The two teams downstairs were preparing to split up, when they suddenly heard a sharp whooshing sound. They instinctively looked up, assuming an attack had been launched from upstairs. However, the sound had already passed overhead and flown into the distance. Clang! Crash! A loud metallic clang and shattering glass echoed through the silent city. The window of the red sedan was smashed to pieces. What's going on? The firefighter with the axe looked bewildered. A feint? The short-haired girl frowned. She instinctively sensed something was wrong. However, before they could figure it out, something unexpected happened. Heh. Heh heh. Roar! The enormous sound was like a signal transmitter. Roars echoed from all directions through the streets and alleys. The zombies, which had been wandering aimlessly, were drawn in and turned, their murky eyes fixed on the source of the sound, surging wildly. 1, 2, 10, 20. In just over 10 seconds, a small horde of dozens of zombies converged from all directions, a dark mass that completely blocked the street, charging straight towards the 6 bewildered players downstairs. Damn! It's a zombie horde. That guy upstairs is a madman. The fire axe-wielding man and the short-haired girl's expressions changed drastically. They finally understood Lin Yu's intentions. Chapter 11. Don't panic. Prepare for battle. They're just a few dozen ordinary zombies. The man with the fire axe roared, trying to bolster his and his teammates' courage. Although he was shocked by Lin Yu's methods, as the captain of an elite squad, his mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary scavengers. He slammed his fire axe into the ground, sending sparks flying, his eyes fiercely fixed on the surging horde of zombies. Archers, get on the roof. Prioritize shooting the fastest ones. Crowbar, you and I hold the front line. Don't let them break through. On the other side, the short-haired girl reacted even faster. Instead of taking the hit head-on, she shouted to her 2 speed-oriented teammates behind her, "We have the speed advantage. Don't linger. Fight and retreat, use the cars as cover, and circle around them." The two teams instantly displayed drastically different fighting styles. The gear-obsessed squad chose a direct confrontation. The man with the fire axe possessed astonishing strength. Each axe blow cleaved a zombie's head like a watermelon, black blood splattering everywhere. His teammates beside him struck the zombie's knees with crowbars, their movements perfectly coordinated. An archer atop an abandoned bus calmly drew his bow, each arrow precisely piercing a zombie's eye socket. The Speed Awakener team, on the other hand, moved like 3 ghostly shadows. They darted swiftly through the wrecked vehicles, their short knives and daggers always finding the most cunning angles to slice through the zombies' necks or temples. They never engaged in close combat with the zombies, striking and retreating without ever being greedy. From the rooftop, Lin Yu observed everything. He silently assessed the strength of both teams. The gear-equipped squad excelled in strength and defense, while the speed squad excelled in mobility and skill. Neither of them was a match for him. Fortunately, he had never intended to engage them in a direct confrontation from the start. Seeing the battle below had reached a fever pitch, both teams were tightly bound by dozens of zombies, and had no time to spare. Lin Yu knew his best chance to escape had arrived. Without hesitation, he turned and retrieved the high-strength climbing rope he had found at the outdoor gear store from his spatial backpack. He secured one end of the rope firmly to a large concrete ventilation duct on the roof, giving it a firm tug to ensure it was secure. Then, he went to the back of the building, the side furthest from the street battlefield, and threw the other end of the rope down. Below was a deep, silent alley, a stark contrast to the deafening shouts of battle on the other side. Lin Yu took a deep breath, gripped the climbing rope with both hands, and gently pushed off the wall with his feet. Like a nimble Spider-Man, he silently slid down the wall. His strength and agility, averaging 11 points, brought his core strength and body coordination to a whole new level. The descent was incredibly smooth, almost without a sound. A dozen seconds later, his feet landed firmly on the alleyway floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he took out an entrenching tool from his backpack and, using its sharp side blade, swiftly cut the climbing rope. He glanced up. The severed rope was still hanging from the rooftop, but he didn't care anymore. By the time they noticed, he was already several kilometers away. Having done all this, Lin Yu showed no hesitation, disappearing swiftly into the city's labyrinthine alleyways like a drop of water merging into the ocean. About 5 minutes later, the battle downstairs finally drew to a close. The ground was littered with zombie corpses. Although both teams were wounded and panting, they had finally annihilated the entire horde of zombies. The fire axe-wielding man stomped on the head of a zombie that wasn't quite dead yet, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and cursed that upstairs. He must have run away while we were fighting the zombies. The short-haired girl's face was equally grim. She glanced at the scratches on her teammate's arm. Although they weren't broken, they were enough to make her heart ache. She coldly said, "Go up and check." The six dared not be careless any longer, cautiously rushing into the residential building and making their way to the 6th-floor rooftop. However, the rooftop was empty. Only the howling cold wind greeted them. "Where is he?" "Search. Search thoroughly." Soon, the team member carrying the bow and arrow found the severed climbing rope at the back of the building. "Captain, it's here." "He ran this way." The fire axe-wielding man rushed over, his face turning ashen with rage. He slammed his fist against the nearby railing with a loud thud. "Damn it! How dare he play us?" The short-haired girl looked at the broken rope, a hint of seriousness flashing in her eyes. Unlike the fire axe-wielding man, she didn't erupt in fury, but instead fell into deep thought. This guy wielding the golden item was not only of unknown strength, but also meticulous and ruthless. He didn't play by the rules, using every possible factor to manipulate them, his pursuers, at will. This was definitely an extremely formidable opponent. "I remember this grudge," the short-haired girl said coldly, then turned and led her team downstairs. "Let's go! Wasting time here is pointless. Let's wait for the next coordinate broadcast." The fire axe squad could only give up dejectedly. They had worked for half a day, killed dozens of zombies, and hadn't even seen a trace of the enemy. They had wasted a lot of energy and resources. A complete disgrace. Chapter 12. After escaping the danger zone, Lin Yu didn't relax for a moment. He ran 2 or 3 kilometers in one go, until the noise behind him was completely gone, before stopping at the entrance of an abandoned underground parking lot. Leaning against the cold wall, he gasped for breath. He won the first encounter. A clean and decisive victory. But he knew very well that this was just the beginning. The curse of the treasure, like a Damocles sword hanging over his head, would arrive precisely in 50 minutes. Then, new hunters would follow the coordinates to his doorstep. Moreover, as time went on, the enemies arriving would only increase in number and become stronger. Passively running away was ultimately not a long-term solution. His physical strength would run out, his spirit would tire, and one day, he would be cornered, with no way to escape. "I can't keep running forever," Lin Yu muttered to himself, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. "I must turn the tables. Since they see me as prey, I see them as my prey." A crazy and audacious idea gradually took shape in his mind. What was his greatest advantage? Not his enhanced physical abilities, not his spatial backpack, but the information gap provided by his survival radar system. He could use this information gap to meticulously design trap after trap for his pursuers. He was no longer just a simple fugitive. He wanted to become a strategist, a hunter lurking in the shadows. The next location broadcast would no longer be his hiding place, but the graveyard he had chosen for his enemies. With his strategy clear, Lin Yu's spirits lifted. He activated his survival radar and began carefully examining all resource points within a 5-kilometer radius of him. He needed to find a suitable location, one that was both incredibly alluring and fraught with danger. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a building in the northwest corner of the map, flashing with several blue dots. Blue dots represent weapons. In this beginner-level dungeon dominated by melee weapons, a gun, even just a pistol, could dramatically boost the combat capabilities of any scavenger. It was an irresistible temptation. And the building sign read, "Police Station." "This is it," Lin Yu smirked. A police station, the armory must contain guns. But equally, such a place was bound to be a zombie hotspot. When the apocalypse broke out, a fierce battle must have taken place here. The zombies inside were likely not the slow-moving, ordinary kind found outside. The most dangerous place is also the most perfect trap. Lin Yu didn't hesitate any longer. After confirming the direction, he immediately set off. He had to get there before the next coordinate broadcast to complete all the arrangements. The journey to the police station was not smooth. He needed to cross most of the city. Along the way, he tried to choose side streets and the interiors of buildings to avoid the increasing number of zombies on the streets. His three-dimensional attributes, enhanced to 11 points, gave him stamina and speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. His movements were as swift as the wind. More than half an hour later, a huge building filled with a solemn and dilapidated aura came into his view. The white walls were stained with black dirt and dried blood. On the steps of the main entrance, several police cars lay rammed together, their bodies riddled with bullet holes and claw marks. The main building's glass curtain wall was mostly shattered, revealing rows of dark, gaping windows, like a silent behemoth staring down at the dead city. This was his destination. The municipal police station. Lin Yu didn't rush in. He walked around the police station, carefully observing the surroundings. He found that the police station's defenses were excellent. All the windows on the ground floor were welded with thick iron bars, and several side doors were sealed from the inside. The only place that seemed accessible was the damaged, half-open main entrance. Easy to defend, difficult to attack, and equally easy to enter, but difficult to exit. This terrain was practically tailor-made for his plan. He glanced at the radar again. The blue dot of the armory was located on the basement level of the main building, and the staircase leading to the basement was deep within the lobby on the ground floor. However, in the lobby on the first floor, the faint energy responses representing biosignals were much more concentrated than outside. I need to clear a path first. Lin Yu hid in a secluded corner, took out a bottle of water and a compressed biscuit from his spatial backpack, and quickly replenished his strength. He adjusted himself to peak condition, then swapped his baseball bat for a multifunctional entrenching tool, more suitable for wielding in confined spaces. Everything was ready. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening like knives. He crouched low, like a raccoon, silently slipping through the crack in the main entrance into this slumbering labyrinth of death. Chapter 13. The police station lobby was deathly silent, filled with a heavy, strange stench of blood and dust. Light streamed through the shattered glass walls, casting dappled shadows on the floor, making the spacious lobby appear even more eerie and sinister. The information desk and waiting chairs were overturned, and documents, shell casings, and tattered clothing were scattered on the floor, silently testifying to the fierce battle that had once taken place here. Lin Yu moved as lightly as a cat, inching his way inward, close to the shadows of the walls. He warily scanned every corner. Ha! A suppressed growl came from behind the information desk. Lin Yu stopped abruptly, gripping his entrenching tool tightly, his body tense as a bowstring. A zombie dressed in tattered police uniform slowly rose from behind the information desk. Unlike the ordinary zombies outside, this zombie policeman was noticeably taller and stronger. Although its movements were equally stiff, it wore a stab-proof vest on its upper body, and the contours of its muscles were still clearly visible beneath its grayish skin. Its strength and defense far surpassed that of ordinary infected. The zombie policeman's empty eye sockets turned towards Lin Yu. It seemed to smell the scent of living beings, letting out a threatening growl, and charged forward with heavy steps. Good timing. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He knew that in this place, making a loud noise would attract more monsters. He had to finish the fight quickly. He didn't choose to confront this powerful zombie head-on, but instead suddenly ducked, taking advantage of its difficulty in turning, and instantly flashed to its side. A cold glint flashed in his hand as the entrenching tool flashed, not aimed at the torso protected by the stab-proof vest, but instead, its sharp side blade cleaved fiercely towards the zombie policeman's knee joint. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The zombie policeman's knee was instantly crippled, his massive body losing its balance and crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Yu pressed his advantage, not waiting for it to rise again. He lunged forward, gripped the handle with both hands, and with all his might, plunged the tip of the entrenching tool, like a short spear, deep into the zombie policeman's nape. Black blood gushed out as the tip sank in. The zombie policeman struggled twice, then lay still. Having dealt with one, Lin Yu didn't even have time to catch his breath before two more zombie policemen, alerted from the offices on either side, roared and charged out. Trouble. Lin Yu cursed under his breath, immediately retreating to create distance. He glanced at the massive, weight-bearing pillar beside him, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. He began to circle the pillar, luring the two zombie policemen into pursuit. Zombies, with their low intelligence, only knew how to walk in straight lines, and soon the two zombies were separated by the pillar, one to the left and one to the right. Now! Seizing the moment when one of the zombies' views was blocked by the pillar, Lin Yu burst forth, rushing towards the other zombie in 3 strides. Using the same method, he crippled its knee with a shovel, then finished it off with another. The entire process was fluid and lightning fast. When the last zombie circled the pillar, its companion was already a corpse. And what awaited it was Lin Yu's powerful and fatal blow. Huff, huff. Even with Lin Yu's current physique, taking down 3 enhanced zombies in quick succession left him feeling exhausted. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, his mask soaked with sweat. But he didn't rest, because the radar showed the stairwell leading to the basement was almost there. He forced himself to stay alert and carefully descended the dusty stairs. The basement was a dimly lit corridor, the air even more stale. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy iron door, the words Armory painted in large red letters. The door was locked, but with an old-fashioned cross lock. This wasn't a problem for Lin Yu. He took out a crowbar from his spatial backpack, inserted the tip into the lock, then gripped the other end and pulled hard. Bang! With a piercing metallic clang, the lock was broken. Lin Yu pushed open the heavy iron door, and a strong smell of gun oil hit him. Then, his eyes were instantly filled with a flashing blue light. Rows of gun racks were neatly arranged with pistols, shotguns, and even a few submachine guns. Crates against the wall were filled with gleaming yellow bullets. Name, Type 92 pistol. Tier, blue. Description, a reliable standard-issue weapon, a trustworthy partner. Name, Remington M870 shotgun. Tier, blue. Description, the king of close-range combat. One shot can blast zombies to smithereens. He struck gold. Lin Yu's heart pounded. He quickly stepped forward, picked up a Type 92 pistol, and the cold metallic feel and heavy weight gave him an unprecedented sense of security and familiarity. In school combat training, he was a skilled marksman, but this was his first time using live targets. He skillfully emptied his spatial backpack, using most of the space for weapons and ammunition, leaving only a portion for food. Then, he chose a pistol as his primary weapon, grabbed 4 spare magazines, and found a perfectly intact police stab-proof vest to wear underneath. While the vest wouldn't stop rifle bullets, it offered excellent protection against pistols, knives, and even the claws and teeth of zombies. Chapter 14. Holding a gun and wearing a stab-proof vest, Lin Yu felt the whole world had changed. It was a sense of security, of having his destiny in his own hands. He suppressed his excitement and began executing the second step of his plan, setting a trap. He looked at the weapons scattered throughout the room, a cunning glint in his eyes. He didn't put all the weapons into his spatial backpack. Greed is the original sin. If the people who came later found the place ransacked, they would at most curse a few times before leaving immediately to pursue his next location. Such a trap would be meaningless. What he wanted to do was leave them with hope, bait enough to make them fight each other, causing rivers of blood. He took 3 more pistols and a shotgun from the gun rack, along with a dozen or so magazines, deliberately scattering them in the most conspicuous place in the armory. He even opened several ammunition boxes, exposing the gleaming yellow bullets to the air, radiating a deadly allure. Having finished, he glanced at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This scene was enough to drive any team that discovered this place into a frenzy. And these limited number of guns were simply not enough for them to share. At that point, without him even lifting a finger, a bloody infighting would be inevitable. Then, Lin Yu quietly left the armory and returned to the lobby on the first floor. He didn't leave through the main entrance, but instead began his construction. He dragged all the heavy iron-weighting chairs and filing cabinets from the lobby over, completely blocking the police station's side and back doors. He left only the damaged main entrance open. Moreover, he kindly cleared away the obstructions at the entrance, turning it into a narrow passage that looked safe, but could only accommodate 1 or 2 people at a time. He had just set up a fortified stronghold, easy to enter, but difficult to leave. He glanced at the countdown on the screen. Second coordinate broadcast countdown, 4 minutes and 32 seconds. All channel broadcast. Coordinates of the holder of the highest value item, 1698.521.993. The new coordinates pointed precisely to the municipal police station he had meticulously arranged. The timing was perfect. Lin Yu didn't linger. Through a second-floor ventilation window without iron railings, which he had scouted beforehand, he quietly slipped away using a climbing rope, disappearing back into the city shadows. He didn't go far, but found an excellent observation point on a high-rise building about 300 meters from the police station. In an instant, the entire instance erupted in excitement again. Police station. Coordinates at the police station. There must be guns there. We're rich. Quick! Everyone, full speed ahead. This time, the players reacted even faster and more frantically than before. The allure of firearms was far more tangible than any vague golden item. Soon, the first gunshot abruptly shattered the silence. Bang! Then came the second, the third. Gunshots, curses, screams, and the endless howls of zombies drawn by the gunfire mingled together, weaving a bloody symphony above the police station. Lin Yu lay silently atop the high-rise, like a detached god, surveying his chessboard. He activated his radar, locking the scan center on the police station's armory. He could see the blue dots representing firearms being rapidly picked up and then disappearing. The disappearance of a blue dot often signifies the end of a brief but intense conflict. One team has temporarily won. But soon, a new team storms the armory, and a new conflict erupts. The dot that just disappeared might reappear in another location, a player is killed, their gun drops, then be picked up again, and disappear again. The police station has become a complete meat grinder. Players are killing each other for limited weapons, and the enormous noise of their battles attracts hundreds, even thousands, of zombies, completely surrounding the police station. Those who manage to grab a gun haven't even had time to celebrate before facing an endless horde of zombies. And those who didn't get a gun have to face both zombies and sniper fire from other players. Lin Yu can even imagine the carnage inside. He silently watches the number representing the number of survivors in the upper right corner of the screen, which begins to drop rapidly at an alarming rate. 912, 875, 831, 799. In just half an hour, over 100 players had fallen in the graveyard he had personally created. Lin Yu's face was expressionless, but a chilling coldness permeated his heart. He hadn't fired a single shot, hadn't drawn a single knife, yet he had reaped more lives than the most ruthless executioner. For the first time, he truly felt that in this apocalyptic world, information was the most deadly and terrifying weapon. And he possessed that weapon. Chapter 15. The gunfire and screams from the direction of the police station continued for nearly an hour before gradually subsiding. Lin Yu knew that this bloody feast, orchestrated by him, had come to an end. Those who survived were either ruthless individuals, who managed to seize weapons and ammunition and break through the encirclement, or clever enough to slip away at the first sign of trouble. Regardless, after this brutal reshuffling, the number of players in the entire instance had drastically decreased, and those who survived would undoubtedly be much stronger and more vigilant. The game ahead would be even more difficult. Lin Yu felt no complacency. Taking advantage of the moment, when everyone's attention was drawn to the police station, he quickly left the high-rise building where he was hiding and headed towards his next destination. The third coordinate broadcast arrived as scheduled. This time, the coordinates refreshed near a large shopping mall. Lin Yu had already arrived before the coordinates refreshed and found a hiding place. He would repeat his previous tactic, preparing to escape in the same way once the pursuers arrived. However, this time, an unexpected event occurred. Just as he was hiding in a brand-name clothing store on the third floor of the shopping mall, observing the surrounding activity through radar, a slight buzzing sound came from the air. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked up. He saw a palm-sized, hummingbird-like miniature drone hovering in midair not far away, its tiny camera precisely locked onto the window where Lin Yu was hiding. Scout skill. The thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind instantly. He hadn't expected to encounter an old acquaintance so soon. Sure enough, not long after, four familiar figures cautiously entered through the main entrance on the first floor of the shopping mall. It was Su Qingxue, Zhang Hao, Wang Chong, and Li Bin. Brother Hao, the drone spotted him. He's in that Zara store on the third floor, Li Bin said in a low voice, a hint of excitement and disdain on his face. This guy's really lucky to have survived this long. But judging from his furtive behavior, he's probably scavenging for trash. Wang Chong also scoffed, an ordinary person surviving is all luck. Zhang Hao, as the scout and team leader, appeared more composed. He frowned, looking at the blurry image transmitted by the drone, and said, "Don't be careless. His survival isn't entirely due to luck. And this coordinate broadcast is a bit off." Su Qingxue, who had been silent, swept her cold gaze towards the third floor, and said calmly, "Go up and check. Ask him if he's noticed anything unusual." After all, the coordinates refreshed near him. They didn't know who had obtained the golden item, nor did they believe Lin Yu had the ability or luck. In their eyes, Lin Yu was just an unlucky guy who happened to be near the eye of the storm. They decided to go up and question him, hoping to get some clues about the chosen one from this witness. Lin Yu, upstairs, saw their movements clearly. His mind raced, and he quickly made a decision. He didn't run. Under the reconnaissance drone's lock, running would only expose his abnormality. He simply walked out of the clothing store with a perfectly measured mix of panic and bewilderment, playing the role of a terrified, lucky-to-survive ordinary scavenger. The two met at the escalator entrance on the third floor. "Lin Yu?" Zhang Hao called out, feigning surprise, but his eyes held a scrutinizing gaze. "What are you doing here?" Lin Yu seemed startled, only relaxing upon seeing them. He stammered, I've been hiding here. It's too scary outside. Zombies and other people fighting everywhere." His acting was impeccable. He perfectly portrayed an ordinary high school student terrified by the apocalyptic scene. Wang Chong and Li Bin's disdain deepened, but they said nothing more. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Yu. This was the first time she had seen him so closely since they parted. He seemed thinner, but deep in his eyes, something seemed different than before, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She attributed this to the trials of the apocalypse and asked, her voice still cold, "Did you hear the system broadcast just now? Did you see the person who got the treasure? Or did you notice anyone unusual passing by?" Lin Yu quickly shook his head, looking innocent. "I heard the broadcast. But I didn't see anyone. I've been hiding in the shop, not daring to even show my face. When I heard noises outside, I thought it was zombies. It scared me to death." His answer was reasonable, and Zhang Hao and the others didn't suspect anything. Seeing Lin Yu's pitiful appearance, Su Qingxue took out a bottle of water and 2 energy bars from her backpack and handed them to him. Ever since the team abandoned Lin Yu, the live stream had been filled with constant drama, putting unbearable pressure on her. "Here, take this. It's too dangerous for you to be alone." Her tone remained flat, revealing no emotion. "In a few hours, the evacuation point should be announced. It most likely be in the city center. Head towards the city center now, find a place to hide, and once the evacuation point appears, try to leave as quickly as possible." These words sounded like concern and guidance, but the distance and condescension in her tone were like a thorn piercing Lin Yu's heart. This was abandonment followed by charity. Lin Yu silently accepted the food and water, head down, and said in a barely audible voice, "Thank you. Let's go, don't waste time on him," Wang Chong urged impatiently. Zhang Hao nodded, gave Lin Yu a deep look, and then led the team to search the other end of the shopping mall. Throughout the entire process, they hadn't invited Lin Yu to join their team. Lin Yu stood there, watching their departing figures. The timidity and panic on his face receded like the tide, replaced by a bottomless calm. He looked down at the energy bar and water in his hand, gave a self-deprecating laugh, and casually put them into his spatial backpack. Then, he turned and walked in the exact opposite direction from Su Qingxue and the others. Chapter 16. The brief encounter with Su Qingxue's team, like an insignificant interlude, subtly shifted Lin Yu's state of mind once again. He walked alone in the empty shopping mall, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silence. The scene from earlier replayed in his mind, Wang Chong and Li Bin's undisguised disdain, Zhang Hao's scrutinizing gaze, and Su Qingxue's cold, indifferent, almost condescending kindness. Once upon a time, he and Su Qingxue were inseparable companions. But since his family's decline and his father's sacrifice, everything had changed. He thought he no longer cared. But when the bottle of water and energy bar were placed before him, he realized that the thing buried deep within him, called dignity, had been stung. He didn't need anyone's pity or charity. He was determined to survive in this damned world, and to thrive better than anyone else. He wanted to earn massive amounts of credits and resources to cure his mother's illness, and leave those who had once looked down on him far behind. This unprecedentedly intense obsession burned like a flame in his chest, adding a touch of frenzied fervor to his usually calm eyes. He no longer passively waited for the next coordinate broadcast. Instead, he began to take the initiative. He activated his radar and thoroughly scanned the entire shopping mall. In the early stages of the apocalypse, this area was clearly a focal point for survivors, and most of the supplies had already been looted. But guided by the radar, Lin Yu always managed to find those overlooked corners. In the warehouse of a high-end outdoor sports brand, he found a larger, more functional military-grade tactical backpack. While the spaciousness of the backpack allowed him to ignore weight, a good backpack could be used for camouflage and to carry readily available items. In a hidden compartment of a pharmacy, he discovered several bottles of military-grade high-potency painkillers and an adrenaline syringe. These were lifesavers in a critical moment. He scavenged every last piece of valuable resource remaining in the entire shopping mall. The fourth coordinate broadcast arrived as scheduled. This time, Lin Yu didn't resort to any feints. He chose a simpler, more direct method. He activated all the fire alarms in a nearby movie theater beforehand. The piercing alarms blared, instantly attracting all the zombies from several nearby streets. He then, a split second before the alarm sounded, quietly moved through the ventilation ducts to another building several hundred meters away. When the hunters arrived at the movie theater, breathless, they were met with a death trap, completely surrounded by zombies. Time flew by in the relentless chase and hunt. By the time Lin Yu had successfully outmaneuvered all the hunters for the fifth and sixth time, leaving an indelible mark of fear on the hearts of all the survivors with the legend of the Golden Phantom, a full 12 hours had passed since they entered the instance. Just then, a huge system notification, emitting a soft green light, popped up on the retinal screens of all the survivors simultaneously. Notification: Survival challenge is halfway through. Extraction point has been generated. Please note that a zombie horde outbreak will trigger in 12 hours. All participants must proceed to the extraction point as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, 3 huge, flashing green cursors appeared on everyone's map, like lifelines in the darkness. Escape Point A, City Center, Sky Crown Skyscraper Rooftop Helipad. Escape Point B, Citywide, East China Sea Bridge Midway. Escape Point C, City Underground, Abandoned Central Hub Subway Platform. The appearance of these escape points instantly changed the entire situation in the instance. The hunt for the elusive Golden Phantom was no longer the sole priority. Survival and successful escape were everyone's ultimate goals. Lin Yu stared at the 3 points on the map, lost in thought. Point A, the Sky Crown Skyscraper, was the tallest building in the city, offering excellent visibility and making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Conversely, once trapped inside, escape would be difficult. It would inevitably become the most fiercely contested area among the top teams. Point C, the underground railway hub, had a complex, maze-like terrain. While it offered good cover, it also made it highly vulnerable to ambushes and interceptions. Losing your way, or getting stuck in a tunnel, means certain death against the approaching horde of zombies. Point B, the Cross-Sea Bridge. It spans the sea, stretching for several kilometers, with open terrain and virtually no cover. Stepping onto the bridge would make you a sitting duck. It seems like the most dangerous, the most foolish choice. But Lin Yu zoomed in on the radar map, carefully examining the route to Point B. His pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 17. On the only road leading to the Cross-Sea Bridge at Point B, amidst ruins marked as a military-restricted area, a faint yet eerily noble purple dot flickered silently on the radar map. Purple. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. In the Realm Hub's recognized item ranking system, white represents basic, green represents medical, blue represents excellent, firearms, and purple represents rare. It could be a skill book that instantly grants a certain ability, a boosting potion that permanently increases 3-dimensional attributes, or even a rare item with special effects. Any purple item is far more valuable than the 3 blue potions he had used. It's a true opportunity that could propel an ordinary person to new heights and change their destiny. This was the most valuable item he had found since entering this instance, besides his own golden spatial backpack. An uncontrollable heat rose from the depths of Lin Yu's heart, instantly spreading throughout his body. To go or not to go? A tremendous decision lay before him. Reason told him the safest option was to set off immediately for one of the 3 evacuation points. With his current equipment, strength, and the information advantage provided by his radar, the probability of a successful evacuation was very high, provided he was cautious. But emotion and desire whispered in his ear like a demon. That was a purple item. If he missed this opportunity, he'd have to go through another instance to encounter such a chance again. He thought of his increasingly frail mother lying in her hospital bed, and the astronomical medical bills. He remembered the condescending looks in Su Qingxua's teen's eyes. Simply surviving wasn't enough. He had to become stronger. Stronger than anyone else, as quickly as possible. Fortune favors the bold. He had dared to break into an abandoned bank for the golden spatial backpack. Now, for this purple opportunity, he dared to venture into this dragon's den, this tiger's lair, like a treacherous military base. Once this thought was made, it could not be shaken. Lin Yu's eyes instantly became incredibly resolute. Without any hesitation, he immediately changed direction and sprinted towards the military base flashing purple on the radar. The military base was located in the suburbs of the city, nearly 4 kilometers from his current location. He had to retrieve the item, and successfully reach the Cross-Sea Bridge before the final zombie horde erupted. Time was life. Along the way, Lin Yu pushed his speed to the limit. He moved like a cheetah slithering through the city ruins, agile and silent. Along the way, he encountered many other players heading towards their respective extraction points. But Lin Yu's goal was clear. He didn't bother wasting time on these people. Using radar warnings, he could always avoid them in advance, choosing the quietest and safest routes. More than an hour later, after another coordinated broadcast, this time there were practically no survivors approaching, and he easily shook them off. He arrived at a vast area surrounded by high barbed wire and concrete walls. The barbed wire bore a warning sign, military restricted area, no trespassing, but it was now rusty and torn in several places. Inside the base, barracks, warehouses, and training grounds were a scene of utter devastation. Several armored vehicles and military trucks lay overturned, the burn marks still clearly visible. The air was thick with a deathly aura, even more intense than in the city. What was inside was definitely not to be trifled with. He didn't enter through the main gate, but instead circled the wall, found a breach blown open, and quietly slipped inside. Roar! Just as he entered a training ground, a distinctive, powerful roar echoed from nearby. A zombie over 2 meters tall, with a muscular build like an ox, wearing camouflage pants, was dragging a massive concrete utility pole, wandering aimlessly. Its bulging muscles had an unnatural bluish-black hue, radiating explosive power. Power-type mutant infected. Lin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. A monster of this caliber, if struck head-on, even with a stab-proof vest, would absolutely turn him into mincemeat. A direct confrontation was suicide. He immediately ducked behind an abandoned jeep, barely daring to breathe. On the radar map, the purple dot was clearly visible not far behind the powerful zombie, inside a 3-story command center building. To obtain the purple item, he had to find a way to bypass it, or eliminate this terrifying obstacle. Chapter 18. Looking at the powerful zombie, the size of a small truck, Lin Yu's forehead broke out in a fine layer of cold sweat. He tightened his grip on his Type 92 pistol, but quickly abandoned the idea of firing. The gunshot would attract all the monsters in the base, and the extent of damage a pistol bullet could inflict on such a thick-skinned behemoth was still unknown. He had to outsmart it. His eyes quickly scanned the training ground, searching for usable terrain and tools. Besides abandoned vehicles, the training ground contained obstacles such as high walls, a log bridge, and an area covered with barbed wire and chevaux de frise. A plan quickly took shape in Lin Yu's mind. He pulled an empty glass bottle he had previously scavenged from his spatial backpack. He calculated the angle and force, and hurled the bottle hard in a direction far from the command building. Crack! The glass bottle shattered on the concrete floor with a crisp sound. The power zombie paused, its massive head slowly turning towards the direction of the sound, a hoarse sound emanating from its throat, as if assessing the situation. It's taken the bait. It dropped the concrete utility pole with a loud crash, then strode heavily toward the broken glass. Now! Lin Yu leaped out from behind the jeep like an arrow, rushing toward the command center building at top speed. His heart was in his throat. Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge. He dared not look back, desperately squeezing every last ounce of strength from his body. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Just as he was about to rush into the command center building, the power-type zombie seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its head, its empty eye sockets instantly locking onto him. Roar! A deafening roar, as if tearing eardrums apart. The zombie's fury at being deceived drove it into a complete rage. It abandoned its search for the source of the sound, and instead charged towards Lin Yu with a terrifying speed completely disproportionate to its massive size. The ground trembled slightly. Damn it! Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He had no time to hide in the building. In that critical moment, he didn't panic, but made an extremely calm judgment. He abruptly stopped and turned, not rushing into the building, but instead charging towards the obstacle course next to him, filled with barricades and barbed wire. The power-type zombie had low intelligence, only knowing how to walk in a straight line. Seeing its prey turn, it immediately adjusted its direction and gave chase. Lin Yu, leveraging his 11 points of agility, nimbly maneuvered through the complex obstacles, narrowly avoiding them. Meanwhile, the strength-type zombie, like a human bulldozer, smashed through the barbed wire and chevaux de frise with its terrifying body. However, this also significantly slowed its speed. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu successfully circled around, refocusing his attention on the command center building. The moment the zombie became entangled in the obstacles, he charged inside. He didn't dare linger, rushing up to the second floor before daring to look back. The strength-type zombie, due to its enormous size, was stuck in the narrow doorway of the command center, frantically pounding its body against the doorframe, producing terrifying crashes. It's safe for now. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, his back completely soaked with cold sweat. He didn't dare delay, and immediately rushed towards the highest commander's office on the 3rd floor, guided by the radar. The office door was locked, but Lin Yu used an entrenching tool to force it open. Inside, an officer in general's uniform, now a desiccated corpse, was still sitting in his office chair. On the huge mahogany desk in front of him, an ancient book emitting a faint purple glow lay quietly. Found it. Lin Yu rushed forward and grabbed the book. Name, Skill Book, Basic Combat Mastery. Level, Purple. Description: after use, you will master the skills of using all basic melee weapons, and greatly improve your close combat ability. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately selected use. Instantly, the skill book transformed into a purple stream of light and entered his brow. A complex yet refined flow of information exploded in his mind. Knives, guns, swords, clubs, axes, shovels. The methods of using every imaginable cold weapon, the techniques of force application, attack angles, and parrying timing were deeply imprinted in his muscle memory like innate instincts. He felt a subtle change in the posture of his hand holding the entrenching tool. It was a grip that was more energy efficient and easier to apply force. His breathing, his stance, were automatically adjusting towards the optimal state for combat. Bang! Just then, a loud crash came from downstairs. The strength-type zombie had actually smashed through the door frame of the command post. It rushed in, frantically searching for Lin Yu's whereabouts. Chapter 19. Boom! With a deafening roar, the already crumbling doorframe of the command post was shattered by the sheer force of the power-type zombie. Debris and wood chips flew everywhere as the terrifying monster, over 2 meters tall and resembling a moving mountain of flesh, finally broke free of its restraints and charged into the building, fueled by rage and a thirst for blood. Its heavy footsteps pounded the ground like war drums, each step causing the floor to groan under its strain. Its empty, cloudy eyes scanned the dimly lit corridor, searching for the tiny prey that dared to toy with it. Third floor, in the commander's office. Lin Yu had just transformed the purple skill book into a stream of light and merged it into his brow when an unprecedented sense of enlightenment swept over him. If before he used weapons purely out of brute force and instinct, now he seemed to have instantly transformed into a martial arts master who had immersed himself in the art for decades. How to hold the entrenching tool most efficiently, how to swing at the most tricky angles, how to unleash the strongest strike using the power of his waist and abdomen, the potential openings created by every enemy movement. Countless combat skills and muscle memories, like unlocked genetic codes, were deeply imprinted on his soul. He didn't even need to think. His body automatically adjusted to the most suitable fighting posture. His legs were slightly bent, his center of gravity lowered, and the way he held the entrenching tool seemed casual, yet it contained the rhythm of a fatal blow to be launched from any angle at any moment. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy footsteps were rapidly approaching, and the stairs trembled violently. Lin Yu's eyes showed no panic, only unusual calm. Escape was too late. This strength-type zombie was far faster than ordinary infected. In the narrow stairwell, he couldn't outrun it. His only chance of survival was here, in this small office, to fight this monster to the death. Roar! A roar echoed in the stairwell. The strength-type zombie had spotted him. Its massive body smashed through the third-floor corridor wall, charging towards the commander's office with unstoppable momentum. Instead of retreating, Lin Yu advanced. Just as the zombie was about to crash into the office, he kicked the heavy mahogany desk beside him. Creak! The desk was kicked sideways, wedging itself perfectly in the doorway. Bang! The power zombie's charge was momentarily halted by the desk. Although the heavy desk shattered instantly, this brief pause created a perfect opportunity for Lin Yu. His body glided along the ground like a raccoon, using the desk as cover to instantly dart to the side of the power zombie. The zombie's ferocious attack followed immediately. Its arm, thicker than Lin Yu's thigh, swept across with a gust of wind tearing through the air. If hit, broken bones and torn tendons would be the least of its worries. But in Lin Yu's eyes, this attack was full of flaws. With the boost from basic combat mastery, he could clearly see the opponent's unstable center of gravity caused by excessive force, and every minute change in the attack's trajectory. He suddenly ducked, and instead of using his entrenching tool to directly strike the opponent's arm, he used an extremely tricky angle to slash upwards at the knee joint of the leg supporting the strength-type zombie's body with the sharp blade. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The strength-type zombie's kneecap was severed, its massive body instantly losing its balance. With a roar of resentment, it crashed to the side, its enormous form smashing filing cabinets in its path. Having landed a successful blow, Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He moved swiftly, creating distance between himself and the fallen zombie, his eyes coldly observing it. Monsters of this level possessed incredibly tenacious vitality. They wouldn't die so easily. The strength-type zombie struggled, using its remaining leg and 2 arms to support itself, attempting to stand again. Its intact arm pounded the ground frantically, creating shallow craters in the concrete. Not over yet. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He couldn't give its opponent any chance to breathe. He seized the opportunity as the zombie rose and moved again. This time, he didn't choose to maneuver, but charged straight at it. When he was still 3 meters away from the zombie, he suddenly hurled his entrenching tool forward. The entrenching tool spun rapidly through the air, like a deadly flywheel, heading straight for the zombie's face. This sudden move was clearly beyond the zombie's pitiful intelligence. It instinctively raised its arm to block. Clang! The entrenching tool was violently deflected. However, this was exactly what Lin Yu wanted. The instant the zombie raised its hand to block, creating an opening in its face, Lin Yu's figure had already approached like a ghost. He drew the Colt Type 92 pistol from his waist. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, deafeningly loud in the closed office. 2 9mm bullets pierced precisely through the gaps in the zombie's parrying arms, embedding themselves deeply in its empty eye sockets. Black, foul-smelling liquid mixed with brain matter spurted from its eye sockets. The strength-type zombie's body stiffened abruptly, all movement ceasing abruptly. Its attempt to rise was frozen in that moment forever. Who? Lin Yu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, only then feeling the chill running down his back. He calmly stepped forward, picked up the entrenching tool that had fallen to the ground, and without hesitation, plunged it with all his might into the zombie's nape, severing its spine completely. Only after confirming that this terrifying monster was undeniably dead did he truly relax. The entire battle, seemingly perilous, was in fact entirely within his calculations. From using the alloy desk to create cover, to attacking weaknesses from the side, to throwing weapons to draw attention, and finally drawing his gun for a fatal blow, each step was executed flawlessly, calmly, and efficiently, without wasting a single ounce of energy. This was the qualitative leap brought about by basic combat mastery. He had no time to reflect, he immediately turned his gaze to the corner of the room. There, the radar displayed a faint white dot. A lock safe embedded in the wall. Chapter 20. Time was of the essence, and Lin Yu had no time to study lock-picking techniques. He walked to the safe, his eyes frighteningly calm. His strength of 11 points, combined with the perfect power generation technique granted by basic combat proficiency, was his best key. He gripped the end of the entrenching tool tightly with both hands, took a deep breath, and instantly tensed all his muscles. He used his core strength to drive his arms, channeling all his power into the tip of the entrenching tool. Open it! With a low growl, the sharp entrenching tool slammed into the crack of the safe door. Squeak! The ear-piercing sound of twisting metal echoed in the silent office, sending chills down everyone's spine. 1 pry, 2 pry. Lin Yu mechanically repeated the prying motion, each strike delivered with all his might. The safe's thick steel plate began to deform, and dent inch by inch under his violent braking. Finally, after prying at it more than a dozen times, with a loud bang, the safe's lock mechanism was completely destroyed, and the heavy door was pried open with a sharp crack. Lin Yu threw away his slightly dulled entrenching tool, grabbed the gap with both hands, and yanked it outwards. Bang! The safe door was roughly pulled off and slammed heavily to the ground. The contents of the safe were finally revealed before his eyes. The safe was divided into 2 layers. The upper layer neatly stacked 5 crystals, each the size of a pigeon egg, emitting a soft white light. Name: Source Energy Crystal Core. Rank: White. Description: a universal energy source and hard currency in the post-apocalyptic world. It can be used to power devices, and can also be exchanged for credits in the Boundary Hub system. This was one of the most valuable things in this world. These 5 alone would be enough to exchange for a large sum of credits, enough to cover his mother's medical expenses for a long time. Lin Yu's heart pounded uncontrollably, but he suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to the lower compartment of the safe. Lying quietly in the lower compartment was another source energy crystal core. But this crystal core was different. It was crystal clear, with purple lightning seemingly flowing within, radiating an energy fluctuation far purer and more powerful than that of a white crystal core. Even the radar system marked it as a noble purple. No wonder the radar showed a purple resource point at the military base after he used his combat skill. Name: Source Energy Crystal Core Essence. Level: Purple. Description: a product of highly compressed and purified source energy crystal cores, containing pure and vast energy. It is a key material for driving advanced equipment, enhancing special abilities, and even upgrading system permissions. Extremely rare. Lin Yu's breathing instantly became rapid. He hadn't expected the rewards of this adventure to be so abundant. The value of this purple energy core was probably greater than all 100 guns combined. This was truly a treasure capable of changing one's destiny. Beside the purple core lay a black tablet computer, encased in a military-grade rugged shell. Name: Military-grade encrypted tactical tablet. Level: Blue. Description: contains partial defense maps of the military base and some unsent intelligence fragments. Requirements: requires a technical expert to decipher. Technical expert. Lin Yu silently memorized this information. Although he couldn't use it now, if he took this out, large companies or military-backed teams would definitely be willing to pay a high price to acquire it. Without hesitation, he stuffed everything in the safe into his spatial backpack. After doing this, he didn't leave immediately. A true scavenger adheres to the scorched earth policy. He activated the radar again, meticulously scanning the entire military base. Soon, he made another discovery. There's also a small armory and a medical room. Lin Yu's spirits lifted, and he immediately set off. He first went to the small armory located on the basement level. It wasn't as extravagant as a police station, but it was still quite lucrative. He replenished his stock with a large amount of pistol and shotgun ammunition, and found several fragmentation grenades and Molotov cocktails. These items would definitely play a crucial role in the upcoming zombie horde. His spatial backpack was quickly crammed full of weapons and ammunition. Lin Yu frowned, thought for a moment, and then transferred some of the food and water he had previously scavenged into the military backpack he was wearing as camouflage. The spatial backpack had to be used to store the most valuable items. Then, he went to the base's medical room. The medicines here were clearly more advanced than those in ordinary hospitals. Name: military-grade high-potency antibiotic. Level: green. Description: effective against most mutated bacterial infections, with significant inhibitory effects on low-level zombie viruses. Name: rapid hemostatic gel. Level: green. Description: sprayed on wounds, it quickly coagulates and stops bleeding. A holy grail for battlefield first aid. Lin Yu grabbed all the valuable medicines and stuffed them into every corner of his backpack. Only when no more valuable dots could be seen on the radar map did he nod in satisfaction. It was time to leave. He didn't return the way he came. Instead, guided by his radar, he found an extremely well-hidden underground sewage pipe outlet located on the side of the base. Confirming his objective was achieved and his haul was plentiful, he showed no greed or hesitation, quickly slipping into the pipe and disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 21. Emerging from the dark, damp sewage pipes, Lin Yu found himself in the ruins of a city several kilometers from the military base. He glanced back at the forbidden zone shrouded in the aura of death, his eyes devoid of any emotion. It had already served its purpose. Now, it was time to reach his final destination. Evacuation Point B. Donghai Cross Sea Bridge. At this moment, only 8 hours remained before the final zombie horde erupted. Lin Yu dared not slacken his pace. After confirming his direction, he sped towards the sea. Having acquired basic combat proficiency, he dealt with the scattered zombies along the way with increasing ease. Facing one or two ordinary zombies, he didn't even bother using his gun. The entrenching tool at his hand seemed to come alive, always able to slice through the zombie's neck or head in the simplest and most effective way, killing it instantly. The entire process was fluid and almost silent, conserving energy and ammunition to the maximum extent. His actions became like those of a true apocalyptic hunter, calm, efficient, and deadly. Half an hour later, the salty sea breeze swept over him, and a magnificent white steel dragon, spanning the turbulent sea, appeared on the horizon. The Donghai Cross Sea Bridge. He had arrived. However, the closer he got, the more Lin Yu's heart sank. On his radar system, the dots representing resources ahead had become so densely packed that it was chilling. Lin Yu didn't approach rashly. Instead, he quickly climbed to the roof of a nearby unfinished building, raised a telescope he had found at a military base, and observed the scene at the bridgehead. One glance was enough to send a chill down his spine. The scene before him was far more horrific than what the radar showed. It was a living, breathing depiction of hell on Earth. The entrance to the cross-sea bridge was completely blocked by mountains of corpses. Broken vehicles and roadblocks billowed black smoke, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and burning flesh. He finally understood why there were so many zombies here. Dimensional repulsion. This bridge was one of the 3 evacuation points, inevitably attracting a large number of players. And the higher the player density, the stronger the dimensional repulsion effect triggered by the dimensional hub system, attracting even more zombies. At this moment, countless zombies were pouring in from the depths of the city, forming a terrifying horde that turned the entire bridge into a one-way death trap. The players on the bridge were divided into several small groups by this endless horde, fighting each other in a desperate and agonizing battle. Gunshots, explosions, human screams, and zombie howls mingled to create a tragic elegy of the apocalypse. Lin Yu's gaze swept quickly across the bridge, and soon he spotted several familiar figures. The equipment-obsessed squad, led by the man with the fire axe, was forming a circle, struggling against an armored vehicle, but their ammunition was clearly running low, and several members were wounded. The speed-awakened squad, led by the short-haired girl, was in slightly better shape. Using their speed advantage, they maneuvered between the vehicle roof and the railing, constantly harassing the horde's flanks, but they too were firmly pinned down, unable to advance an inch. The worst off were Su Qingxua's team. When Lin Yu saw them, they were surrounded by a horde of zombies beside an overturned bus. Wang Chang's arm was twisted unnaturally, clearly severed. Li Bin was nowhere to be seen, most likely dead, having wasted a precious resurrection opportunity. Reconnaissance soldier Zhang Hao was firing wildly with a pistol, but his drone was long gone, losing his greatest reconnaissance advantage. He was like a headless fly. Su Qingxua's face was deathly pale, her pristine white school uniform stained crimson with blood. Although she was still desperately trying to heal Zhang Hao and Wang Chang, the healing light was so weak it seemed it might be extinguished at any moment. Clearly, her abilities had reached their limit. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu felt nothing, his eyes cold, as if watching a movie unrelated to himself. Saving them? Impossible. He was barely able to save himself. Any extra compassion would be playing with his own life. Forcing his way through the horde of corpses at the bridgehead would be tantamount to suicide. He calmly put away his binoculars and focused his attention back on the radar system, carefully examining the structure of the bridge itself. There must be another way, he murmured to himself. The radar scans repeatedly swept across the bridge's three-dimensional structure, from the deck to the piers, leaving no detail unchecked. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. About 200 meters from the bridgehead entrance, beneath the bridge, the radar marked an extremely concealed entrance to a maintenance passage leading into the bridge's interior. That passage, like the bridge's capillaries, ran through the entire structure, leading directly to the evacuation point in the middle. This was his way out. Chapter 22. Having found a way out, Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately climbed down from the unfinished building, preparing to circle around to the bridge and enter the hidden maintenance passage. However, just as he stealthily reached the bridge and was about to approach the entrance to the passage blocked by iron railings, a burst of intense gunfire and shouts of anger came from not far away. He immediately stopped, hiding behind a huge bridge pier and peeking out. He saw that not far away, an elite squad that had also discovered the entrance was trapped in a desperate situation. This squad consisted of about 4 or 5 people, all wearing tactical vests and carrying automatic rifles. Their equipment was even better than the fire axe squad they had encountered earlier. It seemed they also wanted to use this maintenance passage to bypass the horde of zombies. But their luck was clearly not good. Just as they were about to break through the iron fence at the entrance to the passage, they were ambushed from the flank and rear by another team. The attackers, hiding behind abandoned containers, were firing fiercely, clearly intending to double-cross them and steal their equipment and their only escape route. To make matters worse, their gunfight attracted the attention of some zombies at the bridgehead. Dozens of zombies roared and tumbled down the bridge, surrounding them. With zombies in front and guns from behind, the elite squad was instantly trapped in a deadly situation, attacked from both sides. Bastards! Come out and fight me one-on-one! The elite squad leader roared, using concentrated fire to shred several attacking zombies, but his magazine was quickly emptied. Heh, nice equipment. Once you're dead, it'll all be ours. The attackers behind the containers laughed triumphantly. Lin Yu, hidden in the shadows, coldly watched the dog-eat-dog drama unfold before him, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Truly, heaven is on his side. This elite squad had inadvertently drawn all his attention and firepower, completely clearing the area near the tunnel entrance, creating an excellent opportunity for his infiltration. He had no intention of helping. Instead, like the most patient hyena, he waited quietly. He was waiting for the elite squad to run out of ammunition and supplies, to be completely overwhelmed by zombies and attackers. Waiting for the attackers to lower their guard and emerge to reap the spoils. That would be the perfect moment for him, the mantis stalking the cicada, to make his appearance. The battle unfolded exactly as Lin Yu had predicted. Although the elite squad was formidable, they were ultimately outnumbered. After emptying 2 more magazines, they were finally breached by the ferocious horde of zombies. One team member was pounced on by a zombie and instantly torn to shreds. His scream lasted less than 2 seconds. Their captain, after using up his last bullet, was shot in the thigh by an attacker, screaming as he fell to the ground, only to be overwhelmed by the swarming zombies. In just 1 minute, This well-equipped squad was completely wiped out. Ha ha! Well done! Quick, go retrieve their equipment. Behind the container, the Raider squad leader shouted excitedly, leading his 3 men cautiously out from behind cover, preparing to clean up the battlefield. Seeing the greedy and ugly smiles on their faces, Lin Yu's eyes sharpened like a blade. Now! Without any warning, he suddenly sprang from behind the bridge pier. He didn't choose to use a gun, because the sound might attract more zombies. He instantly pulled a pre-prepared Molotov cocktail from his spatial backpack, unscrewed the cap, lit a strip of cloth with a lighter, and then, with all his might, hurled it at the attackers, and the area beneath their feet piled high with the most zombie corpses. The Molotov cocktail traced a deadly arc through the air. What is that? Before the attackers could react, the Molotov cocktail exploded beneath their feet. Boom! Flames shot into the sky. A fire dragon mixed with gasoline and alcohol instantly engulfed the area. Ah! The 2 closest attackers were instantly engulfed in flames, screaming in agony as they rolled frantically on the ground. The other 2, though quicker to dodge, were also badly burned, their hair and clothes singed. The zombies became excellent fuel, and the raging fire instantly formed an impenetrable wall of fire, temporarily halting the advance of the remaining zombie horde. Strike while the iron is hot! Lin Yu's figure, like a cheetah, charged forward fiercely in the flames. His target wasn't the surviving attackers, but the corpses of the elite squad on the ground. He ignored the terrified eyes of the attackers, and the dying team members' murmured plea for help, help, help me. His eyes were only on the equipment gleaming alluringly. His movements were lightning fast, calm, and efficient. He grabbed the M4A1 assault rifle dropped by the elite captain, and ripped off the 3 spare magazines hanging on his body. Then, he swiftly picked up a bulging tactical backpack, and even ripped an intact lightweight tactical bulletproof vest from one of the team members' corpses. The entire looting process took less than 10 seconds, without a trace of pity or hesitation. You, who are you? The surviving raider captain, both shocked and enraged by the sudden appearance of the fisherman, raised his gun to fire. But Lin Yu gave him no chance. Just as the zombie horde was about to breach the wall of fire, he darted into the maintenance tunnel without looking back. At the same time, he pulled a pin on a fragmentation grenade he had found in the military base and threw it out the entrance. Boom! The violent explosion shattered the earth and rocks at the entrance, completely sealing off the already narrow passage. Desperate curses from the raiders and the howls of the zombies echoed outside, but soon, all of that was irrelevant to him. He used the deaths of others to create perfect chaos and reaped the greatest benefit from it, ultimately successfully shutting out all risks. Chapter 23. The maintenance tunnel was pitch black, with only a faint light filtering through the cracks in the distant bridge structure, barely outlining its shape. The air was thick with the salty smell of rust and seawater. Above, violent explosions, gunshots, and screams of agony echoed continuously, like a symphony of hell. Each explosion caused the entire tunnel to tremble slightly, sending dust falling in clumps. Lin Yu leaned against the cold wall, panting heavily, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. He quickly put on the lightweight tactical bulletproof vest he had just acquired, then layered his own clothes and the camouflage military backpack over it. While this armor couldn't withstand direct fire from large-caliber rifles, it offered lethal protection against pistol rounds, shrapnel, and close-quarters attacks. Then, he gripped the captured M4A1 assault rifle in his hand. After a brief rest and equipment change, Lin Yu didn't linger. He began stealthily making his way along the dark passage towards the evacuation point in the middle of the bridge. Upon encountering the first zombie blocking his path, he displayed the terrifying power of his basic combat proficiency skill. He made no sound, silently approaching. In the instant the zombie sluggishly turned around, his entrenching tool had become a silent afterimage, precisely and elegantly slicing through the zombie's neck. Thud. After a soft cutting sound, the zombie's head slumped limply. The entire process was clean and efficient, without alerting anything. He had perfected his silent assassination technique, conserving as many bullets as possible from his precious assault rifle. He moved silently through the darkness, like a ghost traversing the abyss beneath the bridge. About 20 minutes later, he had penetrated deep into the heart of the bridge. The sounds of battle overhead seemed to intensify, and he could even feel the bridge surface beneath his feet trembling rhythmically. He knew the evacuation point was just above. He slowed his pace, carefully searching the radar for an exit leading to the bridge surface. Soon, he spotted a rusty ladder on the side wall of the passageway. He cautiously climbed the rusty ladder, stopping near the top exit and pressing his ear against the cold metal cover. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions rang out beside him. Someone had clearly used grenades up there. He didn't rashly push open the cover. He gently opened it a crack, first extending an item out before quickly retracting it. Then he took out a military tablet and used its reflection to observe the scene on the bridge surface. The green beam of light at the extraction point stood silently less than 50 meters ahead, like a stairway to heaven. However, a brutal clearing operation was underway before this stairway. A 5-man squad with extremely fierce firepower was frantically mowing down everything around them, with a crossfire network of 2 light machine guns. They firmly controlled the extraction point. Any player or zombie attempting to approach was instantly riddled with bullets. The bridge was already littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Lin Yu even spotted several familiar figures at the edge of the battlefield. Su Qingshua's squad was down to only 2 men. Zhang Hao, his leg blown off, leaned against Su Qingxue, futilely returning fire with his pistol, his eyes filled with despair. Su Qingxue, her prized medic skills seemingly exhausted, was deathly pale, watching helplessly as her teammates fell one by one, pinned down behind cover by overwhelming firepower, unable to move. For the first time, helplessness and fear flickered across her usually stoic face. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt no pity or sympathy. Rescue? That was the most foolish thought. His eyes, instead, gleamed with a cold, cruel light, the light of opportunity. This heavily armed squad was doing his most troublesome job, cleaning up the battlefield. The more intense their fighting, the greater their exhaustion, and the lower their guard. And he only needed to wait, like a venomous snake lurking beneath the reeds. Waiting for them to clear away all threats, waiting until they thought victory was within their grasp, waiting for their moment of lapse in concentration, the last second before they stepped into the pillar of light symbolizing survival. Chapter 24. Time ticked by amidst the deafening roar of gunfire. The heavily armed squad on the bridge displayed astonishing combat prowess. After sacrificing 1 member to be overwhelmed by the horde of zombies, they finally cleared the last remaining area around the evacuation point. Looking around, in the middle of the bridge, apart from the 4 of them, there wasn't a single living creature still standing. These were a group of physically experienced athletes. Phew, it's finally over. One of the team members, a burly man with a scarred face, spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto the ground, his face beaming with the excitement of surviving a close call. We suffered a huge loss this time. Even Lao Wu is dead here. Another team member said with lingering fear, but his eyes also betrayed a greedy glint. Their captain, a man with a scar on his face, appeared far calmer. He cautiously surveyed the area, and only after confirming there were no more threats did a smug smile appear on his face. He waved his hand at the nearby green pillar of light, and said in a deep voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly clean up the battlefield, grab the valuables, let's retreat." The 3 team members immediately rushed excitedly towards the players' corpses, roughly searching for loot, lowering their guard to a minimum. The scarred captain watched all this with satisfaction. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then, with the air of a victor, slowly walked towards the retreating pillar of light, a symbol of glory and wealth. The scar on his face was specially bought and applied, just to gain a slight advantage in confrontations during newbie dungeons. One of his feet had already stepped into the range of the pillar of light. He could even feel the warm and peaceful teleportation energy. However, in that very instant, in his most relaxed state, when he thought the situation was settled, death descended. Rat-a-tat-tat. A muffled but deadly gunshot suddenly rang out from the maintenance tunnel not far behind them. A barrage of 5.56mm rifle bullets formed a deathly curtain, accurately enveloping the team member, who was bending down to pick up a backpack with his back to the tunnel entrance. Thud. 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 The bullets instantly pierced his body, blood splattering everywhere. He didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground, his face filled with shock and confusion. Enemy attack. The scarred captain was terrified. His combat instincts as an elite player made him react instantly, leaping out of the beam of light to seek cover. But it was all too late. Lin Yu's figure, like a vengeful demon crawling out of hell, leaped out of the maintenance passage. Without the slightest pause or hesitation, the muzzle of his M4A1 assault rifle was already firmly locked onto his next target. Capture the leader first. Ignoring the other 2 panicked team members, he unleashed all his firepower on the scarred captain, who had just found cover. Rat-a-tat-tat. The raging fire sent sparks flying from the police car where the scarred captain was hiding, shattering the windows instantly. The scarred captain roared, trying to return fire, but Lin Yu's suppressive fire was simply too fierce. He couldn't even lift his head. Moreover, in his attempt to show off, He had already stepped 1 foot into the beam of light, leaving him in an extremely awkward position with virtually no effective cover. Damn it! The scarred captain roared in despair. He never dreamed that his bloody battle would ultimately benefit someone else. Just as he tried to roll to another cover, Lin Yu slightly lowered his gun. A precise burst of fire pierced through the undercarriage of the police car, striking his shin. Ah! A sharp pain shot through him, and the scarred captain's movements instantly froze. That momentary pause was fatal. Lin Yu raised his gun again, and the cold bullet, as if it had eyes, precisely pierced his exposed skull. Bang! A legendary hero, he died a tragic death. With the biggest threat eliminated, the remaining 2 team members were, in Lin Yu's eyes, no different from dead men. They watched in horror as their captain was blown off his head, their mental defenses crumbling instantly. One turned to run, the other wildly spraying bullets. Lin Yu didn't even bother using his rifle anymore. He calmly switched to his pistol, firing 2 crisp bursts as if he practiced countless times at a shooting range. Bang! Bang! 2 team members fell to the ground. The entire battle, from Lin Yu's surprise attack to its end, lasted no more than 30 seconds. Fast, accurate, ruthless, he single-handedly, with a perfect backstab, slaughtered an elite squad that had just survived a bloody battle. After doing all this, Lin Yu didn't immediately loot the supplies. He warily scanned the entire battlefield, his gun still raised. His gaze inadvertently swept over the wreckage of the bus in the distance. There, Su Qingxue was staring at him with an expression as if he were a monster. That gaze was filled with shock, fear, and a complex emotion that even she herself couldn't understand. Beside her, Zhang Hao had already fainted from blood loss. Lin Yu's gaze swept over Su Qingxue's face without lingering, as if he were merely looking at a roadside stone. A few of his bullets, during the earlier barrage, even accidentally hit the bus where they were hiding, but he didn't care. He wouldn't intentionally kill them, because that would be a waste of bullets. But he would never try to save them either. After confirming that there were no more living threats at the scene, Lin Yu began his favorite part. He quickly rushed to the corpses and looted all their valuables: assault rifle magazines, grenades, energy cores, medicine, stuffing them all into his spatial backpack. His movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any emotion. Only after confirming that nothing was missed did he turn around, carrying a rich spoil that would make any survivor envious, and calmly, alone, step into the pillar of light symbolizing victory. Chapter 25. Lin Yu's figure solidified within the teleportation beam, his feet landing on the cold, smooth floor of the central hall of the Boundary Hub. The surrounding clamor and noise, the gazes filled with envy, awe, or greed, seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, unable to reach him in the slightest. He ignored all of this, immersing his entire attention in the enormous and magnificent settlement screen before him, visible only to himself. Mission: Doomsday Fragment E137, Zombie City Survival Challenge. Personal rating: S. Your performance was flawless. You single-handedly stirred up the storm, exploiting information asymmetry and human weaknesses to dominate the entire instance's direction. You are not a survivor, you are a hunter. Team rating: B. Although your teammates abandoned you at the start, the system determined that you still maintained a nominal team relationship. Your outstanding performance forcibly raised the team rating to this level. The golden font of the S-rank rating seemed to scorch, making Lin Yu's breath catch in his throat. He knew he had performed well, but he hadn't expected to receive such high praise from the Boundary Hub system. Then, the most exciting part arrived. Experience points being calculated. Items detected: Gold Quality Space Backpack X1, providing 1000 experience points. Items detected: Purple Quality Skill Book, Basic Combat Mastery X1, providing 100 experience points. Items detected: Purple Quality Source Energy Core, Essence, X1, providing 100 experience points. Items detected: Blue Quality Items X6, M4A1, Remington M870, Type 92 Pistol X2, Tactical Tablet, Lightweight Bulletproof Vest, providing 60 experience points. Items detected: White Quality Source Energy Core X37, providing 37 experience points. Items detected: White Quality Basic Supplies, several weapons, providing 15 experience points. Total experience points gained: 1,312. Boom! A vast and pure surge of warm energy instantly flowed from the Realm Hub system into Lin Yu's entire body. His body felt as if it were immersed in a hot spring. All the fatigue and hidden injuries from the previous battle were swept away in an instant, replaced by unprecedented strength and vitality. On his attribute panel, the numbers in the level column began to jump wildly. Level up. Current level, LV.2. Level up. Current level, LV.3. Level up. Current level, LV.4. In an instant, he leveled up 4 times. This rocket-like leveling speed would drive any player crazy. Most players would be incredibly lucky to gain even 1 or 2 levels in a single dungeon run. You have gained 4 free attribute points. Please allocate them. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. As a lone wolf who had to face all dangers alone, balanced development was the key. With a thought, he allocated his attribute points. In an instant, he could clearly feel his muscles becoming more resilient, his reaction speed and neural connections increasing dramatically, and his endurance soaring like a bottomless river. Now, in terms of physical attributes alone, he had completely surpassed those so-called speed awakeners. The screen continued to scroll down, displaying the credit points he cared about most. Estimated total value of harvested items. Based on average black market price 1,257,800 credit points. Choose to exchange some/all items for credit points. Note: a 10% handling fee will be charged for the exchange. No. Lin Yu calmly chose no. While the exchange system of the Boundary Hub was convenient, the 10% handling fee was too much. He'd rather spend some time dealing with these hard currencies on the black market that would earn him an extra tens of thousands. He scrolled to the bottom of the screen and claimed his S-rank reward. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank special reward. Random skill draw card, blue, X1. At the same time, his results screen, though only he could see the details, projected the dazzling S-rank rating and the almost floor-length item list thumbnails in a semi-transparent manner into the public area in front of him. This was the rule of Boundary Hub. To incentivize players, the results of all players who achieved a B rank or higher were publicly displayed. He chose to hide his gold and purple rewards. Instantly, the entire central hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, was fixed intently on Lin Yu. S-rank rating? Am I seeing things? It's just a newbie dungeon. How could he possibly get an S-rank rating? My god, look at his item list. Assault rifle. And so many source energy cores. Did this guy empty the dungeon's armory? Lin Yu? That name sounds familiar. Wait. Isn't he the one Su Qingqua's team abandoned at the start? The classless, abilityless burden? What? It's him. How is this possible? After a brief silence, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Countless gazes, filled with shock, horror, jealousy, greed, and disbelief, felt as if they were physical, pressing down on Lin Yu. They couldn't comprehend how someone widely considered the lowest of the newbies, an ordinary person struggling even to survive, could achieve a result that would drive any elite player mad. Just then, a beam of light illuminated the other end of the hall. Su Qingqua and the unconscious Zhang Hao were teleported out in a disheveled state. Their results screen was pitifully dim, showing only a few white items and a rating as low as F. Because of Li Bin's death, their team's rating had been drastically lowered, and they hadn't even received the basic rewards. As soon as Su Qingqua regained her footing, she heard a deafening murmur of discussion around her. Following everyone's gaze, she saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing in the center of the hall, the focus of countless eyes. And before him stood the blindingly bright S-rank results screen, almost suffocating her. Boom! Su Qingqua's mind went blank. She looked at Lin Yu, at his excessively calm profile, and recalled his cold, godlike gaze on the bridge, slaughtering powerful enemies while ignoring her. An absurd yet terrifying thought rose uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. That mysterious powerhouse, who stirred up the entire instance, striking fear into the hearts of all players, and earning the title Golden Phantom. Could it be him? The one she herself had abandoned, the one she considered a burden, the one who, not long ago, had given her a bottle of water and some food with a condescending attitude. Lin Yu, this thought, like the sharpest dagger, pierced through all her pride and understanding. But Lin Yu, the center of attention, seemed oblivious to it all. He ignored all the gazes around him, whether of jealousy or resentment. He simply calmly reached out and clicked confirm claim on the light screen. The card representing a random skill flew into his hand. He closed the light screen, and his entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer the timid, struggling scavenger, but a true apocalypse hunter, wielding wealth, carrying powerful weapons, with cold and sharp eyes. He turned discreetly, silently squeezed through the crowd, and disappeared into the shadows of the hall. The first thing he needed to do was go to the hospital and get the best medicine to save his mother. As for the past grievances and the astonishment of others, to him, they were nothing more than dust on the roadside. Chapter 26. Lin Yu's figure lingered for no more than 10 seconds before the dazzling S-rank rating screen in the central hall of the Realm Hub. Before the surrounding uproar and murmurs of shock fully erupted, he had already, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, silently squeezed out of the noisy crowd and disappeared into the teleportation channel leading to his personal space. Those gazes, whether filled with horror, envy, or greed, were no different in his eyes from the wandering zombies in the apocalyptic fragments, mere background noise, not worth a single second of his attention. Back in his spacious and private personal space, Lin Yu finally relaxed, laying out his spoils from this dungeon before him like a bountiful farmer at harvest time. The M4A1 assault rifle gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, the heavy Remington M870 shotgun, several Type 92 pistols, and the lightweight tactical bulletproof vest, equipment that would drive any scavenger team into a frenzy of fighting in the outside world, lay quietly at his feet. Not to mention the mountain of ammunition, enough fragmentation grenades, and Molotov cocktails to sustain a small-scale urban battle, and 37 ordinary source energy crystal cores emitting a soft white light. But Lin Yu's gaze merely swept over these items. His true focus was on the source energy crystal core, essence, he had placed separately, its interior seemingly crackling with purple lightning, and the unassuming yet powerful golden space backpack. These were the true core of his survival and growth. The first step is money. Lin Yu's thinking was frighteningly clear. His mother's illness was the only soft spot in his heart, and the ultimate reason for all his actions. He had to exchange these cold spoils of war for credits as quickly as possible, enough to ensure his mother received the best medicine and treatment. He didn't choose the official exchange channel of Boundary Hub, which charged a hefty 10% fee. That would be like cutting into his flesh. He opened his personal portal and entered the online trading market built into the Boundary Hub system. This was a free platform where countless players traded anonymously, searching for the resources they needed, a place fraught with both opportunities and risks. Lin Yu didn't bother listing items one by one, that would be too time-consuming. He packaged all his weapons, ammunition, and miscellaneous items looted from other players' corpses, except for an M4A1, a spare pistol, body armor, and an entrenching tool, into a resource pack and directly chose the fixed price selling mode. Price: 1 million credits. This was an extremely high, even somewhat outrageous, price. Lin Yu knew very well that the goods he possessed, especially the several high-quality firearms and the large quantity of ammunition, held a fatal allure for elite teams and small companies eager to improve their strength and prepare for challenging higher difficulty dungeons. They were willing to pay a high premium to save time on gathering and trading. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes after the resource pack was listed, a trade request popped up. The other party didn't waste any time and paid the full amount directly. Transaction successful. Buyer has paid a 5% platform fee. You have received 1 million credits. Looking at the long string of zeros in his personal account, Lin Yu's eyes remained unmoved, as if it were just an insignificant number. He immediately transferred 800,000 credits to his linked account in the real world, and set the highest priority for medical payments. Only after doing this did he truly breathe a sigh of relief. With this money, his mother's condition would be worry-free for at least a year. Having resolved his biggest burden, Lin Yu didn't linger for a moment, immediately exiting the Realm Hub space and returning to the real world. He rushed to the city center hospital. However, when he arrived at his mother's private room, dusty and tired, he frowned at the noisy commotion inside. The room was packed with people. Those so-called relatives, who had lost contact after his family's decline, and who had even come to collect debts and make sarcastic remarks after his father's death, were now surrounding his mother's bedside, offering words of comfort and their faces plastered with insincere and obsequious smiles. His uncle was boasting enthusiastically about his connections, saying he could get Lin Yu's mother access to the best specialists in the capital. His third aunt, carrying a cheap fruit basket, sobbed and lamented her hardships, her eyes constantly glancing at Lin Yu. They had clearly heard about Lin Yu's meteoric rise in Boundary Hub, his S-rank rating, and his fortune, and were eager to curry favor. Lin Yu's face instantly turned cold. He pushed open the door and went inside. "Xiao Yu, you're back. Oh my, our great hero is back. Let Auntie see, have you lost weight?" The relatives, upon seeing him, immediately swarmed around him like flies to blood, their enthusiasm nauseating. "My mother needs to rest, you can leave now." Lin Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it was as cold as a Siberian chill, making the temperature in the entire ward seem to drop several degrees. The relatives' smiles froze on their faces. "Xiao Yu, what are you saying? We're just concerned about your mother." The eldest uncle's face was somewhat grim. Yes, Xiaoyu, we're all family. You're successful now. You can't forget your roots. The third and also said, wiping away tears, your younger brother still needs some money for school this year, you see. Get out. Lin Yu only said one word. This word was like a resounding slap, landing hard on the face of every relative present. You unfilial son. We are your elders. The eldest uncle trembled with anger. Elders? Lin Yu sneered, walking step by step to his uncle, staring intently at him. After my father's sacrifice, when you came to collect debts, why didn't you remember you were elders? When my mother was seriously ill, and I was borrowing money everywhere, you hid faster than anyone else. Why didn't you remember you were elders then? His voice wasn't loud, but every word was piercing, causing his uncle's face to turn from red to white, unable to utter a single word. Lin Yu's gaze swept over everyone present, his voice growing increasingly icy. I will handle my mother's medical expenses myself. No one needs to worry about it. Your difficulties are none of my concern. From today onward, we have no relationship whatsoever. Instances or places where you risk your life, I won't bring any burdens. If you want to take my resources, I don't mind bringing your children into the realm hub, so you can see how easy it is to kill someone there. This was no longer a warning, but a blatant threat. Looking into Lin Yu's emotionless eyes, they had no doubt that this boy, who had just crawled out of a pile of corpses, was truly capable of what he said. Get out. Lin Yu repeated one last time. The relatives, as if granted a pardon, scrambled out of the ward as if chased by demons. The ward finally returned to silence. Lin Yu walked to the bedside, looking at his mother, who appeared somewhat tired from the earlier argument, and the coldness in his eyes instantly melted, transforming into endless tenderness. Mom, I'm back. From now on, no one will dare to bully us again. Just then, an email notification from First High School quietly popped up on his personal screen. Dear Lin Yu, in view of your outstanding S-level evaluation in the first Boundary Hub Survival Challenge in the college entrance examination, you have been admitted to the Combat Department of Jinghua University. Please report to Jinghua University in September. Jinghua University, one of the most prestigious universities in Yin Kingdom. Its Combat Department is a cradle for top-tier gamers. Chapter 27. After driving away those disgusting relatives, Lin Yu spent the entire day at the hospital with his mother. Watching his mother's pale face gradually regain a rosy hue under the latest and most expensive medications, and her spirits improve considerably, his heart, hardened and cold from the carnage of killing, finally felt a long-lost warmth. Only after confirming that his mother's condition was completely stable, and that the subsequent treatment costs were no longer a problem did Lin Yu feel relieved and return to his personal space in Boundary Hub. This was his true battlefield. He carefully counted all the remaining spoils of war once more. The 1 million credits were merely the most insignificant part of his harvest. Source Energy Core, Common, X37. This was the hard currency of the post-apocalyptic world. Military-grade encrypted tactical tablet. He couldn't use this yet, so he casually posted a task in the bounty section of the trading market. Bounty: cracking the military-grade encrypted tactical tablet. Requirements: certified technical expert. Reward: 50,000 credits. He didn't expect anyone to accept immediately. This was just a test. He believed that the true value of this tablet, which recorded intelligence from within the military base, far exceeded 50,000 credits. And the core of his acquisition this time, without a doubt, was the purple Source Energy Crystal Core, Essence. When he held the crystal core in his hand, the interface of his personal screen, belonging to the survival radar system, automatically popped up, emitting a wave of eager anticipation. High purity energy source detected. Source Energy Crystal Core, Essence X1. Consume this item to upgrade the survival radar system? Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Yu made his choice immediately. He knew that in this perilous world, information was his greatest asset, the very foundation of his survival. Any investment that could enhance his informational advantage was worthwhile. The instant he confirmed his choice, the purple crystal core slowly rose from his palm, its surface radiating intense purple lightning. Crack! The crystal core shattered with a crisp sound, transforming into a torrent of extremely pure purple energy, like a purple serpent, which suddenly burrowed into Lin Yu's brow. Boom! Lin Yu's brain felt as if it had been struck by a bolt of purple lightning. He felt his mental world undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. What had originally been a flat, circular radar displaying only points of light was now evolving at a visible speed into a more three-dimensional, more complex form. Countless data streams and rune chains were reorganizing and arranging themselves deep within his consciousness. The entire process lasted a full minute. Only after he had fully absorbed the massive flow of information did Lin Yu suddenly open his eyes, his gaze filled with shock and ecstasy. His radar had been upgraded. Survival radar system upgrade successful. Current level, level 2. Privilege enhanced. Function unlocked. Detection range, radius 7 kilometers. New function, bioenergy signal detection. Function details. The radar can now detect the bioenergy signals of all non-teammate units within a 7-kilometer radius. All detected biosignals will be marked in real time on the radar map as red dots. Note, this function cannot distinguish between biotypes or determine their specific strength. It can only display their presence and approximate location. Lin Yu's heart pounded violently at this new feature. This is simply divine skill. Level 1 radar transformed him from someone blind to a treasure hunter capable of pinpointing locations using maps. Level 2 radar, on the other hand, propelled him from a passive treasure hunter into a hunter capable of seeing the entire battlefield and discerning the movements of all enemies. From now on, in the dungeon world, any enemy attempting to ambush, or track him will be as invisible as fireflies in the night before his radar. He can not only see where treasures are, but also where people are. This leap in information advantage is a qualitative change. While overjoyed, the radar system also prompted for the next upgrade. Level 3 radar upgrade requirements. Source Energy Core, Premium, X1 or Source Energy Core, Essence, X10. A gold quality core, or 10 purple cores. Lin Yu silently noted this astronomical target. The road ahead is long and arduous, but he knows he is on the right path. Then, he took out the random skill draw card, Blue, a reward for an S-rank rating. Use. The card transformed into a blue streak of light in his hand and dissipated into the air. Immediately afterward, a virtual roulette wheel appeared before him, flashing dozens of different skill icons. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and finally, the pointer slowly stopped on one of the icons emitting a soft green light. Congratulations! You have obtained the blue skill, Emergency Medical Care. Skill name, Emergency Medical Care. Level, Blue. Effect, instantly stimulates the activity of one's own cells, restoring non-fatal severe injuries within 3 seconds. Limited to 1 use per dungeon world. A life-saving divine skill. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This skill, for a lone wolf like him, was no less valuable than a purple-grade piece of equipment. After clearing all the resources, Lin Yu. Chapter 28. In his personal space, Lin Yu spent 3 whole days adapting to his drastically increased strength. He practiced the combat techniques granted by basic combat mastery repeatedly, thoroughly understanding the performance of his entrenching tool and the newly acquired M4A1 assault rifle. He was now a completely different person from the frail boy who had woken up bewildered in the classroom half a month ago. Just as he was planning his next dungeon run, a communication request was sent to his personal screen through the Boundary Hub system. The initiator was Wang Hao, the only one who had shown him kindness at the beginning of the game, the chubby classmate who had shaken him from the brink of death. Lin Yu's eyes flickered, but he ultimately chose to answer. On the screen appeared Wang Hao's familiar chubby face, but now it was filled with haggardness, fear, and a hint of undisguised envy. Lin Yu. It really is you. I saw the announcement. S-rank. My god, you're a monster? Wang Hao's voice trembled slightly. Clearly, Lin Yu's achievement had a huge impact on him. What's up? Lin Yu's tone was calm and indifferent, devoid of any joy at their long-awaited reunion, as if he were speaking to a stranger. Wang Hao was taken aback by his cold attitude, his smile becoming somewhat awkward. He rubbed his hands together and said, Lin Yu, we were classmates, after all. How did you do that? Could you teach me? Or next time in the dungeon, could you take me with you? His voice grew softer and softer, filled with pleading. Clearly, his first dungeon experience was filled with fear and despair. He was teleported to a zombie world codenamed T-25. Although he was lucky enough to successfully evacuate from Point C, he was like a frightened mouse the entire time, constantly hiding and dodging. Forget about any gains. Just surviving had exhausted all his courage. Looking at his pitiful F-rank rating and empty backpack, compared to Lin Yu's dazzling S-rank achievements, he knew that on his own, he would surely die in the next forced conscription. Lin Yu was the only lifeline he could think of, the only straw he could grasp. Teach you? Guide you? Lin Yu's lips curled into a half-smile. Wang Hao, you seem to have misunderstood something. What? Wang Hao was stunned. In the world of the Realm Hub, there are no classmates, no friends, only value and transactions. Lin Yu's voice was cold and cruel. Wang Hao's face instantly turned deathly pale, his lips trembling, unable to speak. He hadn't expected Lin Yu to be so blunt. However, Lin Yu's tone shifted, a businessman's shrewdness flashing in his eyes. While I don't value personal relationships, I do value transactions. A glimmer of hope instantly rekindled in Wang Hao's eyes. In this world, intelligence has value, and help comes at a price, Lin Yu said slowly. I can give you some survival guides for beginner dungeons, tell you some little-known techniques, and even provide you with shelter in a future dungeon, allowing you to safely complete a mandatory quest while lying down. Wang Hao's breathing quickened. But, Lin Yu's voice suddenly turned cold, all of this will require you to pay a price. What price? It's simple. Lin Yu held up one finger. As payment for your consultation, one source energy core. If you want me to carry you through a dungeon, you need to pay more. The specific price depends on the dungeon's difficulty. One source energy core? Wang Hao exclaimed in shock. He hadn't even seen a single source energy core throughout the entire dungeon, and now Lin Yu was asking him for one in exchange for a few information? This was practically robbery. You think it's expensive? Lin Yu sneered. Then you can go to the trading market and see. Even a random survivor escort costs tens of thousands of credits. I'm only doing this because of our past friendship. Remember, Wang Hao, in the apocalypse, the cheapest thing is life, and the most expensive thing is the chance to survive. I've given you a chance. Whether you seize it or not is up to you. With that, Lin Yu hung up the call. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes calm. He wasn't really trying to blackmail Wang Hao. He was simply using this most direct and brutal method to show him the survival rules of this world. If Wang Hao couldn't even bear to pay this price, then he didn't deserve any help. Less than 10 minutes later, Wang Hao's communication connection was restored. This time, his eyes were filled with pain and struggle, but even more so with a desperate, all-or-nothing resolve. I trade, he said through gritted teeth. I gathered enough credits, please protect me. Chapter 29. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During these 15 days, Lin Yu's life was as regular as a perfectly tuned machine. He spent a significant amount of time each day honing his combat skills in the personal training grounds open to high-level players by Boundary Hub. Firearm shooting, melee combat, stealth assassination, trap setting. He was like a dry sponge, frantically absorbing all the knowledge that could make him stronger. Basic combat mastery gave him not only skills, but also a combat instinct and awareness. Now, even with his eyes closed, he could make the most precise attacks and dodges through the sound of the wind and muscle memory. In the real world, his mother's health improved at a visible rate thanks to his substantial investment. After freeing herself from financial constraints and harassment from relatives, his mother smiled more often, making Lin Yu feel that all the fighting was worthwhile. That day, Lin Yu looked at his experience bar, which had reached LV.4, 312/500, and the grayed out icon on the radar map that required a source energy core, ultimate to upgrade. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Passively waiting for the Realm Hub's forced conscription was fraught with uncertainty. He had to take the initiative and firmly grasp his destiny in his own hands. He opened the Realm Hub's dungeon matchmaking lobby. Rows of world fragment information, flashing with different lights, unfolded before him like a giant star map. He abandoned the option of team matchmaking and directly chose solo mode. Teammates, in many situations, meant ties, but also burdens and risks. Until he had absolute strength to crush everything, he trusted himself more. Based on his current level and S-rank completion rating, the system recommended several dungeons with varying risks and rewards. Lin Yu's gaze finally settled on one of them. Dungeon World, Zombie City B2. Difficulty level, hard. Recommended level, LV.3 to LV.8. World description, a modern metropolis deeply infected by the T-virus. The city is teeming with not only ordinary infected individuals, but also mutants with special abilities. It is rumored that the city's disease control center may possess original samples of the T-virus. This is it. Higher difficulty means greater risk, but it also means a higher probability of finding high-level source energy cores. His goal was clear, to find the source energy core, essence, in this death trap that would allow his radar to evolve once more. Having determined his target, Lin Yu immediately began organizing his equipment. He went to his personal armory and took out his best gear. An M4A1 assault rifle, his primary weapon, equipped with 5 fully loaded magazines. A Remington M870 shotgun, a powerful weapon for close quarters assault and clearing operations, was carried with 50 rounds of buckshot. A Type 92 pistol, as a last resort, was tucked into a quick-draw holster on his leg. 3 fragmentation grenades and 2 Molotov cocktails were attached to the buckles of his tactical vest. Military-grade high-potency painkillers, rapid-acting hemostatic gel, broad-spectrum antibiotics. A variety of high-grade medications filled his medical kit. Adding to this his lightweight tactical bulletproof vest and upgraded, more powerful military backpack, he was now armed to the teeth, like a killing machine about to step onto the battlefield. However, just as he confidently clicked Enter Dungeon, a Scarlet System notification popped up. Warning, your total equipment value, excluding your inventory, has exceeded the current dungeon's limit. To maintain dungeon balance, please reconfigure your equipment. Lin Yu's brows furrowed instantly. He hadn't expected Boundary Hub to have such a restriction. This also meant he couldn't rely on equipment advantages to dominate the dungeon. The system was forcing players to rely more on their own strength and skill. Interesting. A cold smile curved Lin Yu's lips. Even better. If everything could be crushed by equipment, this apocalyptic game would be far too boring. He showed no frustration, calmly putting most of his equipment, including the M4A1 and shotgun, back into the warehouse. Ultimately, he chose only a basic Type 92 pistol, 5 spare magazines, the entrenching tool he was already adept at using, and a medkit filled with high-grade medical supplies. Lightly equipped, back to basics. His greatest strengths were never these cold weapons, but rather his all-seeing level 2 radar, his combat skills etched into his soul, and, most importantly, his fearless hunter's heart honed in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Equipment configuration confirmed. Transferring to Zombie City B2. Chapter 30. Cold, damp, and rotten. These were the first signals Lin Yu's senses received after regaining consciousness. Accompanied by a slight dizziness, the scene before him rapidly shifted from the pure white of his Boundary Hub personal space to a gloomy, oppressive gray. He was standing in a narrow back alley, his feet sinking into filthy puddles, the air thick with a stench reminiscent of rust and rotting flesh. The sky was shrouded in a thick, impenetrable layer of gray, poisonous clouds, obscuring all sunlight. The entire city seemed to be immersed in an eternal twilight. Teleportation complete. Welcome to Zombie City B2, codename Acid Rain City. Difficulty level, hard. Current number of participants, 500. Instance duration, 72 hours. Special environment warning, periodic acid rain. Mechanism. From the moment you enter the instance, every hour, corrosive acid rain will fall for 10 minutes. Effect. Direct exposure will cause equipment durability to drop rapidly, stamina to deplete quickly, and may result in a corrosion state. Acid rain will enrage and strengthen some mutants. First acid rain countdown. 9 minutes and 58 seconds periodic acid rain? Once per hour. Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly, immediately realizing that this instance was vastly different from the previous E137 city. This was no longer a hunting ground where one could roam freely, but a death trap with a precisely set schedule. This mechanism forced all players to find an absolutely safe indoor shelter every 50 minutes, like clocking in for work. This undoubtedly severely limited the player's movement range and exponentially increased the difficulty of searching and evacuating. Lin Yu felt no fear. Instead, a sense of excitement rose within him. The more complex the environment, the more fully his information advantage could be utilized. He didn't rush into action, but immediately focused his attention on the radar system in his mind. Buzz. The level 2 radar, activated for the first time in actual combat. In an instant, a massive 3D map, with a radius of 7 kilometers centered on him, unfolded in his mind. Unlike the previous planar radar, that could only display non-biological resources, this map now contained a terrifying amount of information. Besides the white dots representing basic supplies, the green dots representing medical resources, and the blue dots representing firearms, the entire map was densely covered with tens of thousands of constantly moving red dots. Each red dot represented a unit with a biological energy signal. They were like a blood-red virus, spreading throughout every street, every building, and every corner of the city. Some gathered in small groups, moving slowly. Others formed large, dense red clouds, hovering within certain large buildings, emanating an ominous aura. This is the qualitative change brought about by the Level 2 radar. A complete understanding of the situation. Although it cannot distinguish friend from foe, nor can it judge specific strengths, this ability to know of existence alone is enough to make him invincible. Just then, cold raindrops began to fall from the sky without warning. Drip, drip. Raindrops fell to the ground, actually emitting wisps of white smoke and a hissing sound, as if sulfuric acid had been splashed on metal. Acid rain, it's here. Lin Yu's expression hardened, and he immediately looked at the radar. He discovered that at the end of the alley where he was, in a 3-story abandoned factory, there was no red dot. Without hesitation, he immediately lowered his body and sprinted towards the factory. Ah! My hand. My face. It hurt so much. A shrill scream came from the other end of the street. Lin Yu's steps didn't falter, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several players who had just arrived and hadn't yet grasped the situation, writhing in agony in the acid rain. Their clothes and skin were corroding and festering at a visible speed. Even more terrifying, their agonizing screams instantly attracted several zombies that had been wandering nearby. The zombies, drenched in acid rain, far from being harmed, seemed to have been injected with stimulants. Their veins bulged under their skin, and they roared, charging at the unfortunate victims with nearly twice the speed they had before. The sounds of tearing, screams, and cracking bones filled the air. Soon, all was silent. Lin Yu's eyes were cold. He had a clear understanding of the brutality of this instance. He kicked open the rusty iron gate of the factory and slipped inside. Roar! Inside the factory, 2 zombies dressed in tattered work clothes turned at the sound and lunged at him. Lin Yu didn't even bother using his gun. Having mastered basic combat proficiency, these ordinary zombies were no different from puppets in his eyes. He shifted his stance, his body passing through the gap between the 2 zombies' attacks at an incredible angle. The entrenching tool in his hand became a cold, blurring shadow. Thud. Thud. 2 soft sounds of flesh being pierced rang out almost simultaneously. The 2 zombies' movements abruptly ceased. Their spines had been precisely severed by entrenching tools at the back of their necks, and they collapsed limply to the ground. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds, quiet and efficient. He quickly inspected the factory, and after confirming it was safe, his gaze fell upon a toolbox emitting a faint white light in a corner. Prying open the toolbox, he found, besides some basic repair tools, half a pack of cigarettes, an unopened bottle of mineral water, and a brand new industrial gas mask. Good stuff. Lin Yu unceremoniously put on the gas mask. Although it couldn't completely block the corrosive effects of acid rain, it could at least protect his most vital parts, his head and respiratory tract, significantly extending his safe movement time in the acid rain. He leaned against the window, listening to the pattering rain outside and the occasional screams from afar, his eyes calm as still water. Chapter 31. 10 minutes of acid rain felt like an eternity. As the last corrosive drop fell, the world outside the window fell into a deathly silence once more, leaving only the pitted, corroded ground and the increasingly pungent, acidic stench in the air. Through the dusty window, Lin Yu saw several more mangled corpses on the street, the first batch of unfortunate survivors eliminated. He felt no pity. In this world, weakness was the original sin. The rain stopped, and the hunt was over. He left the temporary shelter, like a gray shadow, re-entering the Death City. With the Level 2 radar, his modus operandi underwent a radical change. He was no longer blindly heading towards supply points. Instead, on the vast 3D map in his mind, he constantly planned the optimal path, connecting countless safe zones. His eyes were constantly alert to the surrounding environment, but most of his consciousness was immersed in the radar map. Those red dots representing zombies were no longer simply a threat to him, but rather sets of data that could be calculated and avoided. At the intersection ahead, there are 5 fixed red dots inside the building on the left, and 3 wandering red dots on the street to the right. After crossing the intersection, go straight for 100 meters, there's an alley that leads around them. Lin Yu's brain, like a highly efficient biological computer, processed the information from the radar at lightning speed, while his body reacted with the utmost swiftness. He sometimes crept along the shadows of walls, sometimes vaulted over abandoned vehicles, and sometimes walked directly through buildings that the radar indicated were clean. His movement was unpredictable and efficient, always managing to avoid most unnecessary battles with minimal risk. Just as he was passing through an abandoned residential area, an unusual signal on his radar alerted him. At a street corner at an intersection, a lone red dot stood motionless. This was unusual. Lone zombies were extremely rare in this city. Lin Yu's intuition told him that something was amiss. He didn't approach rashly, but instead climbed to the roof of a 3-story building and used binoculars he had found at the military base to observe the street corner from a distance. Soon, he saw the red dot. It was an abnormally emaciated zombie, with a deformed, tumor-like, enormous growth on its neck, rising and falling slightly with its breath. Its mouth was stretched to an exaggerated angle, almost extending to its ears. It stood there silently, like a grotesque scarecrow. The Screamer. The description of this special mutant instantly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Its eyesight was extremely poor, but its hearing was superb. Once it detected a living being, it would emit a high-frequency shriek, summoning all the nearby zombies. A living alarm, or rather, a living beacon. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. He immediately marked the Screamer's location in his mind. This thing might become an unexpected trump card in a crucial moment. He continued forward, his target a small police station 2 kilometers away. The radar showed a rather conspicuous blue dot. In this lightly armed situation, any weapon could drastically improve his combat effectiveness. The journey to the police station was far from smooth. The closer he got to the city center, the higher the density of zombies. When he reached the outskirts of the police station, the radar showed more than a dozen red dots lurking inside the building. He didn't force his way through the main entrance, but instead went around to the side of the building and found a damaged ventilation duct. He skillfully pried open the grill and crawled inside. The ventilation duct was pitch black, filled with dust and cobwebs. Lin Yu could only rely on the radar for guidance as he crawled laboriously through the darkness. Suddenly, a red dot that had been stationary directly above him vanished without warning from his radar map. Immediately afterward, a foul-smelling gust of wind swept over him from behind. Lin Yu's hair stood on end. Without thinking, he immediately unleashed the explosive power granted by emergency medical care, his body surging forward through the narrow duct. Screech! A piercing metallic scraping sound rang out from where he had just been. It was a lurker. Lin Yu reacted instantly. These monsters could cling to any surface, and ventilation ducts were the perfect hunting ground for them. Although the radar showed its presence, due to the obstructed view and the duct itself, he hadn't immediately noticed that it had disappeared from the ceiling and circled behind him. This was a fatal mistake. In the darkness, the lurker, having missed its attack, let out a low growl and, using all 4 limbs, pounced on Lin Yu again with astonishing speed within the duct. Lin Yu's mind raced. There was no time to turn and draw his gun. He swiftly thrust his entrenching tool backward, using the momentum to roll forward. Clang! The lurking creature's claws gripped the entrenching tool's surface, sending sparks flying. Using this resistance, Lin Yu finally created some distance between himself and his opponent. Before he could even regain his footing, he rolled on the spot, his Type 92 pistol already aimed at the distorted silhouette faintly visible in the darkness behind him. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, deafening like thunderclaps in the enclosed pipe. The muzzle flashes instantly illuminated the lurking creature's terrifying face. 3 bullets accurately struck its head and chest. Thud! The lurking creature let out a shrill scream. The immense impact sent it flying backward, crashing heavily against the pipe wall. It struggled for a couple of moments, then fell silent. Huff! Huff! Lin Yu leaned against the cold wall of the ventilation duct, breathing heavily, his back soaked in cold sweat. That was too close. This was the first time he had ever been nearly killed in a sneak attack while possessing radar. This served as a wake-up call. Never rely too much on your cheat system. Your own vigilance and reflexes are the keys to survival. He dared not be careless again. Carefully, he climbed out from the other end of the ventilation duct and entered the police station's second-floor office. The blue dot of light was in the evidence room on the first floor. He silently cleared out several ordinary zombies along the way, finally finding his target in a locked metal cabinet. A well-maintained police Glock 17 pistol and 3 fully loaded magazines. While not a high-powered weapon, in the early stages of the game, having 2 guns was enough to handle most unexpected situations. After storing the loot in his spatial inventory, Lin Yu was about to leave when an anomaly on the radar map made him stop in his tracks. Chapter 32. Lin Yu's consciousness was immersed in the radar map, his brows furrowed tightly. About a kilometer from his police station, in a commercial district, a horrific massacre was unfolding on the radar's red dots. A small group of about 5 or 6 red dots were being rapidly surrounded and devoured by a larger, more organized cluster of red dots. The small cluster offered almost no effective resistance and was completely swallowed up within a few seconds, vanishing entirely from the radar map. This meant an entire player squad had been wiped out. Such speed, such ruthless methods. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yu's mind. Judging from the movement trajectory and disappearance speed of the dots on the radar, the perpetrators were well coordinated and decisive, definitely not a hastily assembled rabble. Their purpose was clear: to eliminate the area. Curiosity drove him to see for himself what kind of team this was, so arrogant even at the beginning of the dungeon. Of course, Lin Yu wasn't foolish enough to approach directly. He quickly left the police station and, like a cautious cheetah, used the city's towering buildings as cover, silently made his way towards the commercial district where the battle had just taken place. Finally, he found an excellent observation point on the rooftop of an office building about 20 stories high. The distance from here to the commercial district was over a kilometer, as the crow flies, enough to guarantee his absolute safety. He crouched behind the parapet of the rooftop and raised his binoculars. The scene on the commercial street in the video made his pupils shrink sharply. In the center of the street, 5 figures were calmly clearing the battlefield. 4 of them were dressed in identical black combat uniforms. While their equipment wasn't top of the line, it was standardized, and their movements exuded a chilling military aura. The leader was a lean, wiry man, carrying a machete, coldly directing his men to loot the corpses. Lin Yu could tell from his steady gait and wary eyes that he was an extremely experienced veteran. Beside him, a burly man, as imposing as an iron tower, was crushing the head of a still-alive corpse with a brutal, almost aesthetically pleasing stomp. Another tall, thin figure skillfully piloted a hummingbird drone, circling and scouting the surrounding area, clearly a reconnaissance soldier. The last member stood a short distance away, holding a medical kit, seemingly ready to provide support to his teammates at any moment. In the center of the 4 escorts stood a man completely out of place in this apocalyptic scene. He was slightly overweight, dressed in an expensive, well-tailored outdoor tracksuit, his face bearing a hint of arrogance and impatience. Most striking was his streamlined, lightweight exoskeleton armor, shimmering with a faint blue glow. A bunch of useless trash couldn't even hold onto a single blue resource crate, wasting one of my energy crystals, the man called Boss Wang said disdainfully, kicking a corpse at his feet, his tone filled with condescending disdain. Boss Wang is right, these scavengers are just delivering equipment to us, the veteran captain immediately echoed obsequiously, his face plastered with a smile, but Lin Yu caught a fleeting glimpse of resentment and bitterness deep in his eyes. Clearly, this was an escort team. A team of 4 experienced players protecting a wealthy patron. They were ruthless, well-equipped, and took pleasure in eliminating other players to monopolize dungeon resources. They were the cleaners, at the top of the food chain in this dungeon. Just then, the scout operating the drone suddenly spoke up. "Boss Mad Dog, the drone's thermal imaging shows there seems to be a little mouse spying on us on the roof of that office building 1.2 kilometers to the northeast." Upon hearing this, the 4 escorts' gazes instantly sharpened, sweeping towards Lin Yu's location like swords. In that instant, Lin Yu felt a chill run from his tailbone to the top of his head. He'd been discovered. Even from this distance, the enemy's reconnaissance had accurately detected his presence. Without hesitation, he immediately put away his binoculars, rolled back behind cover, and rushed towards the office building stairwell without looking back. He had only one thought in his mind. Get out of here immediately, as far away from these lunatics as possible. He marked this scavenger escort team in his mind as a top-level extremely dangerous target. He knew very well that he absolutely could not engage in any direct conflict with these people before an extraction point appeared. Otherwise, with his current equipment, he would definitely be dead. Lin Yu's figure quickly disappeared into the shadows of the city. On that commercial street, the veteran captain known as Mad Dog lowered his binoculars, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. Ignore him, just a cowardly rat who wouldn't even dare to approach. Our target is Mr. Zhang of the Blazing Fire escort team. Don't waste time on such a small fry. Mr. Wang, let's continue. According to intelligence, the city center is not far ahead. Mr. Wang waved his hand impatiently, and turned to walk towards the next target. Little did they know that this little mouse they had so easily let go would become the most deadly nightmare in their dungeon adventure. Chapter 33. The terrifying encounter with the scavenger escort team completely extinguished Lin Yu's desire to head to the city center. That area had now become a hunting ground for top predators. Venturing in with his current equipment would be tantamount to throwing himself to the wolves. I must find a way to dramatically improve my strength without encountering them. Lin Yu's mind raced, and a bold plan gradually took shape in his mind. Since he couldn't go to the city center, he would do the opposite and go to the most remote, easily overlooked outskirts. The more secluded the place, the more likely it was to hide unknown secrets and undiscovered treasures. He reopened the radar map, focusing his scan on the city's outskirts, completely opposite to the city center. There lay a vast university town. During the apocalypse, such densely populated areas would inevitably become hell on earth. He could imagine that it was now teeming with zombies, a place ordinary players would avoid at all costs. But precisely because of this, the resources there may not have been extensively plundered yet. Lin Yu's gaze carefully searched the map of the university town. Suddenly, his breath caught in his throat. At the very edge of his 7-kilometer radar detection range, deep within the university town, inside a building marked with a special symbol, a golden dot was quietly suspended. Gold. Gold again. Lin Yu's heart pounded uncontrollably at that moment. The last golden item was the spatial backpack that granted him limitless possibilities. What could this one be? A god-tier piece of equipment that would drastically increase his strength? Or a legendary item that would awaken his supernatural abilities? Whatever it was worth risking his life for. The suppressed desire for adventure ignited like dry tinder. Without further hesitation, he immediately changed direction and sped towards the university town, a place filled with death and allure. An hour later, as another acid rain subsided, Lin Yu's figure appeared on the edge of the university town. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the city, it was eerily quiet here, the air thick with a strange stench of rotting books and blood. Like silent tombstones, the teaching buildings, libraries, and dormitories stood quietly on this desolate land. Lin Yu's target was very clear. The bioengineering building shimmering with golden light. He cautiously infiltrated the campus, and the scene on the radar map confirmed his suspicions. While the number of red dots, zombies, here wasn't as dense as in the city center, their quality was frighteningly high. He could see that many of these red dots moved at speeds, and had energy signal strengths far exceeding those of ordinary zombies. He even spotted 2 nearly 3-meter-tall armored bulls, resembling small trucks, patrolling back and forth like loyal guards outside the bioengineering building. And countless infiltrators lurked on the building's walls, and in the shadows, their red dots appearing and disappearing on the radar, radiating a deadly threat. Truly a den of wolves. Lin Yu didn't back down. Instead, his eyes sharpened. The heavier the security, the higher the value of what was inside. He didn't choose to force his way in. Instead, he used his slender frame and the stealth skills granted by his basic combat proficiency to move, like a gecko, silently rubbing against the building's shadows, inching closer. Finally, he found a broken second-floor laboratory window on the side of the building. He took a deep breath and skillfully climbed up using the air conditioner unit and water pipes outside the wall, successfully infiltrating this death maze. The interior of the building was even more eerie than the outside. The emergency lights were already off, only the faint daylight filtering in from the windows barely illuminated the corridor. The air was thick with the pungent smell of formaldehyde and disinfectant. Lin Yu's radar was fully activated, his mental energy rapidly depleting. He could clearly see the golden light on the 3rd basement level of this building. The elevator leading to the basement was already out of service. The only exit was the emergency escape staircase in the building's central lobby. However, when Lin Yu silently crept into the central lobby, the scene before him made him gasp. The staircase leading to the basement was firmly sealed by a heavy, blast-resistant alloy door, as thick as a bank vault door. On the door, an electronic combination lock was flashing a scarlet light, displaying the words "Highest Access Locked." Damn it, I need an access card or password. Lin Yu's heart sank. He immediately searched the radar, trying to find clues related to access cards. Soon, he made a discovery. On the top floor of the building, in the location of the principal's office, an extremely faint, but eerily glowing purple dot was silently flashing. The key is there. Lin Yu instantly understood. To obtain the golden treasure underground, you must first obtain the purple key on the top floor. This is an elaborately designed chain of challenges, from purple to gold. He looked up at the stairs leading to the top floor. The radar showed that there, an armored bull even stronger than the 2 outside, was lurking. Chapter 34. The situation before him was clear and cruel. The path to the golden treasure was locked by a door requiring a purple key to open. And the path to the purple key was guarded by an elite-level armored bull of unknown strength. This was a vicious cycle, a calculated move forcing players to confront a powerful enemy head-on. Lin Yu stood in the shadows of the hall, his body tense, his mind racing with unprecedented speed, frantically assessing the situation. To fight or not to fight? The devil of greed whispered in his ear, "Fight. Charge. Kill that armored bull, get the purple key, then open the golden treasure underground. From then on, soar to the heavens, trampling everyone under your feet." He now possessed dual pistols and superb fighting skills. He might not be without a fighting chance, but the Angel of Reason was hammering at his nerves with cold data. He only had 2 pistols and limited ammunition. The damage pistol bullets could inflict on a monster of the armored bull's caliber was completely unknown. It's highly likely that even if he fired all his bullets, he wouldn't be able to penetrate the enemy's thick bone armor. Once the battle begins, The gunfire will instantly attract all the lurking enemies inside the building, and might even alert the 2 armored bulls patrolling outside. At that point, he'd be surrounded on all sides, with no way to escape. The most crucial point, and Lin Yu's greatest concern. The curse of the treasure. He was almost 100% certain that once this golden item was picked up, it would trigger a map-wide coordinate broadcast. There are still more than 24 hours until the extraction point is announced. Once his coordinates are exposed, the well-equipped and ruthless scavenger escort team will pounce like sharks smelling blood. With his current strength and equipment, his chances of winning against that team head-on are 0. No. Now is not the time. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. But he ultimately made the most difficult, yet most rational decision. Retreat. Temporarily abandon this enormous temptation. This is not cowardice, but the highest quality of a true hunter. Never put yourself in unnecessary danger without absolute certainty. He stared intently at the radar map, the 3rd basement level shimmering with golden light, and the top floor office shimmering with purple light. Like a tiger locking onto its prey, he etched these 2 coordinates, along with the patrol routes and distribution of all the monsters within the building, into his mind. It's not that I won't take this treasure, it's just that taking it now is too costly and risky. His thinking was frighteningly clear. The best time is in the final stage of the 72-hour instance limit, after the extraction points are announced. At that time, all players' attention will be drawn to the extraction points, and they will fight each other for the extraction slots. And teams like the cleaners will inevitably try to control the most advantageous extraction points. That's the best window of opportunity for me to sneak back and take the treasure. Once I get the item, I immediately follow the radar's guidance, choose the most remote and safest extraction point, and run away. Let them chase after an empty university town. A perfect golden cicada shedding its shell plan instantly took shape in his mind. After making the decision, Lin Yu no longer hesitated or wavered. He suppressed his inner desire for the golden treasure, and, just as he had come, silently and gradually withdrew from this bioengineering building filled with death and opportunity. As he returned to the shadows of the campus, feeling the faint, almost imperceptible, sense of being watched from behind, he knew it was the lurking infiltrator seeing him off. Leaving this death trap, Lin Yu felt no frustration. On the contrary, he was filled with confidence, as if he were in complete control. This golden treasure was already his, merely temporarily stored here. He was the one who would decide when to retrieve it. Now, before the final treasure hunt, he needed to use the remaining 20-odd hours to accumulate more leverage, gather more resources, and become stronger. He turned his gaze back to the other areas of the city. Chapter 35. Having rationally decided to temporarily retreat, Lin Yu completely forgot about the golden dot of light in the university town. A qualified hunter not only knows how to wait, but also how to create the greatest advantage for himself while waiting. The next 20-odd hours were his golden time to accumulate resources for the final treasure hunt. He no longer simply moved stealthily to avoid detection. His actions became highly purposeful and aggressive. I need more medicine, stronger firepower, and to test the power of my new toy. Lin Yu's gaze locked onto a cluster of warehouses located at the border of the industrial and commercial zones on the radar map. There were several green medical resource points and a few inconspicuous white supply points. More importantly, according to the radar, a 5-person player team was active there. Their red dot movement was chaotic, and their firepower was intermittent, clearly indicating a weak and temporary team. Not far from their area of operation, a lone screamer lay silently waiting in a side alley. A perfect plan formed in Lin Yu's mind. He would use that unfortunate squad to test his feint attack, lure the dead to kill tactic. He silently crept to an abandoned residential building about 500 meters from the warehouse complex. This distance ensured his own safety while allowing him to observe both the squad and the screamer. He set up his binoculars and quickly saw the squad's true situation. Just as Lin Yu had predicted, they were 4 hastily assembled scavengers, poorly equipped and clumsy in their coordination, struggling to deal with a few ordinary zombies at the warehouse entrance, clearly intending to scavenge for supplies. Their fighting style was chaotic. The gunfire and shouts gave away their position. A perfect group of bait, Lin Yu coldly remarked, then shifted his gaze to the alleyway where the screamers lurked. He took out an empty can of beef he had previously scavenged from his spatial backpack. He carefully calculated the trajectory of the can and the influence of the wind, his arm muscles instantly tensing. With the boost from basic combat proficiency, his control over his strength had reached a level of consummate skill. Go, my beacon. He swung his arm sharply, the can in his hand tracing a precise arc through the air, landing precisely at the entrance of the alley, with a slight whooshing sound. Clang! A crisp metallic clang pierced the silent street. The fire escort team, locked in a fierce battle with zombies, was startled by the sudden sound. What's that? Who's over there? They looked warily in the direction of the sound, but saw nothing. However, they were unaware that a most terrifying alarm had been triggered. In that alley, the screamer, extremely sensitive to sound, abruptly raised its deformed head. Its enormous mouth, stretched to its ears, opened to its limit. A burst of infrasound, invisible to the naked eye, mixed with a high-frequency shriek powerful enough to tear eardrums, erupted from its mouth. The sound, like a horn from hell, spread wildly in all directions from its center. Lin Yu, observing from the rooftop of the residential building, though prepared by plugging his ears with cloth, was still reeling from the invisible sound waves, his head spinning and his blood churning. The unsuspecting squad was the first to be hit. The 5 men instantly clutched their heads, collapsing to their knees in agony, blood flowing from their 7 orifices, temporarily incapacitated. Then, the most terrifying sight unfolded. On the radar map before Lin Yu, all the red dots within a 500-meter radius of the screamer seemed to receive some kind of command, instantly transforming from a chaotic, wandering state into a perfectly synchronized charge. 1, 2, 10, 100. Hundreds upon hundreds of zombies surged wildly from streets, buildings, and sewers in all directions, converging into a black torrent of death, sweeping towards the source of the sound. The completely bewildered team. No. Don't come any closer. It's the screamer. We've been tricked. One member of the team quickly regained a sliver of clarity amidst a severe headache. He stared in horror at the horde of zombies surging in from all directions, his face filled with despair. He wanted to run, but it was too late. The black horde of zombies instantly engulfed the 4 of them. The screams lasted less than 3 seconds before being drowned out by endless roars. Lin Yu coldly watched the bloody feast through his binoculars, his face expressionless. He had succeeded. With just an empty can, he had effortlessly wiped out a player squad and created a minor disturbance. Once the horde of zombies, drawn by the flesh and blood of the 4 individuals, temporarily gathered there, he silently infiltrated the now empty warehouse complex from the other side. Like a ghost, he calmly pried open each locked warehouse, looting all the medical supplies and basic necessities. And this buffet triggered by the screamers was just the beginning. Lin Yu looked up at the gloomy city, a cold smile playing on his lips. Chapter 36. The existence of the scavenger escort team was like a thorn, deeply embedded in Lin Yu's heart. The boss Wang in his exoskeleton, and the experienced, decisive escorts, made him clearly realize that this difficult level instance was teeming with hidden talents. His current equipment was no different from that of a caveman, with a fire poker in front of him. I must improve my firepower at all costs. Lin Yu's goal became incredibly clear. He needed a weapon that could truly pose a threat, at least an assault rifle. He once again focused his attention on the map on the level 2 radar, like a general surveying a sand table, carefully examining every inch of the city. His gaze was quickly drawn to an area in the west of the city. There, a rather conspicuous blue dot lay quietly inside a building marked Police Station Branch. On the main road leading there, another squad of players, a cluster of red dots, was advancing rapidly in an extremely blatant, almost reckless manner. This squad consisted of 5 people. Judging from the energy signals reflected on the radar, their firepower was extremely fierce. They moved almost in a straight line, eliminating any unsuspecting zombies in their path, to conceal their movements, displaying extreme arrogance. This squad is probably no pushover either. Looking at their direction of advance, Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Same target, police station weapons. Perfect scouts. He had calculated the time of the next acid rain and quietly crept to the vicinity of the police station branch. He didn't approach the police station, as that would alert the enemy. Instead, he took a long detour, arriving at a secluded alley about 800 meters east of the station. Radar indicated that a lone screamer was lurking there. Lin Yu didn't disturb it, but patiently set up his fishing spot on the rooftop of a nearby 6-story residential building. Time ticked by. As the thick, poisonous cloud in the sky began to churn, foreshadowing the impending acid rain, the fire escort team's off-road vehicles finally appeared at the end of the street. Just as the intelligence had predicted, they were incredibly arrogant, driving their modified off-road vehicles recklessly down the main road, flames occasionally spitting from their vehicles, tearing apart groups of zombies. Ha ha ha. A bunch of trash. Brother Zhang, just you wait, all the treasures in this police station are yours. A bald, burly man leaned halfway out of the car window, laughing wildly. Brother Zhang, protected inside the car, leaned comfortably back in his seat. Drip, drip. Just then, the cold acid rain arrived as expected. What bad luck. The bald, burly man cursed as he retreated back into the car. As soon as he was back inside, the bald man couldn't help but say, "Third brother, it's all your fault, otherwise, according to our plan, we could have reached the police station before the acid rain started." The acid rain instantly intensified, the corrosive liquid splattering onto the SUV's metal, making a sizzling sound and emitting puffs of white smoke. The water on the road quickly became viscous and slippery, and the SUV's speed inevitably slowed down. Lin Yu, who had been lying on the roof like a statue, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing. The moment had arrived. He pulled an unassuming iron barbell plate from his spatial backpack, one he had previously scavenged. His target wasn't the Screamer squad, but rather a rusty gasoline drum he had already marked at the entrance to the alley where the Screamers were located. Now! He took a deep breath, instantly tensing all his muscles, twisting his waist and abdomen, channeling all his power into his throwing arm. Whoosh! The heavy barbell plate traced an almost straight trajectory through the air, whistling through the rain, and struck its target with unimaginable speed and precision. The fire escort team was already agitated by the acid rain. Suddenly, a sharp whooshing sound pierced the air, before they could react. Clang! The barbell plate struck the gasoline drum filled with an unknown liquid with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening explosion instantly reverberated throughout the entire block. A massive fireball shot into the sky, instantly evaporating the surrounding acid rain. The shockwave even caused the fire escort team's off-road vehicle to shake violently. What's going on? Mr. Zhang, inside the car, was so frightened that he spilled red wine all over himself and screamed in terror. However, this was not the most deadly part. Most fatally, the massive explosion completely enraged the Screamer right next to the blast site. A demonic roar, as if from the depths of hell, erupted instantly. The high-frequency shrieks, mixed with the deafening explosion, formed a double death command, spreading wildly in all directions. The zombies, already on the verge of rage from the acid rain, were now completely driven insane by this double stimulus. Roar! Roar! In an instant, hundreds upon hundreds of zombies enhanced by the acid rain surged from every corner, their crimson eyes fixed on. Locking onto the SUV struggling through the acid rain, they surged forward like a horde of undeterred carnage, a terrifying, unprecedented wave of corpses crashing down upon it. Damn it! It's the Screamers! We've been ambushed! The captain of the fire escort team, a seasoned combat soldier, turned deathly pale and let out a desperate roar. Their vehicle, completely out of control on the slippery road, crashed into a roadside building and stalled. The next second, a black wave of death engulfed them completely. Chapter 37. A black wave of death, like a flood bursting its banks, engulfed the stalled SUV in mere seconds. Countless rotting, twisted arms pounded frantically on the windows and doors, creating a deafening thud. The metal of the vehicle was even torn and deformed by the claws. Inside the vehicle, the arrogance and swagger of the fire escort team members had been replaced by boundless fear. Captain! What do we do? We're surrounded. The bald, burly man who had been so arrogant just moments before was now trembling with fear, his machine gun firing wildly, but the bullets struck the endless horde of corpses like pebbles thrown into the ocean, creating no ripples whatsoever. Mr. Zhang, you don't need to be afraid. We will definitely protect you and get you out of here. The escort captain, a combat soldier known as Mad Lion, fired his rifle frantically while trying to reassure his pale-faced boss behind him. Protect? What are you going to protect me with? Huh? Manager Zhang completely broke down. Pointing at the grotesque faces distorted and contorted by pressure against the glass outside the window, he screamed hysterically, "I paid you so much money. I didn't send you here to die." Mad Lion's face was ashen. He knew that if this continued, within 3 minutes, when the car door was breached, they would all be torn to shreds. Conventional escape methods were no longer an option. A look of extreme pain and desperation flashed in his eyes. He roared fiercely towards the trunk, "Third brother! Stop hiding! Use that thing?" In the trunk, a thin team member hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but seeing the captain's murderous gaze, he dared not hesitate any longer. He gritted his teeth and pulled a large, black, metallic-looking object from a box tightly wrapped in canvas. It was a portable RPG rocket launcher. Lin Yu, who was lying on a distant rooftop, observing everything through binoculars, felt his pupils contract sharply and his heart skip a beat the moment he saw the RPG. RPG? These guys even have this kind of military heavy weapon. A storm raged in his mind. He had always thought that firearms were already very rare equipment in the newbie zone. He never dreamed that these professional escort teams would be hiding such a terrifying trump card. At this moment, he felt a lingering fear about his previous plan. If he hadn't chosen this tactic of observing from the sidelines, but instead recklessly approached relying on radar, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Just as Lin Yu was in shock, inside the SUV, the team member named Lao Sen had already opened the sunroof and aimed the RPG launcher at the densest part of the zombie horde. Hold on tight. Mad Lion let out a deafening roar. The next second, Lao Sen pressed the launch button. Whoosh. Boom. A rocket, trailing a long plume of flame, shot out with overwhelming force. A violent explosion erupted in the center of the zombie horde. The power was far beyond what a hand grenade could achieve. In an instant, a fan-shaped area with a diameter of over 10 meters was completely cleared. Dozens of zombies were torn to charred pieces by the intense heat and shockwave. Limbs and dismembered remains, mixed with foul-smelling black blood, scattered in all directions like a terrifying downpour. The massive shockwave from the explosion even blew away surrounding zombies. The impenetrable encirclement of the zombie horde was blasted open with a huge gap. Now! Go! Mad Lion, his eyes bloodshot, seized this golden opportunity, kicked open the car door, and charged out first, rifle in hand, clearing a path for his boss and teammates. The others followed closely behind, the four of them protecting Boss Zhang in the middle, trudging through the corpses and sticky blood, fleeing desperately towards the police station along the blood-soaked path created by the RPG. They didn't even dare to look back at the SUV, which had been engulfed again by the subsequent zombie horde. On a distant rooftop, Lin Yu slowly lowered his binoculars, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. The terrifying power of the RPG had taught him a bloody lesson. For the first time, he truly felt how insignificant his own strength and equipment were in the face of these real big shots. We must be more cautious. We absolutely cannot engage these lunatics in a direct confrontation, he muttered to himself, elevating the principle of survival to its highest level in his mind. Meanwhile, the fire escort team, after paying a heavy price, finally broke free from the horde's encirclement and took refuge in a building near the police station, temporarily safe. Captain Mad Lion slammed his fist on the wall, his entire arm trembling slightly, a mixture of lingering fear and rage. This was definitely the work of those sons of bitches, the cleaners. He panted heavily as he began to analyze the encounter. The timing, the location, everything was calculated perfectly. First, the acid rain forced us to slow down, then the explosion detonated the screamers, blocking our path. Such insidious tactics, I can't think of anyone else but that mad dog. Captain, what do we do now? Those bastards are definitely nearby, waiting for us, and the horde to both be exhausted so they can come out and collect the corpses. The bald, burly man said, still shaken. A ruthless glint flashed in Mad Lion's eyes. They want to be the ones to suffer. I make sure they don't get their way. We rest here until the zombie horde disperses, and then I blow up the police station, even if I have to. I settle this score with that mad dog sooner or later. A perfect misunderstanding was thus created. The true instigator, Lin Yu, having confirmed the RPG threat, had quietly left his observation point and once again disappeared into the shadows of the city. He decided to temporarily abandon his plans for the police station, letting the two escort teams fight it out. He planned to use this time to find safer, more secluded resource points in other parts of the city, and continue his clandestine development. Chapter 38. The shadow of RPGs, like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, made Lin Yu completely abandon any idea of direct contact with high-level player teams. He temporarily repositioned himself from a hunter waiting for an opportunity back to a pure, cautious scavenger. He consciously began to avoid all hotspot areas that might contain blue or higher quality resources, such as military camps, large hospitals, or places like police stations. Those places would inevitably become the focus of contention. His new hunting grounds became those forgotten urban corners, old residential areas, abandoned factories, and those seemingly insignificant commercial streets on the map. Guided by the Level 2 radar, his scavenging efficiency was astonishing. He was a highly efficient ratman, always able to accurately find safe shelters before the acid rain arrived. After the rain stopped, he could plan a safe route in the shortest amount of time that connected the most resource points while avoiding most zombies. Several hours passed quietly. Lin Yu's spatial backpack was once again crammed full of various high-grade medicines, compressed food, and some white quality but highly practical tools. His Type 92 pistol and Glock pistol magazines were also fully replenished. His strength was steadily accumulating without him even realizing it. In the past few hours, he had also watched with great interest the several skirmishes between the scavengers and fire teams. They were like two tigers fighting for territory in the same forest. Although no life-or-death battles had broken out, small-scale conflicts and probing never ceased. Both sides had their victories and defeats, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, as night fell, and Lin Yu turned on his radar again, preparing to begin a new scavenging journey, an unusual phenomenon made him stop in his tracks. He discovered that the player teams, who had been roaming freely throughout the city, were all simultaneously moving rapidly in the same direction. Their destination was strikingly consistent. The seemingly inconspicuous, even somewhat dilapidated City Center for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC for short, located in the very center of the city. CDC? Lin Yu's pupils constricted sharply, a term he had almost forgotten instantly springing to mind. World Introduction: a modern metropolis deeply infected by the T-virus. It is rumored that the city's CDC may possess original samples of the T-virus. So that's it. Lin Yu suddenly understood. He finally realized the true purpose of these two top-tier escort teams, and the two wealthy owners behind them, entering this difficult-level dungeon. Their target wasn't the ordinary blue and purple equipment, but rather the unique, high-value quest item in this dungeon world. T-virus original sample. Having figured this out, Lin Yu's heart began to pound uncontrollably. A tremendous temptation, like the gaze of an abyss, made his mouth dry. To go or not to go? Reason told him that the CDC was now the eye of the storm, a den of dragons and tigers. With his current strength, getting involved would be tantamount to suicide. But another voice roared madly in his heart. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A battle between a bunch of survivors would inevitably result in mutual destruction, and he, the ghost who held the key to the overall situation, would be the sole and most deadly predator. High risk means high reward. After struggling for a few seconds, Lin Yu's eyes instantly became incredibly firm and sharp. He decided to gamble again. He was no longer the scavenger who could only survive in the cracks. He possessed a level 2 radar, superb combat skills, and a calmness and patience far beyond that of ordinary people. He didn't rush to the CDC. Instead, he first activated his radar, meticulously studying all the terrain, buildings, and zombie distribution within a 7-kilometer radius of the CDC. Without hesitation, he adjusted himself to his peak condition, and then, like a true shadow, used the most secluded and unknown paths to silently infiltrate the CDC, which was about to become a bloodbath. Chapter 39. The City Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, is located in a relatively open area in the city center. It consists of a 12-story main research building and several auxiliary buildings, surrounded by high walls and electrified barbed wire. After the apocalypse, the power system here was long since paralyzed, but the formidable defenses still testify to the importance this place once held. When Lin Yu silently crept to a high point, about 1 kilometer away from the CDC, the scavenger escort team had already arrived. Captain Mad Dog, a seasoned veteran, did not rush to attack. Instead, he directed his team to quickly construct a simple yet efficient defensive position outside the CDC's main gate using abandoned vehicles and roadblocks. Reconnaissance soldier Ghost's drone, like a phantom, silently took off and hovered above the CDC, monitoring all surrounding movements. They clearly intended to completely seal off this place, treating the CDC like their own backyard. Boss Wang, everything's arranged. As long as we hold this position, those idiots will be trapped like turtles in a jar when they come. Mad Dog said obsequiously to the man in the exoskeleton. Well done. Boss Wang nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with a greedy, determined light. Pass on my orders. If those bastards from Fiery Blaze dare to show their faces, don't hold back, beat them to a pulp. I want that Zhang guy to know who's in charge of this B2 instance. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the deafening roar of an engine echoed from the other end of the street. The fire escort team has arrived. They clearly learned their lesson. This time, instead of the cumbersome off-road vehicle, they switched to 3 more agile beach buggies, aggressively charging to within 100 meters of Scavenger's position before abruptly stopping. Mad Dog. You mad dog, who only knows how to bite from the shadows. Get out here. Fire's captain, Mad Lion, lived up to his name, possessing a fiery and violent temper. He leaped off the motorcycle, hoisted the RPG with only 1 bullet left onto his shoulder, pointed it at the enemy's position, and cursed, I'm going to settle the score with you for what happened last time. Mad Lion? A defeated opponent, You dare to bark like that? Mad Dog also stepped out from behind cover, a disdainful sneer on his face. What, did that grenade blow the water out of your brain last time? You don't even know who ambushed you, yet you come here to cause trouble? Enough nonsense. In this instance, besides you, Mad Dog, who else has the guts and ability to use such methods against us? Mad Lion roared. His boss, General Manager Zhang, stepped forward and sneered at General Manager Wang. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few bucks. We at Liahua are going to get this T-virus sample. If you know what's good for you, take your dog and get out of here. The tension instantly escalated. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. A bloody battle seemed imminent. Lin Yu, watching from afar, felt a surge of excitement. Fight! Fight already. The fiercer the better. The more you both suffer heavy losses, the better I can reap the benefits. However, just as the two sides were about to open fire, both experienced captains simultaneously exercised a degree of restraint. Mad Dog's eyes flickered slightly. He knew very well that although his side held the advantage of terrain, the enemy's RPG was a huge threat. Once the battle started, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, only allowing other lurking rats to reap the benefits. Mad Lion felt the same way. Although he was furious, he wasn't stupid. The enemy's position was easy to defend and difficult to attack. A direct assault would only lead to death. His RPG was their last deterrent. Once used, they would completely lose their bargaining chips. After a brief standoff, Mad Dog spoke first, coldly stating, Mad Lion, I reiterate, I didn't do what happened last time. Believe it or not. Today, neither of us will be able to take over the CDC. How about this? We each get in based on our own abilities, and whoever gets what they want keeps it. But before we deal with the trouble inside, anyone who dares to stab us in the back shouldn't blame us for a fight to the death, bringing all the zombies here so we could all die together. This was a rational suggestion. Mad Lion pondered for a moment, finally slowly lowering the RPG from his shoulder. He knew this was the only option at the moment. All right. We do it your way. A fragile and dangerous temporary alliance was thus formed. The two teams, one in front and one behind, began cautiously advancing towards the main entrance of the CDC. Unbeknownst to them, just as they reached an agreement and focused all their attention on the interior of the CDC, a dark figure had already silently slipped around to the flank of the CDC during their standoff. Lin Yu's radar map clearly showed an abandoned underground sewage system entrance covered in vines. This entrance was less than 50 meters in a straight line from the basement of the CDC's main building. Well then, gentlemen, have fun. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. He skillfully pried open the heavy manhole cover, and while the two teams were still engaged in a fierce gunfight with zombies at the main entrance, he had already slipped into the dark underground passage like a slippery eel. Once again, he had taken the lead, entering the eye of the storm. Chapter 40. Dark, damp, and filled with a stench unique to sewers. Lin Yu switched on his tactical flashlight. The beam illuminated a nauseating scene within the narrow sewage pipes. Slippery moss, unidentified filth, and several bloated zombie corpses blocked the already cramped passage. Wearing a gas mask, he ignored it all, calmly navigating the labyrinthine underground network guided by radar. Above ground, the sounds of intense gunfire and explosions echoed faintly through the pipe structure, like muffled thunder, providing the perfect background music for his top-secret infiltration mission. About 10 minutes later, he reached a fork in the road blocked by an iron fence. Radar indicated that behind the fence lay the underground backup generator room of the CDC's main research building. Lin Yu took out a crowbar from his backpack and, without making a significant sound, broke the already rusty lock. He slipped inside, a strong, unpleasant stench of engine oil mixed with formaldehyde hitting him. He had successfully infiltrated the CDC. To Lin Yu, the CDC was like a beautiful woman stripped naked, with no secrets whatsoever. The powerful capabilities of the Level 2 radar displayed the entire building's three-dimensional structure, the location of all supply points, and the distribution of every zombie in clear, data-driven form in his mind. He could see the scavengers and fire teams engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, with the zombie horde attracted by gunfire in the lobby. Their clusters of red dots constantly shifted formation under the onslaught of the zombies, their firepower never ceasing. His ultimate target. That special item, suspected to be a T-virus original sample, emitting an eerie purple light, lay quietly in the P4 level biological sample bank on the 4th basement level. P4 sample bank. Lin Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Such a high-security laboratory would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. Sure enough, when he lowered the radar's scanning focus, he saw a chilling sight. The only passage from the first basement level to the fourth was blocked by several heavy alloy gates. Behind those gates, a colossal red orb of light, radiating intense energy fluctuations, lurked. The orb's size and brightness even surpassed the elite armored bull he had encountered in the university town. A boss. Lin Yu knew very well that with his current firepower, challenging that unknown monster was tantamount to suicide. But far from being afraid, a cold smile appeared on his lips. The best key is already in the lobby on the first floor, clearing the way for me. He had no intention of forcing his way in himself. His plan, from the very beginning, was to have the scavengers and fire teams act as the heroes who would slay the demons for him. His task was to deliver the fatal blow from behind just as the heroes were exhausted from defeating the dragon and preparing to claim the treasure. However, before that, he had something even more important to do. A skilled cunning hunter, while waiting for the final battle between the mantis and the cicada, will never be idle. He would use this time to seize everything around him that could strengthen him. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon a dense cluster of green dots on the radar map, located on the third floor. That was the CDC's medicine warehouse. He didn't rush into action, but first carefully observed the battle situation in the lobby on the first floor using the radar. The cleaner and fire were indeed formidable. After suffering several injuries, they had finally managed to clear the horde of zombies from the lobby and began advancing towards the stairwell leading underground. Their attention was completely drawn to the treasure underground. Now! Seizing this golden opportunity, Lin Yu, like a stalker of a raccoon, silently slipped out of the basement, along the fire escape, and headed straight for the third-floor medicine warehouse. He kicked open the warehouse door, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the shelves filled with various high-end medicines. Military-grade potent regeneration agent, advanced virus inhibitor, adrenaline-enhanced version. These green and even blue-quality medicines, which would cause a frenzy outside, were now being taken by him like cabbages. He was ruthless, sweeping away all the valuable medicines like autumn leaves in the wind, filling his spatial backpack and tactical backpack. After doing all this, he didn't leave immediately. A more insidious plan took shape in his mind. He took out several inconspicuous bearing balls he had previously scavenged from his backpack. He went to the stairwell leading to the fourth floor and casually scattered these balls on the dusty steps. Then, he quietly retreated behind a fire hydrant cabinet located between the third and fourth floors, with an excellent view, perfectly concealing himself. He pointed his gun at the stairwell, his breathing becoming long and steady, his whole being like a cold stone, blending into the darkness. He was waiting. The two teams downstairs, realizing the monsters underground were too powerful to handle quickly, would inevitably send some men up to scavenge for supplies. This was the first surprise he had prepared for them. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps came from downstairs. Hurry! Those bastards are still holding out down there. We grab the medicine and leave. It was the fire escort team. Two members cursed and rushed up to the third floor, heading straight for the medicine warehouse. Just as they finished looting the medicine and were preparing to return, Lin Yu's figure appeared behind them like a ghost. Who? One of the members seemed to sense something and turned around sharply. However, he was greeted by a cold gun barrel and a muffled gunshot. Bang! Chapter 41. Bang! A muffled gunshot, like the tolling of death's bell, suddenly rang out in the third-floor stairwell. Lin Yu's shot was meticulously calculated. He aimed at the back of the fire team member walking behind him. At this distance and angle, he was 99% certain of a fatal blow, instantly eliminating an enemy and creating an absolute advantage for the subsequent operation. The bullet tore through the air, carrying a chilling killing intent, and aimed precisely at its target. However, just as the bullet was about to strike, a sudden change occurred. The seemingly carefree fire team member, who had been arguing with his comrades, suddenly displayed an astonishing reaction speed completely at odds with his appearance. The instant he heard the gunshot, he didn't turn around, nor even look in the direction the bullet came from, instead, relying on the combat instincts honed through countless life-or-death experiences, he abruptly ducked to the side. Thud! The bullet ultimately missed his fatal back, grazing his shoulder and leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash. I've been shot! An ambush! The team member roared in pain, but he didn't fall. His comrade reacted even faster. Almost the instant his teammate was shot, he rolled to the side and ducked into a nearby room. Simultaneously, he pulled a silver metal spray bottle from his tactical pouch and sprayed it forcefully into the wound. Sizzle! A burst of white foam instantly covered the gruesome wound, and the blood that had been flowing visibly congealed. Rapid hemostatic gel spray. Lin Yu's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't expected the seemingly rough team to possess such high combat skills. His fatal strike had missed. This momentary lapse had fatal consequences. Over there. Fire! The wounded team member, though in excruciating pain, had accurately pinpointed Lin Yu's location. He roared, raising his assault rifle, and unleashing a furious barrage of fire towards the fire hydrant cabinet. Rat-a-tat-tat. The raging flames instantly engulfed Lin Yu's hiding place. Bullets shattered the metal fire hydrant cabinet, sending sparks flying and debris scattering, leaving jagged craters in the concrete walls. The instant he fired, Lin Yu sensed danger. Without a second thought, he abandoned any attempt to follow up, and like a cat, he slid across the ground from the other side of the fire hydrant cabinet, quickly retreating downstairs. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He had made a grave mistake. He had underestimated the strength of these professional escort teams, who thrived in hard difficulty dungeons. None of these people were easy to deal with. They might be arrogant, they might be rude, but their survival through countless life-or-death battles wasn't solely due to luck and equipment. Trying to run? Not so easy. The fire team members downstairs heard the gunshots, and their comrades' shouts from upstairs, and reacted immediately. Without hesitation, two of them split up and rushed towards the other staircase where Lin Yu might escape. The gunshots shattered the brief tranquility of the CDC. The scavenger escort team, who had been carefully breaking through the first alloy gate on the basement level, were also alerted by the sudden gunfire. What's going on upstairs? Captain Mad Dog frowned. Scout Ghost immediately piloted the drone upwards, his expression quickly turning serious. Captain, the fire faction is engaged in a firefight with an unidentified individual on the 3rd floor. Looks like they're trying to seize the medicine warehouse. These idiots! More trouble than they're worth. Mad Dog muttered under his breath, a barely perceptible glint of glee flashing in his eyes. He desperately wanted Fire's people to fight each other to the death. However, events spiraled far beyond his control. The gunfire on the 3rd floor was like igniting a powder keg. Not only inside the CDC, but even outside on the streets, other player teams, initially hesitant and observing, drawn by the gunfire and explosions, could no longer contain themselves. Fighting started inside. Our chance has come. Charge. Let's rush in and grab the T-virus while they're fighting amongst themselves. Fortune favors the bold. Let's fight them. In an instant, at least 7 or 8 player teams of varying sizes, like hyenas smelling blood, charged towards the CDC from all directions. The entire CDC instantly transformed from a stalemate into a completely out-of-control, blood-splattering meat grinder. Lin Yu had successfully retreated to the 2nd floor. Using his radar advantage, he narrowly avoided being surrounded by the fire team members. He had no intention of lingering. He knew that this place had become the most dangerous eye of the storm in the entire instance. Every second he stayed increased the risk. He quickly retreated towards the underground sewage tunnel he had come from, preparing to temporarily leave the battlefield and await further developments. However, just as he was about to reach the basement entrance, 3 red dots on his radar map, which had been hovering around the perimeter of the CDC, suddenly appeared at incredible speed, plunging into the flank of the CDC through an unexpected ventilation duct, blocking his only path back to the underground passage. It was a scavenging team of 3 rat-like players, clearly trying to take advantage of the chaos to loot, but unfortunately, they ran right into Lin Yu, who was trying to escape. Lin Yu's face darkened completely. Pursued from the front and blocked from behind, he was trapped. Chapter 42. The air seemed to freeze in the narrow corridor. Lin Yu leaned against the cold wall, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the 3 rapidly approaching red dots on the radar map. He could clearly see that the 3 attackers were in a standard triangular attack formation, moving silently, clearly masters of stealth and assassination. They were like 3 wolves that had smelled blood, drawn by the gunfire upstairs, coming to claim a share. Upstairs, the footsteps of the 2 members of the fire escort team were also getting closer. Although they hadn't pinpointed Lin Yu's exact location, they had already blocked the main stairwells, and were conducting a thorough search. Besieged on all sides, a desperate situation. Lin Yu's brain was working at its limit at this moment. Conventional stealth and evasion were meaningless. He had to create an opening with swift and decisive action before the 2 groups could completely encircle him. His gaze swept across the corridor. This was a typical hospital corridor, with abandoned wards on both sides and a few overturned beds and medical carts piled up in the middle, forming some natural cover. His gaze finally settled on a rusty fire sprinkler head on the corridor ceiling. A crazy and daring plan instantly formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he darted out from behind cover, his Type 92 pistol not aimed at any enemy, but pointed upwards at the fire sprinkler head and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The crisp gunshot echoed in the corridor. The bullet struck the old sprinkler head precisely. Whoosh! The next second, murky, icy fire water cascaded down from the ceiling like a waterfall. This sudden scene stunned the 3 rat players, who were stealthily approaching, as well as the fire team members searching upstairs. However, this was precisely the fraction of a second of surprise Lin Yu wanted. His real killing move wasn't the torrent of fire water. At the same moment he fired, he pulled a fragmentation grenade seized from a military base from his spatial backpack, pulled the pin, and without hesitation, threw it directly towards the 3 assassin players. The grenade traced a perfect arc through the icy fire water, landing precisely in the center of the 3 players' formation. It's a grenade! Scatter! The 3 assassins reacted incredibly quickly. The instant they saw the grenade, they were terrified and immediately scattered in different directions. But it was all too late. In the narrow corridor, they had nowhere to hide. Boom! A deafening explosion instantly engulfed the entire corridor. The violent shockwave, mixed with countless high-speed flying steel balls and shrapnel, formed an indiscriminate storm of death. The walls were shattered, and light bulbs and wiring from the ceiling crashed down, the entire corridor appearing as if it had experienced an apocalyptic catastrophe. The 3 assassin players didn't even have time to utter a scream before they were instantly torn to shreds. Their red dots on Lin Yu's radar map went out instantly. It's that bastard. He's down there. The fire team members upstairs were startled by the violent explosion. Recovering quickly, they roared and prepared to rush down. But Lin Yu didn't give them the chance. The instant he threw the grenade, he had already turned and sprinted in another direction. Towards the staircase leading to the first-floor lobby. He had successfully cleared a path down with lightning speed. The first-floor lobby had long since become a veritable meat grinder. 7 or 8 player squads, completely bloodthirsty, were fighting tooth and nail for the entrance to the underground. The scavenger escort team, with their superior equipment and advantageous terrain, held the entrance fiercely, but were also besieged by enemies several times their size, facing constant danger. Gunfire, explosions, skill flashes, dying screams, and the howls of zombies attracted to the scene intertwined into a chaotic and bloody war symphony. Lin Yu's arrival was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. He didn't choose to break through head-on from either side. That would be suicidal. Like a true ghost, he used the chaos and smoke from the explosions to move along the edge of the battlefield, weaving through countless stray bullets and skill attacks. His level 2 radar proved invaluable at this moment. He could clearly see the position of every enemy, finding every fleeting safe corner on the battlefield. He was like a dancer on a knife's edge, elegant yet deadly. When 2 squads engaged in firefight had a moment of downtime due to reloading, he would unhesitatingly slip between them. When a player was reduced to a sliver of health, cowering behind cover, he would casually finish them off with a silenced pistol as if passing by. He was conducting the most efficient fishing in troubled waters in this chaotic battlefield. His objectives were clear, his actions decisive, never greedy, never lingering in combat, striking and then retreating. In less than 5 minutes, he had successfully traversed this hellish battlefield unscathed, arriving once again at the entrance to the underground sewage pipes that he knew by heart. Farewell, fellow warriors. Lin Yu turned back, glancing at the still raging battlefield, a cold, mocking smile playing on his lips. Chapter 43. When Lin Yu returned to that familiar underground network of pipes, filled with rust and stench, his entire mindset had undergone a complete transformation. If before it was about infiltration and hiding, now he was the sole ruler of this underground kingdom. The bloody battle on the surface had bought him the most precious time and the perfect cover. He calmly approached the entrance to the CDC's basement, without pausing, and headed straight for the stairs leading deeper. On the first underground level, the first heavy alloy gate had been violently breached, bearing the marks of a violent explosion and sparks from cutting. Clearly, the scavenger escort team had used professional methods to open the gates to hell before leaving. The deeper he went, the colder the air became, and a faint, chilling sense of oppression emanated from the depths of the earth, as if some primordial beast was breathing in its slumber. The second basement level, the third basement level. Every gate along the way had been violently breached. The walls were riddled with bullet holes and claw marks, and the ground was littered with broken zombie corpses and fragments of player equipment. Lin Yu's radar map clearly showed that the 2 elite teams, after sacrificing at least 2 members, had finally cleared the threats from the first 3 levels and reached the final level. The 4th basement level, in front of the P4 level biological sample bank. And the enormous red orb that Lin Yu had marked as boss remained motionless behind the sample bank's door. The Cleaners and Fire, two teams that were locked in a fierce battle on the surface, were now surprisingly in sync, facing each other sharply to the left and right in the wide space in front of the sample storage room, forming a fragile, temporary alliance. They both knew that the monster behind the door was not something either team could handle alone. Lin Yu didn't rush in. He chose an excellent observation point and a ventilation duct on the third basement level. From here, he could have a commanding view of the entire battlefield on the fourth basement level. Mad Dog, stop dawdling. Captain Mad Lion sounded impatient. His boss, General Manager Zhang, was pale, clearly shaken by the earlier battle. The sooner we finish off this beast, the sooner we can grab the loot and leave. Humph, easy for you to say, Mad Dog sneered. His colleague, General Manager Wang, gripped the resurrection pack tightly, the exoskeleton humming softly. We're determined to get what's inside. We open the door, but we need to agree on 3 rules. First, after opening the door, both teams will attack simultaneously. No one is allowed to hold back. Second, and most importantly, whoever gets the T-Virus original sample last gets it. The other side cannot try to steal it for any reason. Otherwise, don't blame us for fighting to the death. Mad Lion pondered for a moment, then finally nodded, all right. Let's do it. In his view, it would all come down to a fight to the death anyway. He gestured to his team members. With the agreement reached, the players from both teams brought out their best weapons. The Scavengers team began to break down the alloy door of the P4 sample library. Lin Yu, inside the ventilation duct, watched this scene unfold clearly, a cold smile playing on his lips. How naive. This so-called gentleman's agreement, faced with immense profit, was as fragile as a piece of paper. Both sides likely harbored ulterior motives, but the party that spoke first would have a moral high ground after obtaining the drug. With a loud crash, the heavy alloy door was slowly pushed open. A pungent, chilling stench of blood and formaldehyde surged out from within. Immediately afterward, a roar, powerful enough to make one's soul tremble, filled with savagery and hunger, exploded from within. Roar! An incredibly massive monster slowly emerged from the darkness. Standing over 4 meters tall, its body resembled a deformed giant bear, but its entire body was hairless, covered instead by a layer of dark red, tough skin like keratin. Its right arm had mutated into a massive, 3-meter-long bone blade, gleaming with a cold metallic light, while its left arm was a gigantic tumor riddled with holes, constantly dripping green acid. Its face had no eyes, only an enormous, round maw covered in layers of sharp teeth. Armor Terminator, experimental subject. Everyone present was stunned by the monster's terrifying appearance. Fire! The experienced Mad Dog was the first to react, roaring as he pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! In an instant, all firepower poured down on the Armored Terminator. Rifles, machine guns, and even the blue beam from Boss Wang's high-tech energy gun rained down on the Armored Terminator like a storm. However, a despairing scene unfolded. All the bullets and energy beams, striking the Armored Terminator's dark red skin, only produced weak sparks. They couldn't even penetrate its outer layer. Physical attack immune? Mad Lion cried out in shock. Roar! Enraged, the Armored Terminator took a step forward, its massive bone blade on its right arm lashing out with a fierce, tearing force. Thud! A Scavenger team member, unable to dodge in time, was instantly severed at the waist. His upper body flew through the air before his lower body collapsed limply into a pool of blood. Use explosives. Attack its mouthparts and the acid sac on its left arm. That's its weak point. Mad Dog, a veteran as always, instantly identified the monster's weakness. He gave the order while pulling a high-explosive grenade from his waist. A brutal boss battle ensued. After suffering heavy losses, both teams finally managed to shatter the acid sac on the Armored Terminator's left arm with Mad Lion's last RPG shot, triggering a violent explosion that knocked it to the ground. However, just as they thought the battle was over and were preparing to finish it off, the fallen Armored Terminator suddenly opened its only remaining, enormous mouthparts. Buzz! An invisible mental shockwave instantly swept across the entire area. Everyone felt as if their brains had been struck by a heavy hammer, plunging them into a 3-second state of dizziness. Lin Yu, who had been hiding in the ventilation duct, witnessing everything, only felt a slight dizziness due to the distance and her prior precautions. He knew his long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Like a weightless raccoon, he silently slid down the ventilation duct, making no sound. He ignored the Armored Terminator struggling to its feet, and the players who were now dazed. His target, from beginning to end, was singular. He rushed into the P4 sample vault, its door wide open, radiating an alluring purple light. Chapter 44. Inside the P4 level biobank, the temperature was so low it felt like it could freeze human blood. Rows of sophisticated, shimmering blue cryogenic storage cabinets stood neatly arranged, each containing various chilling viruses and biological samples. But in the very center of the laboratory, on a self-contained base crafted from special crystal and powered by its own system, a uniquely shaped syringe floated silently. The liquid inside the syringe possessed an eerie and captivating purple hue, as if containing the deepest mysteries of the universe, constantly swirling and flowing. T-virus raw sample, unstable, an unprecedentedly intense light blazed in Lin Yu's eyes. He could even feel his own body yearning for the terrifying power contained within that syringe, a power capable of altering the very nature of life. Without hesitation, he rushed to the base and slammed his fist into the crystal dome. Crack! The seemingly sturdy crystal dome shattered instantly. He grabbed the purple syringe in his hand. It was icy cold, yet felt like holding a burning flame. The instant he grasped the syringe, a chilling system notification exploded before his eyes. Name: T-virus original sample, unstable. Level: purple, special quest item. Description: contains infinite possibilities for life's evolution, but also carries the immense risk of destroying everything. Direct use will result in a 95% probability of mutating into a powerful, mindless mutant. Only a tiny 5% chance of successfully fusing with the virus, breaking through human limits, and becoming a higher life form. Special note: this item can be purified and stabilized by a pharmacist, level 50 or higher, specializing in medics. After stabilization, the risk of fusion failure will be reduced to 5%, and there is a very high probability that the user's original human consciousness will be preserved in the event of failure. Once stabilized, the item's rating will be upgraded to red. Pharmacist. Lin Yu etched this crucial information deep into his mind. He knew this thing couldn't be used yet, but the future it represented held limitless possibilities. Without hesitation, he stored the purple syringe, which held the key to the future, deep within his spatial backpack. Just as he finished doing all this, outside the laboratory, the terrifying armored Terminator finally recovered from its 3-second stun. It let out a deafening roar, abruptly rising from the ground. Its massive, round maw locked onto the survivors of the Scavenger and Fire teams, who had just recovered from their stun and still wore a bewildered expression. No, no! Get out of the way! Captain Mad Dog was terrified. He watched helplessly as the armored Terminator's body rapidly inflated, like a balloon being blown up. Self-destruction. This terrifying monster, in its final moments, chose to perish together with its enemy. Boom! A self-destruction far more terrifying than an RPG explosion, a cataclysmic event, instantly engulfed the entire 4th underground level. The violent energy shockwave, mixed with highly corrosive acid and flesh, formed a deathly hurricane. The walls and ceilings of the entire underground space trembled violently, cracked, and collapsed. The survivors who had just regained their mobility didn't even have a chance to escape. They were instantly vaporized in this cataclysmic explosion, leaving not a trace. Their red dots on Lin Yu's radar map extinguished in patches. Lin Yu, the instigator, had already taken refuge in an emergency shelter made of superalloy, specifically designed to isolate samples of the highest risk level, within the P4 sample library a second before the explosion. He could even feel the entire shelter shaking violently, and the sizzling sound of metal corroding and melting came from outside. A full minute passed before the tremors gradually subsided. Lin Yu pushed open the heavy shelter door, and the sight before him made him gasp in horror. The power of the self-destruction far exceeded Lin Yu's imagination. Even inside the emergency shelter made of superalloy, he could still feel the ground beneath his feet howling and trembling violently, as if the entire CDC building was about to collapse at any moment. The heavy alloy door pounded loudly from the shockwave, and dark red flames and green acid seeped through the cracks, sizzling as they corroded the door frame. Lin Yu's heart was in his throat. He had no doubt that if he had hesitated for even half a second, he would probably be like those heroes outside, completely vaporized by the energy of the self-destruction, leaving not even a single bone intact. More than a minute passed before the terrifying tremor slowly subsided. He took a deep breath and pushed open the shelter door, which had been warped by the intense heat. The scene before him made even this hunter, accustomed to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, gasp involuntarily. The entire 4th underground level had become a veritable lava hell. The walls, ceiling, and floor were covered with twisted, molten metal and pits corroded by strong acid. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of burning and an intense, pungent acid odor. Where the elite players had stood were now only a few charred humanoid mounds and some half-melted, unrecognizable remnants of equipment. Scavengers and Fire, two top-tier escort teams that had been rampaging through Instance B2, were wiped out in a mere instant. Truly, a bunch of pathetic scouts. Lin Yu shook his head, his face devoid of any sympathy. He knew this was the law of the apocalyptic world. One wrong step, and the whole game is lost. However, just as he thought the dust had settled and was preparing to leave calmly, a cold blue aura stubbornly shone brightly in the ruins not far away. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. In the center of the ravaged battlefield, a spherical barrier composed of several semi-transparent blue energy shields floated silently. The barrier surface was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, clearly having reached its limit, but it had ultimately withstood the cataclysmic explosion. Inside the barrier, Captain Mad Dog knelt on the ground, panting heavily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face ashen. His boss, General Manager Wang, was so terrified he collapsed to the ground, his expensive exoskeleton armor crackling with blinding sparks from the energy overload. The Scout Ghost and another Strength-type team member were unconscious, their fates unknown. Emergency Energy Barrier, an extremely rare purple-quality consumable skill scroll, instantly generates an energy shield capable of withstanding most damage, a last resort for wealthy players. Chapter 45. Mad Dog actually had such a powerful trump card hidden away. It's you, you wretched rat. Mad Dog suddenly raised his head, his beast-like eyes fixed on Lin Yu as he emerged from the P4 sample library. His voice was hoarse, filled with endless resentment and killing intent. The T-Virus is in your hands? Although he didn't know how Lin Yu had gotten in, he was certain that this ghostly figure was the ultimate victor. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. He hadn't expected anyone to survive an explosion of that magnitude. He miscalculated. Without hesitation or a word, the instant Mad Dog spoke, he made the most correct decision: run. He turned and, with all his might, sprinted back the way he come. Trying to run? Leave your life behind? Mad Dog roared hysterically. He gritted his teeth, struggled to his feet, grabbed the assault rifle that had also survived the explosion, and frantically pulled the trigger at Lin Yu's retreating figure. Rat-a-tat-tat. A trail of deadly bullets ripped through the dimly lit underground space. Lin Yu felt a searing pain in his back and left leg. He instantly lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. He'd been shot. The powerful impact of the bullet made him feel as if his bones were about to shatter. Blood instantly soaked his back. Die, you scum! Mad Dog saw Lin Yu shot and fall to the ground. A cruel and ferocious smile appeared on his face. He dragged his wounded body and approached step by step. However, Lin Yu's eyes showed no despair, but rather a cold, resolute glint. Emergency medical care. Activate. He silently chanted, and the blue skill he had always considered his last resort was activated with a roar. In an instant, a warm and powerful life energy erupted from his heart, flowing throughout his entire body. He could clearly feel the muscles, blood vessels, and even nerves in his back and legs repairing and regenerating at a speed beyond the laws of nature. The excruciating pain that would paralyze an ordinary person vanished without a trace within 3 seconds. Lin Yu leaped to his feet. And under the utterly shocked gaze of Mad Dog, he reached into his backpack. He drew a pre-prepared adrenaline booster and, without hesitation, plunged it into his thigh. Get up. With a low growl, the potent adrenaline surged into his bloodstream. His heart began to pound at an unprecedented speed, every vein in his body bulged, and an explosive force erupted from every limb. His speed, at that moment, surpassed its limits. He didn't even glance back at Mad Dog, transforming into an arrow released from a bow, rushing into that familiar, dark underground sewage pipe, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. No! Mad Dog roared in unwilling despair. He wanted to chase, but his injuries made even standing difficult. He could only watch helplessly as his prey, in a way he couldn't comprehend, flew away before his eyes. He knew he was completely finished this time. Lin Yu, having successfully escaped, didn't stop for a moment. He endured the side effects of the adrenaline rush, sprinting for kilometers through the intricate underground pipe network until he had completely left the CDC behind before bursting out of the ground. He dared not linger in the city center. It had become a hotbed of trouble. He had only one goal: to return to the university town, to return to the safe, secluded haven he had long chosen. There, he would find his only refuge to lick his wounds and await final victory. The night was as dark as ink. The city, after the acid rain, was shrouded in a thin, fishy-smelling fog. Lin Yu's figure, like a tireless ghost, darted swiftly through abandoned buildings and intricate alleyways. The effects of the adrenaline were slowly wearing off, leaving behind waves of dizzying weakness, but he dared not stop, dared not look back. He knew that someone like Mad Dog wouldn't give up easily. Although the other party was seriously injured, no one could guarantee that he didn't have some special means of communication or tracking. The disastrous defeat at the CDC would only drive him even more insane. He had to get back to that relatively safe haven as quickly as possible. After more than an hour of desperate fleeing, the familiar, desolate outline of the university town finally reappeared on the horizon. Lin Yu felt like a traveler finally seeing the direction of home. His taut nerves could finally relax a little. He didn't take the main road, but instead sneaked into the campus along the most secluded section of the wall. He skillfully evaded the mutated zombies roaming the campus, finally arriving at a secluded storage room on the top floor of the library, a room he had chosen long ago. It was secluded, with only one entrance and an excellent view, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding area. He jammed the door from the inside with an entrenching tool, then blocked it completely with several heavy bookshelves. Only then did he finally relax, collapsing to the ground as if his bones had been removed, gasping for breath. A narrow escape. This was the closest he had come to death since entering the Realm Hub. The terrifying power of the RPG, the formidable strength of the elite escort team, the boss's self-destructive annihilation, and the relentless pursuit of Mad Dog. All of this was like a series of heavy hammer blows, relentlessly striking his supposedly resilient heart. I underestimated this world. Lin Yu lay on the cold floor, giving a self-deprecating laugh. His previous success had instilled in him an unwarranted arrogance. He believed that with the information advantage of his level 2 radar, he could manipulate everyone at will. But reality delivered a resounding slap in the face. In this apocalyptic world, there are always hidden cards you don't know about, and there are always beings stronger, more ruthless, and more insane than you. Information advantage is important, but one's own hard power is the ultimate deciding factor in life and death. He slowly closed his eyes, and, in his personal space, retrieved the high-grade nutrient solution and recovery potions he had scavenged from the CDC's drug warehouse, beginning to repair the damage to his body caused by the forced use of adrenaline. Chapter 46. That night, he slept soundly, yet restlessly. His dreams were filled with the flames of explosions, and the menacing maw of the armored Terminator. When the first rays of gray sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window the next day, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. All the weariness and lingering fear had vanished from his eyes, replaced by an unprecedented calm and composure. He didn't rush into action, but instead entered a state of complete wait and see. He mentally reviewed the entire dungeon experience again and again, analyzing the gains and losses of each of his decisions. He realized that his greatest advantage wasn't his combat ability on the spot, but rather his unparalleled strategic planning ability and patience, based on radar information. He was a chess player, not a chess piece. A qualified chess player would never easily place himself in the center of the chessboard, engaging in a direct confrontation with the enemy, without absolute certainty. He activated the secondary radar, maximizing its scanning range, and began to survey the city. The number of players in the entire instance had dwindled to less than 200. What followed was a final, bloody struggle among these survivors for their last chance to escape. Lin Yu watched silently as one squad turned against each other over a supply crate, as another was overwhelmed by the horde of zombies, and as the scattered survivors, like frightened birds, struggled to survive in the city's ruins. His heart remained unmoved. He was like a detached observer, recording the movement and extinguishing of every glimmer of light, taking in the city's final madness. He was waiting for a signal. Finally, at the very moment the instant's time entered its 48th hour, a huge system notification, emitting a soft green glow, simultaneously popped up on the retinal screens of all survivors. Notification: 24 hours remaining in the instant's time, extraction points have been generated. Evacuation Point A, rooftop helipad of the Municipal First Hospital. Evacuation Point B, underground freight subway platform of the Central Hub. The appearance of the extraction points was like igniting two brilliant beacons on this desolate ruin. Almost instantly, on the radar map, all the surviving red dots surged towards Point A, the Municipal Hospital, without hesitation. The Municipal Hospital, located in the city center, was rich in supplies, had open terrain, and the rooftop helipad was an excellent defensive position. In the eyes of most survivors, it was undoubtedly a very good escape route. No one felt they were in a bad position. Everyone wanted to get a good haul at the extraction point. A final, bloody battle for the hospital erupted instantly. Lin Yu stared at the dense cluster of red dots near Point A on the radar map, which had suddenly swarmed together, violently clashing and constantly disappearing. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. A swarm, moths drawn to a flame for hope. His gaze slowly shifted to the other end of the map. Point B, overlooked by most, lying alone beneath the city, the central hub subway station. His grand plan was finally entering its final, and most crucial stage. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, his eyes calm and profound. The treasure hunt is only just beginning. While all the survivors were fighting tooth and nail for the seemingly bright path to survival at the municipal hospital at Point A, Lin Yu's figure moved against the tide like a ghost. He left the library where he had long lurked, stepping back into this death-soaked campus he knew by heart. His target was clear, the bioengineering building. The golden treasure he had temporarily stored there was quietly waiting for its owner. The university campus, now deserted and lifeless with the survivors gone, seemed even more desolate than before. But Lin Yu didn't relax for a moment. The radar map told him that the danger here hadn't diminished in the slightest. Those powerful mutants still loyally guarded their territory. He arrived at the bioengineering building with practiced ease, without disturbing the two armored bulls still patrolling. Using the pipes outside the wall once more, he deftly climbed onto the broken window on the second floor and silently slipped inside. Inside the building, everything seemed normal. Lin Yu headed straight for the principal's office on the top floor. This time, he didn't hesitate or test the waters. The elite-level armored bull guarding the top floor stairwell remained like a gatekeeper, blocking the way. Lin Yu didn't choose to fight head-on. He took out an inconspicuous chemical reagent bottle he scavenged from the CDC from his spatial backpack. He unscrewed the cap, and a pungent odor instantly filled the air. He calculated the angle and hurled the bottle at the other end of the corridor, away from the stairwell. Crack! The reagent bottle shattered with a crack, the highly volatile and pungent liquid inside rapidly dissipating into the air. Roar! The armored bull's dulled sense of smell was instantly drawn to this unfamiliar, extremely aggressive odor. It let out a low, questioning growl, abandoning its defense of the stairwell, and strode heavily toward the source of the smell. Now! Lin Yu's figure shot past the armored bull the instant it turned, disappearing behind it, and rushing into the principal's office. He didn't even bother with the principal's already desiccated corpse, going straight to the desk and taking out the highest authority's security card emitting a faint purple glow from a hidden compartment in the drawer. Success? Without pausing, he immediately turned, preparing to head to the third basement level. However, just as he was about to leave the office, the armored bull, lured away by the scent, seemed to sense the intruder's presence. It abruptly turned around, its crimson eyes instantly locking onto him. Roar! A deafening roar, seemingly capable of ripping off the entire building. The armored bull was utterly enraged. Abandoning its scent investigation, it charged towards Lin Yu like a human battering ram, with unstoppable momentum. Well done! Lin Yu was not alarmed but rather delighted. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Chapter 47. He didn't choose to run away. Instead, he calmly took out a remote-controlled bomb from his spatial backpack, a bomb he seized from the corpses of the Blazing Fire escort team, activated it, and threw it directly at the office door. Then he turned, kicked open the window behind the principal's office, and jumped out without hesitation. In midair, he activated a pre-prepared climbing rope. The hook precisely secured itself to the windowsill below, allowing him to swing nimbly against the wall and land steadily on the balcony of the next floor. Meanwhile, the enraged armored bull crashed into the empty principal's office. Goodbye, big guy. Lin Yu, hiding behind cover downstairs, pressed the remote control in his hand. Boom! A violent explosion instantly engulfed the entire principal's office. Violent flames and shockwaves erupted from the windows and doorway, completely engulfing the arrogant armored bull, along with its defiant roar, in a sea of fire. Having dealt with the last problem, Lin Yu didn't linger and went straight to the alloy explosion-proof door in the center of the building, leading to the basement. He swiped his purple access card lightly on the combination lock. Beep. Access confirmed. Buzz. Accompanied by a heavy mechanical hum, the incredibly heavy alloy door slowly rose, revealing a staircase leading to both hell and heaven. Lin Yu took a deep breath and stepped inside. Third basement level, a low-temperature cold storage. Everything here was exactly the same as when he last came. He easily found the safe embedded in the wall, and forcefully broke it open with an entrenching tool. The syringe, silently suspended on the pedestal, radiating a dazzling golden light, came into his view once more. He reached out and grasped it tightly in his hand. This time, he had no more reservations or worries. Name, Stamina Awakening Potion, Gold. Quality, Gold. Effect, after use, your stamina attribute will receive a permanent 1.25x increase, including but not limited to stamina bonuses obtained through all channels such as subsequent leveling up, equipment, and skills. Note: cannot be used in dungeons. Note: after use, other awakening potions and class awakening cannot be performed. Lin Yu's heart pounded wildly at this incredible attribute description. This wasn't just a simple buff, it was a permanent, growth-oriented potential increase. This meant his future held limitless possibilities. However, the inability to use other potions or undergo a class awakening made him hesitate. The moment he picked up the potion, a familiar, chilling Crimson Curse notification arrived as promised. Warning: you have picked up the most valuable item in this world. Negative status triggered. Curse of the Treasure. Effect: your location coordinates will be forcibly broadcast to all survivors within this Doomsday Fragment world every 30 minutes. First coordinate broadcast countdown. 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The Crimson Countdown, like a death knell, relentlessly pulsed on Lin Yu's retina. 29 minutes and 59 seconds. He had to traverse most of the city within this short half hour to reach the Forgotten Bee evacuation point. Lin Yu's face showed no panic. On the contrary, a cold, confident smile curled at the corner of his lips. He quickly checked his condition, adjusting all his equipment and supplies to their optimal levels. Then, without a trace of hesitation, he turned and left the university town that had provided him with such invaluable treasures. His figure left a swift afterimage across the city's ruins. He no longer moved with the cautious stealth and evasion of before. Faced with absolute speed, the slow-moving ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. He was like a black lightning bolt, weaving through streets and buildings, leaving all obstacles in his path far behind. His brain, like a highly efficient navigation system, instantly converted the information on the radar map into the optimal route of advance. 300 meters ahead, the street is blocked by abandoned vehicles. Turn left into the commercial building and pass through the third-floor window. That will save 30 seconds. There are 2 lurkers in the alley on the right. Their energy signals are weak. Just charge straight at them. They won't be able to react. He was like a ghost, dancing madly on the edge of death, each turn, each leap precise as a textbook. 20 minutes later, he had successfully traversed several city blocks, and a dilapidated, beast-like entrance to the central hub subway station was now in sight. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred on his reduta. A dozen red dots were rapidly converging on the subway station entrance from different directions. So many people are still choosing point B? Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through his mind. He immediately slowed down, hiding behind some ruins and observing through binoculars. Soon, he saw the group's true forms. It wasn't a complete team, but a makeshift ragtag army cobbled together from 3 or 4 defeated groups. Most of them had lost their teammates and exhausted their ammunition in the bloody battle at the municipal hospital. Knowing they were powerless to contest point A, they retreated to point B. They were ragged, wounded, their faces etched with exhaustion and despair, like frightened birds, easily alarmed by the slightest disturbance. A bunch of pathetic losers. Lin Yu coldly withdrew his gaze. These people posed no threat to him anymore. But he felt no pity whatsoever. Just then, all-channel broadcast, highest value item holders coordinates, 345.981.224. The cold system notification echoed in the minds of every survivor. In the direction of the municipal hospital, the players, who were still fighting tooth and nail for a favorable position, were instantly stunned. What? The holder of the gold item has appeared? The coordinates are at the subway station entrance? Chapter 48. Go to the subway station. Kill him, grab the loot, and we can come back and escape in time. In an instant, at least half the players abandoned their fight for the hospital, turning around like hyenas smelling blood and surging madly towards escape point B. They preferred to believe in a vague golden legend rather than stay in this carnage for another second. At escape point B, at the entrance to the central hub subway station, the dozen or so losers who had just formed a fragile alliance fell into utter silence. They looked at each other, their initial shock quickly transforming into an uncontrollable, naked greed and suspicion. The holder of the golden item is among us. This thought, like a poisonous seed, took root and sprouted wildly in everyone's hearts. Who took the golden item? A player with a severed arm roared, his voice trembling, his gun instinctively aimed at the nearest ally. The atmosphere froze at that moment. The fragile trust built on their shared failure crumbled instantly. Everyone's eyes now held the suspicion of prey being scouted, each person around them a suspect. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. He rushed to the subway station entrance as fast as he could, seeing the evacuation circle radiating a soft green light. However, just as he was about to step inside, a new system notification struck him like a thunderbolt. Welcome to the B2 Instance Evacuation Area, Central Hub. Note: to ensure stable teleportation, you must remain in this area for 30 minutes to complete the evacuation. Current evacuation countdown: 29 minutes and 59 seconds. 30 minutes. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. He instantly understood the insidious design of the Realm Hub system. The direct evacuation from the beginner's dungeon had led him astray. This wasn't a safe evacuation zone at all. It was an arena with a clearly defined timetable, a place for survivors to kill each other. 30 minutes was enough for those lunatics who rushed from the municipal hospital to turn this place upside down. And he, this living target marked by the curse of the treasure, was essentially wearing a kill me sign around his neck if he stayed here, waiting to be surrounded and killed by everyone. Even more deadly was that the dozen or so allies around him had now become the most dangerous ticking time bombs. They didn't know who the holder of the golden item was, but they knew that person was among them. Kill them all. Kill everyone here. The golden item will be ours. Someone shouted hysterically from the crowd, completely igniting the powder keg. Bang! The first shot rang out without warning, exploding through the crowd. A seemingly honest middle-aged man, his eyes flashing with madness, shot a young man beside him through the head. You? Kill! The chain of suspicion exploded completely in that instant. The brief alliance vanished instantly. No one trusted anyone anymore. They picked up their remaining weapons and unleashed a torrent of fire on the nearest person. Screams, curses, gunshots. In the narrow entrance to the subway station, a chaotic and bloody free-for-all erupted instantly. Lin Yu reacted the instant the gunshot rang out. Without hesitation, he immediately abandoned the idea of entering the evacuation zone, rolling behind a massive load-bearing pillar. He looked at the ugly human tragedy before him, his eyes cold and devoid of any warmth. He knew that Point B had become a complete death trap. Staying here meant certain death. He had to leave immediately, before the hunters rushing from Point A arrived, to leap off this damn chessboard. A bold and meticulous plan quickly took shape in his mind. He would use this last information gap to stage the most magnificent escape for everyone. Lin Yu took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. Taking advantage of the moment, when the dozen or so people at the entrance were locked in a fierce battle, and had no time to spare, he silently retreated into the darkness behind the subway station, stealthily making his way in the exact opposite direction from the municipal hospital at Point A. Chapter 49. Lin Yu's figure, like a phantom blending into the night, swiftly disappeared from the chaotic battlefield of the Central Hub subway station. He didn't look back, because he knew the killing and screams there would only continue until the last person fell, or until the hunters arriving from Point A completely wiped out the area. His new target was the very battlefield where the final battle was currently unfolding. The municipal hospital. But this wasn't a suicide mission, it was a meticulously planned strategic retreat. His plan was crystal clear. Exploiting everyone's assumption that he was still at Point B, he would quietly infiltrate the vicinity of Point A. 30 minutes later, when the next curse of the treasure coordinate broadcast refreshed, his location would be displayed at Point A, the municipal hospital. At that moment, all the survivors' eyes would be fixed on the hospital. They would assume that the holder of the golden item had been lurking near the hospital all along, and that the previous Point B coordinates were merely some kind of interference or trap. He could then take advantage of this golden time difference, when everyone was mobilized to quickly return to Point B, which had already been largely cleared of threats, calmly complete that crucial 30-minute stop, and safely evacuate. This was a perfect blind spot tactic, a high-stakes gamble where he could manipulate all the players at will. He sped along the edge of the city, utilizing the powerful capabilities of his Level 2 radar to its fullest extent. On the map in his mind, the movement trajectory of every red dot, the outline of every zombie-infested area, was crystal clear. He could always plan the safest and most efficient route half a minute in advance, avoiding all unnecessary battles. Half an hour later, he had silently arrived at the rooftop of an unfinished building a kilometer outside the municipal hospital. He lay prone on the edge of the rooftop, raising his binoculars. The scene through the lens sent a chill down his spine. The municipal hospital had been completely transformed into a war fortress. Several well-equipped player squads, each occupying advantageous positions, were engaged in a fierce and brutal battle of attack and defense on the hospital's perimeter and lower levels. Gunfire and explosions rang out incessantly, the flashes of skill effects illuminating the night like day. They not only had to fight enemy players, but also contend with the endless hordes of zombies drawn by the gunfire. On Lin Yu's radar map, the red dots near point A were decreasing at an alarming rate. Each flash and explosion was accompanied by the annihilation of several, even dozens, of dots representing life. This was a true meat grinder, mercilessly reaping the lives of survivors. Lin Yu watched all this coldly, his heart utterly unmoved. He was like a master chess player, quietly observing the pieces on his board, each piece consuming and destroying the others according to his plan. Finally, that damned cursed broadcast arrived as scheduled. All-channel broadcast, highest value item holders coordinates, 782.115.639. This time, the coordinates refreshed precisely at the unfinished building where Lin Yu was. Boom! The entire battlefield seemed to be paused. All the players still fighting instinctively stopped what they were doing, staring in disbelief at their maps. Near the hospital? That guy is trying to escape from the hospital. We've been tricked. Everyone, stop fighting. That golden legend is nearby. Find him first. After a brief moment of shock, a torrent of rage and uncontrollable greed erupted. The survivors' objective instantly shifted from fighting for the hospital to finding Lin Yu. Like madmen, they began their charge towards the unfinished building where Lin Yu was. Even the teams that had come from Point B immediately changed direction halfway, joining this grand hunt. Looking at the dozens of red dots frantically converging on him from all directions on the radar map, a cold smile of triumph finally appeared on Lin Yu's face. He knew the fish had all taken the bait. He put away his binoculars without a second thought, turned around, and quietly slid down the other side of the unfinished building using a climbing rope. Behind him, the swarming army of hunters continued. Before him lay the B-point evacuation zone, now completely cleared and exceptionally safe. The hunting game ends here. Now, it's my evacuation time. Lin Yu's figure transformed into a black lightning bolt once more, charging headlong back the way he came, to the Central Hub subway station. Chapter 50. The feeling of going against the current was thrilling, and filled with the exhilarating sense of control. As Lin Yu's figure sprinted towards the Central Hub subway station like a cheetah, a farcical chase was unfolding on his Level 2 radar map. Dozens of red dots representing survivors, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, were frantically surging towards the abandoned building he had just left. They were suspicious and wary of each other, even engaging in small-scale clashes halfway through the chase over advantageous search positions. They never dreamed that the prey they were chasing was now heading in the opposite direction, towards the nest they had just abandoned. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance to evacuation point B again. Compared to when he left, this place had become a complete wasteland. A dozen mangled corpses lay scattered in pools of blood, the air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. That infighting, fueled by suspicion, ultimately had no winners. They would be killed by the people arriving from Point A. Lin Yu stepped over the corpses expressionlessly, his gaze not lingering even for a second on the scattered equipment. He walked straight into the still functioning, softly glowing green extraction circle. Welcome to the B2 Instance Extraction Zone, Central Hub. You have entered the extraction zone. Extraction countdown has begun. Remaining time, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Looking at the cold countdown numbers on his retinal screen, Lin Yu's heart finally settled. Instead of lingering at the empty entrance, he quickly entered the subway station guided by the radar. He expertly found a well-hidden subway maintenance passage beneath the platform. The location was superb, situated on the edge of the evacuation zone, while perfectly concealing his figure. He locked the iron gate at the entrance from the inside, then leaned against the cold wall, completely relaxing. The next 30 minutes would be the most comfortable, yet also the most agonizing, period he had experienced since entering this instance. He activated the radar, switching his view to the municipal hospital at Point A. The farce there continued. Time ticked by second, amidst the agonizing wait and the distant drama. Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened with each passing countdown. However, just as his evacuation countdown reached its final 15 minutes, all-channel broadcast, highest value item holders coordinates, 345.981.224. That damned broadcast, once again, resounded throughout the entire instance, and this time, the coordinates pointed precisely to the Central Hub subway station. Boom! If the previous broadcast had plunged the players at Point A into anger and chaos, this broadcast sent them into utter madness and self-doubt. Subway station? He's back at the subway station? What's going on? We've been tricked. Like a bunch of idiots, he's leading us around the city by the nose. Kill him! I must kill him! The boundless humiliation and the fury of being fooled instantly overwhelmed everyone's reason. Without further hesitation or thought, Like gamblers who had lost all their chips, they placed all their anger and hope on this final hunt. On Lin Yu's radar map, the dozens of red dots that had been chaotically circling near Point A instantly coalesced into a single rope, launching a final, desperate charge towards Point B with unprecedented speed, filled with resolute madness. Lin Yu's expression finally turned serious. He glanced at his withdrawal countdown. 14 minutes and 58 seconds. According to radar calculations, the enemy's vanguard would reach the subway station in a maximum of 12 minutes. He had less than a 3-minute window. If they trapped him in the subway station, even if he managed to escape, he would inevitably face a bloody battle with a slim chance of survival. They're relentless, Lin Yu cursed under his breath, but there was no trace of panic in his eyes. He quickly adjusted himself to peak condition, gripping his Type 92 pistol and Glock pistol, loading them, and then, like a patient viper lurking in the darkness, he fixed his gaze on the entrance to the maintenance passage. The final test had arrived. He needed to stand here alone, facing the last and most frenzied dozens of enemies in the entire instance. He had to hold on to his path to survival in these final 15 minutes. Chapter 51. The final 15 minutes were like walking on a knife's edge. Lin Yu lay in wait in the dark subway maintenance tunnel, his breathing barely audible, his entire being blending into the shadows. His entire focus was on the massive radar map in his mind. He could see the red torrent of survivors sweeping in with unstoppable force. 12 minutes later, the first wave of enemies, 3 speed-type ability users, like 3 ghostly shadows, rushed into the central hub subway station. Without hesitation, they charged directly towards the coordinates displayed on the cursed broadcast. Nobody here? That guy's hiding. Search! The 3 immediately spread out, searching every possible corner like hunting dogs. Lin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. He saw one of the red dots rapidly approaching the entrance to the maintenance tunnel where he was. He gripped his dual pistols tightly, preparing to deliver a swift and decisive blow. However, just as the red dot was about to reach the entrance, the main force arrived. Don't move. That thing is definitely hiding nearby. A commanding voice rang out in the empty platform. Everyone, in pairs, conduct a fan-shaped search centered on the coordinates. Don't miss any ventilation ducts or maintenance passages. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He knew that the carpet search he feared most had finally begun. Time ticked by. Evacuation countdown, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. The search team outside was getting closer and closer. He could even hear the clatter of metal boots on the concrete, and the players' hushed conversations. Nothing here. Have you checked all the pipe entrances? Yes, they're all locked. Lin Yu's heart was pounding. On his radar map, 2 red dots had stopped in front of the iron gate at the entrance to the maintenance passage where he was. This door looks like it can be pried open. Quick! Pry it open and see. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew he had been exposed. Without hesitation, just as the other player was about to attack, he sprang from the darkness, his dual pistols aimed at the rusty iron gate, and furiously pulled the triggers. Bang! 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 A dense hail of bullets, like the Grim Reaper scythe, instantly pierced the fragile iron bars, turning the 2 unsuspecting players outside into bloody sieves. The enemy is inside. Open fire. The players outside were startled by the sudden attack, but reacted quickly, unleashing all their firepower towards the small passageway. Rat-a-tat-tat. The raging flames illuminated the entire passageway as bright as day. The instant he fired, Lin Yu had already rolled away, dodging around the corner of the passageway. Bullets grazed his scalp, scattering deadly sparks against the wall. His evacuation countdown had only 20 seconds left. Instead of retaliating, he took out the last fragmentation grenade from his spatial backpack, pulled a pin, threw it outside, and then ran wildly into the depths of the passage without looking back. Boom! A violent explosion knocked several of the leading players to the ground again, temporarily halting the enemy's pursuit. 10, 9, 8. Lin Yu frantically counted down in his mind. The gunfire and curses behind him grew closer. 3, 2, 1. Evacuation conditions met, teleportation initiating. Just as several players, guns at the ready, rushed into the maintenance tunnel and were about to lock onto his back, a soft green light completely enveloped Lin Yu's body. He turned around and could even see the astonishment, anger, and ultimately despair on the players' faces. He silently gave them the middle finger. The next second, his figure vanished abruptly in the green light, leaving all the noise and carnage forever in the city of acid rain. The central hall of the boundary hub. As Lin Yu's figure solidified within the teleportation beam, his feet landing on the cold, smooth ground, He could feel every cell in his body rejoicing at his narrow escape. Under the influence of the Boundary Hub's rules, his body rapidly recovered to its peak condition, all the negative effects from the drug use and his escape vanishing completely. Then, the familiar and magnificent settlement screen boomed open before him. Mission: Survival Challenge in Zombie City B2, Acid Rain City. Personal rating: S. Your performance has once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Experience points being calculated. Item detected: Gold Quality Stamina Awakening Potion X1, providing 1000 experience points. Item detected: Purple Quality T-Virus Original Sample X1, providing 100 experience points. Item detected: Blue Quality Item X3, providing 30 experience points. Item detected: White Quality Basic Supplies Some Medicine, providing 28 experience points. Total experience points gained: 1158. Boom! A massive and pure current of energy surged into Lin Yu's body. His level, like a rocket, began to skyrocket once again. Level up. Current level, LV.5. Level up. Current level, LV.6. 246 out of 700. In an instant, he leveled up 2 times. You have gained 2 free attribute points. Please allocate them. Lin Yu didn't rush to allocate his stamina points. The light screen continued downwards. Estimated total value of harvested items, based on average black market price 560,000 credits. Do you choose to exchange some/all of the items for credits? Lin Yu chose no, he didn't intend to sell this harvest. Finally, there was the special reward for an S-rank rating. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank special reward. Random equipment draw card, purple, X1. Lin Yu immediately used the card. A flash of light, and a simple, ancient-looking peach with sword, its blade engraved with vermilion runes, appeared in his hand. Name: Soul-suppressing peach with sword. Rank: purple. Effect: effectively kills zombies. Lin Yu stared at the sword's attributes, stunned for a long time. This thing. What's the use? It's useless against zombies. Are there going to be zombie-infested dungeons later? He scoffed, casually tossing the seemingly powerful but ultimately useless peach with sword into his spatial inventory, planning to sell it later. Chapter 52. Lin Yu once again ignored the deafening murmurs and piercing stares in the central hall. He calmly retracted the settlement screen, skillfully squeezed through the crowd, and amidst countless gazes filled with awe and envy, quietly returned to his personal space, then immediately exited Boundary Hub. He didn't even bother to tally his gains, but instead rushed to the city's central hospital. Pushing open the ward door, he was greeted not by the pungent smell of disinfectant, but by a faint, warm aroma of food. His mother was sitting by the window, her face rosy and her spirits high as she gazed at the scenery outside. Compared to her frail appearance just half a month ago, she was a completely different person. Xiao Yu, you're back. Seeing Lin Yu, a genuine smile spread across his mother's face. Mom. Lin Yu stepped forward, looking at his mother's condition, a huge weight finally lifted from his heart. What did the doctor say? The doctor said all my indicators have returned to normal. I can be discharged after 2 more days of observation. His mother held his hand, patting it lovingly. Thanks to you, my good son. Lin Yu smiled, saying nothing. He knew he had risked his life for this. The mother and son ate dinner warmly, but his mother suddenly sighed, a hint of worry and lingering fear in her eyes. Xiao Yu, this dungeon. Was it very dangerous again? Although she couldn't see the results, from the faint yet increasingly sharp killing intent emanating from Lin Yu, she could guess the brutal battle her son had endured. Mom, it's alright, it's all over now. Xiao Yu, promise Mom, after you completed those 5 forced conscriptions, don't go back in, okay? His mother's eyes reddened, she gripped Lin Yu's hand tightly, her voice trembling. I don't want you to end up like your father, never to come back. His father's sacrifice was a permanent pain in this family's heart. Lin Yu remained silent, looking at his mother's pleading eyes. A sharp pain pierced his heart, but he couldn't utter the word okay. How could he stop? The Realm Hub was like Pandora's box. Once opened, it could never be closed. It revealed a completely new world, full of infinite possibilities. The weak struggled to survive, while the strong, like addicted gamblers, frantically craved greater power, more advanced equipment, and the glory of standing at the pinnacle of the world. He had already seen the view from the mountaintop. How could he be willing to return to the foot of the mountain and become an ordinary person? Looking at her silent son, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. She knew she couldn't persuade him anymore. This boy, who once needed protection in her eyes, had grown into a soaring eagle, unseen by her. His world was no longer this small hospital room, but an endless, apocalyptic sea of stars filled with death and opportunity. After a long silence, the mother sighed again, but this time, her eyes no longer held pleading, but a complex emotion of helplessness mixed with a hint of support. Never mind, Mom knows your eyes are the same as your father's. She wiped away her tears, then suddenly changed the subject, revealing a mischievous smile. However, since you want to continue down this path, there's something you must promise me. What is it? Lin Yu asked, somewhat surprised. Your Aunt Wang's niece just turned 18 this year. She's beautiful and has a good personality. Mom has already arranged for you two to meet next weekend for a blind date, his mother said firmly. A blind date? Lin Yu was stunned. He never dreamed his mother would suddenly bring this up. Yes, a blind date. His mother's attitude was unusually resolute. Your father passed away early, and you're the only heir in our Lin family. Since you're going to do something so dangerous, you must first ensure the Lin family line continues. That way, even if something happens to you, Mom will have something to hold on to, and our Lin family won't be without descendants. Lin Yu looked at his mother's uncompromising gaze, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He understood that this was his mother expressing her worry and love in another way. She couldn't stop him from flying into the sky, so she could only hope that he could leave behind some connection and roots on the ground. He wanted to refuse, but looking at his mother's aged yet hopeful face, the words of refusal simply wouldn't come. Finally, he slowly nodded. Okay, I promise you. Perhaps this was the only small act of compensation he could offer this woman who had worried so much about him. The time spent in the hospital was a rare moment of peace and warmth for Lin Yu since entering the Realm Hub. He didn't rush to inventory his loot, enough to drive any player mad, nor did he think about the next dungeon. He simply stayed quietly by his mother's side, peeling an apple, telling her stories of the original owner's school days, as if he had never stepped into that cruel world of blood and fire, and was still that ordinary high school student who needed his mother's care. Watching his mother's complexion improve day by day, with the support of top-tier medical resources, Lin Yu's heart, hardened by the carnage of killing, seemed to be softened again by warm water. That afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the pristine white floor of the hospital room and bathing the mother's slightly pale face in a warm golden glow. Xiao Yu, the mother said suddenly, gazing out the window with a distant, wistful look in her eyes. Do you think your mother is useless? Making you work so hard to earn money at such a young age? Lin Yu's hand, peeling an apple, paused slightly. He looked up, seeing the guilt in his mother's eyes, and his heart ached. He quickly smiled and said, Mom, what are you saying? You raised me all these years. It's already been so hard for you. Now it's my turn to take care of you. It's only right and proper. Hearing this, the mother smiled with relief, but a bitter tinge lingered in her smile. She remained silent for a long time, as if making a decision, then slowly turned her head and looked earnestly into Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 53. Xiao Yu, there are some things I wanted to keep from you forever. But now you're grown up, and you entered that world. There are some truths you have the right to know. Your father's death isn't as simple as you remember. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and her hand gripping the fruit knife tightened involuntarily. Most of her memories of her father came from fragments of the original owner's life. He was a powerful and silent man, his combat attributes twice that of a normal person, yet he ultimately perished silently while exploring a high-level alien world. This was the Lin family's eternal pain, the final straw that broke the camel's back. My father. Didn't he sacrifice himself in the dungeon? Lin Yu's voice was hoarse. Yes and no. Tears welled in her mother's eyes, as if she were lost in painful memories. He did die in the alien world. He didn't have to go. He took that perilous mission for my sake. For you? Lin Yu's brows furrowed deeply. He had never known such a detail. His mother stretched out her slightly withered hand, looking at the needle marks on the back of her hand from long-term intravenous nutrient injections. Her voice was filled with endless sorrow and regret. Xiao Yu, you only know that I'm in poor health and need a lot of money to stay alive. But you don't know that my illness isn't an ordinary one but a curse. A curse? Yes, a curse originating from the Realm Hub. His mother slowly revealed the secret buried for 10 years. When you were very young, your father and I were just an ordinary scavenger team. Once, before your father even left a dungeon, I was forcibly conscripted into a zombie dungeon. The randomly matched team was wiped out, and I was severely injured and on the verge of death. I used up all 3 of my resurrection chances before. In my final moments, as my life was about to end, I used a one-time use rare green skill. Emergency evacuation. This skill miraculously allowed me to escape that certain death dungeon. But it also brought me an irreversible curse. Her mother's voice grew increasingly low, each word seemingly uttered with all her strength. The price of emergency evacuation is that every year since then, my stamina attribute will permanently decrease by 2 points, while my strength and agility will decrease by 1 point. Like a balloon with a punctured hole, my life force is constantly draining away. At first, your father used all his savings to buy expensive nutritional supplements and sell repair fluids, which barely managed to maintain my bodily functions, making me appear like a normal person. But as time went on, my attributes decreased further and further. The doctor said that the day my stamina attribute completely reaches 0 will be my death day. Lin Yu's mind went blank. He finally understood why his mother was so weak, and why their family had been driven to poverty by exorbitant medical bills. It turned out that his mother's life had been on a cruel countdown. So your father went mad. His mother's tears finally broke free. He kept entering dungeons just to find a stamina awakening potion. Stamina awakening potion? Lin Yu exclaimed in shock. Yes, only a gold-quality stamina awakening potion can completely reverse my body's collapse and allow me to regain my growth potential. His mother's voice was filled with despair. But a 3-dimensional attribute awakening potion. You might not even get 1 out of 100 gold items in a normal dungeon. And even if you do, getting it out from the covetous eyes of countless survivors is an impossible task. Your father, seeking a higher probability of survival, specifically chose those challenging alien worlds. High-difficulty worlds typically offer 5 gold resources and 1 red resource. He gambled every chance of resurrection. Until the last time, he never returned. A deathly silence fell over the ward, broken only by his mother's suppressed sobs and Lin Yu's heavy, almost suffocating breathing. The truth was far more cruel than he had imagined. His father's death and his mother's illness weighed heavily on his heart like 2 mountains. He looked at his mother's face, aged further by grief, his heart filled with endless regret and relief. Regret for not knowing all this sooner. Relief? He looked at the syringe, radiating a brilliant golden light, lying quietly in the corner of his realm hub storage space, and used because of the possibility of obtaining a future career awakening item. He knew that the faint hope his father had chased with his life, the miracle that could save his mother, was now in his hands. A massive wave of emotion swept over Lin Yu, shock, sorrow, regret, and a surge of elation at finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. These complex feelings intertwined, leaving him speechless for a moment. He held his mother's cold hand tightly, clearly feeling the weakness stemming from the loss of life. He finally understood why the original owner of this body had worked so hard, even risking his own life to the point of exhaustion to support the family. It was because he was racing against an unseen death, using his meager strength to try and slow the countdown to his mother's death. And his father, that towering mountain-like man, had given his own life just to give his wife a chance to live. This profound love moved even Lin Yu, the transmigrated soul, deeply, filling him with a pang of sorrow. Xiaoyu, I'm not telling you this to put pressure on you. His mother wiped away her tears, forcing a smile that broke Lin Yu's heart. I know my days are numbered, and I'm already content to have watched you grow up. I just don't want you to live in the past knowing nothing. Your father, he was my hero, he sacrificed himself to protect our family. Mom. Lin Yu's throat felt constricted. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions, his eyes more resolute than ever before, and said, word by word, you be alright. I fulfill father's unfulfilled wishes. I said I would protect you from now on. Chapter 54. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? His mother, assuming he was comforting her, affectionately patted his head. Golden items aren't so easy to obtain. Your most important thing right now is to protect yourself. Promise me you won't go to those dangerous dungeons again, okay? No. Lin Yu shook his head. Seeing his mother's surprised look, he didn't explain further. Actions speak louder than words. With a thought, without his mother noticing, he retrieved the stamina awakening potion from his personal space in the realm hub. The next second, a strangely shaped syringe, made entirely of an unknown golden metal, with a shimmering golden liquid flowing inside, appeared out of thin air in his hand. Buzz? This is? The mother was stunned by this sudden turn of events. She stared incredulously at the syringe radiating a divine light in Lin Yu's hand, feeling the life energy that made her withered body tremble with longing. An absurd and unbelievable thought surfaced in her mind. A golden item, stamina, awakening potion? Her voice trembled. Yes, Mom. A relieved smile finally appeared on Lin Yu's face. This is what I brought back from the dungeon. It's the medicine to heal you. Boom. The mother's mind went blank. She stared intently at the potion, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably once again. But this time, they weren't tears of sorrow, but tears mixed with shock, ecstasy, and endless bitterness. The miracle her husband sought with his life, only to fail, was brought back by her son as her life drew to a close. No, no! After a brief moment of ecstasy, the mother shook her head violently, pushing Lin Yu's hand away forcefully, her eyes filled with resistance and determination. Xiao Yu. This is too precious. You risked your life for this. This is something that can change your entire life. How can you use it on your dying mother? I won't allow it. She knew the value of the golden items. Any one of them would be enough to propel an ordinary person to great heights, making them a person of high status. This potion represented Lin Yu's infinitely bright future. How could she, a dying woman, ruin her son's bright future? Mom, listen to me. Lin Yu held his mother's hand tightly, his eyes gentle yet firm. For me, no future is more important than your health. What's the point of becoming strong if I can't even protect my loved ones? My father's greatest regret was not being able to save you. I don't want that regret to happen to me. So you must take this medicine. But, no buts. Lin Yu's attitude left no room for argument. He brought the medicine to his mother's face, his voice becoming incredibly gentle. Mom, do you want to see me go to Peking University? Do you want to see me get married and have children? Do you want to hold your grandchildren? The words hold your grandchildren were like a spell, instantly striking the softest spot in his mother's heart. Looking at her son's resolute eyes, she couldn't utter a single word of refusal. Trembling, she reached out and accepted the golden potion that carried the hopes of 2 generations. Lin Yu helped her mother sit up, then personally rolled up her sleeve and aimed a syringe needle at her withered arm. It might hurt a little, please bear with it. As the golden liquid was slowly injected, an indescribable, boundless life energy instantly spread from her mother's arm throughout her entire body. Her mother felt as if her body was parched land receiving rain after a long drought. Every cell was wildly cheering, leaping with joy, greedily absorbing this sacred energy. She could clearly feel the curse that had long lingered within her, constantly devouring her life force, being purified and dispelled by this domineering golden energy, like snow meeting the blazing sun. Her long-dormant body was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Her atrophied muscles became full again, her fragile bones became resilient, and even her hair seemed to regain a luster. The weakness and illness that had plagued her for nearly 10 years were swept away in this moment. In their place came unprecedented vitality and strength. Life form reshaping in progress. Curse, life loss, purified. Body functions restored to peak state. Physical attribute awakening in progress. Awakening successful. Physical attribute permanently increased by 1.25 times. A series of notifications, though only Lin Yu could see them. He could clearly feel the changes taking place in his mother. As the last wisp of golden light merged into his mother's body, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with the joy and awe of rebirth. She moved her limbs, and the long-lost feeling of power almost brought her to tears. Xiao Yu. Mom, how are you feeling? I feel like I'm 20 years younger, her mother said excitedly. Lin Yu smiled, a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart. Just then, a forced notification from the Boundary Hub system quietly popped up on his personal screen. Forced recruitment notice. Dear player Lin Yu, you have been selected to participate in the next Forced Dungeon mission. The mission will begin in 7 days. Please prepare in advance. Below the notification were 2 messages, one from his mother's attending physician, and another from Aunt Wang. Mr. Lin, your mother is recovering very well, and can be discharged tomorrow. Xiao Yu, my niece is a bit rushed. How about we set your blind date for tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. at the Blue Bay Cafe in the city center? Lin Yu looked at these 3 messages, a helpless bitter smile appearing on his face. It seems some appointments are unavoidable. Chapter 55. The next day, Lin Yu checked his mother out of the hospital. Watching his mother, like a little girl, full of curiosity and energy for everything around her, even enthusiastically planning what vegetables and flowers to plant at home, Lin Yu's mood brightened. On the way home, however, his mother brought up the matter that had been giving him a headache. Xiao Yu, don't forget your blind date at 3 this afternoon, his mother said, adjusting her new clothes. I already spoken to Aunt Wang. The girl's name is Li, she's very pretty, and I heard she just turned 18. She's very quiet and sensible. You have to make a good impression later, don't be all cold and scare her away. Lin Yu sighed and nodded helplessly. Okay, Mom. He had wanted to refuse outright, but seeing his mother's enthusiastic expression, he couldn't bear to spoil her mood. Just think of it as completing a task. He could only console himself with this thought. At 2:30 p.m., Lin Yu changed into clean casual clothes and took a taxi to the Blue Bay Cafe in the city center. This cafe was quite upscale, with an elegant environment, and most of its customers were well-dressed urban white-collar workers. Lin Yu found a seat by the window, ordered the cheapest coffee, and then listlessly watched the traffic outside, his thoughts already drifting to the mandatory dungeon quest 7 days later. The Boundary Pivot dungeon had an exponentially increasing difficulty. He needed to use these next few days to plan carefully, and see if he could find any useful equipment or items on the trading market. Just as he was lost in thought, a clear female voice rang out across from him. "Excuse me, are you Lin Yu?" Lin Yu looked up and saw a young woman with exquisite makeup, wearing a designer dress. The girl was indeed as her mother had described, very beautiful, tall, with fair skin, and her chestnut-brown wavy hair made her look older than her age. But Lin Yu only glanced at her briefly before catching an undisguised scrutiny and shrewdness deep within her seemingly quiet eyes. "It's me," Lin Yu nodded, gesturing for her to sit down. The girl, Lily, elegantly sat down opposite him, placed a brand new handbag on the table, then beckoned to the waiter, and skillfully ordered an expensive coffee and a delicate tiramisu. Throughout the entire process, she didn't ask Lin Yu's opinion, as if it were all perfectly natural. Lin Yu remained unmoved, simply watching her performance. "My aunt told me you're also a survivor in this year's Boundary Hub?" Lily took a sip of coffee and asked bluntly, her tone carrying a condescending sense of superiority. "Yes," Lin Yu replied succinctly. "Then, have you awakened your profession or ability?" Lily leaned forward slightly. This was clearly her biggest concern. "No," Lin Yu answered calmly. Hearing this answer, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lily's eyes. She leaned back in her chair, her tone becoming much more casual. "Oh, I see. That's a bit of a shame. But it's okay, ordinary people have their own way of living." She paused, then asked casually, "So you've been into the dungeon, right? How many times? Your resurrection count. You should still have it, right?" Lin Yu looked at her interrogation-like expression, and found it amusing. "Twice, and my resurrection count is still up." "Twice," Lily drawled, as if assessing something, then flashed what she thought was a charming smile and said, "Actually, I came here today because of my family. You know, we girls are always the weaker party in the Realm Hub. I had bad luck, and I haven't awakened any powerful abilities. I'm about to face my first forced conscription, and I'm quite scared." "So?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "So, I want to find a strong, experienced boyfriend who can protect me." Lily winked at Lin Yu, her feigned innocence making Lin Yu feel nauseous. "I heard from Aunt Wang that you made a lot of money after your last dungeon run. Since you're so capable then, could you help me safely clear 5 mandatory dungeons? As long as we clear them safely, everything else is negotiable." Lin Yu finally couldn't help but laugh. He looked at this self-important woman in front of him like she was a clown. "Help you 5 times? Sure." Lin Yu leaned back in his chair and said slowly. Lily's eyes lit up instantly. She knew no man could refuse a beauty like her. However, Lin Yu's next words instantly froze her smile. "Market price. Escorting 1 normal dungeon. Guaranteed 50,000 credits. 5 times, 250,000. For my sake, I give you a 20% discount, 200,000 credits. Pay first, then get on board." 200,000? Lily exclaimed in shock, drawing stares from the surrounding customers. She stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. Are you crazy? We're on a blind date. We're talking about feelings. How can you talk to me about money? Talk about feelings? Lin Yu's smile turned sarcastic. From the moment you sat down until now, what question has had anything to do with feelings? Professions, dungeons, resurrection attempts, and now you want me to be your free bodyguard. What, are your feelings so cheap, not even worth 200,000? You? Lily was speechless, her pretty face flushed red. She had thought that with her looks and the connections between their families, winning over this newly rich poor boy would be a piece of cake. She'd get him to spend money and effort to help her get through mandatory conscription, then get a dowry of several 100,000, a perfect life plan. She never dreamed that he would completely defy expectations, laying everything bare on the table of transactions. Lily took a deep breath, seemingly trying to make a final stand. She gritted her teeth and said, fine. Even if we don't talk about feelings, but about marriage. Then according to our customs, the bride price. 500,000 credits, do you have that? She wanted to use this astronomical figure to force Lin Yu to back down and save face. However, Lin Yu just looked at her calmly, his eyes as if he were looking at an idiot. He slowly stood up, placed a 100 yuan bill on the table, and said indifferently, "I paid for the coffee. You pay for yours." After saying that, he didn't even glance at the woman who was now trembling with anger, and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he stopped, turned back, and said to Li Li in a cold and indifferent tone, "And don't bother me again. I have no time or interest in wasting a second on an idiot like you. Looking for a sucker? Turn right at the door. Goodbye." With that, Lin Yu's figure disappeared through the coffee shop's doorway, leaving Li Li alone, her face alternating between pale and flushed, enduring the pitying and mocking gazes of the surrounding crowd. Chapter 56. Leaving behind that farcical blind date, Lin Yu felt refreshed. He didn't go home, but went straight back to his personal space in Realm Hub. For him, apart from his mother, there was nothing left to cherish in the real world. Only in this place filled with data and cold rules could he feel true freedom and power. He made himself a cup of hot tea, then comfortably lay down on the sofa automatically generated in his personal space, and opened the official forum of Realm Hub. This was the gathering place for billions of players worldwide to exchange information, boast, and trade intelligence. It was also Lin Yu's most important channel for obtaining information from the outside world. The forum's layout was simple and efficient, with several eye-catching red-pinned hot posts at the top, and below them were subsections categorized by different dungeon worlds, class builds, trading information, etc. Lin Yu's gaze was quickly drawn to several highly popular posts. Pinned Post 1, Warning. New unknown monsters appear in the rift, new species invading the frontline. The poster was a certified information broker with the ID Dungeon Know-It-All, quite famous on the forum. Lin Yu clicked on the post, and its content made him frown slightly. Attention all players. Based on internal information from multiple high-level teams and analysis of abnormal items that appeared in recent dungeon settlements, we have reason to believe that several entirely new monster systems, completely different from the zombies, aliens, and insectids we are familiar with, have been mixed into the whirlpool of the rift. Zombies, giants, parasites. According to frontline reports, this type of monster has been frequently appearing in the recent rifts. Below the post was also a blurry photo taken by a drone from a great distance. In the photo, a figure dressed in ancient official robes stands stiffly in a bizarre pose in the moonlit wilderness. This photo instantly ignited the entire comment section. Player Iron Fist invincible. Holy crap. A zombie? Lin Zhenying's movies have come true? My youth is back. Player Science Supreme. Nonsense. What era are we living in? Still indulging in feudal superstition? I think it's just some kind of special mutant. Its supposed invulnerability is probably just due to its thicker outer layer of skin. Player Maoshan Little Taoist. The person upstairs knows nothing. We Taoists have long said that there is an inherent yin and yang energy between heaven and earth. When the boundary is disturbed, yin energy leaks out, inevitably giving rise to zombies. I'm already prepared to enter the dungeon and wreak havoc. Player Dungeon Encyclopedia replies to Maoshan Little Taoist. This fellow Taoist is absolutely right. In fact, according to our intelligence, in the recent dungeon rewards, some items with special attributes such as exorcism, breaking evil, and soul suppression have indeed started to appear. For example, peachwood sword, refined glutinous rice, rooster blood, etc. These things were considered useless junk, but now it seems that they may be key items prepared in advance by the boundary system to deal with new threats. Seeing this, Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the purple equipment he had drawn after his last S-rank evaluation, which he considered useless. Soul Suppression Peachwood Sword. Name: Soul Suppressing Peachwood Sword. Level: Purple. Effect: effectively kills zombies. So, that's how it is. Lin Yu suddenly realized, looking at the ancient peachwood sword in his spatial inventory, with a wry smile. He thought he'd drawn a piece of junk, but unexpectedly, he obtained the version answer for the upcoming new dungeon. This discovery deepened his understanding of the Boundary Hub system. This system didn't seem entirely chaotic, it was subtly guiding players to adapt to and combat the impending new crisis. The post also mentioned two other new types of monsters. Giant, an extremely large humanoid creature, ranging in height from 10 to 50 meters, that feeds on humans. Its only weakness seems to be a region at the back of its neck. Parasite, a parasitic creature capable of invading the host's brain and transforming its body into a terrifying killing machine. They possess extremely high intelligence and camouflage abilities, perfectly blending into human survivors, making them virtually impossible to guard against. These descriptions gave Lin Yu a strange sense of familiarity, as if they came from some classic works of the world he had transmigrated to. It seems that the link to the Realm Hub is not just a simple post-apocalyptic world, but also includes some fantasy worlds. This conjecture sent a chill down Lin Yu's spine, filling him with a deeper sense of apprehension and anticipation for the future dungeon worlds. He continued scrolling down, and the second pinned hot post had an even more sensational title. Pinned Post 2, Global Attention. The first triangle warrior with over 100 and all 3 attributes may be born in the next dungeon. The post mainly analyzes and predicts the progress of the top 10 players currently ranked in the global player strength rankings. According to the official combat power evaluation model of GSU, Lin Tianxi, the currently recognized number 1 player in the world, a captain-level figure from the Dragon Shield Bureau of Yen country, has reached an astonishing 298 points in his basic 3-dimensional attributes. If he gains even 1 more point of attribute improvement in the next dungeon, he will become the first player in the world to break the 300-point mark. What does it mean to have all 3 attributes over 100? It means that his physical abilities have begun to evolve towards the superhuman realm. He will become a true Superman. Every punch he throws may be accompanied by a sonic boom. Every run he makes can surpass a speeding car. Below the post is a montage video of Thor fighting in a dungeon. Lin Yu watched the video, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. At level 6, with 12 points in strength and agility, and 13 points in stamina, he was as insignificant as an ant before these truly top-tier experts. The road ahead is still long. He muttered to himself, the sense of urgency in his heart growing stronger than ever before. He had to become stronger faster. Just then, he saw a bounty post highlighted in red on a subforum of the forum's trading section, instantly drawing all his attention. The title made his heart skip a beat. Chapter 57. It was a bounty post pinned to the top in bold, scarlet font. The title was simple and direct, yet incredibly alluring. Top-tier bounty, long-term valid seeking to purchase any attribute awakening potion. Willing to exchange for a red quality item. Face-to-face transaction, reputation guaranteed. Contact, Dr. Jiang, Shenong Group. Red quality. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. In the Realm Hub's recognized item grading system, white is basic, green is medical, blue is excellent, and purple is rare. Above purple are gold and the even rarer red. Any red item possesses immeasurable value, even the terrifying power to influence the future of a large team. Its value cannot be measured in credits. It is truly priceless and unavailable, the ultimate pursuit coveted by all top players. Lin Yu never dreamed that someone would be willing to exchange a red item for a gold attribute awakening potion. He almost immediately clicked on the bounty post to see what people were saying. Sure enough, the comment section had already exploded. In just a few days, there were hundreds of thousands of replies, almost gathering every active user on the World Hub forum. Player One Punch Man, holy crap! Did I see that right? A red item for an awakening potion? Has Shenong Group gone mad? This is too much. Player Equipment Appraisal Master. The person upstairs doesn't know what they're talking about. Shenong Group is one of the largest biotechnology giants in the real world. Their purpose in entering the Realm Hub was never to dominate, but for scientific research. For them, any sample that can be used to study the mysteries of life's evolution is far more valuable than a simple piece of equipment. Attribute awakening potions are the best research material. Player Insider. That's right, I heard that Dr. Jiang, the chief scientist of Shenong Group, is also an extremely powerful technical expert and professional awakener. Her lifelong dream is to crack the secrets of the Realm Hub and the evolution of life. For this, she even refused recruitment from the military and top-tier teams, devoting herself entirely to research. This post was most likely made by her. Player Lemon Spirit, hee, wake up. Even if you had it, would you dare to trade it? What kind of size is Shenong Group? If a casual player like you came knocking with a golden potion, you'd probably be swallowed whole. The comment section was filled with shock, envy, jealousy, regret, and awe of Shenong Group's strength. Lin Yu flipped through the pages, his heart churning with turmoil. His situation was completely different from that of ordinary players. He didn't possess any readily available attribute awakening potions. But he possessed something far more precious and crucial than attribute awakening potions. The original sample of the T-virus. Once this substance underwent stabilization and purification by a pharmacy's professional, its final product would reach a red rating. Use the T-virus sample to trade with the Shenong Group. Lin Yu's heart pounded uncontrollably. This idea was both insane and fatally tempting. He began to calmly analyze the feasibility and risks of this trade. The risks were obvious. As the players in the comments section said, for an unknown solo player like him, carrying a treasure powerful enough to drive any force mad, to actively approach a behemoth like the Shinon group was like a lamb clutching a gold nugget walking into a pack of wolves. The other party might very well kill him after the trade was completed, eliminating any future threat. But the rewards were equally unimaginable. A single red quality item. This was enough to drastically transform his strength. It would give him the power to crush everything in the next dungeon, and even the one after that. Moreover, connecting with a research institution like the Shinon group meant he would have access to professionally stabilize and purify the T-virus original sample in his possession. High risk, high reward. That's the survival rule of the Realm Hub. After struggling for a long time, Lin Yu's eyes finally became incredibly firm and sharp. He decided to take the gamble. But he wouldn't be a reckless fool who simply walked right into it. He needed to devise a foolproof plan to ensure his absolute safety for this transaction. He closed the suspenseful post that had thrilled him, and began frantically searching through various forum sections for any information related to Shinon Group and Dr. Jiang. He needs to understand his trading partner, her style of operation, her capabilities, everything about her. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Chapter 58. Over the next few days, Lin Yu immersed himself almost entirely in the information ocean of the Realm Hub forum. He collected all posts, news, and even snippets of gossip related to Shinon Group and Dr. Jiang, cross-referencing and analyzing them. Gradually, a clear portrait of the person emerged in his mind. Dr. Jiang, full name Jiang Shui, a genius woman of only 30 years old. She was one of the world's top biological genetics experts, and one of the first in the world to awaken the extremely rare profession of technical expert after the arrival of the Realm Hub system. Unlike others who used their professional abilities to dominate in dungeons, Jiang Shui displayed from the beginning an extreme aversion to combat and killing, and an almost pathological fanaticism for scientific research. Relying on the vast financial resources of her family business, Shinon Group, she assembled a special team composed entirely of researchers and professional escorts. Their sole objective was to collect all valuable biological samples, gene fragments, and technological blueprints from the various apocalyptic fragments. Opinions about her on the forums were polarized. Some called her a madwoman who would stop at nothing for science, once sacrificing an entire escort team to obtain a live sample of a rare mutant. Others described her as a pure scholar with impeccable integrity. Every deal she made was spotless, and on several occasions, she even proactively rescued unrelated casual players. A research fanatic? Lin Yu synthesized all the information and finally came to this conclusion. Dealing with such a person carries both risks and opportunities. She might not hack his T-virus sample out of greed, but she might also be so desperate for the sample that, after the transaction, she would take extreme measures to invite him back to her lab for comprehensive research. It seems I must dictate the location and method of the transaction, Lin Yu thought to himself. He didn't immediately contact the publicly available contact information left on the post, as that would expose his identity. He decided to wait until the next mandatory dungeon mission ended and his strength had improved again, before using a completely secure, anonymous identity to make initial contact with her. Having clarified his future direction, Lin Yu refocused his attention on the current mandatory mission. He opened his attribute panel, looked at the 2 unallocated free attribute points, thought for a moment, and then added them all to stamina. Next, he began to organize his equipment. Having experienced the bloody battle of Acid Rain City, he deeply understood the importance of firepower. Pistols proved too ineffective against hordes of enemies or tough mutants, so he planned to buy some targeted equipment or heavy firepower gear before the dungeon started. After spending a few more days with his mother, the cold, irresistible system notification arrived as scheduled. Forced recruitment notice. Dear player Lin Yu, you have been selected to participate in the next Force Dungeon mission. The mission will begin in 5 hours. Please prepare in advance. Randomly matching you with a dungeon world. Matching successful. Dungeon name, A23 Urban Insect Plague. Difficulty level, hard, recommended level, LV.6 to LV.9. World introduction, a modern metropolis completely destroyed by a genetically mutated, highly organized insected race. The city is covered in viscous insected secretions and nest structures, and the air is filled with pheromones and the smell of decay. Urban insect plague. Lin Yu frowned slightly as he looked at the words on the screen. Unlike zombies, the threat of the Zerg is often more diverse and organized. The overwhelming swarms, the relentless ambushes, and the various bizarre abilities make Zerg-related dungeons consistently the deadliest in terms of mortality rate. However, Lin Yu felt no fear. Instead, A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He immediately opened the Boundary Hub trading market and began selectively purchasing equipment. Since it was a Zerg plague, conventional kinetic weapons would likely be less effective against the Zerg's thick armor. The Zerg's greatest strength lies in their sheer numbers and fearless nature. Therefore, fire-based weapons with area of effect and sustained damage were undoubtedly the best choice. His goal was very clear. Soon, he found what he wanted in a weapons specialty shop in the trading market. Name: military-grade portable flamethrower. Tier: Blue. Effect: capable of unleashing a high-temperature flame up to 10 meters long, dealing devastating damage to unarmored or lightly armored units, with an additional 15% damage bonus against Zerg creatures. Price: 200,000 credits. Name: Special Molotov Cocktail, Bundled Sale, 12 per box. Tier: White. Effect: contains special solidified gasoline, with a longer burning time and stronger adhesion, making it an excellent choice for clearing Zerg swarms and blocking roads. Price: 100,000 credits. Bought it. Lin Yu didn't hesitate, spending 300,000 credits to acquire these two powerful weapons. He carefully calculated, deciding on the flamethrower, Molotov Cocktail, carbine, Type 92 pistol, for spare magazines, and some fragmentation grenades as his initial equipment for this dungeon run. Sure enough, the system notification popped up again. Warning: your total combat gear, excluding backpack, value has reached the recommended limit for the current dungeon difficulty, hard. Reducing the number of fragmentation grenades by 2 is just enough to enter the dungeon. Everything was ready. Lin Yu glanced at the remaining time, 3 hours left. He didn't choose to say goodbye to his mother in person. That would only increase her worry. He edited a timed text message, setting it to be sent to his mother's screen 12 hours after he entered the dungeon. Mom, I'm in the dungeon. I have resurrection attempts. Don't worry. Everything is fine. Having done all this, he quietly sat on the sofa in his personal space, closed his eyes, and adjusted his mind and body to their peak, most calm state. He knew that a bloody feast far more brutal and dangerous than Acid Rain City was about to begin. And he, once again, would step into that hunting ground where death and opportunity coexisted as a lone traveler. The countdown reached its end. Forced conscription begins. Transferring to City A23, plagued by insects. Accompanied by a familiar, irresistible pulling sensation, the pure white space before Lin Yu's eyes instantly transformed into distorted light and shadow, and endless darkness completely engulfed him. Chapter 59. When Lin Yu regained consciousness, a nauseating, sweet-smelling stench, a mixture of rust, decay, and some unknown biological fluid, filled his nostrils, making him want to vomit. He found himself standing under the arch of an abandoned overpass. The ground beneath his feet was no longer solid concrete, but a thick layer of viscous secretions, like solidified grease, sticky and making a nauseating plop-plop sound when stepped on. Looking around, the entire city seemed shrouded in a giant spiderweb of grayish-white organic matter. The once towering skyscrapers were now enveloped by enormous, anthill-like insect nest structures, the walls riddled with countless holes, from which strangely shaped insects intermittently crawled out. The sky was covered by a layer of yellowish-green poisonous miasma, blocking out sunlight, and shrouding this deadly city in a perpetually oppressive and eerie twilight. Teleportation complete. Welcome to A23 City Insect Plague. A cold system notification popped up on Lin Yu's retina, followed by detailed dungeon information. Difficulty level: hard. Current number of participants: 1,000. Dungeon duration: 72 hours. Mother insect summoning: deep underground in the city center, there exists a mother insect. Every 2 hours, the mother insect emits a wave of infrasound, summoning swarms of insects from outside the city. Simultaneously, all insect swarms within the city enter a 30-minute berserk state, significantly increasing their aggression, speed, and perception range. First mother insect summoning countdown: 1 hour 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Final time limit: in 72 hours, an endless swarm of insects will completely engulf the city. Special note: the data center of the Apocalypse Biotechnology Company, located in the city center, seems to hold a special bioenergy sample. Evacuation point information will be released in 48 hours. Another time-limited mechanism. Lin Yu's expression turned serious. The 2-hourly berserk rage meant he had to precisely plan his actions and evacuation times within a 120-minute cycle. This undoubtedly pushed the survival pressure on all players to its extreme. Just then, the air around him began to distort, and 4 figures solidified one after another beside him. Forced team formation began. Team formation successful. Your team members are as follows. Zhao Feng, Class, Scout, LV.6. Li Wei, Ability, Speed Awakening, LV.7. Zhang Chang, Class, None, LV.6. Lu Fei, Class, None, LV.7. Lin Yu's gaze quickly swept over these four so-called new teammates. The scout named Zhao Feng had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes darted around, revealing a shrewdness and caution. He immediately maintained a safe distance from Lin Yu, clearly a seasoned veteran, who habitually attached himself to the strong, but remained constantly vigilant. The speed-awakened individual named Li Wei was a tall, thin young man dressed in a flashy, tight-fitting tracksuit, his face radiating undisguised arrogance and disdain. His gaze swept over Lin Yu, Zhang Chang, and Lu Fei, the three ordinary people, as if they were three piles of roadside trash. Zhang Chang and Lu Fei, on the other hand, represented two completely different extremes. Zhang Chang was slightly overweight, his face deathly pale, and his legs trembling slightly. Clearly terrified by the apocalyptic scene before him, his eyes were filled with helplessness and fear, and he instinctively tried to move closer to the crowd. Lu Fei, however, was a bespectacled, refined man. Although he was also nervous, a shrewd glint shone in his eyes, indicating he was a clever man with his own agenda. Heh, what good luck, getting matched with three pieces of trash. Sure enough, as soon as the team assembled, the arrogant speed-awakened Li Wei spoke first, his voice full of sarcasm, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over Lin Yu and the other two. A scout, a speed-type thug, and three nobody ordinary people. Is the system trying to put us in hell mode? The scout beside him, Zhao Feng, didn't speak, but the barely perceptible smile on his lips revealed his stance. Zhang Chang, terrified by his words, turned even paler, lowering his head even further. Lu Fei, on the other hand, adjusted his glasses, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes behind the lenses, but he didn't immediately react. Li Wei clearly enjoyed this feeling of being in control. He cleared his throat and said in an unquestionable tone, "All right, enough chit-chat. Now that we're a team, there need to be rules. Zhao Feng and I are the core of this team, responsible for combat and reconnaissance. The three of you will serve as peripheral support, responsible for scouting, transporting supplies, and drawing the insects' attention when necessary." This wasn't just an implication, it was a blatant attempt to use Lin Yu and her two companions as cannon fodder and bait, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. "I object." Lu Fei, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Lu Fei's eye object was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering Li Wei's self-righteous sense of control and drawing everyone's attention to him. Li Wei's face instantly darkened. He narrowed his eyes, staring dangerously at the bespectacled man, and sneered, "Oh? What brilliant idea do you have?" "It's nothing special." Lu Fei pushed up his glasses, his tone polite, but his logic crystal clear. "Mr. Li Wei, Mr. Zhao Feng, you are awakened ones, powerful and capable. Your targets are naturally high-risk, high-reward areas, such as the apocalypse area mentioned by the system. The company. But the three of us are just ordinary people. If we go with you, let alone provide assistance, we probably wouldn't even last a single moment. We'd just be a burden." He paused, glanced at Zhang Chang, who was trembling with fear beside him, and continued, "So I suggest we split up. You two strong individuals can go and fight for your opportunities, while the three of us ordinary people can stick together, find a safe corner to hide in, gather some basic supplies, and as long as we can survive until the evacuation point appears, we have completed our mission. This is better for both sides, and we won't be a burden to each other." His words were reasonable and well-founded, flattering the other side, while clearly dividing them into factions, and even actively trying to win over Lin Yu and Zhang Chang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang immediately nodded repeatedly as if grasping at a lifeline, stammering, "Yes, yes. Brother Lu is right. We won't cause any trouble for the two big shots." Chapter 60. Li Wei's face grew increasingly grim. He had intended to use these three as free laborers and mobile meat shields, but he hadn't expected that this seemingly mild-mannered Lu Fei would dare to publicly undermine him. His gaze finally settled on Lin Yu, who had remained silent throughout, seemingly an outsider. In his eyes, Zhang Chang was a good-for-nothing, Lu Fei was a troublemaker with a bit of cleverness, and this Lin Yu, quiet and reserved, seemed the most honest and easiest to manipulate. Once he got rid of him, Lu Fei's so-called ordinary people's alliance would crumble on its own. "And you?" Li Wei leaned forward slightly, an aura of pressure from a speed awakener enveloping Lin Yu. "Do you also want to hide in a corner picking up trash with these two good-for-nothings?" Scout Zhao Feng, arms crossed, watched this scene with interest. He wanted to see what choice this seemingly most unremarkable guy would make. Lin Yu finally raised his head slowly, his eyes calm as still water. He glanced at Li Wei and said indifferently, "I'm used to acting alone." Everyone present was stunned by these words. Lu Fei and Zhang Chong hadn't expected Lin Yu to reject even the olive branch offered by their ordinary people's alliance. Li Wei, however, was utterly enraged. He could accept Lu Fei's rejection as a display of cleverness. But being rejected by Lin Yu, whom he considered not even a troublemaker, was, in his eyes, a blatant insult. Acting alone? Li Wei laughed in fury, his laughter filled with cruelty and savagery. "You, an ordinary person without even superpowers, what right do you have to negotiate with me? It seems I need to teach you a lesson before you know what death means." Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished from his spot. The advantage of a speed awakener was on full display at this moment. He transformed into a blurry afterimage, instantly appearing in front of Lin Yu, one hand like an iron clamp reaching for Lin Yu's collar. He intended to use absolute speed and power to make this arrogant fool kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. However, his hand grasped empty air. Just as he was about to touch Lin Yu's body slid back half a step with a strange, rhythmic step far exceeding his expectations. This half step was perfectly timed, precisely hitting the mark, causing Li Wei's attack to miss and leaving him wide open due to the excessive force exerted. Li Wei was shocked. He hadn't expected an ordinary person's reaction speed to be able to keep up with his. But he was, after all, a level 7 awakened one, with rich combat experience. Missing his first attack, he immediately changed tactics, his other hand transforming into a hand chop, whistling through the air as he slashed towards Lin Yu's neck. But what met him was a cold, emotionless gun barrel. Lin Yu didn't even look at his attack. The black Glock 17 pistol, as if appearing out of thin air, was already firmly pressed against his forehead. At the same time, in his other hand, a fragmentation grenade, its safety removed, lay quietly in his palm. "Noble awakened one, I resurrected a bit too many times." Lin Yu's voice remained calm, but the chilling killing intent emanating from him instantly enveloped Li Wei. Li Wei's body froze completely at that moment. He could clearly feel the cold, metallic touch against his brow, and the terrifying killing intent emanating from the other man. He had no doubt that if he made any further movement, the other man would pull the trigger without hesitation and detonate the grenade. Cold sweat instantly streamed down his forehead. The scout behind him, Zhao Feng, also had his pupils shrink sharply. The arrogance on his face had vanished, replaced by deep fear and disbelief. Pistols. Grenades. Even for awakened individuals like them, such equipment would require tens of thousands, even nearly 100,000 credits to acquire, and this ordinary person, in front of them, just casually pulled them out. This wasn't an ordinary person, this was clearly a suicide bomber. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Zhao Feng immediately stepped forward to smooth things over, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace at Lin Yu. "My brother has a fiery temper, he didn't mean anything by it. We're all teammates, let's not ruin our relationship." Lin Yu glanced at him coldly, saying nothing, but the muzzle of the gun pressed against Li Wei's forehead showed no sign of moving away. Li Wei's face turned pale, then red. He wanted to utter some harsh words, but faced with that chilling killing intent, he couldn't utter a single word. In the end, he could only slowly raise his hands in boundless humiliation and fear. Seeing this, Lin Yu put away his pistol and grenades, as if nothing had happened. He turned and walked away alone in the opposite direction from them, quickly disappearing into the city ruins. Watching Lin Yu's departing figure, Lu Fei and Zhang Chong exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with turbulent emotions. Li Wei, on the other hand, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Chapter 61. Lin Yu's figure quickly disappeared from the complicated gazes of the two groups. He didn't go far, but instead used radar guidance to quickly find a relatively stable parking lot as his first temporary base. He knew very well that while his earlier show of force had temporarily intimidated Li Wei and Zhao Feng, it had also completely placed him on the opposite side. Those two would never let it go easily. Given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly try every means to eliminate him, this potential threat. However, Lin Yu didn't care. Just two clowns. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't even bother wasting a single bullet on them. His primary goal now was to familiarize himself with the environment of this world as much as possible before the first mother insect summoning, and to make thorough preparations for the upcoming treasure hunt with Apocalypse Company. In the underground parking lot, he found a well-ventilated corner with at least two exits, and then completely immersed his mind in the secondary radar system in his mind. Buzz, accompanied by a slight fluctuation of mental energy, a massive black and white 3D map, centered on him, and with a radius of 7 kilometers, suddenly unfolded in his consciousness. He saw thousands upon thousands of red dots, swarms of insects, scattered throughout every corner of the city. Some formed fine streams, slowly flowing through the streets. Others converged into enormous red vortexes, swirling within the honeycomb-like buildings, radiating chilling energy fluctuations. Scattered among these boundless red oceans were a few white and green dots representing resources. They were like a few small boats in a raging storm, seemingly insignificant, yet they were the hope upon which all players depended for survival. And at the very center of this map, the Apocalypse Biotechnology Company, which had received special system notifications, emitted an extremely eerie and intense purple light. That light was filled with a deadly allure, as if summoning all greedy moths to fly towards it. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on the purple dot for a moment before quickly shifting away. He began to carefully analyze all the paths leading from his current location to the Apocalypse Company. On his radar map, a complex network of routes, connected by countless safe zones, areas with no red dots or sparse red dots, like a spiderweb, was rapidly drawn up by him. Exit from the north exit of the underground parking lot, pass through the abandoned shopping mall, avoid the swarms of beetles infesting the central plaza, and then pass through the rooftop of the city library. The whole journey will take about an hour and 20 minutes, just in time to reach the outskirts of Apocalypse Corporation before the next mother insect summoning. Lin Yu's brain, like a highly efficient biological computer, had devised a near-perfect stealth plan in just a few minutes. Just then, a sharp and piercing alarm sounded without warning throughout every corner of the city. Warning! First mother insect summoning is imminent. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Immediately afterward, an invisible infrasound wave, filled with savagery and insatiable hunger, swept out from the very center of the city. Hiss! The entire city seemed to come alive at that moment. Countless malevolent insect cries rose from all directions, merging into a symphony of death. On Lin Yu's radar map, all the previously slowly moving red dots instantly became frenzied. Their movement speed increased dramatically, and the intensity of their energy signal surged. Countless insects poured out from the ground, from cracks in walls, and from the holes in their nests, like a black tide, flooding every street. Lin Yu could even hear the terrified screams and fuel gunshots of other players on the ground, but these sounds were quickly drowned out by the endless chirping of the insects. He, meanwhile, sat calmly in the dark underground parking lot, watching the 30-minute countdown to the frenzy on the screen, his eyes utterly unmoved. When those 30 minutes passed, when the swarms of insects, driven out of their nests by the frenzy, temporarily scattered throughout the city, it would be the perfect time for him, the stealthy stalker, to begin his treasure hunt. Chapter 62. The 30-minute mother insect summoning frenzy period is a nightmarish ordeal for most players. But for Lin Yu, who had already foreseen everything and found a safe haven beforehand, it was merely a rare opportunity to recuperate. As the shrill insect chirping above the city gradually subsided, and the frenzied red dots on the radar map returned to their slow, meandering state, he didn't hesitate. He immediately left the underground parking lot, like a gray shadow, reintegrating into the Death City completely transformed by the insectids. He strictly followed his pre-planned route, beginning his stealthy journey to the Apocalypse Corporation. The powerful capabilities of the Level 2 radar allowed him to completely avoid the large swarms of insects. But in this perilous city, encounters were inevitable. Just as he was crossing an abandoned park covered in vines and fumble carpet, a sharp gust of wind suddenly swept in from the grass beside him. Lin Yu's hair stood on end. Before he could even turn around, his body, powered by the combat instincts granted by basic combat proficiency, swiftly rolled to the side. Whoosh! A green blur grazed his back, slashing heavily into the concrete ground where he had just stood, leaving a terrifying gash several inches deep. Lin Yu rolled to his feet, finally seeing the attacker's true form. It was a monster over 2 meters long, entirely emerald green, shaped like a mantis, but its arms had transformed into 2 enormous, meter-long, metallic, bone sides. Its compound eyes flashed with a chilling killing intent, and its thin, cicada wing-like wings trembled slightly, emitting a buzzing sound. The side mantis, an ambush-type insect species renowned for its speed and stealth capabilities. Quite quick on the uptake, Lin Yu thought to himself, his Glock pistol already aimed at the mantis's head. However, the side mantis was clearly quite intelligent. It seemed to sense the threat of firearms. The instant Lin Yu raised his gun, its figure transformed into a green lightning bolt again, closing in on Lin Yu at high speed with a strange, S-shaped movement, trying to give him no chance to fire. Trying to get close? A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the mantis. Just as the two were about to collide, Lin Yu abruptly shifted his stance, his body moving at an extremely tricky angle, narrowly avoiding the mantis's sickle-like strike that could have disemboweled him. At the same time, his entrenching tool, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, slashed upwards precisely at the mantis's relatively vulnerable joint connecting its wings and thorax. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. One of the mantis's wings snapped off. The excruciating pain caused it to lose its balance instantly, letting out an angry hiss before crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Yu pressed his advantage, and before the mantis could rise again, his Glock pistol was already aimed at its unsuspecting back of the head. Bang! Bang! Two muffled gunshots rang out, and the mantis's head was instantly shattered by the bullets, green fluid and brain matter splattering everywhere. Having dealt with this troublesome individual, Lin Yu left the area without hesitation. The gunshots would soon attract other predators. He continued forward, but as he passed a commercial street riddled with holes from acidic slime, a dense cluster of red dots on his radar map made him stop. He hid at the corner of a building and cautiously peeked out. He saw dozens of giant beetles, each the size of a small car, with thick black carapaces covered in green pustules, slowly crawling along the street. They periodically sprayed streams of strong green acid from the pustules on their carapaces, causing the surrounding buildings and ground to sizzle and emit plumes of white smoke. Acidic beetles, a slow-moving but incredibly defensive species with powerful area of effect corrosion capabilities. Trying to force my way through is suicide. Lin Yu immediately abandoned the idea of passing through. His radar map clearly showed that by simply detouring 2 blocks and passing through the interior of an abandoned office building, he could perfectly avoid this death zone. Chapter 63. Having bypassed the deadly area infested with acid beetles, Lin Yu's stealth journey became much smoother. He was like a ghost walking in the shadows of the city, always able to anticipate danger and choose the safest path. The scattered insects along the way posed no threat to him whatsoever. Most were silently killed by his entrenching tool before they even noticed his presence. However, just as he was about to reach the outskirts of the Apocalypse Company, an abnormal signal fluctuation on the radar map, located inside a convenience store, made him stop. It was a 24-hour convenience store, and at that moment, 5 red dots were trapping 2 other red dots inside the store's warehouse. Judging from the energy signals reflected on the radar, the 5 red dots outside were moving rapidly and were extremely aggressive, while the 2 red dots inside appeared weak and chaotic, clearly trapped in a desperate situation. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He quietly climbed to the 2nd floor of an apartment building opposite the convenience store and, through a broken window, took in the scene inside. The 2 people trapped were none other than his 2 nominal former teammates, Lu Fei and Zhang Chong. Attacking them were 5 monsters, each the size of a wild dog, jet black, with thick saliva constantly dripping from their mouths, and capable of crawling at high speed on the walls and ceilings like geckos. Even more deadly, the monsters' tails would occasionally flick up like scorpions, spraying streams of viscous liquid, like spider silk, from their stingers, blocking the warehouse entrance. Brother Lu. Brother Lu. What do we do? My leg is stuck. I can't move. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Chong was terrified. One of his legs was firmly fixed to the ground by the white, sticky substance. He slumped to the ground, crying and screaming, futilely swinging a fire axe, but unable to harm the agile monsters. Lu Fei, on the other hand, was in a much better situation. He was clearly much calmer than Zhang Chong. He pushed over a metal shelf in front of him as makeshift cover, and held a crossbow he had picked up from somewhere, firing continuously. But his arrows were limited, and the monsters were too fast. His accuracy was pitifully low, and several times he was nearly hit by sneak attacks from the ceiling. Shut up. What's the use of crying? I really don't know how you leveled up. Lu Fei roared at Zhang Chong, his forehead covered in cold sweat, clearly at his wit's end. Save your energy. Figure out how to get rid of the slime on your legs. Otherwise, we all die here. Lin Yu watched all this indifferently, his heart unmoved. He recognized the monster. Burning worms, a species of insect adept at swarming attacks and setting traps. Once trapped by their slime, escape was nearly impossible. He glanced at them and prepared to turn and leave. These 2 were no longer on his side. Their lives or deaths were none of his concern. In this cruel world, compassion was the cheapest and most deadly thing. However, just as he was about to leave, Lu Fei, whom he had always considered a smart person, made him stop in his tracks, a cold glint in his eyes. After missing another crossbow bolt, and nearly having his throat bitten off by a burrowing worm that pounced from the side, a flash of extreme resentment and madness crossed Lu Fei's eyes. He suddenly stopped attacking the worms, instead abruptly turning around and, with all his might, hurling his empty crossbow at Zhang Cheng, who was still crying out in fear beside him. Bang! The crossbow slammed heavily into Zhang Cheng's head, instantly causing him to bleed profusely and lose consciousness. Useless. If you're going to die, die alone. Don't drag me down with you. A ferocious and twisted smile appeared on Lu Fei's face. Without hesitation, he kicked Zhang Cheng, his former ally who had already fainted, straight out from behind the shelf. The 5 hungry burrowing worms, seeing this fresh, defenseless piece of meat, instantly abandoned their attack on Lu Fei, letting out excited hiss and swarming forward. The sounds of tearing and crunching bones filled the small warehouse. Lu Fei, taking advantage of this precious respite bought with his companion's life, pulled a bottle of alcohol from his backpack, poured it on his leg, lit it, and quickly extinguished it, melting the slime with a high temperature. Then, without looking back, he scrambled out of another small window of the warehouse. Lin Yu stood at a distance, silently watching this ugly drama of betrayal and death, his eyes growing colder. This was a typical survivor, someone who would sacrifice anyone without hesitation to survive. Lin Yu silently marked this person's name with a red X in his mind. He ignored Lu Fei, who had escaped, and didn't even glance at the pile of wreckage that had been gnawed beyond recognition. He turned and silently disappeared into the shadows of the city. Chapter 64. About half an hour later, a massive complex of buildings, brimming with futuristic technology but now completely covered in grayish-white insected organic matter, finally came into view. Apocalypse Biotechnology Company arrived. Before the apocalypse, this company was clearly the city's landmark. It consisted of several streamlined glass-walled towers connected by enclosed sky corridors, forming a self-contained architectural fortress, like something out of a science fiction movie. But now, this fortress had already fallen. The sturdy glass walls were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks and huge breaches. The silver-white metal shell was covered in traces of strong acid corrosion and massive claw marks. Lin Yu didn't rush closer. Instead, as usual, he first found a high vantage point several hundred meters away and carefully observed the target through binoculars. The radar map was also activated at full power at this moment. Even though he was prepared, Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp when he saw the scene reflected on the radar. On the radar map, the entire Apocalypse Corporation appeared as a colossal, ominous red layer. Thousands of red dots were densely packed throughout every corner of the building. Outside the main building, at least 5 massive carapace guardians, with extremely high energy signal intensity patrol back and forth. Their size rivaled that of a heavy truck, their thick carapaces reflected a metallic luster in the dim light, and just looking at them was enough to send a shiver down one's spine. A dragon's den, a tiger's lair. Lin Yu muttered to himself. But his gaze was fixed on a bright spot emitting an eerie purple light on the first basement floor of the main building. Fortune favors the bold. He carefully studied the radar map, trying to find a route to bypass the terrifying guards. However, he quickly realized that this was virtually impossible. The swarms of insects inside Apocalypse Corporation were incredibly dense. Almost all external entrances were heavily guarded by the armored guards. Any attempt to approach from the ground was tantamount to suicide. Just as Lin Yu frowned, pondering a countermeasure, 2 familiar red dots appeared on his radar map on the other side of Apocalypse Corporation. It was Li Wei and Zhao Feng. Lin Yu immediately turned his binoculars and quickly spotted the 2 figures. They clearly also realized that forcing their way in would be a dead end, and were hiding behind some ruins, furtively discussing something. Scout Zhao Feng, piloting his hummingbird drone, cautiously ascended, attempting to reconnoiter the internal structure of Apocalypse Corporation from high altitude. Meanwhile, Speed Awakener Li Wei wore an expression of impatience and anxiety, clearly helpless in the face of his predicament. Looks like I'm not the only one eyeing this place. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. He wasn't worried about these 2 getting there first. In his view, given their strength, daring to challenge the 5 armored guardians was tantamount to suicide. They might, on the contrary, become an unexpected assistance in his plan. Just then, a new change appeared on Lin Yu's radar. Another 4-man squad stealthily approached from another direction. This squad was well equipped. Each member wore tactical vests and carried an automatic rifle. Their movements were highly coordinated, clearly indicating a well-trained professional team. Interesting, this is getting more and more exciting. Lin Yu was far from impatient. On the contrary, he became even more composed. He was like a master strategist, quietly observing the various forces entering the fray, vying for the enormous prize of Apocalypse. He knew that the first to act would inevitably become the target of everyone's attacks, and also his best stepping stone. Sure enough, after a standoff of more than 10 minutes, the later arriving professional team was the first to lose patience. They seemed to have devised a plan. The four of them suddenly launched a fierce attack from different directions on one of the lone armored guards. Rat-a-tat-tat. The violent tongues of fire instantly shattered the deathly silence. A bloody siege had begun. Almost instantly after the gunfire, Li Wei and Zhao Feng on the other side also moved. They didn't join the battle, but instead, taking advantage of the moment when all the armored guards' attention was drawn to the attack, like two cunning foxes, they swiftly slipped towards a relatively weakly defended side door of the main building. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Yu watched this scene and smiled coldly. He put away his binoculars, no longer paying attention to the doomed battle, because his radar had already found him the third, and only, path to the Gate of Apocalypse, one that no one else had discovered. Behind the main building, a garbage disposal tunnel, half buried by a landslide. Chapter 65. Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. He took out a mask from his spatial backpack, put it on, and after confirming on the radar map that there were no signs of life inside the tunnel, he bent down and crawled into the narrow, dark entrance. The tunnel was even worse than he had imagined. The air was thick with the mixed stench of swamp gas and rotting organic matter, almost suffocating. Underfoot was a thick layer of viscous, unknown filthy liquid. Each step produced a nauseating splatter sound. The walls on both sides of the tunnel were covered with a slippery fungal carpet, emitting a faint, will-o'-the-wisp phosphorescence in the darkness. An ordinary person entering such a place would likely experience extreme physical discomfort within 3 minutes. But Lin Yu's heart remained as calm as a still pond. His attention was completely focused on the black and white 3D radar map in his mind. This garbage disposal tunnel was a maze of interconnected underground pipe systems, leading to the building's main underground network. But under the all-round scan of the secondary radar, the structure of the entire underground pipe network was as clear to him as a floor plan etched in his mind. He avoided completely blocked side paths, bypassed pipe chambers filled with toxic gases, and advanced precisely and efficiently towards the main building's basement. About 10 minutes later, a heavy, rusted alloy gate appeared before him. A corner of the gate had been forcibly torn open by some immense force, wide enough for one person to pass through. The radar indicated that beyond the gate lay the true interior of the Apocalypse Company. Meanwhile, tiny, rapidly moving red dots began to appear sporadically on the radar map. Sentinel bugs. A species of insect, only the size of a palm, but with extremely keen senses, specifically designed for surveillance and information relay. They act like mobile alarms. Upon detecting an intruder, they immediately emit a special pheromone, summoning all nearby combat units. Lin Yu took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing and heartbeat to their weakest possible state, then, like a gecko, silently slipped through the opening. He successfully infiltrated the interior of the Apocalypse building. This was the equipment maintenance area on the third basement level. Huge pipes crisscrossed like steel pythons, the air filled with the low hum of machinery and the buzzing of electricity. The walls and floor were also covered with a layer of grayish-white organic matter. Some unknown insect eggs, like giant bunches of grapes, hung below the pipes, pulsating slightly, emanating an eerie life force. Lin Yu's gaze didn't linger on these things. All his attention was focused on avoiding the elusive sentinel bugs. He moved slowly, clinging to the shadow of a huge pipe. Just then, on his radar, a red dot was crawling at an alarming speed along the wall in front of him. Lin Yu froze instantly, his entire body like a statue, perfectly blending into the angle of the shadow formed by the pipe and the wall. A sentinel bug, entirely black with 6 segmented limbs, resembling a spider, but with a huge scarlet compound eye on its head, slithered past him less than half a meter away. It seemed to sense something, pausing for a moment, its scarlet compound eyes scanning its surroundings. At that moment, Lin Yu could even smell a faint, fishy odor emanating from it. He held his breath, not even blinking. A few seconds later, the sentinel insect, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss, hissed again and disappeared around the corner of the passage along the wall. Lin Yu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. A fine layer of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. This was a far greater test of one's mental fortitude than directly confronting a monster. He didn't delay, and continued his stealthy ascent. Along the way, like a master stealth expert, he used radar warnings and perfect control of his body to brush past patrolling sentinels several times without triggering any alarms. Along the way, he witnessed many scenes of devastation from the apocalypse. In abandoned laboratories, experimental equipment was scattered everywhere, and dried, splattered, dark red bloodstains clung to the reinforced glass. On the walls of the staff break room, desperate words like "help" and "God" were still written in blood. This was undoubtedly a tomb swallowed by hell. Passing through the gloomy specimen storage room and bypassing the central elevator blocked by the insect hive, Lin Yu finally arrived at an emergency fire escape leading to the upper floors. However, when he saw the scene inside the passage, his pupils contracted slightly. A huge, segmented limb covered in jagged barbs lay across the center of the passage, completely blocking his way. On the radar map, a red dot, far more powerful than the sentinel insects, emitting a stable and powerful energy signal, was motionless, perched at the corner of the stairs. Like a silent yet deadly statue. He was in real trouble. The fire escape was dimly lit, with only the faint green glow of the emergency indicator lights on the walls barely dispelling the darkness, making the surroundings even more sinister and eerie. The enormous, segmented limb that stretched across the stairs had a dark metallic sheen, covered in barbs and keratinous layers like shark teeth. Just looking at it, one could imagine the gruesome fate of being instantly torn to shreds if struck. Lin Yu didn't make any rash moves. He concealed himself behind the door, only peeking out half his head, his mind completely absorbed in the radar map, carefully analyzing the powerful enemy lurking at the corner of the stairs. It was an elite-level monster. The energy signal intensity from the radar far exceeded any conventional insect species he had encountered before, even several times stronger than the side mantis that had ambushed him. This was a true, powerful guardian of a crucial point. Lin Yu held her breath, cautiously shifting her gaze until she finally saw the monster's full form. It was a giant soldier insect nearly 3 meters long, resembling an ant in appearance, but covered entirely in a thick, black carapace. Its most striking feature was its pair of terrifying mandibles, like two enormous hydraulic pincers, occupying nearly 2/3 of its head's volume. As those mandibles opened and closed, sparks could even be seen flying from the friction. Chapter 66. Giant mandible soldier ant, an elite insect species renowned for its defensive capabilities and devastating bite force. Lin Yu had no doubt that its carapace was so thick that even a bullet from his Glock pistol wouldn't leave a mark. A direct assault would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. This was a barrier that couldn't be overcome by brute force, a challenge purely testing stealth and intelligence. The giant mandible soldier ant seemed to be in a semi-dormant state of alertness. Its massive body remained motionless, perched on the landing at the corner of the stairs leading from the first to the second floor, completely blocking the only passage. Anyone wishing to pass had to pass within a meter of it. He immediately ruled out using grenades or Molotov cocktails. Firstly, the damage might not be fatal, and it would only enrage the ant, trapping him there. Secondly, the loud noise would instantly attract the entire swarm of ants from the building, a certain death sentence. So only one option remained: to slip past it without disturbing it. It sounded like a fantasy, but Lin Yu found a sliver of possibility in this seemingly unsolvable predicament. He began to carefully observe every subtle movement of the giant mandible soldier ant, analyzing its energy fluctuations and perception range through his radar system. Time ticked by. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Lin Yu waited patiently, like the most patient hunter. Finally, he discovered a pattern. This giant mandible soldier ant wasn't completely still. Every minute and 30 seconds, its massive head would rotate extremely slightly, scanning the area below the stairs with its tiny compound eyes. Then, after another minute and 30 seconds, it will turn to the other side, scanning the area above the stairs. This is a fixed, mechanical patrol and surveillance procedure. But just as it turns its head, focusing its attention entirely on one side, a blind spot for about 3 seconds is created on the other side. The opportunity lies within those fleeting 3 seconds. Lin Yu quickly constructed a near-mad stealth plan in his mind. He needed to move from behind the door to the bottom of the stairs within one cycle. In the second cycle, he needed to climb the stairs and reach the giant mandible soldier ant's side. In the third cycle, he needed to pass by it and reach the corner platform. Finally, in the fourth cycle, he needed to completely escape its perception range and reach the second floor. The entire process would take nearly 6 minutes. For perfect cycles, the slightest mistake at any step would lead to utter destruction. This was no longer just a test of courage and skill, it was a test of an individual's absolute control over their body and time, down to the second. Lin Yu took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, expelling all the distracting thoughts from his mind. He began to act. As the giant mandible ant's head turned upwards towards the stairs, Lin Yu's figure slid out from behind the door like a ghost, making not a sound, landing steadily at the beginning of the stairs. He then curled up in the shadows below, blending into the darkness. His heart pounded like a war drum in the deathly silent passage. 1 minute and 30 seconds felt like an eternity. The giant mandible ant's head, as expected, slowly turned downwards. Lin Yu could clearly see its pair of scarlet compound eyes, sweeping across the darkness with a cold, inhuman indifference. When its head turned upwards again, Lin Yu moved. Like a nimble cat, he used both hands and feet to silently climb the edge of the stairs. Every movement he made was rhythmic, showcasing his perfect coordination. He successfully reached the side of the giant mantled soldier ant. At this moment, he was less than a meter away from the terrifying monster. He could even smell the pungent odor emanating from the gaps in the giant mantled soldier ant's carapace, like concentrated sulfuric acid. He could feel the terrifying explosive power contained within that massive body. If it moved even slightly, its huge pincers could easily slice him in half. Lin Yu's back was already soaked with cold sweat, but his hand gripping the entrenching tool was as steady as a rock. The opportunity had arrived again. Just as the giant mantled soldier ant's head turned upwards for the third time, Lin Yu's body suddenly exerted force, performing a forward roll and squeezing through the narrow gap between the ant's side and the wall. It was an incredibly dangerous maneuver. His combat suit barely grazed the ant's rough, segmented legs. Click. A very faint sound suddenly rang out. His backpack had accidentally struck a piece of loose rock that had fallen from the wall. Though the sound was soft, it was exceptionally jarring in the utter silence. The giant mantled soldier ant's movements abruptly froze. Its massive head turned with unexpected speed, its crimson compound eyes locking onto the direction from which the sound came. Lin Yu's heart nearly stopped beating. He lay sprawled on the ground, too afraid to move, his breath catching in his throat. Was it over? The giant maned soldier ant slowly extended its massive mandibles, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, towards his location. However, just as its mandibles were about to touch Lin Yu, it stopped. Perhaps the piece of gravel that had rolled down was still a few centimeters away from Lin Yu's body. Perhaps this silent guardian hadn't truly seen any living creature. It paused for a few seconds, puzzled, before slowly retracting its mandibles, returning to its semi-dormant, alert state. Death had brushed past him. Lying on the cold ground, Lin Yu waited for nearly a minute before slowly, with all his might, moving himself into the shadows of the second floor. He succeeded. He leaned against the cold wall, panting heavily, his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. A wave of relief washed over him, a sense of relief at surviving such a close call washing over him. He glanced back at the silent guardian still lurking at the corner of the stairs, a flicker of lingering fear in his eyes, but more so, a triumphant sense of conquering the impossible. He didn't linger. After calming himself slightly, he continued his stealthy ascent towards his ultimate goal, the core server room on the top floor. He had passed the most difficult hurdle. Chapter 67. The higher he climbed, the more eerie and orderly the interior of the building became. The grayish-white organic matter covering the walls and floors gradually thinned, replaced by a cold, metallic style imbued with a technological feel. The pervasive stench of decay was replaced by an ozone-like aura with a faint ionized smell. Clearly, the upper levels of this building contained an energy field or environment that the Zerg found repulsive and terrifying. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Yu. On the radar map, the number of Sentinel Zerg had decreased dramatically, and by the top floor, they had completely disappeared. This place seemed to be a no-go zone for the Zerg. Lin Yu's stealth became much easier, and he quickly arrived at his final destination, the core server room on the top floor of the building. Pushing open the heavy, unlocked fireproof door made of a special alloy, a vast space filled with futuristic science fiction unfolded before him. This was a massive, circular server room, with hundreds of server racks arranged neatly like silent black monuments. Countless streams of blue data flowed rhythmically across the translucent rack surfaces. At the very center of the server room stood a holographic operating platform suspended in midair, connected by complex energy pipes. The entire space was so quiet that only the low hum of the server fans could be heard. And the eerie purple light that had been drawing him in since the beginning of the dungeon originated from a single, uniquely shaped server deep within the server room. Unlike the surrounding black server racks, this server was entirely silver-white, its surface engraved with intricate and precise gold patterns, exuding an artistic beauty. More importantly, the entire server was enveloped by a semi-transparent energy shield that rippled like water. Energy field. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened slightly. This was clearly the final and most crucial safety measure. He approached cautiously, not daring to touch the energy shield rashly. He wasn't a technical expert, and he knew nothing about hacking or energy manipulation. Trying to shut down this field using conventional methods was utterly foolish. He carefully observed the peculiar server. He discovered 4 energy wires, thicker than the others, extending from the ceiling and connecting to the 4 corners of the server's base, continuously supplying energy to the energy field. Cut off the energy supply. A flash of understanding crossed Lin Yu's eyes. This was the simplest, and also the most brute force solution. He didn't bother studying the complex energy wires. That would be a waste of his precious time. His gaze locked directly onto the 4 energy ports on the server base. That was the Achilles heel of this defense system. From his spatial backpack, he once again retrieved his most trusted companion, the entrenching tool, already stained with monster scum. In this hall representing one of humanity's highest technological achievements, he chose the most primal method to solve the problem. He took a deep breath, his arm muscles bulging instantly, and with a sharp whistling sound, he slammed the entrenching tool down fiercely towards one of the energy ports. Clang! A piercing metallic clang resounded through the silent server room. Sparks flew. The energy interface, crafted from ultra-high-strength alloy, was hammered with the tip of an entrenching tool, leaving a deep dent. The energy field surrounding the server flickered violently, its color dimming slightly. Effective. Lin Yu's heart leaped with joy, his morale soaring. He gave the defense system no chance to breathe or repair itself, swinging the entrenching tool like a tireless blacksmith, beginning a destructive and violent dismantling of the 4 energy interfaces. Clang! 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 The crisp, resounding impacts formed a wild symphony of destructive aesthetics within the server room. Finally, after a dozen or so blows, one of the energy interfaces could no longer withstand the brutal assault and snapped open with a crack. Blue arcs of electricity, like wildly dancing silver snakes, erupted from the break, emitting a terrifying hissing sound. The energy field enveloping the server, like a punctured balloon, flickered violently a few times before completely dissipating into the air. Success? Lin Yu tossed aside his slightly dulled entrenching tool and immediately reached for the silver-white server. At the top of the server, a slowly opening groove revealed a diamond-shaped chip, about the size of a thumb, composed entirely of purple crystals, with what appeared to be countless flowing starlight within. It lay there quietly, radiating a captivating, mysterious light. Without hesitation, he grabbed the chip. The instant his fingertips touched the chip, a cool and comfortable energy surged into his body. Immediately afterward, lines of purple system notifications popped up frantically on his retina. Congratulations. You have obtained a purple quality special item, Neural Link Overclocking Chip. Item name, Neural Link Overclocking Chip. Quality, purple, upgradable. Type, special implant. Effect, permanently increases the user's mental strength and the connection speed of their nervous system by 50%. Your thinking will become more agile, your reaction speed will experience a qualitative leap, and your efficiency in learning and mastering new skills will be greatly improved. Note, this is a genius creation ahead of its time. It allows you to truly achieve where your mind goes, your body follows. Immediately initiate fusion? It's a permanent upgrade. And it can even grow. Lin Yu's heart pounded wildly. The value of this thing was far greater than he had imagined. It almost fundamentally raised a person's potential ceiling. However, before he could even rejoice, a sudden change occurred. The instant he removed the chip from the slot, the entire Apocalypse building suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterward, a piercing alarm, sharp enough to shatter eardrums, resounded throughout the entire building without warning. Woo, woo, woo. Inside the server room, all the indicator lights that had been emitting a soft blue glow instantly turned a blinding blood red. Beams of red warning light swept wildly throughout the space. A cold, emotionless, mechanical synthesized voice emanated from the ceiling broadcast system, echoing in every corner. Warning! Warning! Core data sample has been illegally removed. Attention all units. Attention all units. Clear the intruder. Repeat. Clear the intruder. Alarms blared. Lin Yu's face instantly darkened. He knew he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Chapter 68. The alarm blared like a death knell, echoing wildly throughout the entire Apocalypse building. Lin Yu didn't even need to look at the radar. He could clearly hear the ferocious, hungry hissing of countless Zerg creatures, alerted from all directions. Like a swarm of sharks drawn by the scent of blood, they were frantically converging on the top floor core server room, where he was located. The entire once silent building had, in this moment, transformed into a massive, activated trap, poised to annihilate any intruders. Worse still, at that very moment, a familiar infrasound wave, filled with a savage will, swept in once more from the distant city center. The second mother insect summoning has been activated. Berserk State Countdown 30:00. A pincer attack from within and without. The raging swarm, coupled with a thoroughly enraged hive security protocol, had transformed the apocalypse building into a veritable death trap for any human player. However, Lin Yu, at the eye of the storm, showed no sign of panic. His eyes remained terrifyingly calm, as if this scene, capable of instilling despair in anyone, was entirely within his expectations. He glanced at the neural link overclocking chip radiating purple light in his hand, choosing not to fuse it immediately. Now was not the time. The fusion process was unpredictable. He quickly stored the chip in his spatial inventory, then turned and, without a trace of hesitation, fled back the way he had come. Meanwhile, in the middle section of the building, Li Wei and Zhao Feng were cautiously exploring an abandoned office. After sneaking into the building amidst the chaos, they discovered it was far more dangerous than they had imagined. The elusive sentinel bugs had nearly exposed them several times, forcing them to hide like rats, too afraid to venture deeper. This place is huge. Where is that purple treasure? Li Wei was getting impatient, kicking aside an overturned office chair to vent his frustration. Shoo! Keep it down. Reconnaissance soldier Zhao Feng immediately made a shushing gesture. He peeked out from the crack in the door with his small hummingbird drone, observing the activity outside. Don't rush. Purple supplies that the system alerts to individually can't be easy to get. We must. Before he could finish, the piercing alarm blared. Woo, woo, woo. Then came the cold, mechanical synthesized voice. Warning! Core data sample has been illegally removed. Li Wei and Zhao Feng were instantly stunned. Then, their faces simultaneously lit up with ecstatic and greedy expressions. Removed? Li Wei's eyes widened like saucers. Someone succeeded. He triggered the alarm. On the top floor. The sound came from up there. Zhao Feng immediately retracted the drone, his breathing becoming rapid. That person is definitely trapped now. This is our chance. As long as we find him and kill him before he's overwhelmed by the bugs, that purple equipment will be ours. Immense greed instantly overwhelmed the last shred of reason and caution in their hearts. To them, this was a golden opportunity. Someone had cleared all the traps, breached all the defenses, and obtained the treasure for them, only to trigger the alarm and trap them inside. Wasn't this just waiting for them to become the stalker victims? Go! To the top floor! Li Wei roared, unable to contain himself any longer. His speed-awakened power erupted, and he became a blur, the first to rush out of the office and sprint towards the stairwell. Zhao Feng followed closely behind, his eyes also flashing with a crazed light. Their minds were filled with how to intercept that lucky one and seize that priceless purple equipment. However, they soon realized how terribly wrong they were. As they rushed into the fire escape, preparing to sprint upwards, they weren't met by any lone lucky one, but by an endless swarm of insects, like a black tide, surging wildly down from the upper floors, now in a rampant state. Hiss! Leading the charge were a dozen or so robust acid beetles and sickle mantises, their scarlet compound eyes instantly locking onto Li Wei and Zhao Feng, these two uninvited guests. Holy crap! How can there be so many? Li Wei's face turned deathly pale in an instant. What awaited him was an overwhelming barrage of green, potent acid and bone sides moving with lightning speed. An incredibly brutal encounter erupted instantly in the narrow stairwell. Li Wei and Zhao Feng, these two clever mantises, had walked headlong into the trap of the real cicadas, becoming scapegoats. Meanwhile, the true wild catcher, Lin Yu, calmly played his departure melody. He didn't go upwards, but downwards. While all the Zerg in the building, driven by alarms and rage, surged towards the top floor server room, the lower levels became an unprecedented safe zone. He easily returned to the equipment maintenance area on the third basement level, following the same route. He didn't even encounter a single sentinel along the way. He even had time to glance back at the giant mange-keen soldier ant still lurking at the first floor stairwell. That silent guardian, also alerted by the alarm, abandoned its mechanical patrol and anxiously climbed upwards, joining the frenzied hunt for the intruder. Lin Yu's figure, like a ghost who had completed its mission, silently slipped out through the gap in the garbage disposal chute and returned to the decaying ruins outside. He could even hear the desperate roars and gunshots emanating from inside the apocalypse building, the voices of Li Wei and Zhao Feng. But he merely glanced at them coldly before turning and swiftly disappearing into the city's shadows. Only after finding a completely safe, isolated underground bunker did Lin Yu finally breathe a sigh of relief. Leaning against the cold wall, listening to the increasingly intense explosions in the distance, a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. A perfect escape, a brilliant scapegoating. He took out the neural link overclocking chip, watching its alluring purple light emanating in the darkness, and without hesitation, chose fusion. The chip, as if possessing a life of its own, transformed into a purple stream of light, and instantly disappeared into his brow. An indescribable, excruciating pain, like a tidal wave, instantly swept through his entire brain. It felt as if a million steel needles were simultaneously piercing every nerve. But then, the pain transformed into a chilling torrent, engulfing his limbs and bones. He felt as if his entire world had been slowed down. The distant chirping of insects, the movement of dust in the air, each beating of his heart. Everything became clearer, and slower than ever before in his perception. When he opened his eyes again, the entire world appeared completely different to him. Chapter 69. The leap in strength was a wondrous feeling, difficult to describe in words. Lin Yu sat quietly in the dark air raid shelter, sensing the dramatic changes occurring in his body and mind. If before he was like a high-performance computer, capable of processing various information calmly and quickly, then after integrating the neural link overclocking chip, he felt as if he had upgraded to a quantum supercomputer. In his mind, the black and white 3D radar map with a radius of 7 kilometers had become clearer and more dynamic than ever before. Previously, he needed to spend a fraction of a second concentrating to read and analyze the information on the map. Now, it all happened almost simultaneously with his thoughts. He could think about his next course of action while instinctively processing the thousands upon thousands of data points fed back from the radar. The movement trajectory of each red dot, its energy intensity, even its subtle pauses, could automatically construct a precise dynamic model in his mind. This feeling was like installing a top-of-the-line dedicated graphics card and processor in his brain. Thinking speed and reaction ability have improved by at least 50%. Lin Yu silently assessed his changes, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This 50% improvement, in the ever-changing battlefield, could be a matter of life and death, enough to turn the impossible into the possible. To test his new abilities, and to replenish the ammunition and supplies consumed at Apocalypse Company, Lin Yu left the bunker after the berserk phase of the second mother insect summoning and began his first truly active hunt since entering this instance. His target was no longer the scattered white supply points, but the blue supply points guarded by elite Zerg that he used to carefully avoid. Inside an abandoned large shopping mall on the west side of the city, radar showed a bright blue dot in the jewelry section. Guarding it was a small group of 8 Psi mantises. Before the fusion chip, Lin Yu would most likely have chosen to deter in this situation. 8 speed-type elite monsters, even if he won, being surrounded would come at a significant cost, making it a losing proposition. But now, he actively went to meet them. Like a ghost, he silently infiltrated the second floor of the shopping mall, overlooking the chaotic supply area below. The 8 side mantises were wandering aimlessly, their bony sides reflecting a chilling glint in the dim light. Lin Yu did not rush to fire. In a mere second, his brain calculated a perfect attack plan based on the movement trajectories of the 8 praying mantises. He took a fragmentation grenade from his backpack, pulled the safety, silently counted to 2, and then threw it with precise parabolic trajectory towards the densest part of the mantis swarm. While the grenade was still in midair, his Type 92 pistol was already aimed at the mantis furthest from the grenade's impact point, the one most likely to survive the explosion. Boom! The grenade exploded with a deafening roar. The violent shockwave and countless steel pellets instantly tore the 5 closest mantises to pieces. Green sap and severed limbs splattered everywhere. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, Lin Yu's gunshot rang out. Bang! The praying mantis on the edge of the blast, staggered by the shockwave, hadn't even had time to react before its head was instantly shattered by a precise bullet. The 2 remaining surviving mantises, after a brief moment of shock, immediately let out angry hisses, locked onto Lin Yu on the second floor, and transformed into 2 streaks of green lightning, charging up the wall. However, in Lin Yu's slow-motion vision, their movements were full of flaws. Lin Yu didn't retreat but advanced, leaping from the second floor railing, firing 2 quick bursts of fire from his pistol in midair. Bang! Bang! The 2 bullets accurately struck their rapidly moving, vulnerable compound eyes. Thud! The 2 arrogant sickle-shaped praying mantises let out a mournful cry in midair, crashing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times, and then remaining motionless. From throwing the grenade to the end of the battle, the entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Clean, efficient, and effective. Lin Yu landed steadily, looked at his spoils, and nodded in satisfaction. He walked forward and found his loot. A blue-quality adrenaline injection, capable of significantly boosting the user's strength and speed for a short period. For the next 30-odd hours, Lin Yu completely immersed himself in this hunting and observing mode. Using his exceptional battlefield prediction abilities, he systematically swept through every valuable blue resource point in the city. At the same time, he coldly observed the diverse lives of people in this post-apocalyptic world. By the second day of the dungeon run, the number of surviving players had dwindled to less than 300. The survival environment throughout the city was becoming increasingly dire, with each mother insect summoning. The swarm's numbers were growing, and their aggression was intensifying. Lin Yu witnessed far too many scenes of struggle and annihilation. He saw a 5-person squad fight amongst themselves over the distribution of equipment from a blue treasure chest, ultimately drawing their weapons, and being wiped out by the swarm that arrived at the sound of their cries. He saw a survivor, having finally found a safe haven and ample food, succumb to the prolonged loneliness and fear, suffer a mental breakdown, rush out, detonate a grenade, and perish alongside a swarm of insects. He also witnessed a glimmer of humanity, though it was so faint as to be negligible. A couple of survivors, surrounded by the swarm, the man gave his last chance to his wife, detonating all his explosives to carve a bloody path for his lover. Unfortunately, at the end of that bloody path lay another swarm of even hungrier insects. Betrayal, despair, madness, and cheap sacrifice. All of this hardened Lin Yu's already cold heart. In this world, only absolute rationality and overwhelming strength were the sole passports. He traversed almost half the city, the area he highlighted on the radar map growing ever larger. But he still hadn't found any trace of golden resource points, not even purple ones, except for the chip he himself had obtained. Something strange. A difficult level dungeon shouldn't only have one purple resource point. A hint of doubt crept into Lin Yu's mind. Just then, a cold system notification, precisely at the 36th hour since he entered the dungeon, resounded in the minds of all the survivors. Chapter 70. All Instance Announcement. Instance progress has reached 36 hours. Locating the world's most valuable gold core resource. Location successful. The core resource coordinates will be broadcast to all survivors in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The cold, emotionless system countdown, like the tolling of death's bell, echoed clearly in the ears of every survivor. At that moment, whether it was the trembling solo players hiding in underground bunkers or the professional team struggling against the swarm, everyone's movements froze simultaneously. A complex expression appeared on everyone's face. There was astonishment, ecstasy, greed, but more than anything, there was deep fear and unease. Gold-quality supplies. These were things that existed only in legends, supreme treasures capable of elevating a lowly scavenger to the top, completely changing their fate. Lin Yu stopped in his tracks, standing atop a department store, overlooking the desolate city. His expression was more solemn than anyone else's. He knew this was definitely not some windfall. This was the system's call to battle. When an irresistible lure was thrown out, it meant the end of the peaceful development period for this instance. What followed was the bloodiest and most brutal final struggle among all the survivors. 3, 2, 1. Coordinates announced. With the final sound of the system notification, a dazzling golden beam, as radiant as the sun, shot skyward from the very center of the city. Meanwhile, a flashing, deadly golden marker appeared on all the survivors' maps. Lin Yu's built-in simplified map further highlighted the location in an unprecedentedly conspicuous manner. Golden Resource Point, Mother Insect Nest. Location, Central Circular Subway Hub Station, Core Area, 7th Underground Level. The moment Lin Yu saw this location, even though he was mentally prepared, his pupils still contracted sharply. The Mother Insect Nest. The ultimate treasure was actually in the lair of the final boss of this dungeon world. This wasn't a trap, it was blatantly telling everyone. Want the treasure? Then come and kill me, an incredibly desperate, yet irresistible target. Because everyone knew that even if they didn't fight for this golden resource, they would still face the final fate. In 72 hours, the endless swarm of insects would also engulf the entire city. Rather than wait to die, it's better to take a gamble. Almost the instant the coordinates were announced, the entire dead city seemed to awaken from its slumber. On Lin Yu's radar map, the more than 200 red dots representing survivors, originally scattered throughout the city, after a brief pause and hesitation, began to move in unison towards the same direction. The massive circular subway hub in the city center. The entire map is in motion. In a corner of the city, in the ruins of a half-collapsed office building, two blood-soaked, disheveled figures struggled to crawl out of the rubble. These were Li Wei and Zhao Feng, who had narrowly escaped the siege of the Apocalypse building thanks to their trump cards and sheer luck. Now, they were a far cry from the confident and high-spirited individuals they had been when they first entered the instance. Li Wei's arm was twisted at an unsettling angle, clearly severed. Zhao Feng was blind in one eye, and his face was covered in horrific scars from acid corrosion. They had seen the golden pillar of light shooting into the sky, and received a system notification. Mother insect nest. Zhao Feng's single eye was filled with terror, and his voice trembled. What's there to be afraid of? Li Wei clenched his fist tightly in his intact hand, his eyes burning with a crazed, gambler's fire. We're all going to die anyway. Not going is suicide, going might mean survival. If we can get that golden equipment, we can turn the tables. We can tear the who ambushed us in the Apocalypse building to pieces. Their deep-seated hatred for Lin Yu, and their insatiable greed for the golden equipment ultimately overcame their fear of death. Supporting each other, limping, they moved towards the city center. There were many more players like them. All the survivors, strong or weak, rational or insane, were drawn to that golden light at this moment, like moths drawn to a flame, beginning their final journey towards death and hope. A massive storm surrounding the mother worm, sweeping through all the survivors, was about to begin. Lin Yu stood on the rooftop, feeling the rising, restless atmosphere in the city, a mixture of greed, madness, and despair, his eyes cold and sharp. He looked down, checking the equipment in his spatial backpack. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the ruins to the dazzling golden pillar of light. Without hesitation, he moved, gracefully descending from the rooftop. The appearance of the golden pillar of light was like a drop of boiling oil into boiling water, causing the entire dead city to boil over. Countless survivors, like iron filings drawn by a magnet, surged from every dark corner, beginning their frenzied march towards both feast and death. Their eyes burned with the flames of greed, hoping to defy fate with a gamble, completely unaware that they had already become pawns on a chessboard, manipulated at will by the system. However, in this surging tide heading towards destruction, Lin Yu's figure stood out like a cold countercurrent. Not only did he not join this desperate charge, but he turned around, like a shadow not belonging to this world, and swiftly stealthily moved towards the outer perimeter of the city. His decision stood in stark contrast to the frenzy of everyone else. Powered by the terrifying neural link overclocking chip, his brain operated with unprecedented calm. On the radar map, the 200-plus points of light rapidly converging towards the city center were no longer independent lives in his eyes, but clearly visible streams of data, their ultimate trajectory already perfectly predictable. At this moment, the Queen's Nest was a meticulously crafted, colossal meat grinder. The system's bait wasn't meant to offer a generous gift, but to efficiently eliminate all survivors. The first, second, and even third waves of players who rushed in, no matter how strong, all faced the same fate. Becoming stepping stones for those who followed, cannon fodder to deplete the swarm's strength. True hunters never participate in pointless charges. They will only hide in the shadows, calmly observe, and patiently wait until both the prey and the trap are exhausted, until the scales of victory tilt decisively, before emerging from the shadows to deliver the most fatal blow. Chapter 71. Lin Yu's goal wasn't to be the first warrior to arrive on the battlefield, but the last, the reaper who would clean up the battlefield. But before that, he needed to prepare some special tools for this ultimate hunt. The insect swarm density in the city was increasing, and conventional methods were no longer sufficient. He had to find some asymmetric weapons that could change the course of the battle. His first target was explosives. Not ordinary grenades, but truly high explosives. Lin Yu's goal wasn't to naively try to directly confront the deeply buried queen insect with explosives. That would be like trying to pry up a mountain with a toothpick. His strategic intention was to create the greatest chaotic variable with explosives at the most critical moment. To destroy the key load-bearing structure of the insect nest, causing a large-scale collapse. To detonate the dense egg hatching area, causing panic among the insect swarm. Or, in a desperate situation, to forcibly open a completely new, unexpected escape route. This was the core tool in his entire plan to leverage the course of the battle. A radar map rapidly unfolded in his mind, sifting through all the buildings and structures in the city. Military bases? Probably already looted. Chemical plants? Too dangerous and unstable. Finally, his gaze settled on a riot police precinct located on the east side of the city. Perhaps there, he could find what he was looking for. He arrived at his destination silently, like a gentle breeze. A dozen or so acid beetles, each the size of a small car, lay lazily in the plaza in front of the precinct, occasionally spewing green acid that sizzled and corroded the ground. Lin Yu calmly observed for a moment, Then, utilizing his profound understanding of the insectid's habits and his extraordinary reaction speed, quickly devised a feint attack. He circled around to the other side of the police station and, with a silenced pistol, precisely blew up the gas tank of an abandoned car. The violent explosion instantly attracted the attention of most of the beetles in the square, who trudged heavily toward the sound. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yu darted out of the shadows, like lightning, and slipped into the police station building. He swiftly navigated the maze-like building, eventually finding a forgotten cache of C4 plastic explosives, tightly wrapped in tarpaulin, along with a dozen or so remote-controlled detonators in the underground armory. After storing his substantial haul in his spatial backpack, Lin Yu didn't linger and immediately began preparing for his second target. A potent insect repellent. This type of world must have a way to deal with insect swarms. Ordinary insect repellents were already largely ineffective against these genetically mutated monsters, but he was looking for a more specialized chemical agent capable of combating the insect plague. His target was quickly locked onto a chemical warehouse belonging to an abandoned biotechnology company called Gene Light. When Lin Yu arrived, he found the area already covered by a strange fungus, the air thick with the pungent smell of chemicals and spores. Radar indicated that these fungi release spores with a powerful paralyzing effect, forming a natural defensive barrier. Lin Yu held his breath, carefully avoiding the deep red high-risk areas, and finally found a well-sealed canister of military-grade G3 pheromone interference spray in a special metal cabinet labeled high-risk biological agent. The final preparation, and the most crucial step Lin Yu had carefully considered, was a heavy-duty fireproof and heat-insulating suit used by the fire department. The temperature inside the insect hive must be extremely high. Given his plans to use flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails extensively within, a professional heat-resistant suit would be crucial for his survival. It could withstand temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, and its thick composite material offered some protection against acid corrosion. Furthermore, it perfectly masked any human odor he emitted. This was a double guarantee of stealth and survival. This time, he set his sights on a large fire station located on the western edge of the city, far from the city center. It was remote and desolate, unlikely to be visited by other players, and its supplies should be in excellent condition. When Lin Yu arrived silently like a ghost, everything before him seemed to confirm his suspicions. The massive garage door was ajar, revealing several red fire trucks covered in thick dust. A deathly silence enveloped the area. His radar scan showed a bright blue dot of light in the equipment room on the second floor of the fire station, the fireproof and heat-resistant suit he needed. However, just as he was about to infiltrate, 3 live signals suddenly appeared on the radar map. 2 of the signals were weak and chaotic, their energy fluctuations carrying a strangely familiar scent. It was Li Wei and Zhao Feng. They appeared to be severely injured, huddled in a corner on the second floor, shivering. The third signal, however, was powerful, cold, and cunning. It was like an apex predator, silently lurking in a corner of the second floor, exuding a chilling aura of danger. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He knew that this seemingly simple resource-gathering trip would likely not be so smooth. An unexpected encounter was imminent. Inside the fire station, the deathly silence was broken by a faint, chilling, rustling sound. The air on the second floor was filled with a faint, sweet, metallic odor, mingled with the smell of rust and dust, creating a nauseating combination. Lin Yu didn't act rashly. Like a rock blending into its surroundings, he silently climbed to the rooftop of a residential building opposite the fire station, his perfect observation point. He set up his binoculars, watching the hunting game unfolding on the second floor. Li Wei and Zhao Feng's situation was even more dire than he had imagined. They were trapped in a physical training room on the second floor, the door completely sealed off by layers of almost transparent spiderwebs that reflected an eerie sheen in the light. Li Wei's severed arm was hastily slinged across his chest with a tattered rag, his face was ashen, and his lips were colorless from blood loss. Zhao Feng's single remaining eye was bloodshot and filled with boundless fear. He gripped a fire axe tightly, the handle slick with sweat. They had come to this remote fire station, seeking first aid supplies and a safe place to rest, never dreaming they would stumble upon a terrifying monster's carefully laid lair. The powerful, unknown signal, like a king surveying his territory, moved silently between the ceiling and walls outside the training room with an elegant yet deadly gait. It seemed in no hurry to kill its prey, but rather, like a cat toying with mice, it relished the sight of these 2 intruders struggling in despair. Chapter 72. Lin Yu's mind immediately conjured up information about the monster. Mimetic spider. This was no ordinary mutated spider. It was the size of a small calf, possessing 8 long, sharp limbs, But its most terrifying feature wasn't its size, but its near-perfect mimicry ability. Its epidermal cells could rapidly change color and texture within seconds, adapting to ambient light and background. In Lin Yu's observation, it sometimes transformed into an inconspicuous pile of fire extinguishers in a corner, sometimes disguised itself as a piece of peeling plaster on the ceiling, and could even perfectly mimic the cold texture and rust of a metal storage cabinet. If it weren't for the Level 2 radar's ability to lock onto its life energy signal, it would be almost impossible to detect its presence with the naked eye. Besides mimicry, it could also spray a nearly transparent, yet far more resilient than steel, spiderweb from its abdomen. Once entangled in this web, even an awakened being with superhuman physical abilities would find it difficult to escape in a short time. Its fangs contain potent neurotoxins. A single drop can completely paralyze its prey's heart within seconds. It moves silently, cunning and incredibly patient, a born ambush master, the deadliest assassin in the shadows. Li Wei and Zhao Feng, these two arrogant tigers outside, are now lambs to the slaughter, trapped in the spider's web. Just as the mimic spider seemed to finally lose patience, and was preparing to launch a fatal attack from the ventilation duct directly above the ceiling, a sudden figure, like a ghost, silently appeared at the training room door. Whoosh! A burst of blazing flame erupted from the flamethrower in Lin Yu's hand, like an angry fire dragon, instantly burning the tough spiderweb blocking the doorway to ashes, filling the air with a pungent smell of burning protein. This sudden turn of events stunned both the two people in the training room and the mimic spider on the ceiling. Lin Yu? Li Wei and Zhao Feng, seeing the familiar yet terrifying figure in the doorway, wore complex expressions. Shock, disbelief, and then, an uncontrollable malice and jealousy flashed in Li Wei's eyes. But the scout Zhao Feng was much more rational. He knew his situation well. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all emotions. Almost without hesitation, he shouted at the cold man in the doorway, Lin Yu. Cooperate. We cooperate. The mimic spider was clearly enraged by this uninvited guest. It let out a sharp screech, abandoned its attack on Li Wei and Zhao Feng, and vanished instantly into the complex shadows of the ceiling pipes. Zhao Feng knew he had to offer Lin Yu something compelling before the monster's next attack. Ignoring his injuries, he roared urgently, I know you're going to the Queen's Nest too. Don't think we don't know. But you absolutely don't know that the main entrance to the nest is guarded by at least 100 elite Zerg guards, and even 2 Carapace guardians. Going in from there is a guaranteed death sentence. He stared intently at Lin Yu, throwing out his biggest trump card, which he had risked his life for. But when we were scouting with the hummingbird drones, we unexpectedly discovered a secret passage. An abandoned maintenance pipe for the city's heating system, not marked on any simple map. Its entrance is in a landslide 3 kilometers west of the central hub, perfectly bypassing all frontal defenses and leading directly to the middle layer of the nest. This is our last escape route. Intelligence we risked our lives for. Help us kill this spider. This intelligence is yours. Zhao Feng's voice was hoarse with excitement and fear. He knew this was their only chance to survive. Lin Yu stood at the door, listening expressionlessly. Secret passage? With the scanning range and accuracy of his level 2 radar, finding such a passage wouldn't be difficult given enough time. Zhao Feng's intelligence would at most save him some search time. But at this moment, a surge of a different kind of interest. He wanted to test just how powerful he had become after fusing with the neural link overclocking chip. The mimetic spider before him, and his 2 scheming former teammates, were undoubtedly the perfect test subjects. As for their so-called cooperation, it was nothing more than a drama destined to end in betrayal. And he was more than happy to be the director of this drama. Absolute confidence led him to his decision. Lin Yu put away his flamethrower, his cold gaze sweeping over the 2 disheveled men in the training room, finally uttering a single word. Okay. He then turned his gaze to the dark and intricate ceiling, as if he could pierce through layers of obstruction to see the hunter lurking in the shadows. He calmly asked, what is its weakness? Its eyes. Zhao Feng replied immediately. It abandoned its thick carapace for the sake of mimicry. Its only weakness is those 8 enormous compound eyes on its head. A makeshift hunting party, composed of rivals, prey, and hunter, each with their own hidden agendas, was thus formed under the shadow of the spiderweb. The air was thick with the scent of humanity, more dangerous and deadly than any monster's pheromones. Chapter 73. The prelude to the battle abruptly began the moment Lin Yu nodded. Drone take off. Activate thermal imaging and motion capture modes. Zhao Feng, enduring excruciating pain, immediately assumed the role of a scout. He activated his skill, releasing a hummingbird drone no bigger than a palm. The drone silently ascended to below the ceiling, like a third eye extending from him, beginning to scan every corner of the second floor. Li Wei. Make noise. Force it out. Zhao Feng growled at the still-dazed Li Wei. Li Wei glared venomously at Lin Yu's retreating figure, but the will to survive ultimately overwhelmed his hatred. He roared, enduring the excruciating pain of his severed arm, and with his intact arm, grabbed a heavy fire axe beside him, beginning to frantically pound on the surrounding metal storage cabinets. Clang! 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 The piercing noise echoed in the empty fire station, undoubtedly a blatant provocation to the predator lurking in the shadows. Lin Yu, however, became the absolute protagonist on this hunting stage. He didn't choose any cover, but instead walked to the most open spot in the center of the training room. His M4A1 assault rifle drooped slightly, and he seemed completely relaxed, but his mind, through the overclocking chip, was inextricably linked to the entire battlefield. 11 o'clock. The ceiling ventilation duct. It's there. Zhao Feng's voice suddenly became shrill. Almost instantly after he finished speaking, Lin Yu's body reacted. Without even looking up, his rifle, as if it had eyes, instantly rose, the muzzle pointing precisely in that direction. Hiss! A dark shadow, like a venomous snake, darted out of the ventilation duct, swift as lightning, lunging straight at Li Wei below. However, it was met with Lin Yu's perfectly anticipated, precise bursts of fire. Duh! 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 3 bullets, arranged in a triangular pattern, instantly blocked all of the mimic spider's advance routes. The mimic spider let out a sharp hiss in midair, forcefully twisting its body to narrowly avoid the bullets, but its attack rhythm was completely disrupted. Missing its target, the mimic spider immediately displayed the cunning of an elite monster. Its massive body bounced against the wall several times before instantly disappearing into the shadows on the other side, its skin quickly blending into the surrounding wall. Disappeared. The thermal imaging lost track of it too. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Feng's forehead. No need to search anymore. Lin Yu's voice was calm and utterly unwavering. He slowly turned around, his gun aimed at a row of seemingly ordinary fire hydrants about 7 meters behind him. It's there. Zhao Feng and Li Wei were both stunned. They couldn't comprehend Lin Yu's judgment at all. Just then, the surface of the fire hydrant suddenly rippled like water. A huge, gleaming, chillingly sharp limb shot out from the wall without warning, aiming straight for Lin Yu's back. Fast. Ruthless. Accurate, however, this fatal blow in the eyes of an ordinary person seemed to be slowed down tenfold in Lin Yu's vision. He even had time to calculate the angle and speed of the limb's attack. At the instant the limb was about to reach him, Lin Yu's body, as if boneless, slid half a step to the side at an incredible angle. The limb almost grazed his combat uniform, the force of the gust of wind making his clothes flutter loudly. A perfect dodge. At the same time, his rifle fired again. Bang! 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 This time, it wasn't a burst of fire, but a storm of bullets. The bullets, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, accurately struck the newly exposed, massive head of the mimic spider. Several bullets successfully pierced the mimic spider's relatively thin carapace, embedding themselves deeply in its compound eyes. Dark green fluid gushed out like a fountain. Hiss! The mimic spider let out its first truly painful and furious cry since entering the battle. It completely abandoned its disguise. Its 8 enormous compound eyes turned blood red, and its massive body crashed heavily against the wall, making the ground tremble slightly. A wounded beast is most deadly. It no longer lurked, but instead unleashed its speed to the extreme. Its 8 segmented limbs, like flying blades, transformed into a black whirlwind, sweeping wildly towards the 3. Watch out! Zhao Feng exclaimed. Li Wei was even more frightened, retreating repeatedly. But Lin Yu didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward. He charged headlong into the whirlwind of death. Whoosh! His flamethrower had somehow replaced his rifle. A roaring, orange-red fire dragon engulfed the mimic spider's entire body. Flame is the bane of all spider webs and venom. The mimic spider writhed and howled wildly in the flames, its prized mimicry abilities and webs were utterly useless against the absolute heat. Seizing this opportunity, Li Wei finally mustered his courage. With a roar, he used all his strength to slam his fire axe down, successfully trapping one of the mimic spider's struggling limbs. Now! A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He tossed aside the flamethrower, took out a pre-prepared Molotov cocktail from his backpack, and, with an extremely tricky angle, precisely threw it into the mimic spider's mouth, which was gaping open in agony. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded from the mimic spider's body. This time, there were no cries, no struggles. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times before collapsing completely to the ground, burned to a charred shell from the inside out. The battle was over. A strong, acrid smell filled the training room. Zhao Feng and Li Wei leaned against the wall, panting heavily, their faces filled with the relief of surviving a close call. Lin Yu calmly walked to the mimic spider's corpse, pried open its charred head with an entrenching tool, and extracted a neurotoxin gland that shimmered with a blue light. He expressionlessly put the spoils into his backpack. Watching Lin Yu's practiced yet indifferent movements, the greed and resentment that had just been suppressed by fear in Li Wei's eyes resurfaced uncontrollably, like venomous snakes. He stared intently at Lin Yu's retreating figure with venomous eyes, whispering to Zhao Feng beside him, "Madman, he was probably the one who tricked us at the Apocalypse building yesterday. This guy definitely has the purple supplies from there. Look at him, he didn't even break a sweat. He's just an ordinary person with good luck. No matter how fast his reflexes are, his strength and stamina are definitely limited. We just exhausted so much of his energy. Now he's at his weakest." The two were already looking for an excuse to kill Lin Yu, but what excuse could they possibly have in this apocalyptic world? His voice was full of seduction. "I use all my strength to hold him off. You attack from behind and kill him. Everything he has, including that purple equipment, is ours." A battle that had just been extinguished was about to be reignited by an even uglier flame of humanity. Chapter 74. Zhao Feng's heart pounded wildly under Li Wei's influence. In his single eye, reason and greed were locked in a fierce battle. He had personally witnessed Lin Yu's ghostly fighting style and unpredictable abilities, a terror that sent shivers down his spine. Reason told him that making an enemy of such a person was tantamount to suicide. But Li Wei's words echoed in his ears, like the devil's whisper. Purple equipment. This phrase possessed a magic powerful enough to make any player abandon their reason. They had personally experienced the alarm at the Apocalypse building, and were convinced that Lin Yu was the one who had taken the core treasure. And in the battle just now, Lin Yu had indeed consumed a large amount of ammunition and stamina, even using a flamethrower. Perhaps. He really had reached his limit, perhaps. This truly was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Human greed, like a poisonous weed growing on the edge of a cliff, once it takes root, it grows wildly, ultimately dragging a person into an abyss of no return. In just a few seconds of hesitation, the scales in Zhao Feng's heart tipped completely towards greed. He didn't speak, but his slightly trembling hands, gripping the fire axe tightly again, already indicated his acquiescence. Seeing Zhao Feng's reaction, Li Wei's face instantly revealed a ferocious and twisted smile. He took a deep breath, pushing the power of a speed awakener within him to its limit. He transformed into a blurry afterimage, like a tiger descending a mountain, using his intact shoulder, like a mad bull, to slam into the back of Lin Yu, who was bent over collecting his spoils, seemingly completely unprepared. He gambled all his strength, anger, and hope on this desperate collision. However, his so-called speed, the speed he was so proud of, appeared as slow as a low-quality black and white silent film to Lin Yu, who had integrated the overclocking chip. The instant Li Wei activated his attack, Lin Yu didn't even look back. His brain had already processed all the information. The frequency of Li Wei's muscle contractions, the speed of his attack, the angle of impact, and the suppressed energy fluctuations from Zhao Feng beside him, a mixture of fear and killing intent. Everything was under his control. Later, yet arriving first, just as Li Wei's massive body was about to collide with his back, Lin Yu's body, as if boneless, shifted half a step to the side at an angle completely defying the laws of human biomechanics. This half step, seemingly effortless yet precise to the millimeter, perfectly dodged Li Wei's earth-shattering impact. Li Wei's attack missed. The immense inertia prevented him from recovering his momentum. His entire body, due to the excessive force, was wide open, riddled with weaknesses. Lin Yu's movements were lightning fast, giving him no chance to react or adjust. He didn't even fire. In the instant he passed Li Wei, he swung the butt of his rifle, smashing it with pinpoint accuracy against the outside of Li Wei's supporting knee. Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed clearly in the training room. Ah! Li Wei let out a blood-curdling scream. He could clearly feel his kneecap being shattered completely from the opposite direction by an irresistible force. A searing pain shot through his body, like an electric shock, and he immediately lost all balance, kneeling stiffly on the ground. But Lin Yu's attack wasn't over. Immediately afterward, he delivered a merciless kick, cleanly and decisively striking Li Wei's already broken arm. Ugh! The double, excruciating pain, enough to knock an ordinary person into shock, instantly shattered Li Wei's will. He couldn't even utter a scream. A muffled groan escaped his throat. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious like a lump of mud. The entire process, from Li Wei's sneak attack to his complete incapacitation, happened in the blink of an eye. Zhao Feng, standing nearby, hadn't even had time to raise his fire axe. By the time Zhao Feng reacted, Li Wei was already sprawled on the ground like a spineless dog, completely incapacitated. Zhao Feng froze on the spot. The fire axe in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He couldn't lift it an inch. The color drained from his face in a single second, leaving him paler than a corpse. An overwhelming fear, like icy seawater, completely engulfed him. He finally understood how terribly wrong he and Li Wei had been from the very beginning. They thought Lin Yu was an ordinary person who relied on equipment and luck, but they didn't realize that in his presence, they weren't even struggling ants. Lin Yu slowly turned around, his cold, emotionless eyes silently watching him. That gaze held no anger, no mockery, not even murderous intent. It contained only a pure, absolute indifference, like looking at a pebble on the roadside. This indifference terrified Zhao Feng more than any angry roar. Lin Yu said nothing. He walked up to Zhao Feng, who was trembling and barely daring to breathe. TSK, Lin Yu finally spoke, his voice calm yet like a heavy hammer striking Zhao Feng's heart. Is this all the skill you got? And you call yourself an awakened one? He reached out and gently patted Zhao Feng's face, the gesture like soothing a frightened pet. Just wait here to die. Wait for the insect swarm to devour you two pieces of trash together. With that, Lin Yu didn't look at him again, turned, and walked towards the armory without looking back. He took out a brand new, metallic sheen heavy-duty fireproof and heat-insulating suit, leaving the two utterly crippled awakened ones in the silent, dark fire station, leaving them with endless fear, regret, and the slowly approaching footsteps of death. Lin Yu put on the brand new heavy-duty fireproof and heat-insulating suit. The gear was far more sophisticated than he imagined, constructed from multi-layered composite fire-resistant materials and lightweight alloy plates. Ceramic plates were added to the chest and back, and the joints featured a flexible, pleated design, providing ultimate protection while maximizing agility. When he put on the matching, wide-field, fully enclosed helmet, all the noise and filth of the outside world were shut out, leaving only the sound of his own steady breathing. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped him. He walked out of the armory, passing his two utterly despairing former teammates without even sparing them a glance. To him, the farce was over. These two men had gone from potential threats to worthless trash, not worth wasting any more of his energy on. Chapter 75. Lin Yu's footsteps, like the pendulum of death, silently stepped out of the fire station's main gate. Behind him were two awakened ones, once high and mighty, now only able to await their demise in endless regret and fear. Their wails and curses were automatically filtered out by Lin Yu, becoming meaningless background noise. In this dog-eat-dog world, the lamentations of the defeated don't even warrant a glance from the victor. He didn't immediately head towards the so-called secret passage. The battle with the mimic spider, though seemingly effortless, had actually greatly depleted his mental energy. Especially the final, fluid counterattack combo, which had almost instantly pushed the performance of the overclocking chip to its limit. His brain also needed rest. He found a completely abandoned underground cold storage facility on the outskirts of the city. It was secluded, structurally sound, and, more importantly, the extremely low temperature effectively suppressed the spread of insect pheromones, making it a natural hiding place. He locked the cold storage door from the inside, then leaned against the cold wall, completely relaxing. This was perhaps the last moment of tranquility before the final battle. He wasted no time, beginning to inventory and inspect all his equipment. The heavy-duty fireproof and heat-resistant suit was flawless. The fully enclosed helmet isolated him from all external contamination, and its internal microcirculation system even provided filtered clean air. The value of this equipment far exceeded its blue-quality components. 5 kilograms of C4 plastic explosives, equipped with 10 wirelessly controlled detonators. This was the core tool he planned to use to detonate the entire battle and create maximum chaos. The military-grade G3 pheromone interference spray was his gift for the unknown psychic disruptor, and the key to his ability to traverse the enemy ranks. His flamethrower had half its fuel remaining, 8 special incendiary bottles, ample ammunition for his M4A1 assault rifle, various medicines, high-energy food. Everything was ready. He was like a top driver about to enter the F1 circuit, fine-tuning his car to its perfect state. After resting for about 3 hours, restoring his mental and physical strength to peak, Lin Yu's Level 2 radar system roared into action. A map with a 7-kilometer radius encompassed the massive circular subway hub in the city center, and its surrounding area. He first focused his scan on the entrance to the secret passage Zhao Feng had mentioned in his last words to survive, located 3 kilometers west of the hub, at a collapsed substation. The radar showed that there was indeed an extremely deep, downward extending, complex network of pipes leading to that location, with no signs of player activity. At least they're still somewhat useful, Lin Yu thought coldly. Then, he slowly, inch by inch, extended the radar's scanning range into the interior of the Queen's Nest. He wanted to confirm whether other warriors had already entered before he did. However, the scene reflected back by the radar made him frown slightly. The entire Queen's Nest, from the outermost to the middle layer, was filled with a dense, overwhelming number of Zerg-like glowing dots. Not a single one represented a player's life signal. The 200-plus players, who had once marched menacingly towards the city center, had all vanished. No, not vanished. Lin Yu adjusted the radar to its highest precision and quickly discovered the reason in the area surrounding the nest. There, it was practically a hellish battlefield piled high with the corpses of humans and Zerg. Countless mutilated limbs, shattered equipment, mixed with the exoskeletons and fluids of the Zerg, formed a vast swamp of death. Clearly, those players had encountered a devastating defeat when attempting a frontal assault on the nest entrance. Faced with the seemingly endless numerical superiority of the Zerg swarm, they were all wiped out. They proved with their lives the accuracy of the intelligence Zhao Feng had given them. Entering through the main gate meant certain death. Having confirmed that he would be the only guest, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and his bones cracked with a series of crisp pops. He arrived at the abandoned substation, found the wellhead covered by rubble and cables, and without hesitation, leaped inside. The prelude to hell had begun. The ventilation duct was narrower and more oppressive than he had imagined. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of rust, engine oil, and insect secretions. The duct walls were covered in a slippery slime, forcing him to tread carefully to avoid making any noise. Like a parasite infiltrating a steel behemoth, he moved alone and resolutely toward the heart of the abyss. His only eyes were the secondary radar. He could see bright red dots, far brighter than ordinary insect soldiers, representing elite guards, patrolling the main road with heavy steps. He could even feel the deep, powerful energy pulses, like heartbeats, emanating from the deepest part of the earth, filled with majesty and savage will. Here lay a living, enormous life form, brimming with the aura of death. And he was the most deadly virus about to be injected into its heart. Just as he had descended several hundred meters underground, about to reach the middle layer of the nest, the cold system notification echoed throughout the entire instance world. Full instance announcement. Instance progress has reached 48 hours. Escape point activated. Escape point A, north gate of the city. Escape point B, rooftop of the city summit skyscraper. Warning, this building's structural integrity is only 15% remaining. It is expected to completely collapse in 12 hours. Please choose carefully. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He immediately memorized the locations and characteristics of the 2 evacuation points. City Peak. A time-limited, high-risk, and unpredictable evacuation point. This was practically tailor-made for him, his final stage. The escape route was clear. His mind was now free of any worries, filled only with boundless calm and madness. He quickened his pace, charging headlong into the deepest part of that hell. Chapter 76. Lin Yu, like a gecko, silently emerged from a vent covered in slime and landed steadily on the ground of the middle level of the nest. When he saw the scene before him, even his heart, hardened by blood and slaughter, was deeply shocked. This was completely beyond the realm of human understanding of architecture. This was a gigantic, living biological cavity. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, all were composed of a grayish-white, smooth skin-like organic substance. They were rhythmically, slightly pulsating in sync with the massive heartbeat from deep underground, emitting a faint bioluminescence and a suffocating heat. The air was humid and viscous, filled with pheromones so concentrated they were almost tangible. An ordinary person staying here for even a few minutes would likely suffer a nervous breakdown and go completely insane from inhaling excessive amounts of pheromones. Gigantic, translucent insect eggs, like ripe grapes, hung in clusters from the recesses in the walls. By the faint light emanating from the walls, one could even clearly see the various forms of larvae curling and developing within, exuding an eerie sense of life. Lin Yu's heavy-duty fireproof and heat-resistant suit played a crucial role at this moment. It not only shielded him from the deadly heat, but more importantly, its fully enclosed helmet and independent air circulation system protected him from pheromones and various poisonous spores. He was like an astronaut in a spacesuit, landing on an alien planet, coldly observing this terrifying world, so different from Earth's civilization, filled with primitiveness and savagery. However, beneath the beautiful yet eerie surface lurked an omnipresent, deadly threat. He had barely taken 10 meters when a faint red warning light suddenly appeared on the radar map ahead. Lin Yu stopped abruptly. He crouched down and gently scraped away the seemingly ordinary grayish-white fungal carpet with his entrenching tool. Beneath the carpet lay a bottomless pool of bubbling, emerald green acid. The acid was so corrosive that even the metal edge of the entrenching tool hissed and emitted puffs of white smoke within seconds. This thin layer of fungal carpet was the perfect camouflage, a death trap capable of instantly melting a tank. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He knew that from this moment on, every step he took had to be precise to the centimeter. He linked his mind with the overclocking chip and the secondary radar with unprecedented intensity. His brain became a vast canvas, and the massive amounts of data fed back from the radar became the paintbrush, sketching a dynamic map filled with lines of death. Which patch of ground concealed an acid pool, which wall hid dormant insected soldiers, which ceiling was about to drip slime. Everything was presented to him in a data-driven, absolutely rational way. He began his extreme dance within this labyrinth of death. After traveling about 100 meters, he arrived at a relatively open crossroads. Here, a completely new elite insected species occupied. Dozens of monsters, resembling giant bats but eyeless, possessing only 2 enormous, radar receiver-like ears, hung upside down from the dome above the crossroads. Sonic bats, sentinels that perceive the world entirely through hearing. They periodically emit invisible infrasound waves, scanning everything around them. Any object detected by the sound waves that doesn't belong to the insected race will instantly attract their swarm attack. Their cries can directly affect the nervous system of living beings, causing intense dizziness and hallucinations. Lin Yu hid behind a massive, fleshy stone pillar. On the radar map, fan-shaped sonic detection ranges were clearly displayed, slowly sweeping across the entire area. He was playing a thrilling stealth game, waiting for the gaps in the sonic wave sweep. Finally, in the area in front of him, the sonic waves had just swept across, creating a detection vacuum of about 5 seconds. Now! Lin Yu's body shot out from behind the stone pillar like an arrow, making no sound as he darted along, skimming the ground, towards the shadow of another stone pillar opposite. His movements were lightning fast, yet as light as a cat. Just as he reached the opposite pillar and crouched into the shadow, a new wave of detection sonic waves grazed his back. Even a fraction of a second later, he would have been exposed. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, but beneath his fully enclosed helmet, no one could see his tense expression. However, the challenge was not over. Having passed through the sonic bat's blockade, a narrow passage 100 meters long awaited him. The walls on both sides of the passage were covered with countless purple, plant-like creatures, resembling giant pitcher plants. Spore spitters? They were extremely sensitive to moving objects. Once prey entered their attack range, they would spray large clouds of spores containing highly corrosive and paralyzing toxins from openings at the top. Trying to force their way through would be tantamount to bathing in an acid rain. Lin Yu stopped, his mind racing. He glanced at the radar. At the other end of the passage, a patrol team of 5 ordinary soldier ants was slowly approaching. A daring plan instantly formed in his mind. He didn't choose to wait, nor did he choose to take a detour. He took out the Silence Type 92 pistol he had captured from his backpack. He calculated the patrolling soldier ants' positions and speed, and fired a single, soft shot at the wall at the far end of the passage. An extremely faint sound echoed in the empty passage. The 5 patrolling soldier ants abruptly stopped. Their simple intelligence allowed them to be immediately drawn by the unusual sound, and they sped up, charging towards Lin Yu's direction. Now! The instant Lin Yu fired, he had already retreated into the shadows of the corner. The 5 unfortunate patrolling soldier ants, without a doubt, charged headlong into the death tunnel filled with spore spitters. Puff! 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 Almost the instant they stepped into the tunnel, all the spore spitters on both walls, as if receiving a command, simultaneously burst into bloom. Vast clouds of purple spores, like thick fog, instantly engulfed the entire passage. The patrolling soldier ants let out mournful screams, their hard exoskeletons, corroded by the spore cloud, visibly smoked and became pitted and uneven. Their movements grew increasingly sluggish, and finally, after running less than 20 meters, they collapsed, twitched a few times, and were completely dissolved into puddles of foul-smelling liquid. Lin Yu, taking advantage of the golden opportunity when all the spore-spraying ants had just completed their volley, and were in a brief cooling-off period, dashed through the gaps in their spray like a black lightning bolt. He could even feel the scorching air currents created as the deadly spores grazed his heat-resistant suit. Having narrowly escaped this death tunnel, Lin Yu didn't even catch his breath and continued forward. After enduring countless trials, pushing his stealth skills, predictive abilities, and mental fortitude to their limits, he finally traversed the perilous middle defensive zone of the nest. He stood at the edge of a colossal hollow within the nest, looking down. A terrifying, almost tangible pulse of energy, 100 times stronger than all the pressures he had encountered combined, mixed with a kingly aura that sent shivers down his spine, surged forth from the abyss below. On his radar map, a massive, star-like, terrifying red dot, occupying nearly a third of the screen, lay silently dormant in the darkness below. Around it, 6 elite dots of light, their intensity no less than, and perhaps even surpassing, that of the giant mange-keen ants, slowly guarded their king like the most loyal satellites. He had finally reached his destination, the Queen's Chambers. Chapter 77. Lin Yu, like the most patient predator, completely concealed himself behind a massive rock wall at the edge of the nest's cavity, peering down into the vast abyss filled with divinity and demonic power only through the miniature camera and radar system on his helmet. The scene before him far surpassed the imagination of any science fiction horror movie. This was not a cave or nest in the traditional sense, it was a living, breathing, colossal womb of life. The entire space was larger than a standard football field. The walls, the dome, the floor, all were composed of a dark red, wrinkled, living flesh. They pulsated rhythmically, and slowly in sync with the enormous heartbeat emanating from directly below, each beat causing the light in the space to shift between bright and dark, as if the entire world were breathing. Countless blood vessels, as thick as oil pipelines, intertwined within the fleshy walls, slightly bulging, and one could even see the viscous liquid flowing within, emitting a faint golden glow. Tens of thousands of enormous insect eggs, like ripe fruit, hung in clusters from the ceiling by fleshy vines, emitting a nauseating stench, a mixture of amniotic fluid and honey sweetness. This was the birthplace of all the insected races on planet A23, a crucible of life and a breeding ground for death. And at the very center of this hellish spectacle stood the creator of it all, the planet's former and current mother insect. It could no longer be described using conventional biological concepts. It was a colossal creature, the size of a small mountain, constructed from flesh, carapace, slime, and crystal. Its lower body was an enormous, bloated, tumor-like mass of tissue, completely fused with the ground of its nest. Countless nerve bundles and blood vessels extended from the ground, connecting to its body, making it the true heart and brain of this land. Its enormous abdomen, like a chemical plant, was eerily translucent, revealing thousands upon thousands of new eggs slowly forming inside. These eggs were continuously transported to every corner of the nest through a gigantic ovipositor connected to the end of its abdomen. Its upper body retained some insect-like characteristics, but was more twisted and mystical. It possessed 6 enormous, segmented limbs, like sophisticated industrial robotic arms, meticulously cleaning the slime from its body or delivering nutrients, radiating intense energy fluctuations, transported through special channels, into its abyssal mouthparts. It was unable to move, for it itself was an immovable yet indestructible war fortress. The golden light that had captivated all players since the 36th hour of the instance, piercing through the heavens and earth, did not originate from any treasure guarded by the mother worm. That treasure was simply a part of its body. At the very center of the mother worm's enormous and hideous head, on its forehead, was a diamond-shaped gem, the size of a human head, composed entirely of the purest golden crystal, as dazzling as a perfectly cut diamond. It flickered with the mother worm's heartbeat, radiating a vast, ancient, and primordial pressure. On Lin Yu's retina, the attributes of this golden treasure automatically appeared. Name: A23 Heart of the Hive. Quality: Gold, unique. Type: Special Core/Material. Effect 1, Passive Fountain of Life. While holding this item, your stamina attribute will permanently gain a +5 cap, and your health and stamina will recover at a rate of 1% per minute. Effect 2, Passive Swarm Command. When facing Zerg units, your presence will exert a slight mental deterrent, giving them a 5% chance to hesitate or fear for 1 second when attacking you. Effect 3, Active Energy Sacrifice. You can choose to absorb this core all at once, instantly gaining 1000 experience points, and with a very low 5% chance to directly learn a purple quality skill related to life or domination. Note: to obtain it, you must first possess a heart even harder than this and the courage to challenge the gods. This incredible attribute made Lin Yu's heart race. However, this priceless treasure naturally possessed the most powerful and desperate protection. Around the mother insect's massive body were 6 terrifying creatures of varying forms, each radiating an energy far surpassing any elite monster they had encountered before. Like the most loyal and ruthless knights, they were guarded by their unique queen. Lin Yu's radar quickly locked onto them, and analyzed the terrifying composition of this royal guard. 2 rock armor guards. Their size rivaled that of a heavy tank, their bodies covered in exaggeratedly thick black bone armor, each wielding a massive bone shield resembling a city gate. They are the absolute core of the defense, a wall of size that no attack can easily cross. 2 shadow weasels. Their bodies are exceptionally slender and elongated, entirely black, seemingly blending seamlessly into the surrounding shadows. Their speed is so fast that only fragmented afterimages can be seen on radar. They are silent, yet deadly top-tier assassins. 1 plague spreader. Its shape resembles a giant leech magnified hundreds of times, its soft, bloated body covered in colorful pustules. It continuously spews large-scale, highly corrosive toxic mist, and deadly spores capable of parasitizing any organic matter from its mouthparts onto the surrounding ground. It is a terrifying area control unit. And the last one, and the one that Lin Yu finds most fearful and troublesome. Mind Disruptor. It is a bizarre creature that resembles a detached human brain, but has several jellyfish-like tentacles. It hovered in midair above the queen insect's head, constantly radiating invisible, air-distorting waves of mental energy. This thing was the nemesis of all stealth and mental ability users. Under its mental field, any form of stealth or mental probing would be amplified infinitely, leaving no place to hide. Faced with this almost invincible, utterly hopeless defensive force, Lin Yu's eyes showed no sign of retreat. Instead, an unprecedented, frenzied flame ignited within him. His brain, driven by the overclocking chip at full power, began processing all known conditions at an unprecedented, life or death, insane speed. The explosive yield of the C4, the remaining fuel in the flamethrower, the terrain and structure of the nest cavity, the Royal Guard's patrol routes every second, the queen insect's regular egg-laying cycle. All of it was input into a massive, unprecedented, life or death, and utterly insane sandbox simulation. A feasible plan with a 30% success rate, brimming with the aesthetics of violence and deception, gradually took shape in his mind, becoming increasingly clear. Lin Yu's gaze was fixed intently on the radiant heart of the nest on the queen insect's forehead. His face was devoid of fear and greed, replaced only by a resolute madness, a gamble of his life and wisdom. He silently retrieved the first piece of C4 plastic explosive and its matching remote control from his spatial backpack, a cold, wild smile playing on his lips. He murmured to himself, as if issuing a final declaration of war to the entire nest, to the high and mighty queen. All right, warm up over. Now, the party should begin. Chapter 78. Lin Yu's entire mind was immersed in the insane chessboard of thought, constructed by the overclocking chip and the secondary radar. At the center of the chessboard was the unshakable throne. The queen insect. Beside it, 6 pieces. The royal guard moved slowly along a constant, celestial-like precise trajectory, forming an impenetrable defensive net. And he himself was the only, and most inconspicuous, pawn in this game. A crazed pawn attempting to single-handedly overturn the entire chessboard. A direct breakthrough was pure fantasy. His only chance of winning lay in exploiting information asymmetry, using his seemingly insignificant tools to pry open this seemingly unsolvable balance, creating maximum chaos, and then, within that chaos, searching for that fleeting, one-of-a-kind opportunity. His gaze first locked onto the one he feared most, the very core of the entire defense system. The psychic disruptor floating in midair. This monster was the eye of the entire chessboard. As long as it existed, all his actions would be exposed to the opponent's omnipresent mental field. His radar advantage would be infinitely weakened. Therefore, the first step of the plan had to be blinding. He carefully observed the psychic disruptor's movement. It wasn't stationary, but rather, within a radius of about 50 meters centered on the mother worm, it was making irregular floating movements at an extremely slow speed. And Lin Yu also noticed a crucial detail. Each time the queen insect completes an egg-laying cycle, the moment her abdomen contracts violently, a brief energy fluctuation, lasting approximately 1.5 seconds, appears in the psychic disruptor's mental field. This is his perfect opportunity to strike. He took out the military-grade G3 pheromone interference spray from his backpack. This substance has an effective range of only 10 meters. He had to find a way to deliver the spray to below the psychic disruptor without alerting the other guards. This was almost an impossible task. But from this impossibility, he found a mad fulcrum. That fulcrum was the plague spreader. This enormous leech-like monster periodically spews poisonous mist and parasitic spores onto the ground. And after each spew, its body shifts slightly due to the reaction force. Through half an hour of observation, Lin Yu precisely calculated the landing point of each of its shifts. He was about to do something unbelievable. He would use the plague spreader's enormous body as a launcher for his disruptive spray. The first step of the plan was thus finalized. Having solved the eyes problem, the next step was how to dismantle that seemingly indestructible shield. The two rock armor guards. A head-on collision would be like throwing an egg at a tank. Lin Yu's gaze slowly shifted from the two armor guards to the dome above their heads, a nest made of living flesh and blood, riddled with massive blood vessels. A cold smile appeared on his face. The 5 kilograms of C4 plastic explosives in his hand were never intended for these thick-skinned monsters. His target was the structural support of the entire Queen's Palace. Through radar scanning, he clearly located 5 key load-bearing pillars in the dome. These 5 pillars were the core that prevented the collapse of this massive cavity. If he could detonate these 5 pillars simultaneously, even if it didn't immediately cause the entire layer to collapse, it would be enough to trigger a devastating flesh avalanche. The falling giant flesh and blood, along with severed blood vessels, would become the most chaotic and deadly indiscriminate area of effect attack. He himself had heavy fireproof and heat-resistant clothing for protection, but the slow-moving stone armor guards would be completely overwhelmed or torn apart by this man-made catastrophe. This was the second step in the plan. Collapse. The final and most dangerous element was the 2 ghostly shadow weasels. Their speed was Lin Yu's greatest threat. Even with the overclocking chip, he wasn't absolutely certain he could evade their deadly attacks one-on-one. The only countermeasures against speed were traps and fire. Lin Yu's plan was to use all the fuel from his special incendiary bottles and flamethrowers to create a ring-shaped flame barrier. This barrier would surround the queen insect, severely restricting the movement of the 2 shadow-side weasels. It would force them to move only within a limited area surrounded by flames. The scorching heat of the flames and the interference of light and shadow would greatly diminish their prized stealth abilities and slow them down. This would create a precious window of opportunity for Lin Yu to get close to the queen insect and seize the heart of the hive. This was the third and final step in the plan. Purgatory. Blinding, cataclysmic collapse, purgatory. 3 interconnected steps, each more insane and dangerous than the last, formed a crystal-clear operational blueprint in his mind, a blueprint brimming with violence and destructive aesthetics. The entire plan had to be executed within 2 egg-laying cycles of the queen insect, less than 10 minutes. The slightest deviation in any step would result in him being instantly torn to shreds, utterly destroyed. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He unscrewed the cap of the G3 pheromone interference spray, set a 3-minute delay spray setting, and then used the adhesive of a small piece of C4 plastic explosive to firmly fix it to a fist-sized piece of hardened organic material that had peeled off the rock wall. His eyes were fixed on the plague spreader slowly wriggling below. He began to count down. The moment the plague spreader finished its exhalation and its body was propelled towards its predetermined location by the recoil, Lin Yu's hand moved. With lightning precision, like a catapult, he hurled the stone strapped with the bomb in a perfect parabola. The stone traced an inconspicuous arc through the air, landing silently and precisely on the plague spreader's massive, supple back. Without pausing, he immediately turned and, like a nimble ape, began swiftly climbing the rock walls along the edge of the layer's cavity towards the 5 load-bearing fleshy pillars he had already marked on the dome. The first piece in the mad game of chess had been placed. Next, the noisy, solo prelude would begin. Chapter 79. Time, in Lin Yu's perception, seemed to stretch infinitely. He scrambled along the slippery, warm fleshy walls of the nest, his movement swift as a ghost, yet landing silently. The heavy boots of his heavy fireproof and heat-insulating suit landed precisely on the solid protrusions with each step, attracting no attention from any of the guards. His mind was simultaneously processing 3 things. First, calculating the shortest climbing route between himself and the 5 load-bearing fleshy pillars of the dome. Second, monitoring the movements of the plague spreader below, ensuring it was carrying the time bomb and moving towards its predetermined target, the mind disruptor. Third, and most importantly, he stared intently at the queen's undulating abdomen, calculating the arrival of its next egg-laying cycle. Everything had to detonate simultaneously within that golden 1.5-second window. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The G3 pheromone interference spray he had thrown out, like a passenger hitchhiking, was slowly approaching the center of the chessboard under the rhythmic writhing of the plague spreader. Lin Yu had also successfully reached the base of the first weight-bearing flesh pillar. This flesh pillar was thicker than he had imagined, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, like a pillar supporting the sky, connecting the dome to the ground, its surface covered with large, pulsating blood vessels. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed the first piece of C4 plastic explosive firmly into the most vulnerable joint of the flesh pillar, then quickly moved towards the next target point. Time ticked by second. The second, the third, the fourth. Just as he finished installing the fifth and final C4 explosive and returned to a perfect sniping and observation point on the edge of the lair, the game below finally reached its decisive moment. The plague spreader, after another blast, its massive body wriggled into a perfect position. Directly above it was the psychic disruptor, slowly floating, and the delay device of the interference spray had just reached its limit. A colorless and odorless gas, yet capable of fundamentally distorting and blocking Zerg pheromones, instantly erupted from the plague spreader's back, forming an information black hole with a radius of 10 meters. At the same time, the queen insect's egg-laying cycle arrived as scheduled. Its massive abdomen suddenly contracted, and a powerful energy wave swept out. The mind disruptor's mental field experienced a fleeting 1.5-second energy trough. Now, a terrifying glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. His fingers, on the virtual radar map, simultaneously pressed the detonation button on the 5 pre-marked C4 coordinates. Boom! Blinding and collapse were triggered simultaneously. Floating in midair, the mind disruptor, at its most vulnerable moment, was hit head-on by the powerful interference spray below. Its brain-like body suddenly convulsed violently, emitting a silent yet agonizing scream that rippled through the surrounding space. Its omnipresent mental field crumbled instantly, like shattered glass. On Lin Yu's radar map, the hazy mist that had enveloped the entire nest, representing mental interference, vanished with a deafening roar. For the first time, every detail of the Queen's palace was displayed before him with unprecedented clarity. And then, an even more cataclysmic destruction followed. Boom! 5 muffled yet earth-shattering explosions simultaneously emanated from the nest's dome. The 5 weight-bearing pillars supporting the entire space were instantly shattered by the terrifying power of the C4 explosives. The explosion ripped through the dome. A chain reaction ensued. Tens of thousands of tons of massive tissue, a mixture of rock and living flesh, crashed down from the ceiling like the sky had collapsed. Countless severed blood vessels, like runaway fire hoses, sprayed a torrential downpour of scalding golden viscous liquid. A natural disaster orchestrated by Lin Yu himself had descended. The royal guard below was instantly thrown into unprecedented chaos. The 2 rock armor guards raised their massive bone shields in an attempt to defend themselves, but they were powerless against this indiscriminate, devastating attack. One of them was struck squarely by a giant chunk of flesh the size of a small car, half its body crushed beneath it, letting out an angry roar, temporarily incapacitated. The other, though narrowly escaping the fatal blow, was also drenched in countless fragments of rock and scalding viscous liquid, completely isolated from the other guards, left utterly helpless. Lin Yu's target was precisely this lone, yet most resilient, shield. The instant the explosives were detonated, he leaped from the dozens-meter-high rock face, like a predator hunting its prey. The miniature thrusters on the back of his fireproof and heat-resistant suit activated instantly, propelling him through the air in a precise arc, landing silently behind the rock armor guardian, which was currently in disarray. Roar! The armor guard seemed to sense something, slowly turning its massive head. But what awaited it was Lin Yu's most ferocious greeting gift, one he had prepared beforehand. Whoosh! The military-grade flamethrower in Lin Yu's hand roared in fury. A 10-meter-long, orange-red fire dragon, reaching temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, poured precisely into the relatively vulnerable joint gaps where the rock armor guardian's thick shell met its armor. Sizzle! The shell glowed red-hot, the flesh instantly carbonized, and a strong, acrid smell filled the air. Roar! The rock armor guardian roared in extreme agony, frantically swinging its massive bone shield, trying to crush the tiny human clinging to it like a leech. But Lin Yu's movements were faster and more agile. Like a top-tier bullfighter, he staged a boisterous solo dance around this behemoth. Each dodge perfectly avoided the blows of the bone shield. Each spray delivered deadly flames to the opponent's most vulnerable point. He didn't choose a direct confrontation, but instead used the smartest and most ruthless method, slowly and thoroughly roasting this seemingly invincible monster from the inside. Finally, after nearly a minute of scorching heat, the stone armor guardian's movements became increasingly sluggish. It let out a mournful cry of despair, its massive body crashing to the ground, utterly lifeless. Meanwhile, the other guards were just beginning to recover from the chaos of the collapse. The blinded mind disruptor regained some of its senses, and sounded its piercing alarm again. The entire lair erupted in chaos, but Lin Yu had successfully torn a fatal gap in the seemingly impenetrable defensive network. Chapter 80. The fall of the first royal guard was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, instantly igniting the fury throughout the queen's palace. The queen insect raised its massive head for the first time, unleashing a soul-piercing roar filled with supreme majesty and rage. With its roar, the entire nest trembled violently. The remaining 5 royal guards, along with thousands upon thousands of ordinary insectids, who had rushed from all directions upon hearing the news, locked their crimson, bloodthirsty gazes onto the tiny figure standing atop the scorching corpse of the rock armor guard, clad in a heavy heat-resistant suit. Lin Yu. The storm had arrived. The first to attack were the 2 surviving shadow weasels. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their figures vanished completely from their original spots, transforming into 2 black lightning bolts completely invisible to the naked eye, attacking Lin Yu's nape and heart simultaneously from 2 drastically different and cunning angles with zigzag trajectories that defied the laws of physics. Fast. Extremely fast. Their attacks didn't even create a whistling sound. It was as if even the air itself had been completely sliced apart by their sharp forelimbs. However, in Lin Yu's mind, accelerated to its limit by the overclocking chip, the trajectories of these 2 deadly lightning bolts were clearly captured and slowed down several times over. He could even see their compound eyes, flashing with cruel light, and the tiny sparks generated by the high-speed friction of their forelimb sides against the air. Lin Yu did not choose to retreat, nor did he attempt to block, because he knew that any unnecessary movement was futile in the face of absolute speed. Just as the 2 death sides were about to strike him, he made a move that no living being could comprehend. He suddenly unleashed the flamethrower at his feet. Whoosh! A violent wall of fire instantly formed beneath his feet. Simultaneously, using the powerful recoil from the flamethrower, his entire body was propelled like a cannonball, not upwards, not backwards, but in a bizarre trajectory, straight and powerfully shooting towards the plague spreader that was spewing poisonous mist diagonally downwards. Thud! Thud! The 2 shadow-side weasels' deadly attacks ultimately landed on empty air, leaving only 2 deep, bone-revealing gashes where Lin Yu had just stood. Missing their target, they immediately adjusted their stance and prepared to attack again. But Lin Yu gave them no chance. A waltz of death was about to begin. Using the recoil from his flamethrower, Lin Yu constantly shifted his position in midair. He seemed to transform into a leaf dancing in a storm, performing the most breathtaking, deathly dance between the 2 shadow weasels and the plague spreader. Each time he unleashed flames, it wasn't just for movement, but also to create a small fire barrier. He scatters the 8 special Molotov cocktails he took from his spatial backpack, like a shower of petals, precisely targeting key points throughout the queen's palace. Boom! 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 Orange-red flowers of inferno bloomed violently on the blood-soaked ground. Soon, he successfully created a massive, complete inferno of flames, encircling the queen and the remaining guards. The rolling flames and scorching heat severely impaired the shadow weasel vision and perception. Their prized speed and stealth abilities were greatly diminished in this sea of fire and light. The slow-moving plague spreader became the most pitiful, passively dancing partner in this waltz. Lin Yu's figure clung to it like a leech. Whenever the shadow weasel attacked from a tricky angle, Lin Yu would immediately use a burst of speed to dodge to the other side of the plague spreader's massive, mountain-like body, using it as his perfect mobile shield. Hiss! The shadow weasel's claws, sharp enough to slice through alloy, repeatedly failed to retract their strikes, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds and splattering large amounts of green sap. In pain, the plague spreader instinctively spewed large amounts of corrosive poisonous mist in the direction from which the attacks came. In an instant, the royal guard was thrown into unprecedented chaos by Lin Yu's meddling. He had successfully used the enemy to attack the enemy. Now! Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He seized upon a slight misalignment in the coordination between the 2 shadow weasels as they dodged the poisonous mist. He stopped dodging and charged headlong at one of the weasels. His M4A1 assault rifle roared like the Grim Reaper. Rat-a-tat-tat. He didn't aim at the rapidly moving head, but instead unleashed all his bullets onto the ground in front of the shadow weasel. Countless bullets ricocheted and sparked across the hard ground. Although the shadow weasel was incredibly fast, faced with this unreasonable, predictable barrage of bullets, it was forced to change its trajectory. And its changed path resulted in its landing point being right behind another shadow weasel. A perfect, self-directed fratricide drama, orchestrated by Lin Yu, had begun. Thud. The first shadow weasel's sharp, all-piercing scythe, unable to control its force, pierced its companion's chest. The weasel, backstabbed, let out a cry of disbelief, while the attacking weasel was fatally paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. Lin Yu had been waiting for this opportunity. His entrenching tool, which had somehow replaced his rifle, whistled through the air like black lightning, precisely severing the head of the stunned shadow weasel. Immediately after, he fired a Glock pistol, sending the wounded weasel back to hell as well. In an instant, 2 of the deadliest assassins were dead. Having eliminated the greatest threat, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the plague spreader, still spewing poisonous mist like a live target. Your turn. He coldly snorted, relentlessly pouring the last can of flamethrower fuel onto the giant worm. Amidst the agonizing screams and the pungent smell of burning flesh, the plague spreader followed in its companion's footsteps. Thus, 4 of the 6 royal guards had perished at Lin Yu's hands. Only the rock armor guard, half buried under the boulder and still struggling in vain, and the mind disruptor, which had regained its senses but hesitated to advance due to fear of the flames, remained. Lin Yu stood in the center of the sea of fire, his gaze coldly meeting that of the high-ranking queen insect across the raging flames. His chest heaved violently. His strength was nearing its limit. Chapter 81. A sea of fire raged, and screams echoed across the land. Lin Yu's figure, amidst the raging flames and shattered remains, resembled a god of death emerging from purgatory. His icy gaze pierced through the distorted heatwave, precisely locking onto the last 2 royal guards. The rock armor guard, half buried under a giant rock, was still struggling and roaring in vain, but its defeat was only a matter of time. The real threat was the mind disruptor, which had recovered from the pheromone interference and was now locking onto him with its invisible mental field. The mind disruptor let out a piercing mental shriek. Every wrinkle on its brain-like body trembled violently as an invisible mental shock, like a battering ram, slammed into Lin Yu's brain. Any ordinary player would likely bleed from all 7 orifices instantly under this attack, becoming a complete idiot. Lin Yu, however, only felt a slight dizziness. The neural link overclocking chip, which had long been integrated with his soul, erupted with a dazzling purple light, acting as the most solid firewall, blocking most of the mental attacks. Is that all you got? A cold, extremely contemptuous smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. This monster's greatest strength lay in its mental attacks and detection. Once these 2 things failed, its fragile physical defenses were like a thin sheet of paper before him. He didn't choose to retreat. Instead, braving the waves of mental attacks, like an enraged cheetah, he charged towards the mental disruptor. The mind disruptor was clearly unprepared for this tiny human to dare confront its mental might, and for a moment, it was momentarily stunned. But it was, after all, a guardian, and its battle instincts compelled it to react instantly. Its jellyfish-like tentacles suddenly extended, like dozens of venomous, agile whips, coiling towards Lin Yu's body from all directions. However, all of this was riddled with flaws in Lin Yu's godlike vision overlooking the battlefield. His brain instantly calculated the attack trajectories and coverage areas of all the tentacles. His M4A1 assault rifle fired its final shot once more. Rat-a-tat-tat. He didn't attack the agile tentacles, but instead unleashed all his firepower on the psychic disruptor's unsuspecting, floating brain. The bullets easily tore through the thin meninges, the scalding bullets penetrating deep into the soft, grayish-white brain tissue. The psychic disruptor let out a final, piercingly silent scream. Its brain-like body exploded, like a punctured water balloon, spraying countless grayish-white fluids everywhere. The 5th Royal Guard fallen. Having eliminated this major threat, Lin Yu's gaze fell on the last remaining rock armor guard, still clinging to life. He didn't even bother wasting another bullet. He walked up to the monster that was pinned down by the boulder and unable to move, ignoring its roars filled with anger and resentment. With a cold and efficient manner, he precisely and repeatedly pierced through the gaps in its thick shell with his entrenching tool. A minute later, the roar abruptly ceased. Thus, the 6 royal guards protecting the queen's throne were completely annihilated. The entire queen's palace fell into a deathly silence. Only the crackling of the flames and the increasingly heavy breathing of the queen remained. Lin Yu stood amidst the ravaged corpses and sea of fire, slowly raising his head. His gaze pierced through the obstacles, meeting the queen's cold eyes on her high throne. He knew the appetizer was over. Now the main course. He took a deep breath, channeling his remaining strength to its limit. He transformed into a black lightning bolt, charging fiercely towards the queen's mountain-like head. Climb. This was an epic feat of mortal challenging god. The queen's massive body was the steepest and most dangerous mountain peak. Its skin was smooth and tough, covered with various pores that secreted mucus and a defensive keratin layer. Lin Yu used an entrenching tool and a combat knife as climbing axes, using both hands and feet to struggle upwards along the almost vertical fleshy wall. The queen insect clearly realized the ant's intentions. It let out a deafening roar, and its 6 enormous segments, carrying the terrifying force to crush a tank, slammed down towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu's body darted and weaved along the massive fleshy wall like a nimble monkey. Each time the giant arm struck, he managed to find a tiny indentation or protrusion at the last second, narrowly avoiding it. The giant arm slammed into the queen insect's own body with dull thuds, splattering large amounts of flesh and mucus, but it could never touch the figure more agile than a flea. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The distance was closing rapidly. Lin Yu could even clearly see every wrinkle and the pulsation of every vein on the mother insect's ugly head. He could feel the alluring, immense life energy emanating from the heart of the nest embedded in the mother insect's forehead. Finally, as he exhausted his last bit of strength, he successfully reached the summit of this divine mountain. He stood atop the mother insect's head, only a step away from the golden heart. Roar! The mother insect let out its final roar, filled with humiliation and resentment. All its segmented arms slammed wildly towards its head, attempting to destroy this mortal who dared to blaspheme the divine throne along with itself. But it was too late. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with a gambler's final, desperate madness. Ignoring the devastating attack, he used all his strength to plunge his most trusted companion, his entrenching tool, already dull but still sharp, into the gap connecting the heart of the hive to the mother insect's forehead. Lift up. With a deafening roar, he exerted all his strength and pried upwards. Thud. A sound like leather being torn echoed throughout the nest. The dazzling, golden heart of the hive, representing the very lifeblood of the insected race, was forcibly pried off the mother insect's forehead. Large gushes of golden blood gushed forth, like a fountain, from the wound on the mother insect's forehead. Chapter 82. The moment Lin Yu firmly grasped the heart of the insect nest in his hand, time seemed to stand still. A warm yet powerful surge of life energy flowed from his palm into his entire body, instantly restoring his nearly depleted strength by 30% at an incredible speed. But this comfortable feeling lasted for less than a second. The next moment, amplified infinitely, was the ultimate rage and malice emanating from the entire world. The queen insect emitted its first and last cry since its birth, a cosmic lament composed purely of endless pain, anger, and despair, devoid of any information, powerful enough to pierce the soul and tear the heavens apart. This lament transformed into an invisible, destructive mental shockwave, centered on the queen's palace, instantly sweeping across the entire A23 Doomsday Fragment world. At that moment, whether it was the ordinary insected soldiers munching on corpses in the city ruins, or the elite giant insectids lurking deep underground, whether it was the flying insectids soaring in the sky, or the eerie insectids parasitizing dark corners, every insected unit, their movements froze abruptly at the same time. Then, in their crimson compound eyes, the last vestiges of their biological instincts were completely replaced by a more primal, more ferocious collective will called revenge. The queen's heart had been stolen. The culprit, who had blasphemed the gods and stolen the lifeblood of the entire race, must die. He must be torn to billions of pieces in the most brutal way. Buzz? The heart of the hive in Lin Yu's hand suddenly shone brightly, and a golden mark, filled with curse and resentment, emerged from it, instantly branding itself onto Lin Yu's chest. Even through the thick fireproof and heat-resistant suit, the searing pain that penetrated to the bone made him groan involuntarily. On his retinal screen, a line of blood-red, chilling notification popped up. Warning! You have seized the world core, and have been subjected to the ultimate pursuit marked by the Queen. The Queen's resentment. Effect. Your existence will be like a star in the night, exerting an irresistible attraction on all Zerg units in this world. They will abandon all actions, regardless of cost, to relentlessly hunt you down at top speed, until death. The Queen's resentment cannot be dispelled by any skill or item, and will last until you die or successfully evacuate this world. Almost the instant the notification popped up, Lin Yu's level 2 radar map went completely insane. On the map, millions of red dots representing the Zerg seemed to receive a unified command, transforming into torrents of red light that surged from every corner of the city towards his central location. The entire city, at that moment, became a gigantic, shrinking cage. And he was the sole prey within that cage. It's time to go. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. If he lingered even a second longer, he would be completely engulfed by this devastating swarm of Zerg. He stuffed the heart of the Zerg nest into his spatial backpack, then leaped from the crumbling head of the Queen Zerg, beginning a desperate escape through the secret passage he had come from. However, he underestimated the swarm's fury. The entire Queen's Nest seemed to come alive. The original passages were rapidly sealed off by writhing flesh. Countless streams of acid gushed from the holes in the walls, and sharp bone spikes pierced the ground without warning. He had barely rushed out of the Queen's chambers when he was met head-on by the first wave of elite hordes of hundreds of mantises and acid beetles, drawn by the Queen's mournful cries. "Get out of the way!" Lin Yu roared, his flamethrower and M4A1 firing alternately, carving a bloody path through the swarm. But his progress was greatly slowed. And behind him, even more, stronger Zerg were pouring in relentlessly. There was no way to escape. He was surrounded. An impenetrable encirclement of death, composed of an endless swarm of enraged insects. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host detected to be in a mortal crisis, survival probability below 0.01%. Neural link overclocking chip. Emergency protocol triggered. Activate ultimate mode. Soul overclocking? Soul overclocking. Through irreversible energy overload, the chip's computing power is increased to 200% of its theoretical limit for a short period. Your thinking speed and reaction speed will be doubled. At the same time, the chip will forcibly stimulate your adrenaline and nervous system, allowing you to unleash twice the movement speed beyond your physical limits. Warning: this mode lasts for 2 hours. After the overclocking ends, the chip will be completely destroyed due to energy overload. Please choose carefully. Do I even need to choose? A grim smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Without hesitation, he roared in his mind, "Activate. Overclock." Buzz. An unimaginable, terrifying energy surge, like a supernova explosion, instantly swept from between his eyebrows, engulfing his entire brain and soul. The excruciating pain almost made him faint on the spot, but then, the pain transformed into an unprecedented, absolute coldness and clarity. The entire world, in his eyes, seemed to be on super slow motion. The swarm's ferocious mandibles, its waving claws, its spraying acid. Everything became a slow, laughable animation, frame by frame. At the same time, his heart pounded wildly, every muscle in his body burned, and an explosive power beyond its limits erupted from every part of his body. On his retina, a bright red countdown appeared, slowly counting down. 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds roar. Lin Yu let out a roar unlike any human's, and his figure vanished from the spot. He transformed into a black bolt of lightning, completely invisible to the naked eye, tearing a gap in the impenetrable swarm of insects with unbelievable speed and trajectory. Those elite insects that had once troubled him were now like toddlers learning to walk in his eyes. Their attacks couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. He broke out of the hellish Queen's Nest, broke out of the secret passage, and returned to the ground. But what awaited him was an even more desperate scene. The entire city had been completely submerged by the black swarm of insects. The sky, the ground, all the buildings. As far as the eye could see, there were swarms of insects, and he, this man burning with his own soul, was the only golden, mocking beacon in this black ocean. Chapter 83. In his soul overclocked state, Lin Yu felt as if he had transformed into an omnipotent god. Time and space, in his perception, became sets of easily decipherable and predictable data. He burst from the ground without hesitation, beginning a desperate sprint across the city ruins completely submerged by the insect swarm. His figure was so fast that it left a series of afterimages. He sometimes traversed building walls, as if walking on flat ground, sometimes leaped and bounded between towering buildings, every jump, every turn calculated with centimeter-level precision, perfectly avoiding the densest swarms of insects on the ground and the flying insects swooping down from the sky. He was like a top-tier parkour master, treating the entire deadly city as his own personal stage for extreme sports. However, even with godlike speed and reflexes, Lin Yu's heart remained as cold as iron. He knew very well that this state was a case of drinking poison to quench thirst. 2 hours of overclocking might seem like a long time, but his body was being squeezed and consumed at an unprecedented rate. He could clearly feel every muscle in his body groaning in pain, every heartbeat like the beating of a battle drum for life. More importantly, the swarm's numbers were truly endless. He could temporarily shake off his pursuers, but the Queen's resentment mark on his chest acted like the most precise GPS locator, causing the entire city's swarms to continuously converge on his location, forming new and thicker encirclements. He was like a man trapped in quicksand. No matter how much he struggled, he was only dragged deeper. At his current speed, heading directly to the city peak evacuation point on the city's edge was theoretically feasible. But his brain, enhanced by the overclocking chip, instantly calculated the outcome. Before he even reached the skyscraper, he would be completely trapped in an open area by the swarm of Zerg converging from all directions, ultimately dying from exhaustion. He had to find a way to divert the flow. He had to create a precious, even if only 10 minutes, respite for himself. His gaze, like that of a cold hawk, swept across the city map in his mind. Soon, his eyes locked onto the place considered a path to survival by most survivors. Evacuation Zone A, the city's north gate. A ruthless yet incredibly effective plan instantly took shape in his mind. Since he himself was the source of this catastrophe, the lighthouse attracting all the Zerg. So, if he could just move this lighthouse to where the other survivors were. I'm sorry, my fellow countrymen. Blame it on your bad luck. Lin Yu felt no remorse or pity. He abruptly changed direction, like a black star of disaster, charging straight towards the 8-point evacuation zone. At this moment, the city's north gate had already been reduced to a bloody grinder. Although the vast majority of players had perished in the battle to storm the Mother Worm's nest, a small group of players, either rational enough or lucky enough, survived. The moment the 48-hour evacuation point opened, they abandoned any illusions of the golden treasure and rushed towards the safest evacuation zone, Point A. Most of the survivors at this moment wanted to extract some spoils from the enemy, making their trip worthwhile. The attacking survivors suddenly saw a surging tide in the distance. What is that? A player on watch suddenly used binoculars and saw a strange sight on the distant horizon. A black tide, with an overwhelming, all-consuming force, was sweeping towards their location at the north gate. That wasn't an ordinary swarm of insects. That was the final, complete swarm of insects from the entire city. Oh my god! The faces of all the survivors instantly drained of color, leaving only boundless fear and despair. They didn't understand why this devastating swarm was heading so precisely towards their small position. Soon, they got the answer. At the forefront of the swarm, they saw a running figure. He lured all the insects in the city here. That devil. Fire! Kill him first! Kill him now! The survivors instantly understood the truth. They roared in despair and rage, unleashing all their firepower at the man who had brought them to their doom. However, Lin Yu was too fast. The bullets couldn't even catch his afterimage. He didn't pause for a moment, like a ruthless tornado, piercing through the survivors' fragile defenses. Then, without looking back. Then, the devastating black insect swarm that followed, like a burst dam, instantly engulfed the 20-odd survivors and their desperate screams. He could clearly feel the immense, unified will to kill him locked onto him, upon contact with that fresh flesh, exhibiting a slight but fatal diversion and slowing down. That's enough. He had successfully bought himself those precious few minutes. He turned again, heading towards the crumbling skyscraper looming at the edge of the city. The summit of the city, and began his final, and most tragic, sprint. Chapter 84. The road to the city's pinnacle is a one-way ticket to hell. The extreme burst of power from soul overclocking is frantically draining Lin Yu's life force. His vision began to blur, and he could hear his own heavy, labored breathing, like a broken bellows. Every muscle in his body felt like it was being torn apart, throbbing with excruciating pain. The overclocking countdown on his retina had less than 30 minutes left. He knew that once the overclocking ended, he would instantly become a cripple, unable even to walk. At that point, any low-level insectoid would easily tear him apart. He had to reach that only, and soon to be destroyed, path to survival before the countdown ended. Behind him, the briefly diverted insectoid swarm, having devoured all the survivors at Point A, once again focused its relentless, resentful pursuit on him, sweeping in with even greater ferocity. Finally, the dilapidated skyscraper, as if gnawed by a giant city summit, appeared at the edge of his vision. Like a lonely, desperate giant, it stood silently in the twilight of the apocalypse, the entire building creaking and groaning under its own weight, as if it might collapse at any moment. Lin Yu reached the bottom of the building. Without any hesitation, he began the final, and most arduous climb. This was no longer a parkour test of skill. It was a tug-of-war purely of willpower against death. His ammunition had long been exhausted in the battle to storm the queen insect's nest. His physical strength, already nearly exhausted from the overclocking, was dwindling. He could only rely on his already bloodied and mangled hands, and the entrenching tool that had been with him all this time, to slowly climb inch by inch up this vertical, steel-reinforced tower of death. Countless insects, like black ants, had already crawled all over the building's exterior. They swarmed towards Lin Yu, his sole target, from all directions. Lin Yu swung his entrenching tool, smashing the brains of a flying hound that lunged at his face. He kicked a burrowing worm that tried to bite his thigh off the building. His fireproof and heat-resistant suit was torn to shreds, his body covered in wounds of all sizes, blood dripping continuously from his arms and trousers. But his climbing never faltered for a moment. His eyes remained like those of a lone wolf, filled with resolute determination and madness. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. With his last ounce of strength, he flung his battered body onto the cracked rooftop helipad, collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. Directly in front of him, the soft green evacuation circle, a symbol of hope and redemption, was quietly rotating. He succeeded. He struggled and crawled into the circle's range. Welcome to the A23 Instance Evacuation Zone, City's Peak. You have entered the evacuation zone. Evacuation countdown begins. Remaining time, 4 minutes and 59 seconds 5 minutes. Looking at the countdown, Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. Because his overclocking countdown had only 30 seconds left. And the overwhelming swarm of insects had already surged onto the rooftop. Hiss! Thousands upon thousands of insects, like a black tsunami, launched their final, all-out attack from all directions towards the single target in the light circle. The overclocking was over. Lin Yu felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his brain. That seemingly omnipotent power was instantly drained from his body. Boundless exhaustion and excruciating pain overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He didn't even have the strength to stand, let alone resist. He could only watch helplessly as the black tide of death completely engulfed him. Cold carapaces, sharp mandibles, foul-smelling slime. Boundless pain surged from every corner of his body. He felt his flesh being torn apart and devoured bit by bit. Was it over? Just as Lin Yu's consciousness was about to be completely swallowed by darkness. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. The entire city's peak skyscraper could no longer withstand the weight of the endless swarm of insects, nor its already strained structure. The rooftop collapsed. Lin Yu felt his feet sink into the void, and he, along with the countless insects on his body, plummeted towards the endless abyss. However, his luck seemed to be exceptionally good. After falling for about 10 meters, the rooftop he was on was miraculously caught by a massive, horizontally extending crane arm. The vast majority of the insects were flung out during the violent collapse, plunging into the bottomless abyss. Lin Yu, incredibly lucky, remained on the narrow platform where he was stuck. Even luckier, this platform was still within the green, cylindrical evacuation zone. His evacuation countdown had only 30 seconds left. And on his body, only 7 or 8 side-like mantises remained, frantically gnawing at his flesh. Lin Yu let out a suppressed roar of pain. With his last ounce of willpower, he desperately protected his head and heart, allowing the monsters to leave deep, bone-revealing wounds on his back and limbs. He gritted his teeth, staring intently at the fluctuating numbers on the screen. 10, 9, 8. He knew that as long as he persevered, as long as he returned to that place, all the pain and wounds he had endured would vanish. 3, 2, 1. Evacuation conditions met, teleportation initiated. A soft green light finally enveloped his almost skeletal, mangled body. His last sight was of the resentful and furious compound eyes of those mantises. The next second, his figure, along with all the pain he had endured, vanished forever from this collapsing, apocalyptic world. Chapter 85. The Central Hall of the Realm Hub. When Lin Yu's figure solidified again, within the teleportation beam, he even experienced a wondrous feeling of his soul being reshaped. 1 second ago, he was enduring the boundless pain of being devoured by billions of insects. The next second, under the supreme rules of the Realm Hub, his body instantly returned to its most perfect, peak state. His skin was smooth as new, his muscles brimming with explosive power, and his spirit more vibrant than ever before. It was as if the previous life-or-death battle was merely a vivid nightmare. But he knew it wasn't a dream. He looked down at his brow. The neural link overclocking chip that had once given him godlike power had become dim and dull, covered with fine cracks, completely useless. A purple piece of equipment for a life. This trade was worthwhile. Immediately afterward, the familiar and magnificent settlement screen, representing glory and reward, unfolded before him with a roar. Mission: A23 Urban Insect Plague, Hard. Personal rating: S. You staged a solo dance in hell. With wisdom and madness, you interpreted the true meaning of survival. You are the storm itself. Team rating: C. Your team is like a pile of rubbish. Experience points being calculated. Detected item: Gold quality A23 Insect Nest Heart X1, providing 1000 experience points. Detected item: Purple quality Neural Link Overclocking Chip, damaged, X1, providing 100 experience points. Detected item: Blue quality Neurotoxin Gland X1, providing 10 experience points. Total experience points gained, 1,110. Level increased. Current level, LV.7. 656/800. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Please allocate it. Congratulations on obtaining an S-rank rating special reward. Skill upgrade card, blue, X1. Skill upgrade card, blue can upgrade any skill of blue quality or lower by 1 level. Lin Yu glanced at his skill bar, at the only blue skill emergency medical care, pondered for a moment, and decided to keep the card for now. While this skill was useful for survival, the limitation of only being usable once per dungeon was too great, and the upgrade effect might not be ideal. It was better to wait until he obtained a more essential blue skill later. The light screen continued downwards. Estimated total value of looted items. Based on average black market price 850,000 credits, Lin Yu calmly closed the settlement light screen, his gaze sweeping across the hall. Just then, Lin Yu's eyes met those of a familiar figure in the crowd. Zhao Feng. He must have lost one resurrection attempt. When Zhao Feng saw Lin Yu's icy gaze, his body trembled violently, as if he had been stared at by a prehistoric beast. His single eye was filled with a deep-seated fear and awe, and he instinctively wanted to lower his head, lacking even the courage to meet Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu merely glanced at him indifferently before withdrawing his gaze. He wasn't worried about retaliation. The rules of Realm Hub were strict. In the real world, any disputes arising from dungeon conflicts would be severely punished by the authorities. Life and death were predetermined within the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, revenge could only be sought in secret. And an awakened one, who had lost all courage, posed no threat to him. However, this incident also served as a wake-up call. As he became increasingly high-profile, he would offend more and more powerful forces and individuals. Individual strength is ultimately limited. Finding a powerful backer was imperative. An official organization. A thought quietly took root in his mind. He decided that after finishing his current tasks, he would try to join the official superhuman management agency of Yin Kingdom, even if it meant starting as a lowly escort. He needed an identity, a legal and powerful one that could protect him from many unnecessary troubles. Back in his empty personal space, Lin Yu finally had time to examine his greatest gain. He opened his palm, and the A23 hive heart, the size of a human head, radiant and seemingly containing a universe, floated quietly in his palm, exuding a captivating life force. Beside it lay the neural link overclocking chip, now dull and cracked. Chapter 86. This heart is the essence of the entire A23 post-apocalyptic world. Lin Yu carefully examined its attributes. It permanently increases maximum stamina by 5 points, and restores 1% of health and stamina per minute. This is a terrifying boost to survival and endurance, meaning he doesn't need to carry medical supplies into dungeons. The third active effect, Source Energy Sacrifice, is incredibly tempting. It grants 1,000 experience points in one go, with a very low 5% chance of directly learning a purple quality skill. 1,000 experience points are enough to raise his level by more than 1 level. A purple quality skill is a legendary reward, incredibly rare, and each one possesses the power to turn the impossible into reality. Any gambler would probably choose this without hesitation, betting this heart on a brighter future. But Lin Yu is not a gambler. He was a hunter of absolute rationality, who only trusted the blade in his hand and the plans in his mind. A 5% probability. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold, utterly disdainful smile. When has my life, Lin Yu's life, ever needed to be decided by a mere 5% of illusory luck? To him, relying on luck was the most foolish and deadliest act in this apocalyptic world. Visible, tangible, permanent attribute bonuses were 1,000 times more reliable than this probability. He made his decision without hesitation. To keep the heart of the hive, to use it as his most core piece of equipment, enhancing his foundation. His gaze then fell upon the now dull and cracked neural link overclocking chip. He gently stroked the cold cracks on the chip, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. There was regret, but more than anything, a sense of satisfaction at making the most of what he had. A purple piece of equipment had cost him his life, and in return, this golden heart of the hive, a worthwhile trade. There will be better ones in the future, he murmured to himself, placing the now dead chip on the wall of his personal space as a memento of his madness. Then, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Yu. Level, LV.7, 656/900. Strength, 12. Agility, 12. Stamina, 15 plus 5. Unallocated attribute points. One looking at those 2 precious free attribute points, Lin Yu fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Having experienced the urban insect plague instance, He gained a clearer understanding of his combat style. Faced with the power of firearms, the importance of pure strength is being infinitely diminished. Unless one can elevate their strength to a level where their bare hands can withstand mechs and ignore bullets, a non-human realm, in modern combat systems, even the highest level of strength is nothing more than a matter that bullets and bombs can resolve. Conversely, agility, representing reaction speed, movement speed, and body coordination, and stamina, representing health points, endurance, and resistance to abnormal statuses, are the foundation for his treasure hunting and skill-based gameplay. Faster speed means dodging more fatal attacks, and reaching the target location faster than others. Greater endurance means enduring longer battles, and surviving more severe injuries. Strength is no match for a single shot. Agility and stamina are the foundation of treasure hunting and survival. Lin Yu understood this clearly and, without hesitation, precisely allocated one attribute point. He added it to agility. The moment the attribute allocation was complete, he could clearly feel his body becoming lighter, and his reaction speed seemed to have increased slightly. Finally, Lin Yu remembered the loot he had long forgotten. Military-grade encrypted tactical tablet. He obtained this from the first dungeon, when he had, with a sliver of hope, posted a hacking mission in the bounty section of the trading market. Now, it seemed like a laughable act. He opened his personal screen, preparing to cancel the long-abandoned bounty mission. However, the moment he opened the mission interface, he unexpectedly discovered a private chat message from the Realm Hub system below the bounty post. Technical expert number 735 has sent you a private chat message. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, and clicked on it. The message was simple, delivered in a slightly weary yet kind tone characteristic of someone with experience. Young man, I saw your bounty for that military tablet. Judging from your low level, you're probably a newbie who recently joined Realm Hub. Just a friendly reminder, these so-called encrypted devices brought from low-level post-apocalyptic worlds are already commonplace. The data inside is worthless to the real military and large corporations. Don't waste your credit points hanging here, just drop it. Sell it directly to the Realm Hub system for recycling. You can get a few thousand points to buy some medicine and ammunition. That's better than anything else. Lin Yu looked at the message, remained silent for a moment, and then chuckled. He could sense the sincerity in the other party's words. There was no sarcasm involved. It seems that not everyone in this cold, post-apocalyptic world is as calculating and malicious as Li Wei and Zhao Feng. He cancelled the bounty mission and, following the other party's advice, sold the military tablet directly to the Boundary Hub system. Item successfully recycled. You have gained 5,000 credits. Although it was only a negligible income, Lin Yu felt much lighter. After tallying all his gains, Lin Yu felt stronger than ever before. Chapter 87. After spending 2 days in his personal space, thoroughly consolidating his drastically increased strength, Lin Yu's life returned to the tranquility of the real world. This stark contrast between the carnage of a battlefield and the peaceful daily life had initially made him somewhat uncomfortable. But now, he was used to this transition. Because he knew that this peace was something he had fought tooth and nail for. That day, he was at home helping his mother study recipes, when a notification from the Realm Hub system shattered this peaceful moment. You have more than 99 unread messages. Do you want to view them? Lin Yu frowned slightly. Since entering the Realm Hub, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had blocked almost all his teachers and classmates. Looking at this 99 plus, a sense of curiosity arose in his heart. He opened the message list, and instantly, countless messages flooded in like a tidal wave. Some messages came from high school homeroom teachers, some from the school's academic affairs office, and many from former classmates whose names they could barely remember. The messages were all similar, filled with shock, flattery, and fawning praise. Lin Yu. This is Teacher Wang. I heard you received an admission notice from Jingwei University, and got an S-level evaluation twice in a row? You are truly the greatest pride of our number 3 high school. The school is preparing to award you an outstanding graduate certificate. When are you free to come to the school? Lin God. Boss. Do you remember me? I'm Xiaoming who sat in front of you. Please take me under your wing. Please lend me your leg. Lin Yu, this is Su Qingxue. Can we talk? Lin Yu scanned the messages expressionlessly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. These people who had once ignored him, even looked at him coldly, were now swarming around him like flies drawn to blood. Human nature is so real, and so cheap. He was about to delete these pointless messages, as usual, when a familiar name made him stop. Wang Hao. The only one who had shown him kindness at the beginning of the game, the one who had pulled him back from the brink of collapse. His messages were the simplest and most persistent of all. Starting 3 days ago, he had sent a message almost every few hours. Lin Yu, are you alright? I saw the news. You got an S rank again. That's awesome. Lin Yu, your teachers and classmates can't get in touch with you. Everyone's worried about you. Lin Yu, I prepared the reward you mentioned last time. I scraped together 50,000 credits. Could you take me through the next dungeon? Looking at Wang Hao's almost pleading words, Lin Yu fell silent. He remembered the almost robbery-like price he offered to make Wang Hao realize the cruelty of this world. Unexpectedly, this fat guy actually did it. In Lin Yu's heart, the once frozen lake seemed to have a tiny pebble thrown in, creating a ripple. He didn't really need those 200,000 credits. His initial purpose was merely a test, a selection process. Wang Hao, with his persistence and sincerity, passed this test. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then replied calmly with 2 words, okay. Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, Wang Hao's call request popped up urgently. Lin Yu chose to answer. On the screen, Wang Hao's familiar chubby face appeared. But unlike the haggard and fearful look he had shown before, this time, his face was filled with excitement, admiration, and an almost fanatical reverence. Lin. God, Lin. It really is you. I thought you blocked me. Wang Hao's voice trembled, so excited he was incoherent. What's wrong? Lin Yu's tone remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Yes. Something's wrong. Wang Hao nodded repeatedly. He took a deep breath, as if making a huge decision, and said, Lin Shen. I prepared my credits. 50,000. Not a penny less. Please, carry me through a dungeon just once. Just once. I know I'm stupid, I just want to survive. As he spoke, he was about to transfer the credits. Lin Yu raised his hand, stopping him. No need for the money. Wang Hao's movements froze instantly, his expression changing from excitement to despair. He thought Lin Yu was going to back out, to refuse him. Lin Shen. You can't do this. You said we make a deal. I said. Lin Yu interrupted him, a half smile playing on his lips. For the sake of our past as classmates, I carry you this time, for free. Wang Hao's brain completely shut down. He stared blankly at the man on the screen, who had an indifferent expression, but said something he couldn't believe. It took him more than 10 seconds to react, and his chubby face turned bright red with joy. Lin Shen. You're like my own brother. Wang Hao was so excited he almost cried. He stammered, thank you. Thank you. Lin Shen. From now on, my life is yours. If you tell me to go east, I go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I beat a chicken. Alright, stop with the act. Lin Yu waved his hand, already immune to this cheap loyalty. When is your next forced conscription? 3 days from now. Wang Hao replied immediately. Good. Lin Yu nodded. Contact me before the mission begins 3 days from now. Remember, once you're in the instance, follow my instructions completely. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, and don't touch things you shouldn't touch. If you can do it, you live. If you can't, you die. Understand? Understood. Understood. Absolutely understood. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Having resolved this matter, Lin Yu was about to hang up. Wang Hao, as if remembering something, quickly said, Oh right, Lin Shen. There's one more thing. It's about our homeroom teacher. They organized a graduation party tomorrow night. They said you're now the biggest celebrity in our school. No, in the whole city. A regular person who's received an S-level rating twice in a row. It's practically a legend. They want to invite you to give a speech as a representative of outstanding graduates. Lin Yu's brows furrowed instantly. Graduation party? Speak on stage? He only had 2 words to say, boring. Chapter 88. No interest. Lin Yu uttered 3 words without hesitation, crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. To him, the so-called graduation party was nothing more than a meaningless social frenzy among a group of young people who hadn't yet grasped reality. And the speaking on stage was utterly ridiculous. He was to share his survival experience, gained through blood and death, with a group of sheltered flowers who had never even experienced a single hard-level dungeon? Would they even understand? Would they even deserve to listen? Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Lin Yu's tone turned icy. From now on, don't contact me except about dungeons. With that, he prepared to hang up. No, Lin Shen. Wang Hao was startled and quickly said, It's not that I want to bother you. It's Teacher Wang. He He even sent an invitation to your mother, saying he hopes parents can also attend and witness this glorious moment. Lin Yu's hand, which was about to hang up, froze abruptly. His eyes sharpened instantly. These guys actually had their eyes on his mother? They knew very well that Lin Yu was notoriously aloof and unsociable. A direct invitation would likely be met with a cold rejection. But his filial piety was equally legendary. From spending lavishly to pay his mother's exorbitant medical bills, to later defying fate with a gold-quality stamina awakening potion. These deeds had already spread like wildfire through various channels within a small circle. They had seized upon his only weakness. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Yu hung up the call with Wang Hao, his mother emerged from the room with a beautifully crafted electronic invitation, her face beaming. Xiao Yu. Look! Your teacher Wang just sent it. He says the school is throwing a celebration banquet for you, and they want you to speak as a graduating student representative. Oh my son is so accomplished. I never been so proud in my life. His mother's face radiated genuine joy and pride, untainted by any ulterior motives. That smile, like the warmest winter sun, melted a corner of Lin Yu's cold, hardened heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to say, I'm not going, wanting to say, they're all a bunch of boring people, wanting to say, it's just a waste of time. But looking into his mother's expectant, bright eyes, these cold words wouldn't come out. Mom, he began with some difficulty. What's wrong? His mother held his hand, speaking lovingly. Are you nervous? Afraid of saying something wrong? It's okay. Just go up there, say a few words. Tell them how you protected your mother. Tell them my son is the greatest hero in the world. Lin Yu remained silent. Looking at his mother's cheeks, slightly flushed with excitement, a feeling of helplessness welled up inside him. He could ignore the gaze of the whole world, he could wield a butcher's knife against any enemy, but he couldn't refuse his mother's expectations. Just as he hesitated, his mother seemed to see through his thoughts. The smile on her face faded slightly, she sighed softly, and a distant reminiscence and worry flickered in her eyes. Xiao Yu, she said softly, a hint of sadness in her voice, your father was like this back then. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He always said that friends were a burden, that socializing was a waste of time. He only knew how to enter dungeons, only knew how to become stronger, only knew how to earn money to support the family. In his world, there was no room for anyone else but me. He was very strong, the only hero in my heart. But he was also very lonely. Her mother's eyes reddened slightly, and she held Lin Yu's hand tightly, the warmth of her grip seeming to reach his very heart. Mom knows you're walking the same difficult, dangerous path. Mom doesn't ask you to have many friends, nor does she expect you to be a social butterfly. Mom just doesn't want you to end up like your father, without anyone to talk to. This party, consider it Mom's way, just show your face, okay? You don't need to speak on stage, you don't need to deal with anyone. Just go, sit there, let Mom see you, see my son, in his moment of glory, being looked up to by everyone. Mom will be content. His mother's words were like a gentle yet irresistible hammer, striking hard, again and again, the softest spot in Lin Yu's heart. He could disregard the world's opinions, but he couldn't disregard his mother's feelings. His father's loneliness was a permanent regret in this family. His mother didn't want that regret to be repeated in his life. After a long silence, Lin Yu finally nodded slowly. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, and squeezed out a single word. Okay, he added, as if making a promise to himself and his mother. I promise you. I'll only be there for a little while. Hearing her son's promise, a radiant smile finally returned to her mother's face. She was as happy as a child, and immediately began enthusiastically choosing an outfit for Lin Yu to wear to the graduation party tomorrow. Lin Yu, meanwhile, leaned back on the sofa, gazing out the window with a complex expression. He knew that tomorrow night's graduation party would be more exhausting for him than facing an endless swarm of insects. But for his mother's smile, he was willing to go. He had already made up his mind. He would show his face tomorrow, fulfill his promise to his mother, and then leave immediately. As for those so-called classmates, teachers, and all sorts of people who might try to curry favor with him, he would ignore them all. Chapter 89. The following evening, as dusk settled, the city lights began to twinkle. The auditorium of Jianghai City No. 3 Middle School was newly decorated, filled with a festive atmosphere. Here, an unprecedented graduation party was about to take place. It was unprecedented not only because such large-scale gatherings had become extremely extravagant and rare after the apocalypse. More importantly, this party had an absolute protagonist, unspoken by everyone. A legendary figure who, as an ordinary person, had achieved the highest S-rank rating 3 times in a row in the Realm Hub instance. Lin Yu. The auditorium was already bustling with activity. The surviving senior high school students gathered in small groups. Although they wore smiles, their brows betrayed a trace of weariness and wariness, a consequence of the apocalypse. Their conversations had long since shifted from celebrity gossip and gaming/anime to topics like, what monsters did you encounter in your last dungeon? What equipment did you get? And what should we do about the next forced conscription? Su Qingxue, dressed in a long white dress, stood out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. She was still as beautiful and eye-catching as ever. But at this moment, a faint, lingering complex emotion graced her face. Her gaze would occasionally drift towards the entrance of the auditorium, as if she were waiting for something. Beside her, Zhang Hao, Wang Chong, and Li Bin, her former supporters, were also whispering among themselves. Hey, do you guys think Lin Yu will really come? Who knows? He's a god-level figure now. He wouldn't even consider us mortals. If you ask me, he definitely won't come. That's not necessarily true. I heard that Professor Wang personally delivered the invitation. It would be incredibly disrespectful for him not to come. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the heavy doors of the auditorium were slowly pushed open. A figure walked in against the light. Instantly, the previously noisy atmosphere in the auditorium seemed to be muted, falling silent. Everyone's gaze, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, focused entirely on the figure who entered. The person was Lin Yu. He wasn't dressed in a suit and tie like the others, nor did he make any effort to dress up. He was simply wearing a clean, simple black casual outfit, his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent, as he slowly walked in. His steps weren't fast, but each step seemed to resonate with everyone's heartbeat. He really came. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. All those who had once scorned him, mocked him, and abandoned him now instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. And those girls who had once harbored fantasies about him, seeing his now icy demeanor, felt only endless awe and a sense of distance. Su Qingxue's body trembled slightly. Looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar back, her heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. Regret, resentment, shock, and a hint of admiration for the strong that she herself was unwilling to admit. All these emotions intertwined, almost suffocating her. She wanted to step forward, wanted to say something. She wanted to say I'm sorry, or long time no see. But in the end, she still lacked the courage. Because she knew that between them lay an insurmountable chasm forged in blood and death. They were no longer from the same world. The moment Mr. Wang, the homeroom teacher, saw Lin Yu appear, he immediately greeted her with a beaming smile. Oh! Lin Yu. You finally arrived. Quickly. Please come in. Your seat is at the very front. He enthusiastically reached out to take Lin Yu's arm, but his hand froze halfway, intimidated by Lin Yu's icy aura. Lin Yu merely glanced at him indifferently, said nothing, and walked straight to the most inconspicuous corner of the auditorium, pulled out a chair, and sat down by herself. Her actions spoke volumes. I'm here to give my mother face. But I have no interest in participating in this farce. Mr. Wang's face turned pale, then flushed, extremely embarrassed. But he dared not utter a sound. The atmosphere of the entire party became incredibly eerie with Lin Yu's arrival. Everyone cautiously glanced at the figure sitting in the corner, seemingly out of place in the world. He was like a black hole, silent yet drawing everyone's attention and imagination. Finally, halfway through the party, during the so-called outstanding graduate representative speech segment, the host, with an incredibly excited and reverent tone, loudly called out Lin Yu's name. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to our once-in-a-century legend. Our pride. Now, the student who has received an S-level evaluation 3 times in a row. Lin Yu. Come up to the stage and share his valuable experience with us. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the auditorium. Everyone's gaze turned to that corner. However, Lin Yu remained seated there quietly, motionless, as if he hadn't heard his name at all. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, as if calculating something. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The host's smile froze on his face, and cold sweat streamed down Teacher Wang's forehead. A good dozen seconds passed before Lin Yu slowly stood up. Everyone thought he was about to go on stage, their faces showing anticipation. However, Lin Yu didn't even glance at the stage, turned around, and walked straight towards the auditorium doors. He was telling everyone in the most direct and coldest way. My promise has been fulfilled. Your performance is over. He didn't linger for a moment, pushed open the doors, and his figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. leaving behind only a deathly silence and a floor littered with shattered memories called youth. Chapter 90. Leaving the graduation party filled with hypocrisy and affectation, Lin Yu felt even his breathing become much easier. Conducting meaningless social interactions with those weaklings was more mentally taxing than dealing with the royal guard in the queen insect's nest. He returned home. His mother didn't ask about the details of the party. Seeing him return safely, she smiled with relief. This completely calmed the last ripple in Lin Yu's heart caused by his departure without saying goodbye. He knew that what his mother wanted was simply the result of he went, a gesture of him being willing to blend into the crowd for her sake. That was enough. He returned to his personal space in the Realm Hub. This cold, empty place, yet filled with absolute freedom and infinite possibilities, was his true home. The brief encounter with his past world at the party hadn't made him feel any nostalgia. Instead, it strengthened his resolve to continuously grow stronger and firmly grasp all of his destiny in his own hands. He sat on the sofa, quietly recalling the looks his classmates and teachers had given him at the party. Those complex gazes, a mixture of awe, fear, jealousy, and flattery, gave him a deeper understanding of the word power. In this new world, power was the only passport. Power was the only truth. Power was the supreme rule that defined and changed everything. Joining an official organization. This thought resurfaced clearly in his mind. He knew that as he grew stronger and more high profile, he would inevitably attract the attention of more and more powerful forces. Among these recruitment efforts, there were inevitably well-intentioned offers, but also malicious covetousness. An individual's power is ultimately limited. He cannot forever remain a lone wolf, detached from the system. Finding a powerful backer, one who can provide protection and shield him from unnecessary trouble, is imperative. And the official superhuman management agency of Yen Kingdom, Dragon Shield, is undoubtedly the best choice. Joining Dragon Shield will not only grant him a legitimate and powerful official identity, but also access to core intelligence and top-tier resources that ordinary players can never attain. After I finished training Wang Hao this time, I applied for the assessment, Lin Yu decided. He wasn't worried that his ordinary person status would be an obstacle. 3 consecutive S-rank ratings were his strongest asset, enough to open the doors of any power. He believed that the higher-ups at Dragon Shield weren't all short-sighted fools. Having clarified his future direction, Lin Yu refocused all his attention on the present. 2 days later, he and Wang Hao would enter the next mandatory dungeon. This was his first time truly carrying someone through a dungeon. Although Wang Hao's combat strength was almost negligible, Lin Yu wasn't worried he would be a burden. What he needed wasn't a teammate to fight alongside, but an absolutely obedient follower who could handle miscellaneous tasks, allowing him to focus more on the core objective. And Wang Hao was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate at the moment. He opened the communication with Wang Hao. How are the preparations going? On the other end of the screen, Wang Hao's face immediately appeared. His mental state was much better than before, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Ready! Lin Shen. I exchanged all my credit points for the highest grade nutrient solutions and recovery potions, according to the list you gave me last time. I definitely won't hold you back. Very good. Lin Yu nodded. Remember what I said, once we're in the dungeon, follow my orders? Yes. Lin Shen. Wang Hao's voice was full of determination. Get ready. Contact me before the mandatory conscription. Lin Yu finished speaking and hung up. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the last hour before Wang Hao's mandatory conscription began, Lin Yu began his final combat readiness check. His entrenching tool, after several intense battles, was riddled with holes, and could no longer withstand the strain. It's time to get a more suitable melee weapon, Lin Yu muttered to himself. While firearms and explosives were his primary means of attack, a reliable melee weapon remained indispensable in unexpected situations, and when stealth assassinations were required. He opened the Boundary Hub trading market, and a dazzling array of weapons and equipment instantly filled the entire screen. Among Zhu Xion's equipment were 3D maneuver gear shimmering with blue light, and exorcism daggers engraved with runes, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of credits. But Lin Yu's gaze completely ignored these flashy but impractical items. What he needed was a weapon that was sturdy enough, sharp enough, and reliable enough, not an expensive work of art that required meticulous maintenance. He skillfully activated the filter function, limiting his search to the tag standard military equipment and products from the beginner world. Soon, a simple yet imposing long sword, exuding a calm and deadly aura, caught his eye. Name: T56 Tactical Longsword. Quality: white, excellent. Description: from the T56 beginner world, forged from high-strength alloy steel in one piece. The blade is long and narrow, with a forward center of gravity, combining slashing and piercing capabilities. Unassuming in appearance, it is extremely sturdy and durable, a reliable partner for countless novice survivors. Price: 80,000 credits. That's it. Lin Yu purchased it without hesitation. The next second, a jet black long sword, even the hilt wrapped with anti-slip paracord, appeared in his hand. He casually swung it, the blade cutting through the air with a steady whistling sound. The weighty, reliable feel of the sword made him nod in satisfaction. Equipping the long sword to the tactical buckle on his back, Lin Yu glanced at the countdown on the screen, which had less than 10 minutes remaining. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and adjusted his mental state to its peak, a state of perfect stillness. A completely new world, a trembling companion, an unknown challenge. All of this made his blood, which had been dormant for several days, begin to boil slightly. Forced conscription begins. The familiar yet irresistible pull instantly dragged his consciousness into an endless abyss of darkness. Chapter 91. When Lin Yu regained consciousness, a strong odor, a mixture of the salty smell of seawater, the decay of rust, and some unknown putrid substance, assaulted his nostrils. He found himself standing with Wang Hao in the warehouse area of an abandoned dock. The ground beneath his feet was slippery, covered in moss, and rusty containers and broken cables were scattered around him. Most striking was the thick, impenetrable gray-white fog that enveloped the entire world. Visibility was extremely low. Beyond 20 meters, everything was a blur, with only the vague outlines of massive cranes and warehouses visible, like ancient behemoths lurking in the mist, exuding an ominous aura. Teleportation complete. Welcome to the C-69 Cooperative Dungeon, Misty Harbor. Difficulty level, medium. Current dungeon participants, 200. Dungeon duration, 48 hours. Corrosive mist. Visibility within the city will continue to decrease, and blood mist will periodically erupt. First blood mist outbreak countdown, 5 hours 59 minutes and 47 seconds. In 48 hours, the apocalyptic tsunami will engulf this world. Any player who fails to evacuate will be eliminated. Gulp. Standing beside Lin Yu, Wang Hao nervously swallowed, his obese body trembling uncontrollably like a giant sieve. Lin God, this place is terrifying. His voice trembled with fear as he clung tightly to Lin Yu's back, as if only in this way could he gain a sliver of security. This fog is so thick. I can't see anything beyond 20 meters. It feels like monsters could burst out of it at any moment. For Wang Hao, a newcomer who had never experienced a proper battle, this environment, filled with the unknown and oppressive atmosphere, was far more terrifying than the zombies and swarms of insects he could see and touch. However, Lin Yu's face showed no sign of tension. He didn't even furrow his brow. Stay close to me. He simply uttered 3 words, and then the T-56 tactical longsword he had just acquired silently slid into his hand. At the same time, a level 2 radar map with a radius of 7 kilometers had already unfolded in his mind like a divine scroll. On this black and white 3D map, everything around him was laid bare. He could see 3 hostile red dots wandering aimlessly behind a rusty container about 30 meters ahead of him. Mistwalkers, a special type of zombie mutated by the corrosive mist, with severely degraded vision but exceptionally keen hearing and perception of light. They are the most common threat in this mist. Stay here and don't move or make a sound, Lin Yu instructed Wang Hao behind him. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately froze, covering his mouth tightly and not daring to breathe. Lin Yu's footsteps were as light as a cat's, making not a sound as he stealthily moved towards the 3 mistwalkers. His figure quickly disappeared into the thick fog. Wang Hao remained standing there, feeling as if the surrounding mist had come alive. The faint, eerie sounds coming from afar, like fingernails scraping metal, sent chills down his spine, almost causing him to collapse on the spot. Just as he was about to scream, thud. A very faint sound, like a blade slicing through leather, came from the thick fog ahead. Immediately afterwards, 2 more swoosh sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Then, everything fell silent again. Wang Hao was stunned. He didn't know what had happened. A few seconds later, Lin Yu's figure, like a demon returned from hell, silently emerged from the fog once more. His T-56 tactical longsword was spotless. Let's go, it's safe up ahead, he said calmly, as if he had just taken a walk. Wang Hao mustered his courage and followed behind Lin Yu, carefully skirting around the container. When he saw the scene before him, his heart, which had been in his throat, leaped to its highest point, but was then replaced by an indescribable shock and awe. 3 tall, grayish-white zombies with hollow eye sockets and sharp, Black fingernails lay silently on the ground. Each of them had a fine, smooth cut on its neck, as if the most skilled surgeon had precisely severed its cervical vertebrae with a scalpel. No unnecessary wounds, no futile struggles, everything was so clean and efficient, imbued with a violent aesthetic. Wang Hao's mind went blank. He had finally witnessed firsthand Lin Yu's divine, almost artistic, killing skills. Is this still the same classmate who used to sleep in class every day and only see living people during practical training? He muttered to himself. Looking at Lin Yu's back, his eyes no longer held simple awe, but an almost fanatical, godlike worship. The two continued forward, traversing an area comprised of abandoned shipwrecks. The surrounding fog seemed to thicken further, visibility dropping to less than 15 meters. Wang Hao nervously glanced around, his grip on his pistol tight, his palms sweating. Lin Shen, there doesn't seem to be anything ahead, right? He whispered. Lin Yu suddenly stopped. He didn't answer Wang Hao, but slowly raised his Type 92 silenced pistol, aiming at the empty area to his left, where only the thick fog swirled. Wang Hao froze. He looked in the direction of Lin Yu's gun. There was nothing there. He was about to ask Lin Yu if he was being too tense when Lin Yu calmly spoke. Directly ahead, 43 meters 2. To the left front, 40 meters 1. Prepare to ambush from the side. Wang Hao was instantly stunned. What? 43 meters? 40 meters? How could he see that in this visibility? Does he have X-ray vision? Just as Wang Hao was still in shock and doubt, Lin Yu's gun fired. Two muffled gunshots, enhanced by silencers, rang out on the silent dock. The bullets accurately penetrated the churning fog ahead, like mud oxen entering the sea, causing no ripples. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. He thought Lin Yu must be crazy, firing in this eerily sensitive place. Wasn't that suicide? However, a few seconds later, the expression on his face changed from blank to utterly horrified, as if he'd seen a ghost. Less than a few seconds after Lin Yu fired, two corpses of fog walkers lay in their path, along with two zombies. Chapter 92. A perfectly accurate bullet hole appeared between their eyebrows. Immediately afterward, before Wang Hao could react to this incredible blind sniping, Lin Yu's gun barrel abruptly turned, aiming at the thick fog to the left. Thud. Another shot rang out. A second later, a fog walker, still in a pouncing stance, froze midair, then fell limply to the ground, a still smoking bullet hole appearing between its eyebrows. Instant kill. Predictive instant kill. In the fog with visibility of less than 15 meters, he predicted and precisely killed three enemies hidden in the shadows. Wang Hao's mouth gaped open, almost big enough to fit an egg. He watched the man put away his pistol, expressionless, and walk past the corpses as if he had merely crushed 3 ants. This is incredible. He clearly didn't score as well as me in the actual shooting practice. He immediately followed Lin Yu, all his fear and anxiety replaced by a sense of security. He knew that as long as he clung tightly to this powerful figure, survival wouldn't be a problem. He could practically roam freely in this hellish dungeon. Lin Yu ignored Wang Hao, who had completely become a fanboy behind him. He silently planned his next move. The difficulty of this dungeon wasn't high for him. He said, based on our shooting scores, everyone is very skilled. But, Lin Yu turned to Wang Hao and continued, but maintaining our level under pressure, overcoming fear, and unleashing our abilities isn't difficult for us trained individuals. But his goal was never just survival. What he wanted was to maximize the value of this instance, while ensuring Wang Hao's safety. Lin Yu's judgment was as precise as a system command. He led Wang Hao through the maze-like container and warehouse area as if it were empty. Every turn, every pause, perfectly avoided the large-scale Mistwalker patrols. The few lone Mistwalkers they encountered were silently killed by Lin Yu with his silenced pistol before they even noticed their presence. Wang Hao followed behind, watching with a mixture of fear and utter admiration. He realized that Lin Yu's strength wasn't just reflected in his superb marksmanship and swordsmanship, but also in his godlike, absolute control over the entire battlefield. Lin. God Lin, where are we going? Wang Hao finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, looking at the increasingly unfamiliar surroundings. Let's find a place to rest, Lin Yu replied succinctly. Through radar scanning, he had already located an excellent temporary shelter, a large, abandoned seafood cold storage facility on the edge of the dock. This cold storage facility was buried deep underground, with only one ventilation opening and a heavy alloy door. Its structure was incredibly sturdy, easy to defend and difficult to attack. More importantly, the extremely low temperature effectively suppressed the spread of odors and blocked sound, making it the best choice for escaping the approaching blood mist. After dealing with the few mistwalkers wandering around the cold storage entrance, Lin Yu led Wang Hao inside. He used several steel bars to firmly wet the heavy alloy door from the inside before finally relaxing his grip. Inside the cold storage, the temperature was extremely low, frost covered everything, and a faint fishy smell filled the air. Wang Hao took 2 thick cotton coats from his backpack and handed one to Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't refuse. Although his physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, he wasn't at the point where he could ignore such a low temperature. Lin Shen here. Wang Hao then took out a high-energy nutrition bar and a bottle of purified water from his backpack, as if presenting a treasure. These were the top-tier supplies he had acquired with all his savings before entering the room. Lin Yu glanced at him and accepted them. The two leaned against the cold wall, quietly replenishing their strength. Wang Hao wanted to say something several times, but looking at Lin Yu's calm, indifferent profile, he swallowed his words. He knew that for this powerful figure, silence was perhaps the best form of communication. Time flowed slowly in the deathly silence. About 5 hours passed, just as Wang Hao was leaning against the wall, dozing off. A sharp, piercing shriek, like an air raid siren, suddenly erupted from the outside, echoing throughout the entire misty harbor. Immediately afterward, an invisible wave filled with a violent and insane will swept through every corner like a tidal wave. Warning! First blood mist has descended. Duration, 30 minutes. All mist walkers have entered a berserk state. Survivors, proceed with caution. Wang Hao jolted awake. He could clearly hear the heavy footsteps of countless zombies stampeding overhead, like a stampede of 10,000 horses, and then there were roars and howls, 10 times more piercing than before, filled with hunger and rage. He even faintly heard the desperate screams of other players, and the futile gunfire that was quickly drowned out. This is the blood mist? Wang Hao's face turned deathly pale instantly. He had no doubt that if they were outside right now, they would be torn to shreds, leaving not even bones, within 10 seconds by the endless, raging horde of zombies. Don't panic. Just then, a calm, emotionless voice rang in his ears. Wang Hao turned his head, and saw Lin Yu still leaning against the wall, eyes slightly closed, as if the terrifying, world-destroying scene outside was nothing more than a trivial thunderstorm outside the window. That absolute calmness, unwavering even in the face of imminent collapse, miraculously calmed Wang Hao's heart, which was pounding in his chest. With Lin Shen around, what was there to fear? Lin Yu was indeed very calm, because the radar map had already clearly displayed everything outside in his mind. He could see thousands upon thousands of berserk fog walkers, like a red tide, flooding every street and destroying everything they could see. He even saw several elite-level red dots, several times brighter than ordinary fog walkers, being born within the blood mist. However, at that moment, an unexpected discovery made him slowly open his eyes, a playful smile curving his lips. About 2 kilometers away from their cold storage facility, near a large supermarket, a well-equipped and well-organized player team of a dozen or so people had actually managed to establish a solid defensive line against the raging zombie horde. Chapter 93. Immediately afterward, a loud, steady, and powerful female voice resounded through the loudspeaker, echoing across several nearby blocks. Attention all survivors. Attention all survivors. We are Dragon Shield Squad 9. We are conducting an official escort mission in this area. All survivors who hear this broadcast, please remain calm, hold your positions, do not make any loud noises, and do not attack. Repeat. We are Dragon Shield Squad 9. We have established a safe zone here, and will do our best to attract the surrounding zombie horde. Please seize this opportunity and preserve your strength. This broadcast was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the survivors in the blood mist. Wang Hao, upon hearing this familiar name, almost jumped for joy. Dragon Shield. It's the official Dragon Shield escort team. Oh my god. We're saved. Lin Shen. Let's go and join them. With the officials here, we're safe. Wang Hao clearly held immense trust and admiration for this official superhuman organization of Yan country. Lin Yu, seeing his excited expression, simply smiled faintly and teased, good luck. It seems this mandatory dungeon is quite a perk, actually running into the official escort team. He had heard of the Dragon Shield Bureau before. It was the most elite, mysterious, and powerful superhuman organization in Yan country, its members all being the elite of the elite, the best of the awakened. They all wore standard combat uniforms with black backgrounds and gold dragon patterns. They frequently appeared in low to medium difficulty dungeons like this, and when they did, they would inevitably occupy an area to protect those who had no chance of resurrection and had signed a life contract. Lin Yu understood perfectly well that the purpose of the broadcast was twofold. First, to assert sovereignty over the area and deter other players with malicious intent. And second, and indeed, as they claimed, to actively draw fire, clearing a safe environment for their important client. This was an open strategy, a blatant declaration of overwhelming power. Lin Yu wasn't offended by it. In fact, he developed a strong interest in this suddenly appearing Dragon Shield Bureau 9th Squad. Perhaps I should make contact, he thought. This was the perfect opportunity for him to observe the true nature of this world's official forces up close. The blood mist, after 30 minutes, slowly dissipated amidst the howls of countless zombies and the wails of a few players. As the terrifying sounds from the outside world gradually subsided, Lin Yu, with Wang Hao, pushed open the heavy door of the cold storage again. A strong, pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. The ground was littered with torn zombie remains and dark red bloodstains. The entire dock looked as if it had just undergone a bloody baptism. Looking at this scene of carnage, Wang Hao felt a wave of nausea and almost vomited. Lin Yu, however, was already used to it. He calmly confirmed through radar that there were no remaining threats, then led Wang Hao towards the direction the Dragon Shield Bureau's broadcast had come from. The large supermarket, walking unhurriedly. Lin Shin, are we really going to join them? Wang Hao followed behind, both excited and somewhat apprehensive. Not join them, just passing by, Lin Yu corrected calmly. He had no interest in becoming someone's lackey, he simply wanted to observe closely, and see if he could glean any useful information from these official personnel. The two quickly arrived at the perimeter of the large supermarket called Harbor Star. At the supermarket entrance, Dragon Shield members had constructed a sturdy defensive fortification using abandoned cars and roadblocks. A dozen elite members clad in black combat uniforms with gold dragon patterns were methodically clearing the battlefield and collecting supplies. Each of them was well equipped, a world apart from ordinary casual players. Just as Lin Yu and Wang Hao were about to circle around to the other side of the supermarket, a haughty and wary shout suddenly came from behind the fortifications. Halt! Who goes there? A burly, arrogant young man, accompanied by two team members, strode over and blocked their path. The man was Zhao Tianlong, captain of the Dragon Shield 3rd Squad. He had clearly been temporarily reassigned to assist the 9th Squad in this mission, but the sense of superiority befitting an elite and powerful individual was undisguised. His gaze swept over Lin Yu and Wang Hao as if scrutinizing criminals. When he saw their unremarkable equipment and Wang Hao's clearly fearful and tense expression, the contempt and disdain in his eyes intensified. Two lone wolves? Zhao Tianlong sneered, speaking in an unquestionable tone. This is now a temporary security zone for Dragon Shield. All unauthorized personnel, leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The two team members behind him simultaneously raised their assault rifles, the dark muzzles pointing at Lin Yu and Wang Hao, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Wang Hao had never seen anything like this before. Overwhelmed by the powerful aura and the coldness of the gun barrels, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. His first instinct was to beg for mercy, to say they meant no harm, and were just passing by. However, Lin Yu, standing before him, didn't even lift an eyelid. Lin Yu simply stood there quietly, expressionless, looking at the arrogant Dragon Shield captain before him, his eyes as calm as a bottomless, icy pool. No anger, no fear, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. He was watching a clown, performing a ridiculous and tedious act. Lin Yu's indifference and disregard only fueled Zhao Tianlong's unprecedented anger and sense of being offended. In his eyes, he was the captain of Dragon Shield, an elite among the awakened, a pinnacle of power in this world. Shouldn't these two ordinary people, without even a profession, be immediately trembling with fear and begging for mercy upon seeing him? How dare this guy look at him like that? What kind of look is that? Zhao Tianlong was utterly enraged by Lin Yu's calmness. He stepped forward, an overwhelming aura of pressure bearing down on Lin Yu. I told you to get lost. Can't you understand human language? Under this pressure, Wang Hao was completely speechless, even struggling to breathe. Lin Yu slowly raised his head, finally looking directly at Zhao Tianlong. He didn't speak, but his eyes carried a faint, chilling killing intent. Zhao Tianlong's heart skipped a beat. He had actually sensed a hint of fear in the eyes of an ordinary person. This absurd thought filled him with both shock and rage. You're courting death, he roared, his inner power surging wildly. The veins on his arms, thicker than an average person's, bulged, as if he were about to smash this reckless fool into a pulp with a single punch. Just then, a clear, cold female voice, like a solitary orchid in a secluded valley, came from behind him. Zhao Tianlong, stop! Chapter 94. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Tianlong's impending burst of power abruptly halted. The savage expression on his face instantly softened, replaced by a hint of resentment and apprehension. He turned around and saw a tall woman, dressed in the same standard combat uniform, but with a completely different aura, walking slowly towards him with steady steps. The woman possessed an absolutely stunning face, skin as white as snow, eyebrows like distant mountains, and a pair of phoenix eyes that held a sharpness and calmness completely at odds with her delicate appearance. She was Qin Shui, the captain of the 9th Squadron of Dragon Shield, a level 9 elite reconnaissance officer. Captain Qin. Although Zhao Tianlong was unwilling, facing this powerful woman whose reputation and strength within Dragon Shield subtly surpassed his own, he had to suppress his arrogance and reluctantly greet her. Qin Shui ignored him, merely casting a cold glance at him with her sharp phoenix eyes, the warning in her gaze unmistakable. Then, she turned her gaze to Lin Yu and Wang Hao, her icy eyes softening instantly, even carrying a hint of apology. I apologize, gentlemen. My colleague here has a somewhat impulsive temper. I hope he hasn't frightened you. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a gentle breeze. Wang Hao was completely stunned. He never dreamed that Dragon Shield would have such a beautiful and reasonable captain. Lin Yu remained expressionless, calmly observing Qin Shui without speaking. He could sense from this woman a completely different aura from Zhao Tianlong, a restrained yet confident presence befitting a true strong person. This was a smart man, and a true leader. Seeing Lin Yu unmoved, Qin Shui's admiration deepened. She keenly sensed that this seemingly ordinary man possessed a composure as steady as a mountain and a calm as ice, qualities far beyond what an ordinary new player could possess. Especially when facing Zhao Tianlong's oppressive aura, his unhurried, even subtly murderous, reaction convinced her that this man was no ordinary person. My name is Qin Shui, captain of the 9th Squad of Dragon Shield. Qin Shui proactively extended her hand, introducing herself. You two must be independent survivors, right? Operating alone in such a dangerous instance, you must be incredibly skilled. Lin Yu glanced at her fair, jade-like hand but didn't shake it, simply uttering 2 words. Lin Yu. Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly smoothed things over for him. His name is Lin Yu, mine is Wang Hao. We're just passing by. Yes. Just passing by. Qin Shui wasn't embarrassed, naturally withdrawing her hand and smiling. Lin Yu, Wang Hao. I know you're just passing by, but it's not safe outside right now. If you don't mind, you can rest in our safe zone. While we can't include you in our official escort mission, we can still provide some supplies and shelter within our capabilities. She was proactively showing goodwill, and also testing Lin Yu's abilities. Zhao Tianlong listened intently, his brow furrowed. He wanted to object, but upon meeting Qin Shui's icy gaze, he swallowed his words. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Hiss! A gray-black blur, without warning, darted out from a broken window on the 2nd floor of the supermarket, bringing with it a foul stench, and lunged at a Dragon Shield member bandaging a wound in the crowd. It was an elite-level zombie. Miss Ghost. Its body was as agile as an ape, its limbs covered in sharp bone claws, and its speed was ghostly, specializing in launching deadly ambushes in the mist. It all happened too fast. So fast that even Qin Shui, a LV.9 elite scout, only barely sensed the danger and didn't have time to react effectively. Zhao Tianlong's team was caught completely off guard, thrown into chaos. Watch out! Qin Shui shouted sharply, her tactical dagger instantly drawn, ready to intercept. However, a figure was faster than her. Even faster than the Miss Ghost's sneak attack. Bang! A muffled yet incredibly precise gunshot suddenly rang out. It didn't come from any member of Dragon Shield, but from Lin Yu, who had stood still the entire time, seemingly uninvolved. The instant the Miss Ghost lunged out, his body didn't even flinch. His seemingly ordinary Type 92 pistol appeared in his hand, as if by teleportation, the muzzle spitting out a deadly tongue of fire. The bullet didn't hit the Miss Ghost's body. Because Lin Yu had already predicted through radar that, given the Miss Ghost's speed, a conventional aiming shot would be impossible to hit. The bullet, at an extremely tricky angle, struck precisely against the wall from which the Miss Ghost was about to launch itself. Clang! The bullet struck the wall, sending sparks flying. The powerful impact shattered the plaster instantly. The Miss Ghost's claws, about to strike the wall, suddenly slipped. Its entire body froze for a fatal fraction of a second in midair. In a battle between experts, victory or defeat is decided in an instant. For a top-tier expert like Qin Shui, This fraction of a second of vulnerability was enough to decide everything. A good opportunity. Qin Shui's phoenix eyes narrowed. She pushed off with her feet, her figure like an arrow released from a bow, instantly reaching the mist ghost's side. The tactical dagger in her hand drew a cold silver arc in the air, like a venomous snake's fang, precisely piercing the mist ghost's brain through its eye socket. Thud. The mist ghost's body stiffened abruptly, all movement halted abruptly, then it fell limply from midair, crashing heavily to the ground. It twitched a few times before falling completely silent. The entire process, from the fog ghost's sneak attack to his counterattack and death, took only 3 seconds. The entire arena fell silent. The Dragon Shield members stared in disbelief at Lin Yu, who slowly holstered his pistol, his expression unchanged, as if he were a monster. Zhao Tianlong's mouth gaped open, his expression shifting from shock to astonishment, finally settling into an undisguised mix of jealousy and embarrassment. His prized strength had been utterly useless in that sudden turn of events. And this ordinary man, he considered useless, had saved a teammate's life with a seemingly ordinary bullet, even dictating the course of the entire battle. It was a resounding slap in the face. Qin Shui slowly stood up, looking at Lin Yu. For the first time, her sharp phoenix eyes truly revealed a dazzling light of admiration and shock, a light that spoke of looking at someone with new eyes. She knew that she had probably struck gold this time. Chapter 95. A beautiful shot. Qin Shui walked up to Lin Yu, sincerely praising him. Her voice carried a hint of admiration she herself didn't realize. As an elite reconnaissance officer of Dragon Shield, she knew better than anyone how high the value of that shot was. It wasn't just a matter of marksmanship, it was a phenomenal prediction of the situation, and a terrifying control over the entire battlefield environment. To be able to predict the next movement of the Mist Ghost the instant it launched its attack, and to use a single bullet to disrupt its landing point, thus creating a fatal opening. She had only seen this ability in the top tactical masters of Dragon Shield. And this man before her was just an ordinary person without even a profession. How could this be? Just a coincidence, Lin Yu replied casually, as if he had done something insignificant. His nonchalant demeanor, which appeared arrogant to onlookers, only added to his air of mystery and unfathomable depth in Qin Shui's eyes. Mr. Lin Yu, I apologize for my previous rudeness. The Dragon Shield member, who had been rescued, approached, bowing deeply to Lin Yu with gratitude. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead. Lin Yu merely glanced at him, offering no comment. His rescue wasn't out of kindness. It was simply because the Mist Ghost's actions had interfered with his observation. It was all a rational choice to eliminate an unstable factor. But clearly, the Dragon Shield members didn't see it that way. In an instant, the way the surrounding team members looked at him changed from initial wariness and rejection to respect and goodwill. Only Zhao Tianlong, his face so dark it seemed to drip water, snorted coldly, walked to the side, and stopped speaking, but his venomous gaze would occasionally sweep over Lin Yu's back like a viper. Qin Shui saw all of this. Her disgust for Zhao Tianlong deepened, but her interest in Lin Yu grew even stronger. She knew she absolutely couldn't let such talent slip through her fingers. Lin Yu, Qin Shui spoke again, this time with utmost seriousness and sincerity, I am once again formally inviting you and your companions. We hope you will temporarily join our Dragon Shield team. She paused, then added, don't worry, we won't require you to participate in any combat, you only need to follow behind us. We will do our utmost to ensure your safety until the dungeon ends. This is not only to thank my companions, but also my personal recognition and investment in your abilities. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlong could no longer contain himself. Captain Qin, are you crazy? He retorted loudly. You know the rules. We're on an escort mission. Protecting their safety is our top priority. Bringing these two unknown individuals along, who knows if they might be spies sent by other forces. Zhao Tianlong. Qin Shui's face instantly turned cold. She whirled around, her phoenix eyes flashing with a terrifyingly cold light. A pressure far more solid and sharp than Zhao Tianlong's instantly enveloped him. Are you questioning my decision? Zhao Tianlong was forced back half a step by Qin Shui's imposing aura. He gritted his teeth, still wanting to argue. First, Qin Shui interrupted him coldly, raising a finger. Lin Yu just saved one of our team members' lives. It's only right and wrong that we should show our appreciation. Don't you even understand this basic human decency? Second, she raised a second finger. He, Lin Yu, a high school graduate, achieved an S-rank rating in 3 dungeons. Did you even scan his identity before making wild guesses? Your narrow-minded factionalism and unfounded suspicions will only become the biggest risk to our team. Third, and most importantly, Qin Shui's voice suddenly rose, filled with unquestionable authority. "Here, I am the commander of the 9th Squad. My decision is an order. You either obey, or take your men and get back to your 3rd Squad right now. I won't stop you." These words left Zhao Tianlong red-faced and speechless. He knew Qin Shui's words were all reasonable, and arguing further would only humiliate him. He could only glare venomously at Lin Yu, then angrily walked aside, expressing his protest through silence. An internal conflict was completely suppressed by Qin Shui using the most forceful methods. She turned back to Lin Yu, her face regaining its sincere smile. Lin Yu witnessed all of this, and his evaluation of this woman rose even higher. Decisive, assertive, with a broad perspective, and adept at using people, unconventional in her approach. This was a true leader. "What are the requirements for joining Dragon Shield?" Lin Yu didn't immediately agree, instead asking a question that surprised everyone. Qin Shui was slightly taken aback, then her eyes lit up with surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Yu to ask this. She immediately replied, "Dragon Shield's assessment standards are extremely strict. The basic requirement is to reach level 5, and have at least 2 B-level or higher personal evaluations. But for a special talent like you, we can make an exception. As long as you can safely pass this dungeon, I will personally vouch for you and recommend you directly for Dragon Shield's elite reserve force." She paused, then added, "Of course, if you're willing, I can even use my captain's authority to temporarily assign you to our 9th Squad as a special advisor. Although you won't have a formal position, you'll be able to share all of our team's intelligence and resources." This was the greatest sincerity she could offer. Lin Yu looked at her expectant eyes, and pondered for a moment. He knew that Qin Shui was taking a huge gamble with him. And he, too, needed a platform to understand the true core of this world. More importantly, Wang Hao needed an absolutely safe environment. "All right." Lin Yu finally nodded, uttering a single word. "I agree to form an alliance with you." He didn't say join, only form an alliance. Qin Shui instantly understood the subtle difference. Far from being disappointed, she admired Lin Yu's caution and pride even more. She smiled and extended her hand. Then, "Welcome to the group, temporary ally." This time, Lin Yu didn't refuse. He reached out and gently shook hands with that soft, boneless yet powerful hand. The two added each other as friends on Boundary Hub, agreeing to discuss further later. Chapter 96. Led by Qin Shui, Lin Yu and Wang Hao followed the main force of the Dragon Shield Bureau, traversing several cleared streets, and finally arrived at their temporary base library in the city. This library was clearly a carefully chosen stronghold. It was situated on high ground, with walls constructed of thick granite, high and narrow windows, and sturdy iron bars on the outside, practically a natural fortress, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Upon entering, Wang Hao's mouth remained agape. The spacious library hall had already been transformed into a well-organized battlefield command center. At the entrance, 2 machine gun emplacements with interlocking fire were erected using sandbags and discarded bookshelves, the dark muzzles gleaming coldly. In the center of the hall, several logistics personnel in white coats were gathered around a large city map, constantly marking something on it with red and blue pencils. Various data streams flashed rapidly across professional tactical tablets, like a waterfall. The surrounding reading area was divided into different functional zones. On one side was a mountain of supplies, with boxes of military-grade compressed biscuits, high-energy nutrient solutions, and purified water neatly stacked. On the other side was a medicine zone, with bandages, antibiotics, painkillers, blood plasma bags. All neatly categorized and readily available, even including several portable vital sign monitors that looked expensive. A dozen or so members of Dragon Shield were present. Some were silently cleaning their weapons, some were exchanging intelligence in hushed tones, and some were leaning against the wall, resting with their eyes closed. Although the base was large, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was like a perfectly fitted part of a sophisticated war machine, exuding a suffocating air of professionalism and deadly tension. My God! My God! Wang Hao was dumbfounded. He pinched himself hard before he could believe what he was seeing. He had previously thought that the supplies he had bought with his savings were already a luxury, but compared to this mountain of supplies, they were nothing. Is this the power of an official organization? It's like they brought the entire logistics base into the instance. Wang Hao whispered to Lin Yu beside him, his voice filled with boundless envy and awe. These supplies didn't appear out of thin air. They were painstakingly gathered inch by inch from all over the city by the Dragon Shield team members in the short few hours they had been in the instance. This terrifying efficiency and teamwork were simply unimaginable to casual players like them. Qin Shui seemed to notice Wang Hao's shock. She smiled and explained, "Our client's identity is special this time, so we're well prepared. Furthermore, we have a dedicated logistics analysis team that can deduce the highest value supply depots the moment we enter the instance, based on the city's infrastructure layout." Although her words were casual, the confidence and pride of the Dragon Shield Bureau were palpable. Xiao Tianlong snorted coldly, glancing disdainfully at Wang Hao, his eyes seeming to say, "Country bumpkin, never seen the world." Lin Yu remained oblivious to all of this. His gaze calmly swept across the entire base, silently memorizing the defensive layout, personnel deployment, and firepower distribution. For him, even the most skilled logistics analysis team couldn't compare to the radar map with a 7-kilometer radius in his mind. "You two, please rest in the rest area on the 3rd floor for now. It's relatively safe there," Qin Shui pointed upstairs. "Food and water are available for you to use freely, but please do not approach the weapons and special equipment areas. We will arrange for shifts to keep watch tonight, so you can rest assured." "Thank you, Captain Qin." "Thank you so much." Wang Hao was so grateful, he almost bowed to Qin Shui on the spot. Lin Yu simply nodded slightly in response. Night fell quickly. Outside the library, the fog grew thicker, and the occasional suppressed roars of the fog walkers made the whole world seem eerie and terrifying. Inside the base, most of the team members had already entered their rest period, leaving only a few small teams to keep watch at key locations. Wang Hao had already found a corner, wrapped himself in a blanket, and fallen into a deep sleep. Following Lin Yu, they entered the Dragon Shield base again. This was the most restful sleep he had since entering the Boundary Hub instance. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the windowsill of a high window on the 3rd floor, his entire being blending into the night like a statue, entering a meditative state between sleep and wakefulness. His mind was already immersed in a huge, black and white 3D radar map. He saw thousands upon thousands of red dots wandering through every corner of the city. His radar scanned every corner of the city inch by inch, attempting to find the deepest, truly valuable treasure hidden in this desolate ruin. Time flowed silently. Just as Lin Yu felt that this instance might not offer much profit, and was about to retract his radar and rest, suddenly, at the edge of his radar map, deep underground in the southernmost part of the city, extremely remote, far from all main roads, and not even clearly marked on the map, at an abandoned water treatment plant. A faint, yet dazzlingly brilliant, golden dot of light, like a star in the night sky, suddenly lit up without warning. Buzz. Lin Yu's brain felt as if it had been struck by a golden lightning bolt. His usually calm heart, for the first time in this instance, began to pound wildly and uncontrollably. Gold. Lin Yu's breathing quickened instantly. He immediately adjusted the radar's scanning precision to the highest level, focusing all his mental energy on that small, yet fatally alluring golden dot of light. Chapter 97. The appearance of the golden light was like a powerful stimulant, instantly dispelling all of Lin Yu's weariness. His eyes, like cold stars in the darkness, flashed with a terrifying light. He didn't act immediately, but forcibly suppressed the turmoil stirred within him by the discovery of the treasure, and calmly began to analyze the location of the golden light. He adjusted his position, and, using the secondary radar system, scanned inch by inch towards the area marked abandoned water treatment plant. Soon, an incredibly complex yet crystal-clear underground structure slowly formed in his mind. The water treatment plant was much larger than he had imagined. The buildings above ground were already dilapidated from the erosion of time, but its true core lay buried deep underground. It was a vast underground water system composed of countless thick, crisscrossing pipes and enormous sedimentation tanks. Its complexity was akin to a colossal, sunless maze constructed of steel and concrete. And that dazzling golden light resided at the very depths of this underground labyrinth, within a separate, completely submerged, massive circular central treatment pool. Underwater. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. This was a rather tricky situation. Water would severely restrict his mobility, and render much of his equipment, such as flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails, completely ineffective. More importantly, to enter that central treatment pool, he must first traverse a complex, spiderweb-like network of completely submerged underwater pipes, hundreds of meters long. For ordinary people, this would be a certain death trap. Without a professional map or sufficient oxygen, entering would mean certain death, lost in the dark, cold pipes and drowning. But for Lin Yu, this most deadly maze problem was precisely his greatest advantage. With radar, even the most complex maze is just a flat map I can navigate at will, Lin Yu said with a cold, confident smile. The all-round scanning of the secondary radar allowed him to clearly see the entire structure of the underground pipes, even marking his position on the map in real time. He was like a player with GPS and a full map cheat, playing a maze game that would be hellish for others. The maze itself wasn't the problem. The real problems lay in two other points. First, the entrance. The radar's structural scan indicated that the only entrance to that underwater maze was very likely a gate. The gate was tightly shut, and behind it lay a bottomless shaft filled with murky water. Opening it would be no easy task. Force blasting with explosives? The enormous noise would likely attract all the monsters from the southern part of the city, turning it into a death trap. Secondly, and most importantly, the curse of the treasure. Once he picked up this golden treasure, his location would once again be exposed to all the survivors. Although most players in this instance were already in the Dragon Shield's grasp, no one could guarantee that there weren't other powerful lone wolves lurking in the shadows, or teams from other factions. More importantly, once his coordinates are exposed, the Dragon Shield agents will immediately notice his abnormality. At that point, he might face not only zombies, but also the most deadly betrayal from his ally. Although Qin Shui seems reasonable, Lin Yu doesn't trust anyone. Faced with the allure of the golden treasure, any appreciation or agreement is as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. He absolutely cannot lead the massive Dragon Shield team on a treasure hunt. That would be tantamount to playing with fire. Therefore, I must act alone. Lin Yu's eyes became incredibly resolute. A crystal-clear plan, yet fraught with risk and challenge, quickly took shape in his mind. This plan consisted of two steps. Step 1. Ensure Wang Hao's safety. Since he promised to help Wang Hao through this dungeon, he had to keep his promise. He had to first follow the main Dragon Shield force, helping them complete their evacuation mission and safely send this burden, Wang Hao, out of this damned world. Only in this way could he be completely free of worries, and devote all his energy to this ultimate treasure hunt. Step 2. Return to the treasure hunt. After seeing off Wang Hao and the main force of Dragon Shield, he himself would return alone to this true city of death, where no survivors remained. At that time, all the resources and secrets of Misty Harbor would belong to him alone. He would have ample time to solve the alloy gate, explore the underwater labyrinth, and retrieve his golden treasure. Then, calmly and unhurriedly, he would depart before the final apocalyptic tsunami. Risk and reward are always proportional. A mad flame burned in Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 98. Now that the ultimate strategic objective was determined, the subsequent actions had a crystal-clear direction. Lin Yu, like a master chess player, began to lay out his pieces for his ultimate one-man show. To explore that dark, cold, completely submerged underground labyrinth, professional diving equipment was indispensable, the most crucial element. He didn't want to suffocate in the filthy sewers after obtaining the treasure due to a basic mistake like running out of oxygen. Professional diving suits. In this kind of industrial port city, the most likely place to find them is the rescue team in the port area. Lin Yu's mind sank back into the radar map. This time, he no longer scanned the entire map aimlessly, but focused his search specifically on the port area. The port area was one of the city's core functional areas, and also one of the areas with the highest monster density. Densely packed red dots almost dyed the entire port area in ominous crimson. For other players, let alone exploring in depth, even approaching would require immense courage. But Lin Yu, like a most patient archaeologist, meticulously scanned every corner of this death zone, inch by inch, using the radar. The abandoned dockside office. Only some useless documents, white dots. The Maritime Bureau's patrol boat warehouse. Some basic repair tools, white dots. The container storage area. Nothing but countless fog walkers. Just when Lin Yu was almost about to give up and expand his search to the city's fire station or sporting goods store, his radar detected an unusual signal fluctuation on a massive, rusty white wreck half submerged in nearshore silt. The words Explorer 7 were still faintly visible on the ship's hull. Clearly, this was a research vessel used for marine geological or biological research before the apocalypse. And in the middle deck of that ship, a single, bright, alluringly glowing, blue material dot lay quietly. Found it. A glint of joy flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Based on the shape of the item, and its location as indicated by the radar, he was over 90% certain he could find a diving suit here. This was practically a godsend. However, obtaining this crucial item wouldn't be easy. The radar showed that the capsized research vessel had already become a new monster's lair. The interior, due to prolonged submersion, was dark and damp, with numerous red dots of light. Forced entry would obviously be unwise. Not only would he be caught in a pincer attack, but the commotion would also likely alert D Child. In the library, he had to act like a ghost, silently acquiring the equipment without anyone noticing. A perfect plan of action quickly took shape in his mind once again. He needed an opportunity. The perfect moment to act when DHILD was on high alert, preoccupied with their own problems and unable to pay attention to any external disturbances. Lin Yu slowly raised his head and glanced at the countdown to the blood mist on the screen. Next blood mist outbreak countdown. 3 hours 14 minutes and 22 seconds, more than 3 hours left. That's it. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. When the blood mist descended once more, when the entire world descended into chaos and fury, that would be his moment to act. He would use everyone's fear as the perfect cover for his operation. He closed his eyes, stopped paying attention to anything outside, and began to meditate and rest, trying to get his mind and body to their peak condition. Chapter 99. 3 hours of tranquility were abruptly shattered by the piercing alarm. Whoosh! Whoosh! As that familiar, ghostly wailing echoed throughout the harbor, the penultimate blood mist of this instance arrived as scheduled. The grayish-white fog was replaced by an ominous, dark red hue with a faint smell of blood within mere seconds. Visibility was compressed to its absolute limit. Beyond 5 meters, all was a blurry, blood-red void. Inside the library base, lights instantly blazed on, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Everyone! Enter highest alert. Qin Shui's clear yet powerful voice transmitted to every corner through the walkie-talkie. Defense Team 1, hold the main entrance. Machine gunners, prepare. Suppress the horde of zombies in front. Defense Team 2, take over the east and west windows. Watch the heights. Prevent elite zombies from climbing. Zhao Tianlong. You take your men as the mobile reserve, ready to support any weak points at any time. Protect the client's safety. The Dragon Shield team members, like the most sophisticated war machines, instantly took their positions. Within a minute, the entire base transformed into a fortified war machine, ready for battle. Wang Hao, clutching a rifle, nervously hid behind a window on the 3rd floor, his palms sweating. Looking out at the ghostly, blood-red world and the dense, raging horde of zombies surging in from all directions, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Yu turned, and without anyone noticing, like a gray shadow, silently slipped out through a relatively weakly defended ventilation shaft at the back of the library, instantly disappearing into the churning blood mist. The Dragon Shield members gestured to Qin Shui, who waved them away, telling them to mind their own business. Once out of Dragon Shield sight, Lin Yu's entire aura shifted instantly. If he was a sword sheathed in the base, restrained and profound, then now, alone, he transformed into the deadliest reaper in the night, drawn from its sheath. Without hesitation, like a ghost dancing on a blade, he stealthily made his way towards the capsized research vessel in the port area. The blood mist, the nightmare of all survivors, was his perfect disguise. The raging horde of zombies, the nemesis of all defenders, was his perfect background noise. With his absolute control of the battlefield through his level 2 radar and his honed stealth skills, he darted and weaved among countless raging mistwalkers and newly spawned elite zombies. He was like a slippery fish, always finding that one safe gap in the raging waves. He even brushed past a gigantic, elite-level giant arm butcher, the distance between them less than 3 meters. The monster had even smelled the scent of a living person on him, and turned its head in confusion. But in that instant, Lin Yu darted beneath the tracks of an abandoned tank, perfectly blending his scent with the rust and oil odor of the tank, successfully deceiving its dulled senses. He arrived safely at the capsized research vessel. Inside, half the vessel was already submerged in murky water, the air thick with a nauseating stench of mold and decay. Radar revealed at least a dozen zombies lurking in the murky water, waiting for their prey. Lin Yu didn't choose to enter through the main hatch. That would instantly make him a target for all the zombies. He circled around to the other side of the ship, found a porthole above the water, broken by the capsizing, and nimbly vaulted inside. He landed on a sloping corridor, his feet sinking into icy, stagnant water. He didn't rush forward, but instead took a flashbang grenade he casually picked up from the Dragon Shield supplies in his backpack. He pulled the safety pin and hurled it fiercely towards the most open patch of water at the end of the corridor. Boom! A muffled sound exploded in the water. Immediately following was a blinding flash of light and a high-frequency sound wave that instantly shut down the brain. The mistwalkers underwater were instantly devastated. Their mutated hearing and vision organs were simply unable to withstand this intensity of stimulation. One by one, they surfaced, completely incapacitated. Lin Yu didn't even bother to finish them off. He quickly passed through the area and arrived at the entrance, where the blue supplies were stored. An elite deep diver guardian had already been alerted by the flashbang. It let out an angry roar, and pounced from the shadows. This monster was a full size larger than an ordinary water ghost, its body covered in a slippery, seaweed-like keratin layer, and its fish-like eyes emitted an eerie green glow in the darkness. But what greeted it was Lin Yu's already loaded M4A1 assault rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Facing this tough, elite monster, Lin Yu didn't hold back on ammunition. Half a magazine of bullets was unleashed in an instant, raining down on it like a storm. Although the Deep Diver Guardian possessed astonishing defense, it couldn't withstand this level of firepower, and was forced to retreat repeatedly, puffs of green blood mist exploding from its body. Lin Yu pressed his advantage, suppressing the enemy, while rapidly closing the distance. In the instant he emptied a magazine, successfully slowing the monster's movements, his T-56 tactical long sword, like a black lightning bolt, slashed down from above, striking its head. Crack! With a crisp sound of bone breaking, the battle was over. Lin Yu kicked open the rusted door of the storage room, revealing an alloy box marked Emergency Survival. He used an entrenching tool to violently break open the box. A deep blue, streamlined diving suit lay quietly inside. Name: C-69 Deep Sea Combat Suit. Quality: blue. Effect: made of high polymer composite materials, capable of withstanding the immense pressure of a 300-meter depth. Features a built-in micro-oxygen circulation system, allowing for continuous underwater activity for 2 hours. Micro-assist systems are installed at the joints to effectively counteract water resistance. Got it! A gleam of joy flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, he stored this crucial treasure-hunting item in his spatial backpack. He glanced at the time. The blood mist wouldn't dissipate for another 10 minutes. Without lingering, he silently returned to the Dragon Shield base via the same route. When he slid back into the library through the ventilation shaft, Qin Shui and the others were still tensely directing the battle. Chapter 100. As the last crimson wisp of blood mist was swallowed by the deepest darkness before dawn, the brutal battle against the zombie horde, lasting half an hour, finally came to an end. The Dragon Shield Bureau's temporary base held. But they paid a heavy price. 2 team members were unfortunately severely wounded by elite zombies during the battle. Although they survived, they were completely incapacitated. The entire base was filled with the mingled smells of gunpowder, blood, and exhaustion. Qin Shui stood on the fortifications, looking at the mountain of zombie corpses outside. A hint of weariness was visible on her beautiful face. She turned and glanced at Lin Yu, who had remained quietly in the corner the entire time, seemingly indifferent to everything. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Take stock of casualties and supplies. Get some rest. No more broadcasts before the next blood mist. Qin Shui regained her composure and began issuing orders methodically. However, before she could finish speaking, a cold, inflexible system notification arrived as scheduled, echoing in the minds of every survivor. Cooperative instance progress has reached 24 hours. Escape point plan generated. Escape point A, Hope cruise ship. Location: north side of the city, first cruise terminal. Mechanism: repair and start the cruise ship, sail away from this cursed sea. Required key materials: marine turbocharger X1, spare navigation compass X1, fuel pump X2, clean fuel X5 barrels. Evaluation: longest time consuming, most cumbersome process, but highest fault tolerance, suitable for large-scale team cooperation. Escape point B, medical rescue helicopter. Location: municipal first hospital, rooftop helipad. Mechanism: repair and start the helicopter, evacuate by air. Required key materials: high-strength alloy rotor blades X2, aviation electronics component box X1, aviation kerosene X3 barrels. Evaluation: requires extremely high combat skills from the team. The difficulty of the assault is the greatest, but once successful, the evacuation speed is the fastest. Evacuation point C, subway emergency shelter. Location: central subway hub station, underground safe zone. Mechanism: simultaneously activate 3 substations located in different areas to power the central hub station and open the blast-proof gates leading to the deep underground safe zone. Evaluation: requires the most stringent communication, collaboration, and time management skills from the team. Any mistake in any link will result in failure. These 3 completely different evacuation plans represent 3 completely different paths to survival. The announcement of the evacuation point was like a bombshell, instantly detonating the Dragon Shield Command Center. Captain! Choose B. Choose the helicopter. Xiao Tianlong was the first to jump out, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With the strength of Dragon Shield, what are we afraid of? Military airfields and TV towers. We just push straight through. This is the most fitting and domineering way to evacuate. His suggestion was echoed by some more radical members. However, Qin Shui simply shook her head calmly, directly rejecting his proposal. No. Her voice was firm. Option B is too risky. Our primary task this time is to ensure the client's safety. Whether it's storming the airport or collecting supplies, there are too many uncertainties. Then option C is fine too. Zhao Tianlong offered a compromise. We can split into 3 groups. With our capabilities, activating 3 substations simultaneously should be a piece of cake, right? You're oversimplifying the problem. Qin Shui frowned slightly, pointing to the map of option C on the screen, calmly analyzing. Look at the locations of these 3 substations. One is in the chemical plant's toxic gas zone, one is underwater, and the other is occupied by an elite boss. Each one requires special equipment and countermeasures. Our manpower and equipment are simply insufficient to support us in simultaneously conquering 3 such complex areas. Moreover, if any one group fails to complete the mission within the allotted time, all our efforts will be in vain. She paused, then made her final decision in an unquestionable tone. Therefore, our only option is Plan A. Repair the Hope cruise ship. Although this plan seems the most cumbersome and time-consuming, its advantages are also the most obvious. It's the safest. We can use the library as our base, and then send out small teams in batches to collect the 4 different materials. Each step will be steady and methodical. Although slower, this will maximize everyone's safety and minimize risk. Moreover, the cruise ship's evacuation zone is large enough to take all of us away at once. Qin Shui's gaze drifted almost imperceptibly to Lin Yu, who was sitting quietly in the corner. This decision was undoubtedly the most rational and the most befitting of a team leader. Although Zhao Tianlong was unwilling, feeling that this steady approach was too stifling, he couldn't refute Qin Shui's logic and could only reluctantly shut his mouth. Soon, the Dragon Shield's final decision reached the ears of every team member. They will implement Plan A, repair the Hope cruise ship, and evacuate from it. Chapter 101. When the massive war machine of Dragon Shield began operating at full power around the core objective of repairing the Hope, it displayed a terrifying level of execution that ordinary players could never imagine. Under Qin Shui's command, the entire team was quickly reorganized. They didn't waste precious time on unnecessary rest, but immediately formulated a meticulous and efficient 6-pronged operational plan. In the temporary command center, a huge holographic city map was projected into the air. Qin Shui, holding a laser pointer, spoke in a clear and steady voice that echoed in the ears of every team member. Gentlemen, our objective is clear. Repairing the Hope requires 4 key materials, located in 4 different areas of the city. Her laser pointer precisely marked 4 striking red markers on the map. First target, Maritime Museum, Marine Turbocharger. According to intelligence, it is guarded by an elite giant arm butcher with extremely high physical defense and terrifying strength. I will personally lead the 1st and 2nd squads there to eliminate it and recover the materials as quickly as possible. Second target, Port Lighthouse, backup navigation compass. The lighthouse is narrow and crowded with fog walkers, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. The 4th and 5th squads will be responsible, carrying sufficient fragmentation grenades and shotguns, using alternating squad cover to forcefully clear an upward path. Third target, Coastal Gas Station, 5 barrels of clean fuel. It is one of the main gathering places for ordinary fog walkers, with a large number of them, but their individual strength is not strong. The 7th and 8th squads will be responsible, carrying flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails, using area of effect firepower for large-scale clearing. Fourth target, abandoned auto repair shop on the west side of the city, 2 fuel pumps. Qin Shui's gaze shifted to Zhao Tianlong, whose face had been dark since the beginning. This location is the furthest from us, and according to intelligence, a large number of swamp devourers roam the area. Their acid can corrode the ground and create traps, making the environment the most complex and dangerous. She paused, then said in an unquestionable tone, Zhao Tianlong, you will take your 3rd squad and our 9th squad 6th team to go there. This most difficult task is entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlong's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The most arduous task? Bullshit! In his view, this was simply Qin Shui settling a personal score, deliberately sending him to the farthest, most remote, and most thankless place. What bullshit swamp devourers. They're nothing but a bunch of disgusting, spitting reptiles. How could they compare to the giant arm butcher that Qin Shui herself had to face? The Maritime Museum was located in the city center, a place with many bosses, and at least blue resource points, and with luck, purple resources, all of which Qin Shui would monopolize. And he, on the other hand, had to run off to some godforsaken repair shop, covered in dust, to play in the mud with a bunch of acid monsters? This was blatant targeting. Captain Qin, I think this arrangement. Zhao Tianlong suppressed his anger, wanting to object. But Qin Shui didn't give him a chance. Her cold phoenix eyes were like two drawn swords, piercing straight into his heart. What? Captain Zhao, do you have any objections to my tactical arrangements? Or do you think your third squad can't even handle this small challenge? A label of incompetence was casually slapped on Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong was instantly speechless. No objections. Mission accomplished. Zhao Tianlong gritted his teeth, practically forcing out the words. He glared venomously at Qin Shui's retreating figure, then cast a vicious glance at Lin Yu in the corner, who seemed indifferent. He cursed inwardly, you wretched woman. And that pretty boy. Wait until this mission is over, then I see how I deal with you. He attributed all his resentment to Lin Yu's appearance, believing it was Lin Yu's arrival that made Qin Shui target him. Qin Shui was fully aware of his ulterior motives, but ignored them. She continued issuing orders. The remaining 6 teams, led by Vice Captain Zhang Hai, are to immediately proceed to the cruise terminal on the north side. Establish a solid final defensive position as quickly as possible. Protect the safety of the 100 escorting clients. The terminal cannot be lost before we return with the materials. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. All the team members responded in unison, their voices echoing through the roof. In just 5 minutes, a massive and complex strategy, splitting into 6 groups, was meticulously planned and executed. Wang Hao watched with a surge of excitement and longing. Is this what an official organization is like? This terrifying efficiency, this meticulous planning, this powerful confidence. He felt like a country bumpkin witnessing the skyscrapers of a major city for the first time. The shock was profound, emanating from the depths of his soul. Soon, the 4 assault teams responsible for gathering materials, like 4 unsheathed swords, silently disappeared into the thick fog. Meanwhile, the defense brigade responsible for guarding the rear began escorting the distinguished clients, heading in a grand procession towards the final evacuation point, the cruise terminal. Lin Yu and Wang Hao naturally followed the main force. Lin Shen, are we just going to follow them like this? Wang Hao asked softly, feeling like he was dreaming. Doing absolutely nothing, protected by a top-notch team, with food and drink provided, and a safe evacuation in the end. This was even more absurd than the most beautiful dream he could imagine. Lin Yu didn't answer him. He was also quite relaxed. He had initially thought he was here to be someone's babysitter. But it turned out to be unexpectedly easy. Chapter 102. Dragon Shield's strength lies not only in their superior equipment and the exceptional individual skills of their members, but also in their flawless teamwork and information processing capabilities, like precision instruments. In the temporary command post at the cruise ship terminal, 3 massive holographic screens were set up, displaying real-time first-person combat footage transmitted from 3 assault teams. This was Dragon Shield's unique battlefield information sharing system, allowing commanders and analysts in the rear to monitor all frontline developments and provide timely tactical guidance. Of course, Zhao Tianlong's team, assigned to the furthest location, didn't enjoy this live broadcast treatment. Ostensibly to save energy, it was clearly a silent reprimand from Qin Shui to her colleague. At this moment, all the remaining team members, including Wang Hao, held their breath, intently watching the 3 simultaneous, thrilling strategic battles unfolding on the screens. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. He felt like he wasn't watching a brutal post-apocalyptic survival story, but rather 3 special effects-laden war epics playing simultaneously. On the first screen were the 4th and 5th squads responsible for attacking the port lighthouse. The narrow, spiraling staircase of the lighthouse was completely blocked by swarms of fogwalkers. These monsters were deadly meat grinders in the confined space. But the members of Dragon Shield were handling it with remarkable composure. A burly, heavily armored member, wielding a massive alloy riot shield, stood at the forefront, like an unshakable mountain, forcefully carving out a small safe space within the horde of zombies with his shield. Behind him, 2 assault operatives, armed with tactical shotguns loaded with Dragon's Breath rounds, unleashed fan-shaped bursts of intense heat with each shot, sizzling and screaming at the zombies within meters. To their flank and rear, a marksman, armed with a rifle equipped with burst fire, calmly and methodically picked off any stragglers attempting to climb over the pile of corpses or launch attacks from the walls. Advance, suppress, pick off, advance again. Their coordination was fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. Every step seemed meticulously planned, textbook perfect precision and efficiency. On the second screen were the 7th and 8th squads, tasked with clearing the coastal gas station. Faced with hundreds of ordinary fog walkers surging in like a tide, they didn't even bother using their guns. 2 team members immediately retrieved military-grade portable flamethrowers from their backs. Whoosh! 2 10-meter-long, orange-red fire dragons roared angrily, instantly transforming the open space in front of the gas station into a raging sea of fire. Those fearless fog walkers, before the absolute heat, were as fragile as paper. They let out mournful screams, struggling and rolling in the flames, ultimately turning into charred skeletons. The entire process was filled with simple and brutal violent aesthetics, leaving Wang Hao dumbfounded and his blood boiling. But the most eye-catching, without a doubt, was the boss battle, a true work of art, personally led by Qin Shui, on the third light screen. Inside the central exhibition hall of the Maritime Museum, a terrifying monster over 4 meters tall, its upper body seemingly constructed from countless tumors and mutated muscle tissue, its arms as thick as crane booms, the giant arm butcher was emitting deafening roars. Each of its swings easily shattered solid marble pillars. Each of its charges carried the terrifying force of a heavy truck. Yet, facing such a terrifying monster, Qin Shui's figure moved with the agility and grace of a small boat in a raging storm. She didn't choose to confront the boss head-on, but instead maximized her speed and agility as a scout. Like a top-tier bullfighter, she circled the clumsy giant arm butcher at high speed, constantly pulling and weaving. Each time, she managed to dodge at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the boss's massive arm just as it was about to strike. Her tactical dagger would then leave shallow wounds on the boss's relatively vulnerable areas, such as its leg joints, effectively slowing its movements. She was using herself to draw all of the boss's aggro, creating the perfect environment for her teammates to deal damage. Now! Attack its nape. That's its weak point. Seizing the moment when the boss was momentarily stunned after missing a swing, Qin Shui calmly issued the order over the communication channel. The 2 heavy weapon operators, already waiting in the distance, immediately pulled the triggers. Their 2 specially modified, thick-barreled anti-material sniper rifles roared simultaneously. 2 armor-piercing rounds, glowing blue and powered by source energy crystals, trailing long plumes of flame, struck the giant arm butcher unsuspecting nape with unstoppable force. Boom! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The seemingly indestructible nape of the giant arm butcher's neck was precisely struck by 2 armor-piercing bullets, creating a huge, bloody hole. Roar! The boss let out its final, unwilling cry. Its mountain-like body crashed to the ground, causing the entire exhibition hall floor to tremble slightly. A textbook, perfect boss battle had come to an end. Too strong. Wang Hao was already speechless with shock. He murmured to himself, his eyes burning with an unprecedented thirst for power. He longed to one day be as strong, confident, and composed as these people, facing the apocalypse that had once filled him with despair. Lin Yu watched quietly. His face remained expressionless, but his brain was working at an incredibly high efficiency. He was learning. But not the combat techniques. He was studying Dragon Shield's teamwork model, analyzing its strengths and weaknesses. The strengths were obvious: clear division of labor, strict discipline, and extremely strong tactical execution. But the weaknesses were equally fatal. They relied too heavily on this mature system. If the command structure were compromised or information sharing were severed, this sophisticated war machine could instantly descend into chaos and paralysis. Chapter 103. With the Dragon Shield war machine operating at full capacity, the scales of victory never tipped in the balance from the very beginning. About an hour after the mission began, accompanied by Zhao Tianlong's slightly weary and unwilling voice over the communication channel, the 4th and final assault team successfully brought back 2 crucial fuel pumps from the abandoned auto repair shop. Thus, all 4 key materials needed to repair the Hope cruise ship were gathered. Throughout the process, although they encountered several waves of hundreds of zombies, and even had several team members injured in battles against elite monsters, everything was weathered without incident thanks to Dragon Shield's powerful firepower and perfect logistical support. No death, no panic, and not even many setbacks. Victory came so calmly, so naturally. When Qin Shui, Zhao Tianlong, and the others returned to the defensive positions at the cruise ship terminal with the key materials, the logistics team, who had been waiting there, immediately took over. They placed the marine turbocharger and fuel pump on the cruise ship. They connected the backup navigation compass to the control panel in the bridge. They poured canisters of clean fuel into the already dried-up fuel tanks. Beep! All critical components installed. Power system self-check in progress. 10%. 50%. 100%. Self-check passed. Navigation system calibration in progress. Calibration complete. Engine warming up. Expected to start in 10 minutes. A cold system notification popped up simultaneously on everyone's screens. The Hope cruise ship is under repair. Estimated time, 10 o'clock minutes. Warning, the repair process will generate significant noise, attracting the attention of all nearby fog walkers. Please prepare for defense. As the warning tone faded, the long silent Hope cruise ship emitted a deep, powerful roar, and thick black smoke billowed from its massive smokestacks. This roar was a symphony of hope. But at the same time, it was also a death knell. Almost instantly, on Lin Yu's radar map, all the remaining red dots representing fog walkers within a radius of several kilometers seemed to receive the most deadly temptation, beginning to converge frantically from all directions towards the cruise ship terminal. All personnel on alert. Prepare for the final wave of attack. Qin Shui stood at the highest point of the position, her voice calm and firm. The final test had arrived. But this so-called test seemed utterly futile against the impenetrable defenses of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Wave after wave of zombies, like waves crashing against rocks, were torn to shreds by the raging metal storm and exploding flames dozens of meters from the defensive line. Wang Hao, mustering his courage, hid behind a safe firing port, rifle in hand, and, imitating his teammates, began firing short bursts at the distant zombie horde. The thrill of personally blasting these terrifying monsters to smithereens still sent shivers down his spine. He even had a ridiculous illusion. So this is what dungeons are all about, he muttered to himself as he changed magazines. With good enough equipment and strong enough teammates, these zombies are nothing more than moving targets. Victory came too easily, too casually. So easily that even this rookie, who had always struggled on the brink of death, began to have the illusion that he could do it too. Don't oversimplify things. A cold voice suddenly rang out behind him, pulling him back to reality from his unrealistic fantasies. Wang Hao turned around and saw Lin Yu standing with his arms crossed, calmly watching him, his eyes seemingly able to see through his every thought. The reason you think it's easy isn't because the enemy is weak, but because you're standing on the shoulders of giants, Lin Yu said indifferently, pointing to the Dragon Shield members who were fighting valiantly. What you see is their current, unhurried victory. What you don't see is the blood, sweat, and sacrifice they shed day and night to reach this point. You don't see how many life or death dungeons they struggled to survive in order to obtain this excellent equipment. Furthermore, you don't see the lessons learned by countless tactical analysts through countless failures, and the lives of their team members, all behind this mature, textbook-like tactical system. Lin Yu's words struck Wang Hao like a heavy hammer, shattering his newly built, false confidence. Wang Hao's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head in shame. He knew Lin Yu was right. He was merely a lucky rookie sheltered under someone else's wings. His composure was built upon the strength and perfect organization of others. Once he leaves this protective layer, he probably won't even last a single encounter. Remember, Wang Hao? Lin Yu patted his shoulder, her tone regaining its calm. In this world, the only thing that can truly make you feel safe is your own strength. Never place your hopes on others. Having said that, Lin Yu stopped looking at him and turned her gaze back to the Hope cruise ship, which was counting down its days. Chapter 104. The 10-minute repair time, amidst deafening gunfire and the wailing of zombies, finally came to an end. As the last wave of zombies was completely wiped out by the powerful firepower of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a loud, long, and hopeful whistle, filled with new life, suddenly rang out from the Hope cruise ship, piercing through the thick fog and echoing throughout the deathly silent harbor. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, a soft, soaring green beam of light rose from the deck of the cruise ship, dispersing some of the surrounding blood mist. On everyone's screen, a long-awaited system notification popped up. The Hope cruise ship is fully repaired, and the evacuation point has been successfully constructed. All survivors within a 5-kilometer radius of this area can escape this world through this evacuation point. Victory! Finally victory! In an instant, a deafening cheer erupted across the entire Dragon Shield defense position. Those escort clients, who had been protected in the rear, wept tears of joy, as if they had just escaped death. Qin Shui stood on high ground, watching her team members celebrating. A genuine, relieved smile finally appeared on her usually tense and beautiful face. Mission accomplished. Everyone, don't let your guard down. She quickly composed herself and issued the final order. Escort team, immediately organize the clients to board the ship in an orderly manner. Defense team, Maintain vigilance until the last person evacuates. Yes, sir. Dragon Shield once again demonstrated their terrifying discipline. The celebratory atmosphere was instantly replaced by solemn commands. 100 escorting clients, organized by the team members, began to line up orderly and ascend the gangway leading to Hope. Lin Shen. Quick! Let's go too. Wang Hao, his face flushed with excitement, grabbed Lin Yu's arm, trying to squeeze into the boarding queue. He couldn't wait to leave this damn place, filled with mist and monsters. However, the moment he pulled Lin Yu, he found himself as if he were pulling a statue welded to the ground, completely immovable. Lin Shen? What's wrong? Wang Hao turned around in confusion. He saw that Lin Yu had stopped at some point. He stood quietly, watching the cheering crowd heading towards new life, his eyes calm and undisturbed. That gaze didn't seem to be looking at comrades, but rather at a group of actors who were unrelated to him and were about to leave the stage. You go first, Lin Yu said calmly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching Wang Hao's ears. Wang Hao's smile instantly froze on his face. He looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, stammering, Lin Shen? What do you mean? Aren't we going together? No. Lin Yu shook his head, turning to look at Wang Hao, his deep eyes carrying an undeniable resolve. I have some personal matters to attend to. Personal matters? In this apocalyptic world about to be submerged by a tsunami, what personal matters could be more important than survival? Wang Hao's mind went completely blank. He finally understood, his face turning deathly pale. No! Lin Shen. You can't stay. He gripped Lin Yu's arm tightly, his voice shrill with fear and anxiety. It's too dangerous here. The Dragon Shield agents are all gone. How will you survive alone? The apocalyptic tsunami is coming soon. Staying means certain death. He pleaded desperately, even with a hint of please. He couldn't understand, couldn't accept it. In his eyes, Lin Yu's actions were tantamount to suicide. He was insane. Utterly insane. Why turn back from the bright, smooth road of life, choosing to leap back into that boundless, cannibalistic hell? However, despite Wang Hao's desperate pleas, Lin Yu's eyes remained unchanged. He simply looked calmly at his classmate, whom he had once pulled back from the brink of death. Slowly, he raised his hand and gently pried open Wang Hao's grip on his arm, finger by finger. His movements were slow, but the force he exuded made Wang Hao feel an irresistible powerlessness. Wang Hao, Lin Yu's voice turned cold and indifferent, carrying a condescending authority. Don't forget what I told you before we entered this instance. Wang Hao's body trembled violently. He remembered Lin Yu's words. Once we're in the instance, follow my orders. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't touch what you shouldn't touch. If you can do it, you live. If you can't, you die? Yes. What right did he have to question his decision? What ability did he have to change his will? Before this man, he was always just a weak and pitiful follower who needed protection. Wang Hao released his grip, looking at Lin Yu with endless worry, confusion, and a deep, helpless sense of defeat. Chapter 105. Just as Wang Hao was still immersed in immense shock and worry, Qin Shui's figure had appeared behind them unnoticed. She had clearly heard Lin Yu's words as well. Her sharp phoenix eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze filled with inquiry and confusion. Lin Yu, are you sure you want to stay? She asked, her voice more serious than before. Yes. Lin Yu's answer was as crisp and decisive as ever. Can you tell me why? Qin Shui pressed. As far as I know, in this instance world, apart from the few resource points we already conquered, there's nothing worth risking your life for. She tried to persuade Lin Yu to change his mind with rational analysis. In her view, Lin Yu was a talent with unlimited potential, someone she desperately wanted to recruit. She didn't want to see such a rough gem perish in this worthless ruin, because of a momentary impulsive mistake. However, Lin Yu simply shook his head. He didn't explain the secret about the golden treasure, a secret known only to himself. He simply looked calmly at Qin Shui and said, "Thank you for your care along the way. But I have reasons why I must stay." The resolute look in his eyes, the madness and confidence that seemed to trample the entire world underfoot, made Qin Shui's heart skip a beat. In those eyes, she saw something she had never seen in anyone before. It was the look of a true hero, gambling with his life to challenge the impossible. She knew she couldn't persuade him. Any words seemed pale and powerless before such absolute will. After a long silence, Qin Shui took a deep breath. Her tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, replaced by a complex look in her eyes, a mixture of regret, admiration, and a hint of expectation. She didn't ask any more questions. She simply nodded solemnly to Lin Yu. "Okay, I respect your choice. Then, she added, as if making a promise, come back alive. The doors of Dragon Shield are always open for you. With that, she turned and walked without looking back towards the Hope, which was about to set sail. She knew that for a man like Lin Yu, further attempts to persuade him would only be an insult. Respect was the greatest sign of respect. Just then, a voice filled with schadenfreude and mockery rang out, completely out of place. Hey, isn't this Lin Yu? Why did you stop? Do you think it's beneath you to evacuate with us mere mortals? Planning to stay behind and die with those zombies? Zhao Tianlong walked over, arms crossed, a fake smile on his face. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery and glee. In his eyes, Lin Yu's behavior was utterly stupid. The funniest joke in the world. Leaving the safe main road to stay and wait to die? This kind of fool deserves to die here. He even feigned heartache, trying to persuade him. Brother Lin Yu, listen to your brother, don't be foolish. Come with us. We already searched the most likely supply points. Please don't do anything rash. That hypocritical, nauseating face made Wang Hao tremble with rage. However, Lin Yu was amused by his performance. He genuinely laughed. Looking at Zhao Tianlong, who was jumping around like a clown, a smile of utter contempt and pity appeared on his face. You can't talk about ice with a summer insect. You can't talk about the sea with a frog in a well. He had no interest in saying a single word to this narrow-minded fool, who couldn't even understand why he was staying. Jin Shui must have guessed. After all, he had sneaked out last night. Lin Yu ignored him and turned around, stuffing a spare Type 92 pistol and the remaining medical supplies into Wang Hao's hands. Take these, he said calmly. You get more experience points when you settle accounts after the evacuation. Remember what I said, if you don't want to be looked down upon, you have to become stronger. This was his final advice to Wang Hao. This was also his final response to this brief desk-mate relationship. Wang Hao's eyes instantly reddened. He gripped the pistol, still warm from Lin Yu's touch, tightly in his hand. His throat felt constricted. He couldn't utter a single word, only nodding frantically. All right, let's go. Lin Yu patted his shoulder. He slowly turned around. That lonely yet resolute figure, against the flow of people rushing towards new life and light, step by step, re-entered that boundless, blood-red mist filled with death and the unknown. Chapter 106. The teleportation beam slowly dissipated, leaving behind only a desolate battlefield and mountains of zombie corpses, silently corroding under the mist. It was all over. For the survivors who had successfully evacuated, it was a difficult but ultimately successful victory. But for Lin Yu, it was just the beginning. He stood alone, silently on the deserted harbor. The sea breeze ruffled his tattered combat uniform, whipped his black hair across his forehead, and exposed his deep, abyss-like eyes to the cold air. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air still reeked of gunpowder, blood, and decay, but for some reason, after sending away all his comrades, this smell brought him a long-lost sense of freedom. No more burdens to protect. No more allies to be wary of. Freed from the constraints of pretense and concealment, Lin Yu found himself completely alone. From this moment on, this mist-shrouded haven of death, this vast, boundless ruin teeming with the unknown and treasures, would belong solely to him. This was his hunting ground. This was his paradise. An overwhelming excitement, stronger than ever before, blazed within him like wildfire. This was the rhythm he loved most. This was his stage he reveled in, dancing in absolute solitude, searching for treasure amidst endless death. Then, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were devoid of any human emotion, only the primal, purest, and cold flame of a predator eyeing its prey. The second half of the party is about to begin. He no longer had the slightest reservation or concealment. The power within him, like a beast broken free of its shackles, erupted with a deafening roar. The next second, his figure vanished from his spot, transforming into a black lightning bolt. Without choosing stealth or detours, he charged forward with the most direct and domineering momentum, along the city's main thoroughfare, towards the place where the Golden Legend was hidden. The abandoned water treatment plant located on the south side of the city, at full speed. The stamina consumed by this long-distance run was negligible compared to his 20-point stamina attribute and the terrifying boost from the A23 hive heart in his chest, which restored 1% of his health and stamina per minute. He could even maintain peak stamina while sprinting at a 100-meter dash. Along the way, countless wandering mistwalkers in the fog were drawn by his undisguised, powerful aura, unmistakably that of a living being. They roared excitedly, charging frantically towards the moving feast from all directions. However, what awaited them were streaks of blade light, both incredibly fast and chillingly cold. Thud. Lin Yu's figure didn't even pause for a moment. Just as a mistwalker lunged out from the side alley, without even turning his head, his T-56 tactical longsword, as if possessed, drew a perfect arc backward. The blade flashed precisely across the mistwalker's neck. The mistwalker's body remained in a forward-leaning posture in midair, but its head had already shot into the air, spraying dark red blood, flying several meters away. The headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. And Lin Yu's figure had already appeared 100 meters away. 3 more mistwalkers emerged from the thick fog ahead. Lin Yu's level 2 radar had already analyzed their movements clearly a minute ago. He didn't even bother to dodge. Just as the two sides were about to clash, the longsword in his hand suddenly transformed into 3 lightning-fast phantoms. Swish! 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 3 flashes of light disappeared in an instant. 3 heads fell to the ground with a thud. The entire process was fluid and graceful, full of violent aesthetics, as if it weren't a bloody slaughter, but an elegant rehearsal of death. To Lin Yu at this moment, these threats, deadly in the eyes of ordinary players, had become insignificant ants that could be easily crushed on the roadside. His eyes were fixed only on that single golden dot on the radar map, radiating endless allure. Chapter 107. At full speed, without reservation, Lin Yu traversed nearly half the city in just over 10 minutes, arriving at the area marked as an abandoned water treatment plant on the radar map. The scene before him was even more dilapidated and desolate than he had imagined. The massive cooling towers were already half collapsed, their rusty metal frames, like the ribs of an ancient behemoth, piercing the grayish-white sky. The ground was covered with eerie, dark green moss that emitted a foul stench. Huge wastewater treatment pools churned with a nauseating, unidentified viscous liquid, occasionally emitting strings of fist-sized methane bubbles. The entire area was shrouded in a suffocating stench, a mixture of chemicals and rotting organic matter, filled with an atmosphere of death and decay. Lin Yu's gaze didn't linger on the desolate landscape. Instead, it locked onto the very center of the plant area. There lay a massive, crater-like collapse zone. At the bottom of the collapsed area, a circular gate, over 10 meters in diameter and made of an unknown ultra-high-strength alloy, covered with rivets and warning signs, firmly blocked the only entrance to the underground. The gate had long been corroded beyond recognition by time and acidic substances, but its terrifying thickness of half a meter silently testified to the folly of any attempt to force its way through. Lin Yu's figure, like a weightless leaf, silently slid down from the edge of the collapsed area and stood steadily before the massive alloy gate. He reached out and gently knocked. Thump! A dull, resounding boom echoed, making his hands tingle slightly. Using C4, at least 3 kilograms would be needed to barely create a breach, Lin Yu's brain quickly assessed. But that would not only deplete my precious explosives reserves, but more importantly, the massive explosion would attract all the monsters within a 10-kilometer radius. It's not worth it. He was never a reckless brute. Intelligence is always a sharper weapon than strength. He abandoned the idea of brute force, and instead focused his mind entirely on the structural scanning mode of the level 2 radar. Buzz? Accompanied by a slight fluctuation of mental energy, the three-dimensional structure of the entire underground water treatment plant, centered on him, began to be clearly and precisely outlined in his mind. Pipes, load-bearing walls, wiring, dark rooms. Everything was laid bare. Found it. In just a few seconds of scanning, a confident smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. His radar revealed a small, separate underground control room about 30 meters below the side and rear of the alloy gate. The core of the hydraulic and electrical systems controlling the gate's opening and closing was located in that room. Without hesitation, Lin Yu turned and circled to the other side of the collapsed area, finding an inconspicuous entrance to an underground maintenance tunnel, half buried in rubble. He cleared away the rubble at the entrance with an entrenching tool and crawled inside. The tunnel was pitch black, filled with the smell of rust and engine oil. But guided by Lin Yu's radar, this place was as familiar and bright as his own backyard. He navigated the maze-like underground pipe network with practiced ease, taking about 5 minutes before finally arriving at a heavy iron door marked high voltage danger. This was the control room of the gate. He pushed open the unlocked iron door, and a stale, burnt smell of electrical circuits filled the air. The control room was a mess. All the sophisticated control instruments were malfunctioning, their screens black. Clearly, the main power supply system had been completely paralyzed when the apocalypse struck. But Lin Yu's target wasn't the main power supply system. His gaze locked onto a separate, red backup power box in the corner. He walked over and opened the box. The wiring inside was badly corroded by moisture and acidic substances. Several critical power cables were completely severed. A minor problem. Lin Yu took out a roll of duct tape and a multifunctional military knife from his spatial backpack. He didn't have insulating tape in his basic supplies. Regular tape could hold out for a while, risking a short circuit. He just needed to open the door. He wasn't a professional electrician, but he possessed a top-tier cheat code. His radar system could even clearly mark the original connection points for each wire. It would just consume more mental energy. He only needed to reconnect the broken wires, like a child playing a jigsaw puzzle. Sizzle. He carefully connected the last main wire, and wrapped it with insulating tape. The next second, in the control room, the emergency indicator light, which had long been extinguished, suddenly flashed a few times, then lit up with a faint, yet hopeful, red light. Backup power successfully activated. Lin Yu walked to the main control panel, looking at the screen that had lit up again, displaying the words "Gate System Connected." Without hesitation, he reached out and pressed the enormous, red open button. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by a heavy, mechanical hum that made the entire underground space tremble violently, like an ancient behemoth awakening. In the distance, the incredibly heavy alloy gate that had sealed the entrance to the abyss for decades began to slowly, inch by inch, rise under the drive of the hydraulic system. Whoosh! A cold, damp wind, seemingly from the deepest hell, filled with an ancient and unknown aura, suddenly poured out from the open gate to the abyss. The gate was open. Chapter 108. Standing on the edge of the circular shaft, like the gaping maw of an abyss, Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. He swiftly retrieved the futuristic U-7 deep-sea combat suit he acquired on the research vessel from his spatial backpack and quickly donned it. Oxygen circulation system, normal. Water pressure balance system, normal. Micro-assist system, normal. A series of cold, mechanical prompts rang in Lin Yu's ears, and lines of green data streams appeared on his helmet's visor, displaying his current physical condition, oxygen levels, and external water pressure in real time. An unprecedented, powerful feeling, as if he were one with a high-tech armor, surged through him. Lin Yu leaped, plunging into the bottomless, dark, murky water. This was another world. A three-dimensional world of death, completely different from the surface, filled with oppression, darkness, and the unknown. The searchlight on his deep-sea suit illuminated less than 5 meters ahead. Beyond that, it was a dark, unsettling, impenetrable green. The water was extremely murky, filled with unknown flocculent matter, mutated algae, and even disgusting, leech-like parasites that hissed and sizzled as they tried to cling to his suit. In his mind, the entire vast, spiderweb-like labyrinth of underwater pipes unfolded before him with godlike clarity. He could even see himself, the tiny blue dot of light, relentlessly advancing towards his ultimate goal on this enormous map. He activated the miniature power assist system at his joints, and his entire body moved through the water like a nimble fish, encountering no resistance from the current, swiftly navigating the surface. However, this seemingly lifeless maze was far from safe. Just as he passed through the first section of the pipe, 100 meters long, and was about to enter a relatively open settling pool. On his radar map, the previously empty area ahead suddenly, without warning, lit up with thousands of tiny, densely packed red dots. Like a startled swarm of bees, they instantly formed a red whirlwind of death, sweeping wildly towards Lin Yu, the uninvited guest. Piranha swarm. A type of mutated fish, only the size of a palm, but possessing razor-sharp teeth. They swarm in droves, fearless and ruthless, capable of devouring a fully grown giant bear down to its skeleton in just a few seconds. Faced with this horrifying sight that would kill anyone with trypophobia, Lin Yu showed no panic. He didn't even slow his advance in the slightest. Just as the crimson whirlwind of death was about to engulf him, the T-56 tactical longsword in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling burst of electricity. ZZZZT! This was a small high-voltage shock module he had borrowed from Dragon Shield, which he had temporarily modified and attached to the hilt. He abruptly plunged the longsword, crackling with deathly arcs of electricity, into a nearby, long-abandoned high-voltage cable. The next second, an incredibly violent current surged along the cable, instantly coursing throughout the entire settling tank. The entire body of water seemed to boil over at that moment. Countless electric snakes danced wildly in the murky water. The thousands of piranhas, under this devastating, indiscriminate electric shock, didn't even have time to scream before being instantly electrocuted, their bodies charred black, their white bellies facing upwards like dumplings, densely packed together. Lin Yu's deep-sea combat suit, made of high-polymer composite materials, possessed excellent insulation properties. He swam unharmed across the carpet of countless fish corpses, continuing his journey. Besides these hordes of monsters, the maze was filled with all sorts of deadly physical traps. There were enormous bear traps hidden beneath the silt. There were pipe valves, extremely unstable due to the water pressure, threatening to detach at any moment. There were also areas overrun by mutated barnacles, which would shoot out calcareous spikes like firearms, their power comparable to large-caliber bullets. But all of this was rendered useless against Lin Yu's radar, which was like a cheat code to the entire map. He could always foresee danger half a minute in advance, then choose the safest path to calmly bypass it. In this death maze, that would be a near-certain death for others, he struggled, yet with unwavering determination, toward that one and only destination, radiating brilliant golden light, ever closer and closer. Chapter 109. In the dark, icy underwater labyrinth, time seemed to lose its meaning. Lin Yu was completely immersed in a state of extreme tension, a dance with death. He didn't know how long he had swum, nor how many deadly traps and terrifying monsters he had avoided. He only knew that on the radar map, the blue dot representing himself was getting closer and closer to the dazzling golden finish line. Finally, after passing through the last narrow and long pipe, his vision opened up. An incredibly vast, fantastical underwater cavern unfolded before him. This cavern seemed to exist independently of the entire water treatment plant, a prehistoric relic hidden for countless years. The cavern's dome was inlaid with countless unknown crystals emitting a soft blue fluorescence, like a vast starry sea, illuminating the entire cavern as bright as day. In the crystal-clear water, colorful and exotic corals and aquatic plants grew, brimming with vibrant life. This place didn't seem like a post-apocalyptic ruin, but rather a secluded, mythical underwater palace. However, Lin Yu's gaze wasn't drawn to this dreamlike beauty in the slightest. His eyes were fixed intently on the very center of the cavern. There, carved from an unknown, pure black rock, stood an ancient and magnificent altar. Above the altar, a massive water pressure device, composed of countless intricate runes and energy pipes, was slowly operating. And in the very center of that device, a crystal the size of a basketball, made entirely of the purest azure blue, seemingly containing the essence of an entire ocean, floated silently. It rose and fell rhythmically and gently with the surrounding water. Each pulse emitted visible golden halos, brimming with the essence of life. Those halos rippled outwards, merging with the surrounding water, exuding holiness and majesty. That was Lin Yu's ultimate goal, the most core and powerful golden treasure of this instant's world. However, just as Lin Yu was about to swim forward and retrieve the heart, he discovered that the ancient altar was completely enveloped by an invisible yet indestructible energy shield. Around the altar were 5 smaller stone platforms, each bearing a rune imprint that shimmered with a different color of light. A puzzle to solve. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He knew this was the final test before obtaining the treasure. He didn't rush, but patiently swam around the altar, carefully observing the 5 runes. His mind raced at that moment. He quickly found a clue in some inconspicuous ancient murals on the cave walls, long since covered by seaweed. The murals depicted an ancient sacrificial scene about tides, the moon, stars, the sun, and the deep sea. So that's it. Following the natural energy cycle? Lin Yu understood. Without further hesitation, he swiftly swam towards the 5 stone platforms. He first reached out and pressed the black rune representing deep sea. Next, the blue rune representing tides. Then, the silver rune representing moon. Next came the purple rune representing stars. Finally, he pressed the most dazzling golden rune, representing the sun. The moment the 5 runes were activated in the correct order, buzz! The entire underwater cavern trembled violently. The runes on the 5 stone platforms simultaneously erupted with brilliant light, 5 beams of energy of different colors shooting into the sky, and converging precisely on the energy shield atop the central altar. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by a sound like shattering glass, the seemingly indestructible energy shield shattered, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated into the pool water. The path to the ultimate treasure has been fully opened. Without hesitation, Lin Yu swam forward and reached out his slightly trembling hand before the golden crystal, pulsating like a heart and brimming with endless allure. He grasped it tightly in his palm. Congratulations! You have obtained a unique gold-quality item, C69 Heart of the Tide. Item name: C69 Heart of the Tide. Quality: Gold, Unique. Type: Special Core/World Rare. Effect 1: Passive Deep Sea Breath. While holding this item, you will gain the ability to breathe freely in any underwater environment, and your movement speed and perception range in water will be permanently increased by 50%. Effect 2. Active tidal power stirs up the surrounding water elements, creating a small-scale tsunami that causes devastating damage to the designated area. Limited to 1 use per dungeon world. Note: master the tides, and you will be the darling of the ocean. Just as Lin Yu successfully seized the heart of the tide, the familiar, chilling curse of the treasure arrived as expected. Warning: you have acquired the most valuable item in this world. Negative status triggered. Curse of the treasure. Effect: your location coordinates will be forcibly broadcast to all survivors within this Doomsday Fragment world every 30 minutes. However, this time, Lin Yu's face showed no panic. He merely glanced indifferently at the few remaining player dots on the radar map, who had long since moved away from the area and were now trembling in some corner. He knew that even if these people received the broadcast, they would absolutely not dare to provoke a mysterious powerhouse who could single-handedly obtain a golden item. They would only assume that this was some bigwig from Dragon Shield conducting some secret mission, and they would be hiding as fast as they could. This world was already his. However, just when he thought the dust had settled and was preparing to leave calmly, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 110. The moment Lin Yu grasped the heart of the tide, the ancient altar beneath his feet, carved from pure black rock, suddenly trembled violently and without warning. Rumble. The entire underwater cavern seemed to be violently shaken by an invisible giant hand. Countless blue fluorescent crystals from the dome rained down from the ceiling. The water flow became incredibly rapid and chaotic, forming huge, deadly whirlpools. What's going on? Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately stored the heart of the tide in his spatial backpack and activated his radar, trying to find the source of this anomaly. However, when he saw the scene reflected on the radar, even his heart, which had long been as hard as a rock, couldn't help but feel a chill that penetrated to his very bones. Directly below him, inside the massive black altar, a colossal red dot, previously in deep dormancy and occupying nearly half the radar screen like a mountain, was suddenly activated. Its abyss-like, crimson eyes snapped open from the depths of the dark altar. A terrifying pressure, filled with ancient times, primordial chaos, and boundless malice towards all living beings, swept through the entire cavern like a tangible tsunami. Warning! World catastrophe triggered. The shadow of Leviathan has awakened. Lin Yu's mind went blank with a buzz. He never dreamed that taking the heart of the tide would activate this terrifying behemoth that had slumbered beneath these waters for countless years. This wasn't a guardian at all. This was the very source of this world's calamity. The heart of the tide was the final seal that suppressed it. Now, the seal had been broken by his own hands. Roar! A roar, not belonging to any known creature, seemingly from the very beginning of the universe, filled with endless rage and hunger, came from beneath the altar. That roar didn't even travel through sound. It was a direct spiritual shock to the soul. Lin Yu felt as if his brain had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. His vision went black, and he almost fainted on the spot. Then, the enormous black altar exploded. A terrifying head, indescribably huge, seemingly capable of obscuring the entire cavern, covered in ferocious tentacles and pale white eyes, suddenly emerged from the endless dark abyss below. Its body blended perfectly with the shadows of the cavern, its end invisible. It is the shadow itself. It is the embodiment of the abyss. The shadow of Leviathan. Its countless pale white eyes instantly locked onto the insignificant ant who had stolen its toy. Lin Yu. Run! Only this thought remained in Lin Yu's mind. He pushed the deep-diving combat suit to its limit, transforming into a streak of blue lightning, and began a desperate sprint back down the pipe he had come from. A breathtaking battle of escape between mortal and mythical behemoth had begun. The shadow of Leviathan clearly didn't want to let go of the thief who had disturbed its slumber. Its countless jet-black tentacles, like giant pythons, lashed out at Lin Yu from all directions with terrifying, tearing force. Each strike of a tentacle whipped up towering waves in the water, cracking the hard rock walls inch by inch. Lin Yu pushed his agility and predictive abilities to unprecedented limits. Within that impenetrable web of tentacles, he moved like a top-tier gymnast, weaving and dodging. Each time, he narrowly escaped a tentacle at an incredible angle, just before it was about to strike him. He even used the massive currents generated by the tentacle strikes to accelerate himself, turning this deathly realm into an aid to his escape. But he knew that at this rate, he would eventually be caught and worn down. He had to create even greater chaos. His gaze swept over the massive, precariously perched stalactites at the cave's ceiling. A crazy plan took shape instantly. He took out all the remaining C4 plastic explosives from his spatial backpack and, with all his might, hurled them at the key support points of the dome. Goodbye, big guy. Lin Yu sneered and pressed the remote control in his hand. Boom! A far more terrifying, world-destroying explosion than before resounded from the top of the underwater cavern. Tens of thousands of tons of stalactites and rocks, like a doomsday meteor shower, rained down on the shadow of Leviathan below. Even a mythical behemoth as powerful as it was had to let out a painful roar in the face of such a cataclysmic event, using most of its tentacles to withstand the devastating blow from above. Now! Lin Yu seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, pushing the power of the heart of the tide to its limit. Tidal power, aid me. He could clearly feel all the surrounding water elements frantically converging behind him, forming an incredibly powerful propulsive force. His speed surged once more at this moment. He seemed to transform into a true deep-sea torpedo, charging into the narrow pipe at a speed exceeding his limits, leaving the terrifying behemoth trapped in the cataclysm and its unwilling roars far behind. Escape! Without any hesitation or pause, without even glancing back, Lin Yu swam straight towards the sea, towards the activated Hope cruise ship still quietly docked at the pier, at full speed. There was his only and last hope to leave this damned world. Chapter 111. Lin Yu's body shot out like a cannonball, empowered by both the heart of the tide and the deep-diving combat suit, leaving a long trail of blue lightning in the dark underwater labyrinth. Behind him came the deafening roar of the entire underwater cavern collapsing, and the awakened mythical beast's roar filled with endless rage and resentment. Countless tentacles, like chains reaching from the depths of hell, relentlessly pursued him, turning everything behind him into chaos and turmoil. However, none of this could catch up with Lin Yu's pace. He retraced his steps, rushing towards the surface at several times the speed of before. Splash! With a deafening splash, Lin Yu's figure leaped out of the water like a flying fish, bursting forth from the dark, abyss-like circular shaft. He returned to the surface, back to the desolate, abandoned water treatment plant shrouded in thick fog. Without a moment's hesitation, not even having time to remove his still-drenched deep-sea suit, he immediately determined his direction and sprinted towards the dock at full speed. That was the last, and only, path to survival in this world. He had not only broken the seal of the shadow of Leviathan, but also the final countdown to the destruction of this apocalyptic fragment world. The apocalyptic tsunami would likely arrive countless times sooner than the system predicted. Sure enough, just as he had rushed less than a kilometer from the water treatment plant. Boom! A deafening roar, 100 times more terrifying than any explosion or boom before, as if the entire world was groaning and shattering, suddenly erupted from the depths of the earth behind him. Immediately afterward, the entire earth began to tremble violently, like a sieve. The ground cracked at a visible speed. Skyscrapers collapsed like toppled blocks. The distant sea, defying all the laws of nature, retreated madly, revealing vast expanses of dark seabed, then coalesced into a terrifying, hundreds of meters high, sky-obscuring giant wave with an even more terrifying and violent force. The end of the world had arrived. Lin Yu turned around and could even see, within that boundless black wave, a gigantic, indescribable shadow, seemingly capable of blotting out the sky, slowly rising from the deep sea. It was the shadow of Leviathan. It had broken free from the constraints of the underwater cavern and emerged onto the surface. Madman! This world has gone completely mad. A look of shock flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. But he showed no fear, instead pushing the power within him to its absolute limit. He engaged in a desperate race against the devastating tsunami, and the mythical beast awakening from the abyss. Finally, just before the tsunami was about to engulf the entire harbor, he reached the Hope cruise ship, quietly docked at the pier, as if awaiting his final return. He leaped aboard. "Goodbye, Misty Harbor," Lin Yu said calmly, standing at the bow, looking back at the utterly destroyed world. The next second, his figure, along with the Hope ship that carried his madness and glory, plunged into the gentle green pillar of light representing rebirth. Transferring. Transfer complete. When Lin Yu's figure solidified again within the pillar of light in the central hall of the boundary hub, his heart, which had been pounding wildly from his extreme sprint, finally began to calm down. The familiar, magnificent settlement screen unfolded before him with a roar. Mission: C-69 Co-op Dungeon, Misty Harbor. Personal rating: A. You successfully seized the core of the world before its destruction, but you also unleashed a deeper terror. Remember, mortals, do not easily knock on the door of the gods. Team rating: E. Your two-person team achieved nothing. Experience points calculation in progress. Detected item: Gold quality C-69 Heart of the Tide X1, provides 1,000 experience points. Detected item: White quality basic supplies, several tools, provides 5 experience points. Total experience points gained: 1,005. Level up. Current level, LV.8, 761/900. You have gained 1 free attribute point, please allocate it. No special rewards for this A-level rating. Estimated total value of harvested items, unsettled gold items 500 credits. Lin Yu calmly scanned the settlement panel, showing neither surprise nor disappointment. An A-level rating was within his expectations. After all, although he obtained the gold item, the entire evacuation process was orchestrated by the Dragon Shield Bureau, which, according to the Realm Hub system, clearly wasn't a perfect strategy. But he didn't care. He looked at the heart of the tide quietly floating in his inventory, radiating azure light, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was what mattered most. He reallocated his attribute points to agility again. He put away the light screen, ignoring the awe or curiosity in the eyes of the surrounding players, turned around, and prepared to return to his personal space. This adventure had taken a heavy toll on him. He needed time to recover. However, just as he was about to leave, a familiar yet cool voice suddenly rang out behind him. Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned around, and saw Qin Shui standing prettily behind him. She had obviously been waiting there for several hours. Chapter 112. You're back. Qin Shui's tone was calm, but her sharp phoenix eyes held an undisguised surprise and searching. She looked Lin Yu up and down, seemingly trying to find some clue. Lin Yu didn't speak, only quietly looking at her, waiting for her to continue. I'm very curious, Qin Shui finally couldn't help but ask, why did you stay? After we evacuated, watching the other survivors' livestream showed that World C-69 collapsed prematurely for unknown reasons, and the intensity of the apocalyptic tsunami was more than 10 times the predicted strength. How did you manage to evacuate from such a natural disaster? Lin Yu's face remained expressionless. Of course, he wouldn't tell her that he was the one who personally unleashed that natural disaster. Just lucky, he said calmly, attributing everything to this most irrefutable and convincing reason. Qin Shui clearly didn't believe him, but she also knew that she couldn't get any real secrets out of this man. She gave Lin Yu a deep look, then changed the subject. Wang Hao has returned safely, your promise has been fulfilled. My invitation to you is still valid. This is my private contact number. Contact me anytime if you thought it through. With that, she turned and left without lingering, leaving behind only a dashing silhouette. Lin Yu glanced at the newly added number on the screen, didn't reply, and exited Boundary Hub. When he returned home, his mother was humming a tune, busy in the kitchen. The warm aroma of the food instantly dispelled the chilling killing intent that Lin Yu had carried from the carnage. You're back? Wash your hands and eat. His mother came out carrying a steaming plate of braised pork, her face beaming with happiness. Mom. Lin Yu stepped forward, taking the plate from his mother's hands. Looking at her rosy complexion and her much more agile body, the corner of his heart, hardened by the carnage, seemed to soften again, as if soaked in warm water. Mom, those credits I gave you. Oh, you mean those? His mother clapped her hands, as if remembering something important. She pulled Lin Yu to sit down at the table, excitedly saying, Mom's got it all taken care of. I used your Aunt Wang's connections to buy a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment near Jinghua University town in the capital. Lin Yu's chopsticks abruptly stopped. He looked at his mother with some surprise. Buy a house? In the capital? Of course. His mother's face was filled with pride and self-assurance. My son is going to Jinghua University. How can he not have his own house? Besides, you're starting school soon, and the cost of living there is so high. Renting is such a waste. We feel more at ease living in our own house. Mom has it all planned out. Once you start school, I come with you, do your laundry, cook for you, and take care of you. His mother's words left Lin Yu with mixed feelings. He knew that his mother was planning a stable and bright future for him in her own way. A future beyond the Boundary Hub, beyond the fighting and killing, a future belonging to a normal person. Mom, actually you don't need to. What do you mean, don't need to? His mother glared at him, but her eyes were full of love. Don't think I don't know anything. The path you're on is even more dangerous than your father's back then. At least your father was a combat soldier with initial stats of 20. What about you? I can't help you much. The only thing I can do is give you a stable home, a place where you can come back and rest no matter how tired or dangerous it is. She paused, her tone becoming earnest. Xiaoyu, there are many talented people and awakened ones at Jinghua University. Once you get there, don't always be alone. Make friends with the capable classmates, you can look out for each other. Only when you meet some reliable awakened ones at school, and team up with them for dungeons will I truly feel at ease. People in this world are either hoping to find a way to immortality, or hoping to become the strongest. Mom just hopes you can have a normal college student's life, a normal person's social life. Lin Yu listened silently, without rebuttal. He knew his mother's expectations were good, but in his view, so-called reliable teammates were far less reliable than the radar in his mind. However, to avoid worrying his mother, he nodded. Okay, Mom. After finishing his meal, Lin Yu returned to his room. He stared at the number Qin Shui had sent and the message, "The doors of Dragon Shield are always open for you," on the screen, lost in thought. Perhaps joining an official organization wasn't such a bad choice. At least, it would give his mother the reassurance of having an organization and support. It would also save him from many unnecessary troubles in the real world. A clear idea gradually took shape in his mind. Chapter 113. Lin Yu finally dialed Qin Shui's number. He wasn't one to hesitate or procrastinate. Once he made a decision, he would act immediately. The call was answered almost instantly. Qin Shui's cool yet slightly surprised voice came from the other end of the screen. "You finally contacted me. I thought I have to wait a few more days. I decided to participate in the Dragon Shield's test," Lin Yu said bluntly, getting straight to the point. "A wise choice." A satisfied smile curved Qin Shui's lips. "With your abilities, the test is just a formality. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, come to Dragon Shield's 7th training base. I'll be waiting for you here." The next day, Lin Yu said goodbye to his mother, and traveled alone to Dragon Shield's 7th training base. Dragon Shield's training base was even larger, and more heavily guarded than he had imagined. Towering electric fences, a dense network of surveillance cameras, and heavily armed guards with eyes as sharp as eagles, everything spoke of the extraordinary nature of this place. Qin Shui was already waiting at the entrance. Today, she had changed out of her military uniform and into a smart black women's suit, which perfectly accentuated her tall and powerful figure, adding to her air of intellectual sophistication and commanding presence. "Let's go, the test is ready for you." She nodded to Lin Yu and led him into this mysterious base, representing the highest level of combat prowess in the Yin Kingdom. The test location was a huge, futuristic indoor simulation training ground. The examiner was a stern-faced middle-aged man, with a general star on his shoulder. "Lin Yu," the examiner said calmly, glancing at the documents in his hand, and then scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary young man before him. "Qin Shui's evaluation of you is extremely high, almost ridiculously so. She said you possess battlefield awareness surpassing that of a reconnaissance officer, and predictive ability comparable to a top tactical mastermind. I hope your performance will live up to her praise. The test is simple," the examiner pointed to the center of the training ground. "We will simulate an urban street fighting environment with dozens of personnel. Your task is to hit as many personnel as possible without being hit yourself. Time limit, 15 minutes. You have no protective gear, only a training pistol and 2 magazines. Remember, you only have one chance." This wasn't a test at all, it was an impossible mission. The other examiners present all wore expressions of anticipation. In their view, sending an unprotected ordinary person to face dozens of well-equipped, well-coordinated personnel was like sending a sheep to challenge a pack of hungry wolves. And the staff members were all hiding in very strategic positions. However, Lin Yu's face remained calm and composed. He took the pistol, checked the magazine, and then calmly walked into the training ground. The moment he stepped onto the field, the surrounding environment abruptly changed. High-rise buildings, ruins, crisscrossing streets. An incredibly realistic urban battlefield instantly enveloped him. "Test, begin." With the examiner's command, dozens of staff members ducked into the shadows. A one-sided massacre, seemingly a foregone conclusion to everyone, was about to unfold. However, what happened next left everyone wide-eyed, even forgetting to breathe. He didn't seek cover. The training pistol in his hand transformed into the scythe of death. He never fired a second shot. Every shot inevitably resulted in a staff member being hit. He wasn't fighting, he was performing, an art form that manipulated the entire battlefield with complete control. The observation room was already deathly silent. The examiners' mouths gaped open, their faces contorted in disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Is this reaction speed even humanly possible? His prediction, his predictive ability, it's like he's got a cheat code. A prodigy. This is simply a prodigy. Even the usually serious chief examiner clenched his fists tightly, his palms sweating, his hawk-like eyes gleaming with unprecedented shock and ecstasy. Only Qin Shui wore a knowing, matter-of-fact smile. 15 minutes later, when Lin Yu turned his back on the last staff member, the training ground fell silent again. Unscathed, the enemy was completely annihilated. Test result, S. That afternoon, Lin Yu was awarded the title of Dragon Shield Bureau Junior Escort, and directly assigned to Qin Shue's elite 9th squad. After the awarding ceremony, Qin Shue found Lin Yu alone and handed him a heavy metal box. "These are for you. Consider them a joining bonus." Lin Yu opened the box, revealing 5 ancient rings inside, crafted entirely from an unknown black metal and engraved with intricate golden patterns. "These are special products of our Dragon Shield Bureau." "Guardian rings," Qin Shui explained. "Each ring contains a miniature energy shield, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from an awakened being below level 50 in the real world. However, they are not recognized by the Realm Hub system and cannot be brought into dungeons." Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly. "This thing is far more valuable than any dungeon equipment. This is a true talisman that can protect his family. This is too precious." Lin Yu picked up 2 rings and pushed the other 3 back. "2 are enough for me." Qin Shui smiled and shook her head. "Take them, it's the rule. You can keep the ones you don't need and sell them on the black market. Each one can fetch at least 500,000 credits." Lin Yu looked at her sincere eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded. "Okay, then please help me sell these 3. He really needed money, more money, to prepare for the future. Qin Shui smiled and agreed. The two walked side by side on the tree-lined path of the training base. Qin Shui suddenly spoke. "By the way, Lin Yu, as your captain, I need to remind you of a few things." Chapter 114. Lin Yu paused slightly, turning her head to look at Qin Shui with a questioning gaze. Qin Shui's expression turned serious, her sharp phoenix eyes filled with a hint of solemnity. "Your strength far surpasses that of ordinary people, even exceeding many of our Dragon Shield Bureau's elite awakened. But you must understand that your path ahead will be more difficult and dangerous than anyone else's." She stopped, turning to face Lin Yu directly, and said, word by word, "Your next force recruitment, the 5th one, will be the most terrifying challenge you've faced since entering the Realm Hub." "Oh!" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling her to continue. "Did you think the Realm Hub can only randomly recruit people within a certain level range?" Qin Shui shook her head, revealing a secret that would send chills down the spines of all ordinary players. "No, the matchmaking mechanism of the Realm's Hub is far more intelligent and far more brutal than we imagined. It follows a cold, absolute law of balance. The first 4 forced recruitment dungeons were indeed randomly matched, more like a selection and elimination process. However, starting from the 5th, the system will conduct a precise, big data-driven selection and classification of all surviving players. Those players who performed mediocrely in previous dungeons, barely clearing them, or even using resurrection opportunities, will be matched together and placed in relatively conventional, controllable difficulty ordinary battlefields. But players like you, who have performed exceptionally well in every dungeon, and more importantly, haven't used a single resurrection opportunity," Qin Shui's tone became unprecedentedly solemn, "you will be judged by the system as a high-potential seed and placed in a completely different, truly high-end battlefield prepared specifically for monsters like you." "A high-end battlefield?" Lin Yu's eyes finally showed a hint of interest. "That's right." Qin Shui nodded, her voice tinged with apprehension. "You can think of it as a low-level high-end game. In this battlefield, every opponent and teammate you encounter will be a true powerhouse, just like you, who has crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood in their own world. Your levels are similar, meaning the rewards are similar, and since no one has used a resurrection opportunity, the probability of encountering gear-obsessed players is extremely high. What's even more terrifying is that the difficulty and complexity of this high-end game's dungeon world far surpasses that of ordinary dungeons. It may even feature unique world-class bosses that have only been heard of in legends, or special quest lines involving the core secrets of the Realm Hub. The death rate is outrageously high. Within our Dragon Shield Bureau, we call it the Seed Meat Grinder." "Seed Meat Grinder?" Lin Yu muttered to himself. Far from feeling fear, his eyes burned with an unprecedented flame of excitement. This was the stage he wanted. A boring collaboration with a bunch of mediocre sheep was far less exhilarating than a fierce battle with a pack of real wolves. So, Qin Shui sighed helplessly, seeing Lin Yu's expression of delight rather than fear, knowing her intimidation would likely have no effect on this man. If you can successfully survive the 5th Force Dungeon, you will achieve more than just a promotion to intermediate escort. The system will also grant all survivors who pass the Seed Meat Grinder test an extra, reward-based dungeon opportunity. We call it the Reward Dungeon. In this Reward Dungeon, survivors cannot harm each other, and everyone can bring out at least one blue-quality item, a reward from the Realm Hub. It's also the crucial step for top players to truly widen the gap between themselves and other players. Qin Shui's words unveiled a completely new world for Lin Yu, a world accessible only to players at the very top of the pyramid. It turned out that in this cruel apocalyptic game, the system was also using its own methods to filter out the true protagonists. The weak were eliminated in each selection process, becoming dust of the era, while the strong passed each cruel test, gaining increasingly rich rewards, and ultimately standing on the unparalleled peak of glory. I understand. Lin Yu nodded, his heart filled with no more confusion, only boundless fighting spirit. Prepare well, Qin Shui patted his shoulder. Your 5th mandatory draft shouldn't be far off. Okay. After saying goodbye to Qin Shui, Lin Yu left the Dragon Shield base. He didn't immediately return to his mother's new home in the capital. Instead, he came alone to the heart of this bustling metropolis. He stood on the busy street, watching the ordinary people around him hurrying by, their faces either numb or anxious, then looking up at the towering skyscrapers. A strong sense of alienation, as if he didn't belong to this world, welled up within him. He knew he could never go back. He could never return to that ordinary life of working 9 to 5, struggling to make ends meet. His stage was in that endless, apocalyptic sea of stars, filled with death and opportunity. His journey was to the stars. Chapter 115. When Lin Yu returned home, he was greeted by his mother's face, beaming with joy and pride. Xiao Yu. You're finally back. How did it go? The Dragon Shield test went smoothly? His mother asked with concern, taking his coat from his hands. Yes, it went very well. Lin Yu changed into slippers, the excitement he had felt from contemplating his future gradually subsiding. I passed the test, and I'm now a junior escort. Really? That's wonderful. That's wonderful. His mother clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes welling up with tears. I knew it. I knew my son was the best. With the country as our support, I feel so much more at ease. Seeing his mother's heartfelt joy, Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Oh right, here Mom, this is for you. Lin Yu handed her 2 guardian rings. If you encounter danger, just hide in the realm hub space and contact me. Okay. His mother didn't refuse, her safety was her son's peace of mind. The next day, Lin Yu's mother was still in an exceptionally good mood. She enthusiastically dragged him to a newly opened, super large fresh food supermarket nearby, saying she was going to cook him a lavish celebration feast. Lin Yu couldn't refuse her, so he went with her. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, waiting in line at the supermarket entrance, a slightly plump middle-aged woman pushed a stroller, her face beaming. Oh my, isn't this Lin Yu's mother? You moved to the capital too? What a coincidence. The woman was one of their neighbors, and notoriously fond of comparison and gossip. Yes, Sister Zhang, what a coincidence, Lin Yu's mother replied with a smile, maintaining a facade of politeness between neighbors. Sister Zhang's gaze immediately fell on Lin Yu. She looked him up and down, clicking her tongue in amazement. Oh my, this must be your Lin Yu. He's so handsome. I heard he went to Peking University. That's amazing. Then, her tone shifted, a characteristic boastful smile spreading across her face. She pointed to the chubby little boy sleeping soundly in her stroller and said, Look, this is my grandson. My son got married last year, and this year I got to hold my grandson. Although my son isn't very promising and hasn't awakened any special abilities, just an ordinary person, I believe that this promising child in our family will definitely awaken a powerful ability when he turns 18. Then, he bring honor to the family, just like your Lin Yu. Her words, ostensibly praise, were actually a way of boasting about her family's successful lineage, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Then, she turned her attention to Lin Yu, asking in a concerned tone, like someone who'd been there, Hey, Lin Yu, you're 18 this year, right? So handsome and capable, you must have a lot of girls chasing after you, right? When are you planning to get married and have kids? You better hurry up. Look at our family, we're already one step ahead. Lin Yu's brows furrowed instantly. What he hated most was this kind of boring, mercenary neighborhood socializing. Have kids? Just so he could enter a lottery when he turns 18? He was still struggling in this precarious, apocalyptic world. He had no time to think about such things. Seeing Lin Yu's noticeably unpleasant expression, his mother immediately realized something was wrong. She quickly chuckled and said, Oh dear, look at our little Yu, so shy. You made him blush. School starts soon, his studies are the priority. Sister Zhang, let's go in first, you're busy. With that, she grabbed Lin Yu and practically fled into the supermarket. Back home, looking at her still somewhat sullen son, his mother sighed softly. She knew that what the neighbor had said, though cliché, had indeed struck a chord with her. You, she tentatively began. You. Don't listen to your Aunt Zhang's nonsense. But, She's right about one thing, you really are at the age where you should be thinking about your personal life. Here we go again. Lin Yu felt a wave of helplessness. Mom, don't worry about it. Wasn't that blind date last time good enough? Oh dear, I didn't choose the right person last time. His mother quickly waved her hand. This time, I promise you, I find you a well-educated, gentle, and virtuous girl. Look, your Aunt Wang, she's... Seeing his mother about to launch into her endless blind date guide, Lin Yu's head was spinning. He knew that if he didn't interrupt, he'd probably spend the whole evening on this topic. In desperation, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, Mom, don't worry about it. School's starting soon, right? When your son goes to Peking University, I just snag a campus beauty to be your daughter-in-law. Isn't that better than all those you found? This was meant as a joke to appease and brush off his mother. Unexpectedly, his mother's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the words campus belle. She slapped her thigh, her worried expression vanishing in an instant, replaced by unprecedented excitement and anticipation. That's right. How could I not have thought of that? The campus belle of Jinhui University. She's definitely got it. Beautiful and cultured, she's a perfect match for my dear son. She enthusiastically grabbed Lin Yu's hand, beginning to dream. Xiaoyu, you better put in some effort. To woo a girl, you have to be thick-skinned and sweet-talking. If you fancy someone, just tell Mom, and I give you advice. Dowry and such are no problem. Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded, watching his mother's excited expression as she began to plan for a grandchild. He knew that this white lie he had told to save trouble would likely become his mother's new reason for pressuring him to get married for a long time to come. He helplessly rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself, this is a big problem. Chapter 116. Watching his mother's excited expression, already planning out 108 ways to raise a grandson for her future daughter-in-law, Lin Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He knew that this lie he casually told to save trouble would likely serve as a sweet whip, constantly spurring him on for a long time to come. However, seeing his mother's genuine, worry-free, radiant smile, Lin Yu felt that occasionally telling such a lie wasn't entirely unacceptable. The few days he spent settled at home were a rare period of peace and warmth for Lin Yu since entering the Realm Hub. He didn't rush to think about the next dungeon, nor did he research the newly acquired Heart of the Tide. He simply stayed quietly by his mother's side, enjoying this hard-won, ordinary daily life as a son. A week later, Qin Shua's message arrived as scheduled. She had successfully sold the 3 Guardian Rings on the Dragon Shield's black market, and the full 1.5 million credits were deposited into Lin Yu's account. He transferred most of the money to his mother, keeping only 300,000 as his reserve funds. A few more days passed, more than half a month since his last dungeon run. Just when Lin Yu thought his 5th force draft would take some time, as Qin Shua had predicted, the cold, irresistible system notification arrived without warning, during a heartwarming moment as he watched TV with his mother. Match successful. Dungeon A12, about to open. Teleport countdown, 10, 9, 8. It's here. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He didn't even have time to say goodbye to his mother beside him. He simply gripped her hand tightly with all his might. His mother's smile froze. She felt the strength in her son's hand, and that familiar, resolute aura of impending departure. Her eyes instantly filled with endless worry. Xiaoyu. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yu's figure dissipated into specks of light before her eyes. Cold, twisted, ripping. The familiar feeling of forced teleportation was like the most brutal giant hand, forcibly dragging Lin Yu's soul from the real world and throwing it into an endless abyss of darkness. He was already used to this feeling, but this time, there was a subtle difference. Usually, in the final stage of teleportation, the Realm Hub system would act like an indifferent master of ceremonies, announcing the world background, core mechanics, and mission objectives of the current instance, and giving the survivors a little time to prepare their equipment, but this time, there was none. Dead silence. Only when his feet touched solid ground again did a cold, concise system notification, unlike anything he's seen before, finally pop up on his retina. 5th forced recruitment completed. Instance type. Fungal zombie. It's over? It's that simple? A strong sense of unease surged through Lin Yu's heart. There was only an instance information notification. No mission prompts, not even the most basic survival time or evacuation rules. This was an unprecedented blind mode. Is this what Qin Shua was talking about? The seed meat grinder? Lin Yu's eyes instantly became incredibly serious. This was definitely not some welfare program, but a cruel ultimate test specifically prepared for them, the so-called high-potential seeds. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, assessing his environment. A stench of damp, decaying matter, and a pungent, mushroomy odor assaulted his nostrils, making him nearly vomit. He found himself standing on the street of an abandoned city. The surrounding skyscrapers were covered by a thick, writhing, yellowish-green fungal carpet, with unidentified luminescent lichens stubbornly growing on the surfaces, emitting an eerie, will-o'-the-wisp-like glow. Just then, a flash of light appeared, and a technologically advanced metal mask automatically fitted onto his face. Equipped standard military anti-infection mask. Current infectivity, 100%. Warning: spore concentration in this world is extremely high. Please constantly monitor your mask's effectiveness. Once the effectiveness reaches 0, you will be fully infected within 30 minutes. Lin Yu glanced at the slowly fluctuating percentage in the upper right corner of his retina, and the last vestige of hope vanished completely. The countdown to survival began the very first second he arrived. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately prepared to activate his level 2 radar to survey his surroundings. This was fundamental to his survival in any instance. However, just as his mental energy was about to touch the radar system, a black shadow, moving with incredible speed, suddenly pounced out from less than 5 meters to his side without warning. It was a monster that still retained a human form, but its skin was a sickly pale, its eyes were completely bloodshot, and its movements carried a beast-like madness and agility. Primordial bacteria. Any ordinary player, faced with such a sudden attack at this distance, would likely not even have a chance to react before being tackled and having their throat torn apart, but Lin Yu was no ordinary person. Driven by his own combat instincts, his body reacted even faster than his brain. He abruptly took a step back, twisting his body at an extremely tricky angle, narrowly avoiding the primordial bacteria's claws capable of tearing through steel. At the same time, his military-grade portable spray. The firearm was already aimed at the face, now inches away after the missed attack. Whoosh! Lin Yu showed no mercy, pulling the trigger immediately. A 10-meter-long, orange-red fire dragon, carrying temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, roared furiously, instantly engulfing the entire body of the primordial bacteria. Aya! The primordial bacteria let out a shrill, inhuman scream, writhing and struggling wildly in the flames, finally turning into a charred, humanoid charcoal, collapsing heavily to the ground. Instant kill. However, there was no joy on Lin Yu's face. His brows furrowed even more deeply, because he knew he had made a mistake. In this deathly silent fungal hell, extremely sensitive to sound and light, a weapon as loud as a flamethrower was like igniting a signal torch shooting into the sky in the darkness. Sure enough, the instant he killed the first nascent fungus, countless frenzied roars echoed around him in response. His roar! On Lin Yu's radar map, before it could even fully unfold, dozens of hostile red dots, attracted by the flash and sound from all directions, were already moving with alarming speed. The speed of the people rushing towards his location was frantically converging. Damn it! Lin Yu cursed under his breath, turning around without hesitation and immediately starting a desperate sprint in the opposite direction from where the monster had come from. He had to move immediately. He knew that in the opening ceremony of this seed meat grinder, any hesitation or pause would lead to utter destruction. The wind whistled in his ears, and the roars behind him grew closer. Lin Yu's figure vanished from the area in an instant, like a black lightning bolt. Chapter 117. After running for nearly 20 minutes through the maze-like abandoned streets, relying on his keen intuition for the terrain and superhuman stamina, Lin Yu finally shook off the swarm of early-stage fungi that clung to him like leeches. He slipped into an office building that appeared structurally intact, its exterior walls covered in a thick fungal carpet. The building stood like a silent giant, quietly enveloped in the spore mist, exuding a chilling stillness. Lin Yu didn't choose a room on the ground floor, but instead quickly ascended along the fire escape covered in sticky fungal hyphae. Higher is always safer than lower. Finally, on the 9th floor, he found a spacious chairman's office with intact doors and windows, which he used as his temporary refuge. He quickly checked the room, confirming there was no direct threat, before using a heavy mahogany desk and 2 large filing cabinets to firmly block the heavy wooden door of the office. Huff, huff. Having done all this, he finally dared to lean against the cold floor-to-ceiling window, breathing heavily. Even with his stamina of 20 points, the intense run had left him feeling somewhat exhausted. He raised his hand and glanced at the constantly fluctuating efficiency number on his retina. Current efficiency, 91% less than 20 minutes of running and activity had already depleted nearly 10% of his efficiency. Something's wrong. The rate of depletion is too fast. Lin Yu's brows immediately furrowed tightly. He quickly scanned the surroundings of the room. This luxurious office, due to its long-term closed-off state and extremely poor air circulation, had at least several times higher concentrations of the visible yellow-green spores in the air compared to the streets outside. Warning: spore concentration detected in the current area is extremely high. Mask effectiveness is rapidly deteriorating. Current effectiveness, 90%. Damn it. Lin Yu instantly understood. The enclosed environment would accelerate the mask's wear and tear. At this rate, the mask probably wouldn't even last 3 hours, and this instance definitely couldn't be only 3 hours long. What to do? Where to find a new mask? Or perhaps, there exists something in this world that can purify the mask? A series of thoughts flashed wildly through his mind, but no answers came. This was the first time he had felt a genuine, unknown pressure since entering the instance. He no longer hesitated, immediately activating the Level 2 radar and beginning a thorough, meticulous carpet scan of the entire office building. He had to find clues to survive before the mask failed. Buzz? A black and white 3D map with a radius of 7 kilometers unfolded in his mind. However, under his radar scan, the entire office building revealed nothing of value except for a few basic resource points emitting a faint white light. What chilled him even more was that within this seemingly lifeless building lurked several red dots with extremely weak energy signals, almost blending into their surroundings. They were motionless, like stones, completely undetectable without the radar's live signal locking function. There are monsters that know how to hide? Lin Yu's heart sank. He knew he had to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. He quickly planned his route, deciding to go to an archive room on the 5th floor first. There was a white supply point there. Perhaps he could find some useful basic tools. He silently pushed aside the desk blocking the door and, like a nimble cat, slipped into the empty corridor. The office building was eerily quiet. Only his own deliberately suppressed footsteps sounded exceptionally clear in the empty corridor. Lin Yu's nerves were taut, unlike his earlier run-in. Knowing the danger, he became cautious instead. He quietly reached the 5th floor. The door to the archive room was ajar. It was pitch black inside. He didn't rush in. Instead, he first focused his attention entirely on the radar. The radar showed the room was empty. The white supply point was in a filing cabinet at the far end of the room. After confirming it was safe, Lin Yu slowly, step by step, pushed open the door and went inside. The archives were a mess, with countless documents and file boxes scattered everywhere, and a musty smell of rotting paper filling the air. He quickly walked to the filing cabinet and opened a drawer. A brand new roll of industrial-grade super adhesive tape and a multi-tool lay quietly inside. While not valuable items, they were better than nothing. Lin Yu put the items into his spatial backpack and was about to turn and leave. However, in that instant, a chillingly cold, intensely malicious killing intent, without warning, burst forth from less than half a meter behind him. It was too fast. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply to dangerous pinpoints. His mind went completely blank. There was no time to think, no time to turn around, not even time to breathe. His body, relying entirely on the battle instincts honed to the depths of his soul, reacted at the absolute limit, a truly miraculous response. He lunged forward like a hungry tiger, tumbling backward in an extremely disheveled manner. Thud! A bone blade, gleaming with a chilling light, grazed the back of his head, slashing fiercely into the concrete ground where he had just stood, leaving a terrifying gash half a foot deep. If he had been even a fraction slower, his entire head would have been cleanly and decisively cleaved in two. Lin Yu rolled to his feet, drenched in a cold sweat. He stared intently behind him, his heart pounding wildly, as if it would burst from his chest. Damn it! My level 2 radar couldn't detect it? These monsters in this godforsaken place? They can even fool radar? A storm raged within him. This was the first time since acquiring radar that he had lost such a crucial advantage in battle. Behind him, on the previously unremarkable wall covered in fungal carpet, a bizarre monster he had never seen before was slowly emerging from the wall. Its body was completely identical to the surrounding fungal carpet in color, texture, and even the reflection of light. If it hadn't already revealed itself, it would have been impossible to detect its presence with the naked eye. Fungal lurker, it had no eyes, no mouth. Its entire body was a perfect disguise, born for slaughter. Hiss. The fungal lurker let out a silent hiss. It seemed surprised that its prey had miraculously escaped its deadly attack. Without the slightest hesitation, it pushed off the wall with all 4 limbs, its entire body transforming once more into an elusive black shadow, silently lunging towards Lin Yu. This time, Lin Yu was prepared. A deadly duel, wagering with all reflexes and skill, unfolded in absolute silence. Chapter 118. The battle against the lurking fungal entity was a breathtaking dance of death, performed in silence. This monster had mastered the art of stealth and assassination to an appalling degree. It no longer launched any direct attacks, but instead once again used its near-perfect abilities to completely blend into the shadows and fungal carpet of the office building. Lin Yu's level 2 radar, for the first time, proved somewhat inadequate against this cunning hunter. He could only barely pinpoint the lurking fungal entity's location at the very moment its life energy surged violently just before it launched an attack. And the reaction time he had was less than 0.5 seconds. No! I can't continue like this. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bone. He knew that engaging in a war of attrition with such a top-tier assassin in the dark was tantamount to suicide. He who walks by the river will eventually get his feet wet. Any mistake he made, even a fraction of a second, would be an instant kill. He had to take the initiative and force this lurking viper out of the shadows. A bold and risky plan quickly took shape in his mind. He stopped passively defending and deliberately created a huge opening. He feigned exhaustion due to extreme tension, staggered, and leaned against a support pillar covered in fungal carpet, panting heavily, as if he had reached his limit. It was a tempting, deadly trap. Sure enough, the lurking fungal entity had taken the bait. In the instant Lin Yu broke down, from the shadows of the ceiling behind him, a shadowy figure almost blended into the darkness, like a grim reaper harvesting souls, silently launched a final, fatal blow at the back of his neck from an extremely tricky angle. However, what it received was not the warm blood of its prey, but rather a deadly blade of light, like a black thunderbolt, already poised to strike. Just as the lurking fungus launched its attack, Lin Yu's seemingly exhausted body suddenly erupted with an explosive power, completely opposite to what it had before. He whirled around, his T-56 tactical longsword whistling through the air, moving with a bizarre, anachronistic gait, to meet the descending bone blade with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! A deafeningly sharp metallic clang resounded through the silent corridor. Sparks flew. Lin Yu's hand, jolted by the immense force, instantly split open, blood gushing forth. But he seemed to feel no pain whatsoever. A ferocious, crazed smile spread across his face. Got you, you bastard. He traded this minor injury for the opportunity he craved most. A direct confrontation with his enemy. The fungal spawn clearly hadn't expected its prey to dare trade injury for its life. Its attack rhythm was completely disrupted by this sudden head-on clash. Now! Lin Yu roared, and his other hand, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a Type 92 pistol fitted with a silencer. The dark muzzle was pressed firmly against the fungal spawn's unsuspecting, mycelium-covered body. Die! Without hesitation, he emptied the entire magazine in an instant. The bullets easily tore through the fungal spawn's seemingly tough outer layer, turning its internal tissues into a bloody mess. The fungal spawn let out a final, silent wail, its body collapsing to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. It convulsed a few times before completely disintegrating into a foul-smelling fungal carpet. The battle was over. Lin Yu, clutching his bloodied left arm, leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. He quickly grabbed a healing spray and antibiotics, spraying the wound vigorously before tightly bandaging it. Fortunately, although the wound was deep, it hadn't come into direct contact with the fungal spores. He had won his gamble. This battle made him acutely aware that in this seed meat grinder instance, any carelessness could be fatal. He had to maintain a state of 200% vigilance at all times. After treating his wound, Lin Yu dragged his exhausted body, preparing to find a safer place to fully rest. However, just as he was about to leave the office building, his radar detected a new player's glowing spot. The point of light moved with incredible speed, its movements imbued with a ruthless and efficient tactical rhythm. What alarmed Lin Yu even more was that the densely packed red dots representing the early-stage bacteria around that point of light were being rapidly cleared at a terrifying pace. A strong sense of crisis immediately surged within Lin Yu. He instantly concealed all his presence, silently approaching a dusty window in the office building, and raised his binoculars. He saw, on the distant street, a lone player clad in a streamlined black tactical combat suit, wearing a skull mask covering half his face, his movements as elusive as a ghost, slaughtering the surrounding monsters with near-overwhelming force. In his hands lay two heavily modified tactical pistols, gleaming with a ghostly blue light. His marksmanship was terrifyingly precise. Each shot was an elegant yet deadly double-gun volley, the bullets seemingly guided, striking the eyes of a newly mined monster simultaneously from two completely different, cunning angles. His movements were lightning fast, moving through the encirclement of dozens of monsters as if they were nothing, his clothes untouched by even a speck of blood. This was a true, top-tier monster who had honed gunfighting and killing techniques to their pinnacle. Just how many monsters are gathered in this hellhole? Lin Yu muttered to himself. His instinct was to leave immediately, to get as far away from this dangerous individual as possible. However, just as he was about to slip away silently, the lone player in the skull mask, as if by telepathy, abruptly stopped. Then, slowly, very slowly, he turned his head. His icy, blade-like gaze, hidden behind the skull mask, precisely traversed hundreds of meters, locking onto the window where Lin Yu stood, like prey being stalked by a prehistoric beast. A bone-chilling cold instantly shot from Lin Yu's feet to the top of his head. He had been discovered. There were no reconnaissance drones nearby. It seemed this skull mask wasn't just powerful, its perception was so acute it was beyond human comprehension. Or perhaps it possessed high-quality reconnaissance equipment. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately turned to retreat, disappearing into the shadows. However, the skull mask slowly raised its left hand, making a few simple yet absolute and unquestionable warnings in Lin Yu's direction. First, it pointed its index finger to its own eye, then to Lin Yu. "I see you." Immediately afterward, it extended its right hand, making a horizontal slit in the throat, clever, swift, and filled with chilling killing intent. Get lost or die. Having done all this, it didn't even bother to look at Lin Yu again, turning away to continue its efficient and elegant slaughter, as if everything that had just happened was merely crushing a bug in its path, insignificant. Lin Yu stood behind the window, his face extremely grim. He felt that naked, undisguised contempt and warning. He knew the skull mask wasn't joking. If he lingered there even a second longer, the other party would undoubtedly treat him as the next piece of roadside trash to be cleaned up. He wouldn't be so stubborn as to go and fight. After all, he didn't have an awakened class or abilities. At the same level, and with the same rewards, an awakened survivor's attributes were simply superior to those of a regular survivor. Lin Yu didn't hesitate any longer. He took a deep look at the back of the figure moving through the horde of zombies, as if it were nothing, then turned and silently disappeared into the darkness of the office building. He etched that arrogant skull mask firmly into his heart. Chapter 119. This unexpected encounter with the lone wolf was like a bucket of ice water poured over Lin Yu's head, instantly cooling his slightly inflated ego from his consecutive victories. He finally truly understood just how terrifying and treacherous the seed meat grinder Qin Shui had described was, a place teeming with hidden dangers. Here, his prized radar was not omnipotent. Here, his survival skills of stealth and ambush could be detected at any moment by even more powerful sensory abilities. Every survivor here could be a top predator, just like him, or even stronger, possessing extraordinary skills and ruthless hearts. He had to be more cautious and careful than ever before. He abandoned the idea of continuing to roam the surface, which would be tantamount to exposing himself to the sight of all potential lone wolves. Using his radar, he carefully surveyed the area for a long time, and finally, in an abandoned residential area of the city, he found a relatively safe abandoned subway tunnel leading underground. He decided to lie low in the deep, dark underground world for a while. On one hand, it was to avoid potential, terrifying competitors like the lone wolf on the surface, and to avoid unnecessary conflict. On the other hand, it was also to give himself precious time to treat his injuries and recover his strength. Although the wound on his left arm had stopped bleeding, it still throbbed with pain, significantly impacting his fighting ability. The subway tunnel was even darker and more oppressive than he had imagined. The air was filled with an extremely strong stench, a mixture of rust, stagnant water, and decaying fungi, almost suffocating him. The railway tracks were completely covered by a thick, slippery fungal carpet, like a swamp underfoot. Clumps of eerie, pulsating, greenish-glowing mushrooms danced on the walls, casting the air as if it were the depths of hell. This was the natural hunting ground for fungal lurkers, and another, even more terrifying monster. Lin Yu gripped his T-56 tactical longsword tightly, adjusting his breathing to the faintest possible level, each step as silent as a cat's. His radar system was pushed to its limit, like the most sensitive sonar, scanning every 360 degrees around him for the slightest energy fluctuation. Click, click. Just as he had descended several hundred meters into the tunnel, about to reach an abandoned platform, a unique, crisp, rhythmic sound, like a woman's high heels tapping on marble, suddenly and unexpectedly emanated from the bottomless darkness ahead. Lin Yu's steps halted instantly. His pupils contracted sharply to dangerous pinpoints. It was it. The sound follower. This was the first time he'd seen an elite-level red dot on his radar since entering this instance, its energy signal strength far exceeding that of the fungal lurker. He immediately pressed himself tightly against the shadows behind a massive, mycelium-covered pillar, becoming one with the darkness, even his breathing ceasing. Click, click. The sound grew closer. Soon, 3 terrifying monsters, each one enough to terrify anyone, emerged slowly from the darkness with stiff, eerie steps. Their bodies still retained human outlines, but their entire heads had been completely replaced by a thick, hard fungal shell, like molten and solidified plastic, obscuring any eyes or noses. Only a gaping mouth, filled with sharp teeth, opened and closed repeatedly, emitting that signature, chilling click sound, using echolocation to perceive and construct its surroundings. Lin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. He knew that these monsters' hearing was acutely acute to an almost abnormal degree. Let alone gunshots, even the slightest heavy breathing, or the sound of his blood flowing as his heart raced, could be detected by their inhuman hearing, triggering a frenzied, relentless pursuit, and once they caught him, their hard exoskeleton and terrifying bite force would be an instant death sentence, unbearable for any flesh and blood. He held his breath, daring not to move, even forcibly suppressing the pounding of his heart with his mind. He watched helplessly as the 3 terrifying sound followers, like 3 death statues emerging from hell, slowly passed within 10 meters of him. Only when the click completely disappeared at the other end of the tunnel did Lin Yu dare to slowly exhale a long breath, his back already soaked with cold sweat. It seems the underground isn't entirely safe either. He prepared to continue forward, searching for a more concealed and safer hiding place. Just then, a system announcement resounded throughout the entire A12 fungal world. Instance progress reached 1 hour. Locating the world's highest value, gold, core resource. Refresh successful. Core resource name, Heart of the Fungal Mother. Location, City Underground Ecological Isolation Zone, B07 Cultivation Room. Boom. This announcement was like a super nuclear bomb detonating across the entire world, causing all survivors to hold their breath in that instant. Gold resource, Heart of the Fungal Mother. Lin Yu's eyes instantly sharpened. On his radar map, the area marked City Underground Ecological Isolation Zone. The area was instantly enveloped by a dazzling golden pillar of light, as radiant as the sole sun in the darkness. That pillar of light seemed to pierce through the entire earth, filled with a deadly, soul-chilling allure. A storm was brewing. Lin Yu knew that a bloodiest and most brutal ultimate storm, surrounding the heart of the fungus mother, engulfing all the top survivors, was already taking shape. Underground Ecological Isolation Zone. Lin Yu's gaze was fixed intently on the golden coordinates on the radar map. A gamble that might just pay off. Chapter 120. The road leading to the Underground Ecological Isolation Zone was no longer silent. It had become a bustling hunting ground filled with blood and fire. The air was thick with a nauseating, restless atmosphere, a mixture of gunpowder smoke, spores, and fresh blood. Sporadic gunshots and explosions echoed from different directions in the distance. These were no longer small-scale conflicts between players vying for routes, but rather fierce battles between them and the terrifying, native monsters of this world, now alerted. Lin Yu's figure, like a phantom blending into the shadows, moved at high speed through the intricate underground tunnels and abandoned city buildings. He didn't choose any main roads, but instead, relying on his Level 2 radar's control over the terrain, he selected the most secluded, rugged, yet safest wild paths, perfectly avoiding all the battlefields where intense fighting was taking place. Just as he was about to reach a relatively open central plaza on the outskirts of the isolation zone, a deafening roar, like a heavy truck crushing the ground, and the ferocious, death-like sound of a 6-barreled machine gun firing, a metallic storm, surged in from a main road not far ahead of him without warning. Lin Yu's steps faltered. He immediately darted to the second floor of an abandoned building, riddled with holes from the fungal carpet, and set up his binoculars. The scene before him stirred a profound unease within even his usually unperturbed heart. On the wide city thoroughfare, wide enough for 8 vehicles to travel abreast, 3 massive off-road vehicles, clad in state-of-the-art composite armor, equipped with menacing ramming horns and thick bulletproof glass, resembling apocalyptic fortresses, were advancing with overwhelming force, crushing everything in their path. Atop the lead vehicle, an M134 minigun 6-barreled heavy machine gun was prominently displayed. These were armored vehicles worth millions of credits. He's seen them on the trading market before. No wonder there were no combat readiness restrictions before entering the instance. That terrifying weapon, like the legendary Gatling gun of Vulcan, was unleashing a barrage of metallic bullets, several meters long, composed of countless blazing tracer rounds, enough to tear everything apart. Anything that stood in its way whether agile primitive bacteria or stealthy bacterial latents, was instantly ripped into countless insignificant, flying fragments of flesh and blood by its indiscriminate, terrifying firepower, and on the two vehicles following closely behind, each was equipped with a fully automatic grenade launcher capable of rapid fire. Boom! 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 No precise aiming was even necessary. 40mm high explosive grenades were fired in a frenzied, parabolic, blanket-like barrage, exploding into clusters of destructive, orange-red flames amidst the buildings lining the streets and the hordes of monsters attempting to flank them. Surrounding these three mobile fortress-like steel behemoths were over 20 top-tier players, clad in identical dark red heavy combat suits emblazoned with a burning flame symbol, their equipment impeccably tailored, their eyes gleaming with cold-blooded ruthlessness. The weapons in their hands were all specially modified, top-tier artifacts gleaming with blinding blue or even purple light. They weren't just a player squad. They were a well-equipped, highly trained, cold-blooded private army, capable of crushing any team in this instance. And in the most luxurious and secure vehicle, nestled among three heavily guarded armored vehicles resembling imperial chariots. Is this how players with money play? Lin Yu's eyes turned icy cold. He felt, profoundly, and for the first time, so directly, the most blatant and unreasonable class disparity in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. He himself was like a scavenger, cautiously dancing on the edge of a knife in endless darkness and death, relying on wisdom and courage, every step calculated to the extreme to survive, to become stronger, pushing his nerves and will to their limits. These people, however, could drive in impenetrable armored vehicles, wielding heavy machine guns and howitzers, blasting all dangers and difficulties into insignificant piles of roadside mincemeat. They didn't even need to fight themselves. They could simply sit in the safest, most comfortable place, using wealth that ordinary people could only dream of for several lifetimes to pave a smooth road to victory, forged from gold and blood. The appearance of the Skyfire mercenary group was like a gigantic, unreasonable, and rule-breaking prehistoric crocodile, instantly disrupting the entire ecosystem of the pond. They were arrogant and domineering, charging recklessly, completely ignoring the existence of any solo players. Several short-sighted player squads, simply for blocking their path, were swept into a cloud of blood mist by their six-barreled heavy machine guns. Domineering, arrogant, cold-blooded, and utterly unreasonable. Watching this team, like a mobile war fortress, carve a bloody path through the endless horde of corpses, Lin Yu felt no anger or injustice. Instead, a cold, calculating smile curved his lips. He knew his opportunity had arrived. This powerful, high-profile, and utterly reckless Skyfire mercenary group was undoubtedly the best and most perfect pathfinder and shield to draw the attention of all potential competitors and monsters, clearing away all unknown traps and dangers for him. He put away his binoculars, and his figure vanished once again, like a ghost into the shadows of the building. Chapter 121. Lin Yu's figure moved like a black lightning bolt, swiftly traversing the abandoned city buildings. The Skyfire mercenary group's domineering and flamboyant advance drew most of the ground fire, creating an excellent opportunity for him to fish in troubled waters. But he didn't choose to follow these moving fortresses and get burned. He knew very well that powerful financial groups, like the Skyfire mercenary group, only had their eyes on the golden ultimate goal. They would show no mercy to any fellow travelers who might share their spoils. Following behind them, if discovered, would likely result in a fate worse than being devoured by zombies. Since the surface roads are blocked, let's go underground. Lin Yu's gaze fell on an inconspicuous subway entrance on the side of the street, already covered in fungal carpet and debris. A daring plan instantly took shape in his mind. He had to avoid all the fierce battles on the surface, and traverse the intricate network of underground tunnels to reach the vicinity of the underground ecological isolation zone. This was an extremely risky choice. Underground meant a more enclosed environment, a higher concentration of spores, and a more unknown terror lurking in the darkness. But Lin Yu had always been someone who liked to take his destiny into his own hands. Without hesitation, he slipped into the subway entrance, which reeked of a strong musty smell. A wave of cold, damp air rushed towards him. Inside the tunnel, it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The yellowish-green spores in the air had almost solidified here, causing his infection-protective mask to emit a sizzling sound, as if it were being slightly corroded. Warning: spore concentration detected in the current area is extremely high. Mask effectiveness is rapidly deteriorating. Current effectiveness, 75%, 74%. Lin Yu's heart sank. The effectiveness was decreasing several times faster than it had been in the office building. He knew he had to finish this quickly. He didn't turn on any lighting equipment that would make him the most conspicuous target in the darkness. He completely immersed himself in the secondary radar scan, like a true night-stalking ghost, silently and rapidly advancing through the pitch-black tunnel. However, just as he was about to pass through an abandoned platform, click, 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 a strange, crisp, rhythmic sound, like a woman's high heels clicking in an empty corridor, suddenly rang out from all directions. Lin Yu's steps froze instantly. His pupils contracted sharply to dangerous pinpoints. It was a sound follower, and not just one. On his radar map, at least 7 or 8 red dots representing elite-level monsters were slowly closing in on him, this uninvited guest, from various dark corners of the platform. For some reason, his radar couldn't detect some powerful and well-hidden monsters. This was actually a sound follower's lair. Damn it! I messed up. For the first time, a chilling sense of deadly crisis surged in Lin Yu's heart. He knew he was trapped in a deadly situation. In this narrow and enclosed environment, facing 7 or 8 sound followers with abnormally keen hearing, he had absolutely no room to maneuver. Flamethrowers. The deafening roar and flash would only drive them into their most frenzied state, tearing him to shreds instantly. Escape? Could he outrun these top-tier hunters of the darkness, who knew the terrain like the back of their hand? Just as his mind raced, contemplating a way to escape, the 7 or 8 sound followers, as if receiving a unified command, abruptly ceased their chilling clicking sounds. The entire platform fell into a deathly silence. Then, roar! The 7 or 8 sound followers, from 7 or 8 completely different and cunning angles, simultaneously launched a ferocious, unannounced charge. Their hard, fungal shells left deadly afterimages in the darkness, like a legion of death emerging from hell, intent on obliterating the only living creature in the field. Completely crushed, Lin Yu's nerves were stretched to the limit at this moment. He knew he had no way out. Only a fight to the death. Come on, you scum! Lin Yu roared like a trapped beast, his T-56 tactical longsword drawing a cold arc in the darkness as he faced the listener charging at him head-on. Clang! The blade clashed with the fungal shell, sending up a string of blinding sparks. The immense force made Lin Yu's arm go numb, and he staggered back several steps. However, he had no time to adjust his position. From his left and right, 2 more listeners had already swung their claws, blocking all his escape routes. Attack from both sides. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He suddenly ducked, rolling past the claws of the 2 listeners in an extremely awkward posture, but a listener, silently attacking from behind, seized this fatal opening. Its massive jaws, filled with sharp teeth, bit down hard on Lin Yu's shoulder, which he couldn't dodge in time. Thud. Excruciating pain. Unimaginable pain, like the most violent electric current, instantly swept through Lin Yu's entire body. He could clearly feel the muscles and bones in his shoulder being torn apart and crushed by the terrifying force of the bite. Even more deadly was the cold, aggressive, foreign sensation that surged wildly into his body through the wound. It was fungus. It was infection. Ah! Lin Yu let out his first true roar since entering this world, a roar filled with pain and rage. If he didn't break free within 10 seconds, he would be completely infected or torn apart by other listeners. A mangled heap of flesh and blood. Madness. Unending madness, in this moment, completely overwhelmed his reason. With all his might, he kicked the listener, which was still gripping him tightly, in the chest. Then, with incredible speed, he pulled a specially made Molotov cocktail from his spatial backpack. He didn't even have time to light the fuse. With his teeth, he forcefully bit open the cap, then, with his last ounce of strength, shoved the scalding, acrid-smelling solidified gasoline, along with the glass bottle, into the listener's gaping maw, which was gaping open in its roar. Go. Die with me. He roared, drawing his Type 92 pistol from his waist. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger on the monstrous maw, now shoved with Molotov cocktails, so close to him. Bang. Boom. Chapter 122. A vibrant orange-red flower of purgatory bloomed suddenly in the narrow, dark subway platform. The raging flames and shockwave instantly detonated the listener that was tightly gripping Lin Yu from within. Its hard shell shattered like a smashed watermelon, countless burning flesh and mycelium spraying wildly in all directions, like dazzling fireworks. Roar! The other listeners nearby, who were preparing to swarm and devour Lin Yu, were startled by this sudden self-destruction from their companion's body. Their simple intelligence was utterly incapable of comprehending this bizarre scene before them. Now! Lin Yu seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a precious moment of respite bought with a severe injury to his arm. He didn't even bother to look at his mangled, bone-exposed shoulder, nor to feel the excruciating pain that would knock an ordinary person unconscious. Only one last, most primal thought remained in his mind: run. He pushed his will to survive to its limit, his entire body transforming into a blood-red blur, tumbling and crawling desperately into the depths of the tunnel without looking back. Behind him, the swarms of animals, now recovering from the explosion, roared with even more ferocious fury in their pursuit. Lin Yu didn't know how long he had run, nor how far he had gone. He only knew that he couldn't stop. Stop, and he would die. He didn't know how much time had passed, until he could no longer hear the chilling click behind him, until all his strength had been completely drained, before his vision went black and he collapsed headfirst into a patch of icy, bone-chilling water. The icy sewage stimulated his nerves, bringing a sliver of clarity back to his mind, which was on the verge of being completely consumed by excruciating pain and exhaustion. He struggled to his feet, finding himself in an abandoned maintenance tunnel in the city's sewer system. Here, it seemed, was safe for now. He leaned against the slippery, cold wall, breathing heavily. Each breath aggravated the horrific wound on his shoulder, bringing waves of excruciating pain. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood-tinged saliva, finally having time to check his injury. Slowly, with trembling right hand, he tore open the combat uniform on his left shoulder, already soaked with blood and mud. When he saw the sight on his shoulder, even his heart, hardened by countless deaths and stoicism, felt a chilling, bone-deep fear. On his left shoulder lay a gruesome, mangled bite mark, the size of a fist, a bloody mess. The wound was deep enough to expose bone, revealing the white scapula and torn muscle tissue. But what truly terrified him was not the wound itself. Instead, along the edges of that churning flesh, strands of yellowish-green mycelium, thinner than a hair and brimming with an eerie vitality, were visibly and stubbornly growing outwards. Like the most vicious vines, they took root in his flesh, greedily absorbing his life force, attempting to turn him into a member of their hideous monstrous army. Warning! Hephaestus fungus direct invasion detected. Infection is accelerating. Expected to completely transform you into a primordial bacterium in 15 minutes. The cold system notification, like the Grim Reaper's final ultimatum, relentlessly pulsed on his retina. 15 minutes. He only had 15 minutes left as a human. What to do? Use the treatment spray? No. It's useless. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. He knew very well that conventional medical treatments were completely ineffective against this kind of fungal infection that started from within. They could only treat the wounds, but couldn't kill the damn fungus that had already invaded his body. Was he really going to die like this, inexplicably and miserably, in this dark, damp sewer, becoming a walking corpse without even self-awareness? No. Absolutely not. An unbridled madness and ruthlessness, like a volcano about to erupt, instantly burst forth from Lin Yu's eyes. He could die, but he absolutely could not become the monster he hated most in such a humiliating way. His gaze, like that of a hungry wolf, frantically scanned everything around him, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Finally, his gaze settled on the still-warm military-grade portable flamethrower in his hand. An incredibly insane, audacious, even self-destructive thought instantly seized his mind. Since conventional medical treatments were useless. Since this damned fungus was rooted in his flesh and blood. Then, wouldn't it be better to simply erase this piece of flesh, along with the fungus within, completely from this world? A ferocious and tragic smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. He knew this was his only chance. To use fire to exchange for rebirth. He no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth, summoning every last vestige of his willpower. Slowly, he raised the flamethrower, aiming the cold, dark muzzle at his mangled left shoulder, where tender green mycelium was beginning to sprout. Come on! Live or die! He roared, using all his remaining strength to close his eyes and pull the trigger hard. Whoosh! A fiery orange dragon roared in fury. Excruciating pain. A hellish pain, beyond human imagination and endurance, instantly engulfed Lin Yu's entire body. He could clearly smell the pungent, nauseating stench of his burning flesh. He could clearly feel his skin. Muscles, even bones, were melted and carbonized inch by inch under the thousands of degrees of heat. Ah! He let out an agonizing, suppressed scream, his body convulsing wildly from the excruciating pain, almost fainting on the spot. But with his last shred of sanity, he desperately controlled his right hand, preventing the flames from spreading to his vitals. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Each second felt like an eternity. Finally, after the flesh on his shoulder, along with all the mycelium within, had been completely burned to a charred mess, Lin Yu finally released the trigger. He collapsed to the ground, as if all his bones had been removed, his consciousness rapidly sinking into the boundless darkness. Just as he was about to be completely consumed by the excruciating pain and shock, with his last strength, he silently uttered those 4 words in his heart. Emergency, medical. Buzz? A soft, life-giving blue light instantly enveloped his almost charred, mangled body. Chapter 123. When Lin Yu's consciousness awoke from the boundless darkness, he found himself still lying in the icy, chilling water of the sewer. The pain in his shoulder was no longer the excruciating agony of before, but a numb, burning sensation. The powerful effects of emergency medical care, while instantly stabilizing his collapsing vital signs and repairing most of his damaged tissue, couldn't fully heal the deep physical burns caused by the flames in a short time. He slowly sat up and glanced at his left shoulder. The sight there was still horrifying. His entire shoulder was charred black, like raw flesh branded with a hot iron, even still emitting faint wisps of smoke. But thankfully, those damned, yellowish-green mycelia brimming with malevolent life force had completely disappeared. He had survived. In the most brutal and frenzied way, he had snatched his life back from the scythe of death. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, feeling weaker than ever before. While the emergency medical care had saved his life, the extent of his burns had left him in a temporary state of weakness, with all his attributes reduced by 20%. He was more vulnerable than ever before. If he encountered another elite monster like the Sound Follower, he would be utterly helpless. He needed to find a completely safe place to rest and recover. He struggled to his feet, focusing his attention on the radar. He needed to find the safest route out of this damn sewer, avoiding all the monsters. Fortunately, the maintenance tunnel he was in connected to a vast, long-abandoned network of underground civil defense works. Using radar guidance, he navigated the labyrinthine civil defenses, finally finding a secluded emergency shelter on the 5th basement level of a skyscraper, sealed off by heavy blast doors. This would be his safe house for the foreseeable future, where he would recover from his injuries. For the next few hours, Lin Yu completely retreated into a state of survival. Relying on the heart of the hive, he raced against time to restore his strength and health. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes again, the burning pain in his shoulder had lessened considerably, and the weakness had largely subsided. Although far from his peak condition, he had at least regained basic self-defense capabilities. I should go see how far that show on the surface has progressed. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He hadn't forgotten that his current predicament was all because of those damn competitors on the surface, forcing him to risk going underground. He silently left his temporary refuge, following the building's internal fire escape, making his way upwards. Finally, he reached the rooftop of this skyscraper, over 50 stories high. From here was one of the highest points in the entire city, an excellent vantage point offering a panoramic view. He lay prone on the edge of the rooftop, set up his high-powered binoculars, and simultaneously pushed the secondary radar's scanning range to its limit. He wanted to see just how far the feast surrounding the heart of the bacteria had progressed during the few hours he had disappeared. However, the scene reflected back by the radar made him frown slightly. On the outer perimeter of the underground ecological isolation zone, in the vast central plaza, a bizarre and chilling cat-and-mouse game was unfolding. Lone Wolf, wearing a skull mask, was being relentlessly suppressed by a 5-man squad amidst the ruins of an abandoned fountain. Lin Yu didn't recognize the 5-man squad, but from their fierce demeanor and their uniform, powerful heavy plate armor, and battle axes, Lin Yu could guess their origins. The Battle Axe Mercenary Group. A top-tier, second-tier mercenary group renowned on the Boundary Hub Forum for their tough and fearless style. They had clearly spotted Lone Wolf on the way, preparing for a classic Mantis stalks the cicada scenario, and Lone Wolf's situation was indeed quite precarious. Although his individual strength was abnormally high, he was no match for the well-organized and coordinated team like Battle Axe. The 2 medics from Battle Axe stood like mobile steel fortresses, firmly holding off his firepower from the front, completely neutralizing his incredible gunfighting skills. Meanwhile, the other 3 power-type awakened individuals, wielding massive battle axes shimmering with runes, harassed and pressured him from 3 different angles, like 3 tigers descending from the mountain, leaving him no chance to break through. Lone Wolf's figure darted and weaved through the ruins, each dodge a close call. His black tactical combat uniform showed several obvious tears, clearly indicating he had suffered considerable losses in the previous battle. Interesting. Lin Yu watched this high-level tactical confrontation, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He could clearly see that both sides were equipped with several rare pieces of equipment shimmering with blue and even purple light. The lone wolf's windwalker boots allowed him to briefly hover and glide. The medical barrier worn by the battle axe medic could instantly generate an energy barrier. And the thunder battle axe wielded by their strength-type awakened warriors, each swing imbued with the power of thunder. These were all things he currently lacked. This battle made him acutely aware of the vast gap in equipment between himself and these truly top-tier players. Looks like it's time to go to the black market and upgrade my gear properly after this dungeon ends, Lin Yu thought silently. Chapter 124. Just as Lin Yu was watching the top-tier battle of the gods below with great interest, from a godlike perspective, he didn't notice that the immense noise and energy fluctuations generated by the increasingly intense battle between Battle Axe and Lone Wolf had completely alerted an incredibly terrifying entity lurking deep beneath the ground in this area. Boom! 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 A series of heavy footsteps, so heavy they made the entire skyscraper tremble slightly, like the awakening of an ancient behemoth, suddenly and without warning, slowly resounded from beneath the central plaza. Battle Axe and Lone Wolf, locked in fierce combat, sensed this terrifying, heart-palpitating pressure emanating from the ground almost simultaneously. They both stopped what they were doing, their faces showing extreme solemnity for the first time. They knew that the real behemoth was about to appear. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The solid concrete of the central plaza exploded, as if a super bomb had been detonated from the Earth's core. Countless fragments of stone and soil were hurled hundreds of meters into the air by an irresistible force. Then, a colossal, grotesque, and terrifying figure, so enormous it blotted out the sky, slowly crawled out of the massive hole in the ground. It was an ultimate, stitched-together monster, over 10 meters tall, and the size of a heavy tank. Its entire body was completely covered by an exaggeratedly thick layer of yellowish-green fungal armor, resembling rock, leaving no visible weaknesses. Its massive, mountain-like body was covered with enormous, slowly pulsating pustules, radiating an eerie orange-red light. It had no legs, instead, dozens of thick, serpentine mycelial tentacles supported its heavy body, slowly writhing across the ground. Each writhing motion left disgusting trails of corrosive slime in the hard earth. Spore Giant. The ultimate, mobile scourge in this instance world. Roar! The Spore Giant let out a deep, muffled roar, yet filled with supreme majesty. Its enormous, single-eyed, scarlet pupil coldly swept over the few tiny insects below that dared to run rampant in its territory. The captain of War Axe, a bald, burly man over 2 meters tall with a gruesome scar on his face, looked at the monster before him, and for the first time, fear appeared on his face. How did we lure this monster out? Didn't the intelligence say it only roamed the deepest part of the quarantine zone? He roared through gritted teeth. Lone Wolf was equally grim, his hands gripping his dual pistols, veins bulging. Clearly, this behemoth before him had completely exceeded his expectations. However, the Spore Giant gave them no time to think or react. Slowly, it tore a spore sac the size of a basketball, emitting an eerie orange-red glow from its mountain-like back. With a sudden burst of power, its thick arm propelled the spore bomb in a perfect parabola towards the War Axe squad's location, like a top-of-the-line catapult. Scatter! Scatter now! Captain War Axe roared, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. However, it was too late. The spore bomb's speed was far faster than they had imagined. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out. The spore bomb exploded in midair. There was no earth-shattering flame, no devastating shockwave. In its place was an endless, dense, fog-like cloud of highly corrosive, high-concentration spores. The spore cloud completely enveloped an area of nearly 100 meters in just a few seconds. Ah! A slightly slower reacting War Axe member was swept by the edge of the spore cloud, his fine uniform. His blue-quality combat suit was visibly corroded, becoming riddled with holes. His infection-proof mask instantly emitted a piercing alarm. Warning! Mask effectiveness 70%. Warning! Mask effectiveness 60%. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. Upon contact with the ground and buildings, the spores began to grow wildly, as if they were alive. In just a few seconds, the area was completely covered by a thick layer of highly toxic fungal carpet. The power of that single strike was terrifying. Lone Wolf's figure, like a ghost, narrowly avoided the core area of the spore cloud, but his mask's effectiveness was clearly significantly affected. Damn it! Captain Battle Axe roared. He knew they couldn't fight alone anymore. Faced with this widespread, mobile catastrophe, any solo fight would be certain death. He whirled around and yelled at Lone Wolf not far away, Skullface. Stop fighting. Let's team up and take down this big guy. Otherwise, we all die here. We split the loot. Lone Wolf didn't speak, but his slight nod indicated his acquiescence. Faced with absolute death, any grudges could be temporarily set aside. A fragile and easily broken temporary alliance, formed by two top rivals, was forced into existence in the face of this mobile catastrophe. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, Lin Yu watched this increasingly chaotic and exciting drama unfold, a cold, shrewd smile playing on his lips. His waiting opportunity might just be about to arrive. Chapter 125. On the central plaza, a fierce and brutal battle surrounding the spore giant began. Battle Axe and Lone Wolf, sworn enemies, who had fought to the death not long ago, now displayed astonishing teamwork, forced to form a temporary yet breathtakingly powerful hunting squad. Captain Battle Axe, the bald, muscular man over 2 meters tall, charged forward like an enraged bull. His thunder axe crackled with lightning, each swing carrying the force of a thunderbolt, slamming into the spore behemoth's thick fungal armor, sending up sprays of green sap and dazzling sparks. With his powerful physique and unwavering courage, he firmly drew the hatred of this mobile scourge to himself. Behind him, the two medics stood like impregnable mobile fortresses, raising their medical barriers high, creating a protective barrier for their teammates. A completely safe corridor for all ranged attacks. The Lone Wolf's figure transformed into a deadly Black Reaper, lurking on the edge of the battlefield. He seized any futile maneuvering or probing. His two modified pistols, like two relentless miniature Vulcan cannons, unleashed a dazzling, artistic barrage of bullets precisely at the relatively weak, throbbing orange-red pustules on the spore troll's body. Bang! 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 Each time a pustule burst, the spore troll let out a painful roar, its massive body momentarily stiffening. This was a textbook example of perfect teamwork, brimming with violent aesthetics. One main tank, two secondary tanks, and one main DPS. These four individuals, through sheer force, drove this terrifying boss, capable of easily wiping out an average 100-player raid team, back into a rout, utterly powerless. 1,000 meters away atop a skyscraper, Lin Yu watched this breathtakingly beautiful top-tier boss battle, yet his heart remained utterly unmoved. His attention was no longer on the battle itself. His gaze, like that of a calm hawk, was fixed intently on the only path leading to the underground ecological isolation zone, temporarily cleared by the battle. He knew this was his once-in-a-lifetime, one-time opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment, when everyone's attention was drawn to the spore behemoth, he would silently bypass the chaotic battlefield and become the first fisherman to reach the golden treasure. Without further hesitation, he concealed his presence to the extreme, like a weightless leaf, silently gliding down from the other side of the skyscraper, preparing to begin his long-planned fisherman's profit scheme. However, he underestimated the terrifying vigilance and keen battlefield instincts of these top players in this seed meat grinder instance. Just as he had stealthily made his way halfway, about to round the edge of the central plaza. On the battlefield below, the Lone Wolf, who was frantically fighting the spore giant, suddenly paused in his movements with an extremely slight pause, almost imperceptible. His icy gaze, hidden behind the skull mask, seemed to telepathically sweep across the shadowy area where Lin Yu stood. He saw nothing. But his beast-like, battle-hardened instincts, honed through countless life-or-death trials, told him. There was someone there. Someone like him, lurking in the shadows, waiting to reap the rewards of victory. A true fisherman. A cold, cruel killing intent flashed in Lone Wolf's eyes. He would not allow it. He would not allow anyone to steal the spoils that rightfully belonged to him after he had painstakingly defeated the boss. Just then, the enraged spore behemoth tore another massive spore sack from its back and hurled it at him with earth-shattering force. Lone Wolf's figure, like a ghost, performed a swift, sideways roll, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. However, just as he rolled, the pistol at his hand fired a precise shot at an impossible angle at the rapidly falling spore sack in midair. Bang! He didn't intend to detonate the spore sack. He wanted to use its momentum against it. The bullet struck the lower side of the spore sack precisely, the powerful impact causing a slight, but fatal, deflection in its trajectory. It no longer flew towards its original open space, but instead, trailing an orange-red tail, like a precision-guided cruise missile, hurtling straight towards Lin Yu's seemingly empty hiding place. Holy crap! Lin Yu's expression changed drastically in that instant. He never dreamed that this Lone Wolf could still spare the time to scheme against him amid such intense battle. This wasn't just simple combat skill, it was a terrifying strategic vision, a complete understanding of the entire battlefield. He had been exposed. Without hesitation, he abandoned any thought of continuing his stealth and pushed his speed to the limit, retreating frantically to the side and rear. Boom! Less than a second after he left, The enormous spore sac exploded right where he had been hiding. Vast clouds of highly corrosive spores instantly engulfed the area. Lin Yu's forced retreat completely exposed him to the Battle Axe mercenary group's view. There really was a rat. The Battle Axe captain roared, immediately understanding the intention behind Lone Wolf's strange shot. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly issued orders to the two power-type awakened individuals beside him. You two? Go! Don't let him get away. Kill him, or drive him out of this area. The stuff here belongs to our war axe. Yes, Captain. The two power-type awakened, both over 1.9 meters tall with muscles bulging like steel, immediately abandoned their attack on the boss. Their thunder war axes crackled with blinding lightning, and like two prehistoric beasts unleashed from their cages, they charged fiercely towards Lin Yu. With Lone Wolf's elusive long-range sniping in front, and the two power-type awakened from behind relentlessly pursuing him, Lin Yu's fishing for the fisherman's game plan was completely, cleanly, and mercilessly shattered by the terrifying vigilance and ruthless methods of these top players. He had gone from a hunter to everyone's prey. He glanced deeply at Lone Wolf, still locked in combat with the boss, then at the two power-type awakened charging towards him, a cold glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned around and disappeared once again into the depths of the city's ruins. Chapter 126. Lin Yu's figure retreated rapidly in the shadows of the abandoned building. In a few flashes, he had created a distance of several hundred meters between himself and the two murderous battle axe strength-type awakened. He didn't turn back, nor did he have the slightest intention of lingering in the fight. What a joke! To engage in a head-on collision in this open area with two heavily armed men whose equipment was superior to his own, whose levels and attributes were clearly higher, that's something only a fool would do. He gave a deep look at the Lone Wolf still locked in combat with the boss, then glanced at the two strength-type awakened charging towards him, a cold glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned and disappeared once again into the depths of the city's ruins. He had etched these two forces, along with the arrogant Lone Wolf, into his death list. His primary goal now was to find a completely safe place to recover from his injuries and observe the situation. With the powerful scanning capabilities of his Level 2 radar and his precise understanding of the terrain, Lin Yu moved like a ghost through the city's underground pipe network and abandoned buildings, perfectly avoiding all the fiercely contested battlefields. He was like a detached observer, watching the city from a godlike perspective, completely engulfed in a carnival of blood and fire due to the appearance of the heart of the fungus mother. Time ticked by second, in the oppressive and tense atmosphere. Approximately 6 hours after the instance opened, just as all the survivors' nerves were stretched to the limit, their eyes bloodshot as they fought for the path to the underground ecological isolation zone. That cold, grand system announcement echoed once more in everyone's minds. Instance progress reached 6 hours. Generating evacuation plan. Generation complete. Evacuation point A, Eden Shelter number 1. Location, east side of the city, 5th basement level of the Cathedral of Hope. Mechanism, this shelter is powered by a separate backup generator. Locate and activate the main power gate located at the top of the Cathedral Bell Tower to open the shelter's only entrance and enter the evacuation passage. Note, pulling the gate will generate a loud noise and may attract unknown dangers. Evacuation point B, Military Transport Aircraft Vulture. Location, west side of the city, International Airport Runway 3. Mechanism, this transport aircraft is parked at the end of the runway. Enter the transport cabin to evacuate. Note, the runway is covered with a large amount of mutated fungal carpet, which will indiscriminately attack any creature that approaches. Escape point C, Noah's Ark Underground Train. Location, City Center, Central Subway Hub Terminal. Mechanism, the train is located on the deepest underground backup track. Activated to leave the city. 3 distinct escape points, like 3 forks in the road leading to life and death, were clearly displayed on the map screens of all survivors. This sudden turn of events brought an extremely brief, eerie silence to the already bloodthirsty battlefield. Everyone stopped what they were doing and began rapidly assessing the 3 escape points. The escape points are out. Which one to choose? The airport one looks the easiest. Just rush onto the plane. Are you stupid? Didn't you see the warning? There's mutated fungal carpet on the runway. Who dares to wade through that stuff? Anyone who does will die. What about Central Station? An underground train. Sounds really cool. Even more unreliable. Central Station has the highest monster density in the city. We can't even get into the outer areas, let alone the deepest parts. Countless discussions erupted in the communication channels of various factions. Lin Yu, however, simply stared coldly at the map on the screen, a disdainful sneer playing on his lips. Because under his level 2 radar scan, the true nature of these 3 evacuation points had long been exposed. The seemingly most unreliable one, the Noah's Ark underground train located in the city center, was now illuminated by hundreds of red dots representing elite-level listeners beneath the central subway hub. That wasn't an evacuation point at all, but a meticulously laid, certain death trap. Anyone who went there would become the prey of those dark hunters. As for the airport's transport planes, although there were no monsters, his radar scan revealed a strange, highly intense energy fluctuation along the 3-kilometer-long runway. That wasn't ordinary mutated fungal carpet, but a terrifying, living plant life form with self-awareness. Any creature that stepped into it would be instantly devoured, leaving not even bones. Therefore, the only relatively friendly path to survival was the Eden Shelter No. 1, located in the Cathedral of Hope. Although pulling the gate might bring danger, at least it was a problem that could be solved through operation. Interesting. It seems the boundary pivot doesn't just want us to kill each other. It also includes this critical screening process that requires thought. Lin Yu understood. He didn't rush to set off. He knew that what he could see, those equally battle-hardened top players and powerful conglomerates would eventually realize as well. Right now, everyone's focus was still on the glittering heart of the mother. But as time passed, as casualties increased, and as the mask's effectiveness decreased, some would inevitably give up and seek to evacuate. At that point, the only true path to survival, the Cathedral of Hope, would become a second, even more brutal, flesh-grinding place than the underground ecological isolation zone. What Lin Yu needed to do was get there before everyone else could react, find the main power switch hidden atop the clock tower. He buried himself even deeper into the building's shadow. Like the most patient hunter, he quietly waited for the storm that had swept everyone away to intensify, to become even more chaotic. Waiting for his own perfect moment to enter. Meanwhile, on the outer perimeter of the underground ecological isolation zone, in the central plaza already scorched earth by gunfire and bloodshed. With the announcement of the evacuation points, the atmosphere between the various factions became increasingly delicate and tense. The Skyfire mercenary group's 3 armored vehicles, like steel behemoths, had completely crushed their way to the entrance of the isolation zone, their dark gun barrels and cannons aimed at any creature daring to approach. Meanwhile, the Warax mercenary group and Lone Wolf, after paying a heavy price, finally managed to completely kill the terrifying spore giant. For a moment, the entire battlefield formed a strange triangular standoff. Everyone knew that this moment of tranquility was merely the final deep breath before an even greater storm. The decisive battle was about to erupt. Chapter 127. The calm before the storm was abruptly shattered by a loudspeaker broadcast filled with arrogance and disdain. The voice came from the central command vehicle of the Skyfire mercenary group, a vehicle resembling an emperor's chariot. Listen up, everyone. We are the Skyfire mercenary group. This underground ecological isolation zone, and the heart of the mother fungus within, we Skyfire, want it. A young and arrogant voice echoed throughout the plaza, filled with undeniable domineering authority. Now, you have 2 choices. Either get out of our sight immediately, or stay here and become new fertilizer for this land. We give you 30 seconds to consider. A blatant threat. An undisguised clearing of the area. The Skyfire mercenary group, using their most proficient and direct method, declared their sovereignty to everyone. This is outrageous. The captain of the War Axe mercenary group, a bald, burly man, slammed his fist into the rubble beside him, creating a huge dent in the hard concrete. They had worked so hard, even losing 2 members, to barely defeat the spore giant, and before they could even catch their breath, these damn money-grubbing players wanted to steal the spoils? Dream on, brothers. Grab your weapons. The War Axe captain roared, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the 3 steel behemoths in the distance. Today, let these spineless cowards, who only know how to throw money around, see what we, the War Axe. Is that axe hard enough? Roar! The team members behind him, equally furious, roared in unison, their battle axes crackling with blinding lightning. Meanwhile, Lone Wolf, who had been lurking in the shadows, slowly straightened up. He didn't speak, but his modified pistols, gleaming with a ghostly blue light, were already silently aimed at the thick bulletproof glass of the Skyfire command vehicle. His actions spoke volumes. Want him to leave, then let his strength do the talking. Heh. You won't listen to reason, so you have to suffer the consequences. A contemptuous sneer echoed from inside the Skyfire command vehicle. Since you've chosen your own fate, don't blame us for being ruthless. Fire! With that command, The M134 minigun 6-barreled heavy machine gun atop the lead vehicle instantly unleashed a deathly roar, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Rat-a-tat-tat. A violently powerful metal storm, over half a meter in diameter and composed of countless blazing tracer rounds, swept wildly towards the area where the Warhawk mercenary group was located. Like a scourge of God, with utterly unreasonable force, the two medics from the Warhawk roared in fury. They pressed their medical barrier firmly to the front. However, faced with a terrifying firepower capable of instantly tearing apart a main battle tank, their prized energy barrier was as fragile as a sheet of paper. It only held for less than 3 seconds. Crack! With a crisp sound, like shattering glass, both energy barriers shattered. Immediately afterwards, the ferocious barrage of metal projectiles effortlessly tore the two medics, who didn't even have time to scream, along with everything behind them, into a hazy, flying mass of blood, flesh, and metal fragments. Instant kill. This is the power of Skyfire. This is the terror of money power. Simultaneously, the automatic grenade launchers on the other two vehicles began their precise and deadly area bombardment, like the Grim Reaper calling out names. Boom! 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 One after another, 40mm high explosive grenades, trailing long plumes of flame, landed precisely in every shadowy spot where Lone Wolf might be hiding, as if they had eyes. The violent explosions ripped layers of dust from the entire plaza, turning the ruins into piles of rubble. Terrifying firepower suppression. A saturation attack regardless of cost. The Skyfire mercenary group, in the simplest and most brutal way, showed everyone how laughable and pale any tactics and skills are in the face of absolute money and equipment. Lone Wolf's figure, amidst the continuous explosions and flashes of fire, was like a leaf in a raging storm, constantly dodging and weaving, appearing utterly disheveled. His previously superhuman agility, for the first time, seemed somewhat strained. The Battle Axe mercenary group was utterly routed, forced to use the ruins as cover and desperately hold on. This was a battle of gods. This was a war of firearms between top-tier players. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire central plaza was transformed into a hellish landscape shrouded in gunfire and death. Lin Yu, like the most insignificant ant, was caught on the edge of this cataclysmic storm, desperately searching for any opening to hide in. He didn't even dare to peek out, knowing that anything exposed would be instantly torn to shreds by the ubiquitous stray bullets and shockwaves. This was the tragedy of mortals. Before these gods who could destroy the world at will, he didn't even have the right to be a spectator. He could only cower in a corner like a terrified mouse, trembling and praying that no stray bullet would fall on his head. However, fate always seems to enjoy playing cruel jokes on people. Chapter 128. Just as Lin Yu pressed himself tightly against a dilapidated load-bearing wall, trying to minimize his presence, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted above his head. A grenade, fired from an unknown direction, had accurately struck the top of the abandoned building where he was hiding. The violent explosion instantly and completely destroyed the building's roof structure. Countless steel bars, concrete blocks, and shards of glass, like a cataclysmic downpour, rained down on his hiding place. Damn it! Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He didn't even have time to think. His body, driven by instinct, moved towards a swift, extreme roll to the side. Boom! Less than half a second after he moved away, a massive precast concrete slab, the size of a small car, slammed into the spot where he had just been hiding, creating a terrifying crater in the ground. Although Lin Yu narrowly avoided the fatal blow, the violent shockwave of the explosion, like an invisible giant hammer, still hurled him away. He tumbled several times in the air, crashing heavily into a wall, then fell to the ground like a tattered sack. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood uncontrollably gushed out. His internal organs felt as if they had shifted, causing excruciating pain. However, this wasn't the most devastating part. Just as he struggled to get up from the ground, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. Immediately afterward, a cloud of incredibly foul air, thick with the stench of spores and decay, rushed into his nostrils for the first time without any resistance. He instinctively reached up to touch his face. What he touched was a cold, broken piece of metal. His standard military-grade infection protection mask, which had protected his life since entering the instance, had been silently ripped open by a sharp piece of shrapnel when he was thrown back by the shockwave and slammed against the wall. ZZZ, ZZZ. A few final, defiant sparks of electricity flickered on the mask's visor before plunging it into complete, deathly darkness. It was broken. Warning! Your anti-infection mask is completely damaged. Warning! You are completely exposed to a high concentration of spores. Warning! Fungal infection has been initiated. A series of cold, emotionless, blood-red system notifications, like the pronouncements of death, flooded his entire retina like a tidal wave, and in the very center of his retina, a gigantic, ominous, crimson countdown began to mercilessly tick, second by second. 29:59. 29:58. 29:57. Despair. Boundless despair, like the deepest darkness, overwhelmed Lin Yu's reason like a cold tide. He was finished. He knew he was completely finished. Without the mask, in this world completely dominated by spores, he was like a naked infant thrown into a pool of sulfuric acid. Death was no longer a possibility, but a predetermined countdown to his end. He could clearly feel those ubiquitous, invasive fungal spores, flowing relentlessly through his breath, flooding his lungs, his blood, every single cell. An indescribable, chilling, tingling sensation, emanating from the depths of his soul, began to spread wildly throughout his body. This was the precursor to infection. This was the most terrifying signal that his body was being mutated. He didn't even need to look, he knew that beneath his skin, those damn mycelia had probably already begun to take root and sprout. No, it shouldn't be like this. For the first time, bewilderment and helplessness appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. He had calculated everything, the fungal lurker's sneak attack, the lone wolf scheme, even the entire course of the battlefield. He thought he was the one hiding in the shadows, the ultimate fisherman, controlling everything. Unexpectedly, he found himself merely a fish caught in the crossfire of a battle between gods, the most pitiful and tragic mortal. A stray bullet, seemingly from nowhere and not even aimed at him, utterly and cleanly shattered all his plans, all his struggles, all his hopes. How absurd! How tragic! Outside, the devastating sounds of gunfire and explosions continued. The top players were still engaged in their grand and bloody revelry for the elusive heart of the fungus. No one knew that less than a kilometer away, in a dark corner, a once ambitious high-potential seed was silently and desperately awaiting his predetermined fate: infection, assimilation, and utter consumption by this world. The crimson countdown, like a demon's sinister grin, continued relentlessly, second by second. It was like a Damocles sword hanging over his head, each blink reminding Lin Yu that his time as a human was running out. Chapter 129. The bright red countdown, like a death knell, pounded wildly on Lin Yu's retina, ruthlessly pulling him back from his brief despair and resentment to the cruel reality. 28:45. 28:44. Each passing second felt like a red-hot steel needle piercing his nerves. He could feel the changes within his body becoming increasingly pronounced. His skin began to burn, then quickly turned a sickly cold. His blood flow accelerated, and his heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, each beat bringing a suffocating, agonizing pain. Most terrifyingly, tiny, spiderweb-like yellowish-green phantoms began to appear at the edge of his vision, a sign that the fungal spores had begun to erode his optic nerve. If this continued, forget 30 minutes, in less than 10 minutes, his sanity would be completely devoured by this damned fungus, turning him into a walking corpse capable only of killing and howling. Death? No! How could he, so pathetically and inexplicably waste a resurrection opportunity here? A primal, frenzied desire for survival, originating from the depths of his soul, erupted like a supervolcano about to erupt, instantly breaching the dam of despair. The brief confusion and helplessness in Lin Yu's eyes were completely replaced by an unprecedented, wildfire-like madness and determination. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the distance. On one side, the entrance to the underground ecological isolation zone continued to echo with earth-shattering explosions. There lay the golden treasure he had always dreamed of, representing power and the future. Heart of the Mother. On the other side, on his map screen, quietly lit the evacuation point, representing the only way to survive. Cathedral of Hope. Greed or survival? Future or present? This was a choice that would drive any player to the brink of mental collapse. Lin Yu, in just 1 second, made his only, and most correct, answer. To hell with Heart of the Mother. To hell with the golden treasure. He couldn't possibly beat these ruthless people anyway. If he lost his life, then even the most powerful equipment and the most overpowered items were nothing more than a pile of meaningless, cold data. Give up. Give up without hesitation. At this moment, Lin Yu's mind became colder and clearer than ever before. He ruthlessly and cleanly severed any lingering illusions he might have about the Heart of the Mother from his mind. He no longer listened to the deafening distant artillery fire, Nor did he look at the golden coordinates, so alluring yet deadly. He had only one goal, that was, before he completely lost his mind, to use every means at any cost to reach that only path to survival. The Cathedral of Hope. He immediately immersed his mind completely in the scanning of the Level 2 radar. He needed to find the main power switch hidden atop the cathedral's bell tower. Buzz! His mental energy surged forth, like a tidal wave, and centered on him. The three-dimensional structure of the entire Cathedral of Hope began to be clearly and precisely outlined in his mind, stroke by stroke. Church, bell tower, basement, secret passage. Got it! In just a few seconds of scanning, Lin Yu's eyes erupted with a wild, euphoric joy. His radar revealed that on the top floor of the church bell tower, in a highly concealed compartment disguised as wall decoration, lay a small lever switch emitting a faint energy fluctuation. That was the main power switch. That was his only lifeline. Lin Yu no longer hesitated for a moment. He scrambled to his feet, not even bothering to tend to his still bleeding wound. Like a wounded beast driven to the brink, he let out a roar filled with resentment and rage, determined his direction, and began a frantic, desperate race against death towards the church that represented hope. Chapter 130. 25:13. 25:12. The bright red countdown, like a brand, relentlessly burned onto Lin Yu's retina. He felt no despair, not even time to feel fear. On his face, slightly distorted by pain and anger, emerged an almost absolute, cold rationality. One resurrection attempt, and one chance to enter the reward instance. Lin Yu murmured to himself, his voice hoarse, yet unusually calm. He knew he had failed this time. Completely failed. He wasn't lamenting his own life, but rather the loss of a strategic opportunity far more precious than life itself. The rules of the Realm Hub were cold and fair. 5 consecutive forced conscriptions without dying would grant entry into the reward instance. That was the crucial step for all top players to truly differentiate themselves and achieve upward mobility, the leap from obscurity to success. And now, that opportunity, because of a damn stray bullet, had slipped through his fingers. Lin Yu cursed under his breath. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes instantly filled with a stronger, more intense desire to survive, replacing the resentment and frustration in his eyes. He couldn't die here. Or rather, he couldn't die here infected. He had to reach the Cathedral of Hope before the countdown ended, find that damn trigger point, and complete the evacuation. Only in this way could he minimize his losses. He abandoned any attempt at stealth or concealment. In this race against time, efficiency was everything. Roar! Lin Yu let out a suppressed growl, squeezing his inner potential to its limit. His eyes, bloodshot from the infection, were fixed on the distant spire of a Gothic cathedral, faintly visible through the spore mist. He transformed into a black lightning bolt, beginning a desperate, yet rational, frenzied sprint through the abandoned city buildings. Along the way, countless early-stage spawners were drawn in, rushing towards him, this moving feast, from all directions. Get out of the way! Lin Yu's eyes were icy. He pulled out all the remaining Molotov cocktails and flamethrower fuel from his spatial backpack. He no longer held back. With flames and explosions, he forcefully cleared a straight, bloody path to hope before him. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! The raging flames turned the street into a hellish landscape, temporarily halting the endless army of monsters. He could feel the changes within his body becoming increasingly pronounced. His skin began to burn, then quickly turned a sickly cold. Fragmented, spiderweb-like yellowish-green phantoms began to appear at the edges of his vision. 10:05. 10:04. The countdown had entered its final 10 minutes. He was about to give up. His steps grew heavier and heavier, but the rationality and calmness in his eyes remained undiminished. He even had the leisure to rapidly construct a mental diagram of the Cathedral of Hope's interior, deducing the most likely location of the hidden power switch. The bell tower? The basement? Or perhaps a priest's confessional? Every possibility was quickly analyzed, deduced, and then ruled out in his mind. Finally, with only 5 minutes left on the countdown, covered in blood, like a demon crawling out of hell, he kicked open the long-rotted oak door of the Cathedral of Hope. Bang! He succeeded. He rushed in. He leaned against the cold door, breathing heavily, each breath a burning pain. He looked up at the cathedral, which still retained its sanctity and solemnity in the apocalypse, at the stained-glass windows in the dome depicting angels and saints. His face showed no joy at surviving such a catastrophe.